Shimura Danzo, having somehow caught wind of the news, hurried to the ninja academy. He actually cared little about the fates of the other students. His true interest lay in the boy, Ito Hiromi. If this child had truly been reverse summoned to some sacred ground, his future achievements might well rival those of Jiraiya. To win such talent over to his own side, Danzo calculated silently in his heart. Hiruzen Sarutobi gave Shimura Danzo a sidelong glance, saying nothing, only narrowing his eyes slightly. The incident at the Ninja Academy had just occurred, yet Danzo was already here with the news. It seemed his intelligence network was indeed deeply entrenched. Ito Taiga appeared extremely anxious, unable to comprehend how his grandson could have vanished so suddenly. As an old ninja of the same generation as the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, he had once been Hiruzen's subordinate in his youth. Lord Hokage, what exactly is going on? How can my grandson Hiromi just disappear like that? If it really was a reverse summoning, when will the boy be able to return? Hiruzen Sarutobi took a long draw from his pipe, slowly exhaling a cloud of smoke. Taiga, in this matter, I am truly powerless. As far as I know, there has only ever been one person reverse summoned while practicing the summoning technique. My own student Jiraiya. Unfortunately, he's not in the village right now. I've already sent the AMBU to track him down. At these words, Ito Taiga let out a long sigh. Just then, with a sudden pop and a cloud of white smoke, a figure materialized at Ito Hiromi's desk. Instantly, every eye in the classroom turned toward him. Ito Hiromi looked around and saw not only the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, but also his own father and grandfather present, and even the infamous Shimura Danzo, known for his manipulative ways. Hey, hello everyone! What's going on here? Why so lively? Ito Hiromi asked, feigning a casual air. In truth, he had been prepared for this. His sudden disappearance from the classroom was bound to cause a commotion and draw attention from those with ulterior motives, though he now possessed Uchiha Madara as his summoning beast. Madara was not someone easily controlled. For the time being, commanding Uchiha Madara was all but impossible, let alone making this former demon of the ninja world his personal enforcer. At best, Madara might intervene to save him if his life were truly in danger. After all, if he died, Madara would revert to that flickering state of soul fire, and in his current form, that was almost indistinguishable from true resurrection. Back in the realm of the dead, Ito Hiromi had already resolved. He must never reveal anything about the system, nor should he expose the abnormal phenomenon of resurrection from the afterlife. For now, at least, all he needed to do was play ignorant, having mysteriously entered some unknown space, only to just as mysteriously return. After all, no one here had any way of proving otherwise. As soon as Hirofumi Ito finished speaking, his grandfather, Daikawa Ito, rushed forward in an instant and pulled his grandson into a tight embrace. My dear grandson, you nearly scared your grandfather to death. I'm already too old to handle a fright like this from now on. Whatever you want to do, Grandpa will agree, but you must promise never to disappear so. Suddenly again, seeing his son reappear, Aoyama Ito let out a long sigh of relief. If his son had vanished without a trace, he truly wouldn't know how to explain it to his wife. You're back. That's all that matters. You're back. Thank goodness. Neither Daikawa Ito nor Aoyama Ito cared about any issues with the reverse summoning technique. In their eyes, nothing was more important than Hirofumi Ito's safe return. Standing nearby, Hiruzen Sarutobi was burning with curiosity about Hirofumi Ito's experiences during his disappearance. But seeing Daikawa Ito's overwhelming emotion, he refrained from interrupting. In truth, Sarutobi could entirely understand these feelings. If it had been his own grandson who'd vanished, he would have been just as worried. However, Danzo Shimura showed no such understanding. Leaning heavily on his cane, he strode directly up to Hirofumi Ito. Hirofumi Ito, I am Danzo Shimura, elder of the Hidden Leaf Village. Tell us what you have just experienced. Why did you vanish so suddenly? And what happened after you disappeared? Hirofumi Ito hurriedly patted his grandfather Daikawa Ito on the shoulder. The old man's surge of emotion was so intense that his tears and snot were in danger of landing on him. Grandpa, I'm perfectly fine. There's no need to worry. Hirofumi Ito, I'm asking you a question. Danzo broke in again, his tone harsh and unfeeling. Sarutobi's brow furrowed ever so slightly at Danzo's lack of empathy. Danzo, The child has only just returned. Don't push him so hard. Fine, I understand, Danzo grumbled. Hirofumi Ito first reassured his grandfather, then nodded to his father. Aoyama Ito, silently signaling that he was all right. Seeing this, Aoyama gave a slight nod. In return, Lord Hokage, Hirofumi Ito walked directly to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, deliberately ignoring Danzo, standing off to the side. Sarutobi noticed this small gesture and felt quite satisfied. So you're Hirofumi Ito. What a well-mannered and thoughtful child you are. Your grandfather served under me many years ago. There's no need to be so formal with me. You may call me Grandpa Third or Grandpa Hokage, whichever you like, Sarutobi said kindly. Hirofumi Ito's face lit up with delight. He understood well the secure position his family held in the village, and his childlike appearance made for the perfect cover. Really, Grandpa Hokage? Hirofumi asked, his excitement just right. Of course you can, Sarutobi replied with a hearty laugh. It had to be said, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, truly was a masterful political leader. If Hirofumi Ito weren't a transmigrator, just these few brief words would have been enough to win his favor. At the same time, this conversation skillfully drew the Hokage and the Ito clan closer together. After all, both the current and previous heads of the family were present. The Hokage began by mentioning his past connection with Daiga Ito, subtly narrowing the distance between himself and the Ito clan. Then he treated Hirofumi as if he were his own grandchild, hinting that they were all one family. Danzo, standing to the side, couldn't help but darken his expression when he saw Hirofumi completely ignore him, a senior elder of Konoha. So, Hirofumi, can you tell Grandpa Hokage what just happened? All of us here are very curious, Hiruzen Sarutobi asked. Gently, Hirofumi scratched his head, putting on an innocent look as he replied, Grandpa Hokage, to be honest, I'm not really sure what happened myself. Irika-sensei was explaining how summoning jutsu works and how to form the hand seals, so I followed along and tried a few seals. Then before I knew it, I found myself in a strange place. I really have no idea where that was. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi realized that Hirofumi's disappearance had been caused by a reverse summoning technique, and the place he'd arrived at was likely one of the renowned 3 great sage regions of the ninja world. Did you encounter any unusual creatures? The Hokage asked, probing further. Well, no, I didn't. There was nothing there at all. I didn't see anything out of the ordinary. I wandered around aimlessly for a bit, and then I came back, Hirofumi answered calmly. At those words, Hiruzen Sarutobi furrowed his brow slightly. How could that be? When Jiraiya first entered Mount Myabaka, he had immediately met the Toad Sage and begun learning sage techniques. If Hirofumi really did enter one of the sage lands, it was impossible for him not to see any creatures. Could it be that the place wasn't a sage land at all? Or perhaps Hirofumi hadn't been accepted? Or was the boy hiding something? I see. Hiruzen softened his tone and continued. Then, Hirofumi, did you notice anything else interesting or make any special discoveries? If you did, could you share them with Grandpa Hokage? He hoped to find some clues in Hirofumi's answer to confirm whether the boy really had visited one of the legendary 3 great sage regions. Hirofumi put on a thoughtful expression. After a moment, his eyes lit up. Something interesting. Actually, yes. Oh, what is it? Hiruzen's gaze sharpened with anticipation. Could it be that Konoha was about to see another prodigy like Jiraiya? If so, that would be wonderful. The village was in a difficult period. 2 of his 3 disciples had either left or defected, leaving the next generation somewhat lacking in strength. Grandpa Hokage, it's actually nothing particularly interesting. Howen explained, it's just that I had this strange feeling, as if I had arrived too early. Yes, it was that kind of sensation, like something was telling me the time hasn't come yet. Once I felt that, I came back. Hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi pondered himself. Arrived too early. It seems this child has already gained some sort of recognition from that place, but the timing isn't right. Or perhaps he's still too weak, so he was sent back? How peculiar. Back in the day, Jiraiya never encountered such a situation. Still, this counts as good news. According to Howen, he'll have another chance to visit that place in the future, and he might even be fully accepted. This is something I should mention to Jiraiya. He has experience, and perhaps he could even take Howen as his disciple. Even without this extraordinary encounter, Howen's talent is remarkable. On top of that, he's the young leader of the Ito clan. While it's not a major family, it's Still more than enough to be Jiraiya's student. I'll wait for Jiraiya to return and discuss it with him in detail. As these thoughts ran through his mind, the third Hokage Sarutobi reached out and gently ruffled Ito Howin's hair. If anything interesting happens again in the future, you can come and tell Grandpa Hokage directly. I'm quite interested in these matters too. You might not know, but one of my students once experienced something similar. While performing a summoning technique, he accidentally entered another space. Your experiences are remarkably alike. Ito Howin looked up with curiosity. Really, Grandpa Hokage? Though he acted surprised, in his heart he understood that Hiruzen was talking about none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Of course it's true. When the time comes, I'll arrange for you to meet. My student is a truly powerful ninja. At those words, the people in the room reacted in their own ways. Shimura Danzo frowned deeply, clearly displeased. This brat had originally been his target, but now it seemed Hiruzen intended for Jiraiya to take the boy as his disciple. Meanwhile, Ito Yamato and his son Ito Aoyama could hardly contain their excitement. They knew exactly who the third Hokage meant by his student, and his hint was obvious. He wanted Jiraiya to take Howin under his wing. This was a stroke of incredible fortune. With guidance from one of the Sannin, Howin's future would be limitless. Hokage-sama, thank you so much. Howin's father, Ito Aoyama, immediately bowed deeply to Hiruzen Sarutobi. No need for such formality. Day has been a loyal subordinate for many years. Seeing his grandson achieve great things brings me joy as well. Hiruzen was about to continue when Danzo interrupted from the side. Hiruzen, Danzo, if you have something to discuss, let's talk at the Hokage building. And with that, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo left the room one after the other. Yamato Ito and Aoyama Ito also took their leave in turn. After all, classes at the Ninja Academy had to continue, and it wouldn't do for everyone to linger here for too long. Irika looked around the classroom. Noticing that all the students wore expressions of intense curiosity, he knew that if he tried to go on with the lesson now, no one would really pay attention. Besides, he himself was deeply intrigued by what had just happened to Howin. So he simply announced a short break, letting everyone move about freely. Upon hearing this, Naruto Uzumaki jumped up in excitement, dashing straight over to Howin Ito's side. Arika-sensei is the best. Howin, tell me, what on earth happened to you just now? That was amazing. Was it some kind of special ninjutsu? Or did you disappear in an instant? All the other students in the room turned to look their way, curiosity lighting up their faces. Just then, Naruto suddenly grew bashful, glancing at Howin with a hint of confusion in his eyes. For some reason, he felt as though his good friend had changed somehow. Strangely, it was a feeling reminiscent of the one he got from that stuck-up Sasuke. No, that can't be. Naruto shook the thought from his mind. That's impossible. Howin is my friend. How could he possibly resemble that arrogant Sasuke? Howin, why do I feel like you're different somehow? Naruto finally blurted out, unable to hold the question in any longer. Not far away, Sasuke, overhearing this, paused in surprise. So even this idiot senses it too, he thought. From a moment Howin Ito appeared, Sasuke had felt that something about him had changed, though he couldn't put his finger on exactly what it was. He couldn't shake the sense that some invisible tie now connected the two of them. Unlike the boisterous Naruto, Howin gave Sasuke the impression of sharing something deep and familiar, almost as if they came from the same bloodline. Could he be my half-brother? No, that's absurd. Sasuke pondered, or perhaps could he possess the blood of the Uchiha clan? As this possibility crossed his mind, Sasuke's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. When Howin heard Naruto's question, he froze for a moment. He hadn't expected Naruto's perception to be so keen. Indeed, my body has changed, he thought to himself, now that I possess Indra's chakra. Could this be the legendary attraction between the chakras of Indra and Azura? Damn it! Howin cried inwardly. Naruto, your best friend is supposed to be Sasuke Uchiha. Don't look at me like that with those strange eyes. I am the true Hokage. Ida Hirofumi repeated calmly, echoing the words he had just spoken to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Inside the classroom, none of the students were paying attention to the lesson anymore. The events that had just unfolded were simply too exciting. Meanwhile, in the office within the Hokage Tower, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat with a pipe between his lips, exhaling a slow stream of smoke that veiled his expression in a hazy shroud. Across from him sat Danzo, Shimura, his gaze sharp and piercing. Hiruzen, what do you make of today's events? Danzo asked bluntly, wasting no time. What do I make of them? While I look at them with my own eyes, of course, Hiruzen replied, feigning an air of ease. Danzo narrowed his eyes ever so slightly, his tone turning grave. Hiruzen, you know exactly what I mean. At these words, Hiruzen raised an eyebrow, pretending not to understand. No, I'm afraid I don't know what you're getting at. Danzo gripped his cane tightly, speaking without pretense. Hiruzen, hand over Itu Hirofumi to me. I will train him into a fine ninja, a pillar of Konohagakure. Danzo, don't you think you're overreaching? Hiruzen shot back. Your root organization recruits dozens of outstanding shinobi every year. Surely you don't need Ita Hirofumi as well. Hiruzen, everything I do is for the sake of the village. Danzo's voice rose in protest. Hearing that all too familiar justification, Hiruzen drew a deep breath from his pipe, a cold chuckle echoing in his mind. Everything for the village. How convenient. Hiruzen, why are you silent? Danzo pressed, breaking the stillness. Hiruzen's answer was resolute. Danzo, there's nothing more to discuss. Ita Hirofumi will not be handed over to you. I've already summoned Jiraiya back to the village. He'll be Hirofumi's mentor. Danzo's brow furrowed, his dissatisfaction plain. Hiruzen, don't you think you're being overly possessive? First Uchiha Sasuke, then the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and now Ita Hirofumi as well. Why must you always hoard the best talent? Danzo fixed his lone eye on Hiruzen, who sat beneath the Hokage's stately hat. Danzo, watch your words. Hiruzen thundered. What do you mean I'm greedy? I am the Hokage of the Hidden Leaf. Everything I do is for the village. Danzo fell silent for a moment, thrown off by having his own words used against him. Hiruzen, Danzo shouted angrily. There's no need to say more, Danzo. Hiruzen cut him off. Ita Hirofumi will not join the route. I advise you to let go of that idea. Hiruzen, you'll regret this. Danzo threatened. Danzo, I am the Hokage, Hiruzen declared, his voice ringing with authority. You. Danzo was left speechless, unable to refute the truth. Yes, you stand above us all, the Hokage, the great tree with spreading branches and lush leaves. And what am I? I am but a root hidden away in darkness. Danzo, is there anything else? Hiruzen asked calmly. If not, I must return to my duties. Danzo gave a dismissive grunt, but said nothing more. I understand. Danzo let out a cold snort, stood up, and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. The office returned to silence. Hiruzen Tsurutobi sat at the Hokage's desk, his thoughts drifting back to what Hirofumi Ito had just mentioned. When it came to the three great sanctuaries, he truly knew very little. In fact, his three students knew far more about these places than he did. Unfortunately, Orochimaru had already defected from the Leaf, Tsunade had left the village in the wake of grief and injury, and Jiraiya wandered the world like a wayward traveler. Thinking of this, Tsurutobi let out a long sigh and picked up the documents on his desk, beginning to read. He felt no worry regarding Hirofumi Ito, nor did he doubt the truth of what the young man had said. The Ito clan had always been loyal supporters of the Hokage. In his youth, the previous clan head, Taiga Ito, had once served on Sarutobi's personal guard and now lived out his twilight years in peace at home. The current head, Aoyama Ito, was equally devoted to the Hokage. From every angle, Hirofumi Ito was a junior worthy of trust. Meanwhile, after classes ended at the Ninja Academy, Hirofumi Ito walked home alone, replaying the day's events in his mind. He hadn't expected that his actions would not only draw the attention of the third Hokage, but even disturb Danzo Shimura. Hirofumi's opinion of the third Hokage was complicated. In his youth, Hiruzen Tsurutobi had been hailed as a paragon among shinobi, but in his later years he revealed a host of shortcomings. Soft in his dealings with outsiders, yet ruthless within the village, allowing his close friend Danzo to run rampant, which had ultimately driven Tsukumo Hatake to suicide. Diplomatic compromises that indirectly led to the death of Hayashi Hyuga's twin, and as for his three disciples, they had either defected or left the village behind. What irked Hirofumi most was Hiruzen's handling of Naruto Uzumaki. On one hand, making Naruto's status as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki an open secret, causing the boy to become the object of the villagers' disdain. On the other, pretending to be Naruto's protector to win his trust, claiming that hiding Naruto's parentage was for his own protection. When even the common villagers know he's the Nine-Tails vessel. How is that any different from making it public? Hirofumi thought to himself. Even so, Hirofumi was certain the third Hokage would not act against him. If anything, Hiruzen was more likely to try to win him over. Just as today at the Ninja Academy, Sarutobi's words had hinted at hoping Jiraiya would take Hirofumi as a disciple, so there was no need to worry about Hiruzen resorting to underhanded tactics. Danzo Shimura, on the other hand, was a different story, a man notorious for pursuing his goals by any means necessary. Judging by today's events, it was highly likely Danzo had already set his sights on Hirofumi. Just then, he sensed a ripple from his summoning space. Brat. Uchiha Madara's expression was thunderous. Hirofumi continued walking toward the clan compound, gathering chakra within himself to enter the summoning space, where Madara Uchiha was already waiting for him, his face dark as a storm. Ever since I obtained Indra's chakra, although I haven't felt a significant boost in my strength, I've noticed that my control over chakra has become much more instinctive. The speed at which I could draw out chakra from within has taken a qualitative leap, and even my body seems to be undergoing changes I don't yet fully understand. Still, these are all positive signs. I can clearly sense myself growing stronger by the day. Within the summoning space, my chakra clone stood facing Uchiha Madara. "What's the matter, Madara?" Brat. "You sure address me as you please." He sneered. "Isn't this the real you?" I replied, "I must admit, your performance in front of Hiruzen Sarutobi was truly nauseating. The way you acted all pure and innocent, like a saintly lotus flower." I looked at Uchiha Madara helplessly. Did he really summon me here just to criticize me? So how should I address you? "What about the man who's the god of shinobi?" I teased. "Given my current lack of power, shouldn't I act a little more obedient? Otherwise, what if I get wiped out one day? If you were really willing to follow my orders like a summoning beast, I'd challenge Hiruzen Sarutobi right now and make myself Hokage." "Enough! Stop spouting nonsense," Madara snapped. He seemed somewhat wary of my words. After all, I often joked about the peculiar relationship between him and Hashirama Senju, as if there was some deeper bond there. "What did you want to discuss?" I asked, noting the serious look settling on Madara's face. "Who is this Shimura Danzo?" he demanded. His question made me raise an eyebrow. I hadn't expected Madara to inquire about Shimura Danzo. Could he have sensed the presence of Sharingan on Danzo? He's a member of Konoha's current Council of Elders and also the head of Root. I explained, cunning and treacherous, to say the least. Although Madara didn't fully grasp my choice of words, he could tell it wasn't meant as praise. "Shimura Danzo." Madara frowned deeply. "But why does he have the chakra signature of Uchiha Sharingan?" And his expression grew even heavier, as if he'd made another troubling discovery. Just now, he hadn't only sensed the Sharingan's presence on Danzo. There was another, far more familiar aura, one that resonated with his own power. It was Senju Hashirama's chakra. "Isn't it perfectly normal for him to have the Sharingan's chakra?" I replied, "His entire right arm is implanted with Sharingan after all." My words left Madara utterly stunned. As a being summoned into the sealed space within me, Madara could perceive what happened outside. As long as I didn't isolate the sealed space from the outside world, he could use my senses to clearly understand everything going on around me. Just now, he had indeed sensed the fluctuation of Sharingan chakra, and also noticed that one of Danzo Shimura's eyes was sealed with a bandage. But now this boy was claiming that the entire arm was covered in Sharingan. Since when had Uchiha Sharingan become so commonplace? Madara was astonished. What concerned him even more was that the bandaged arm clearly carried the chakra aura of Hashirama Senju. "Kid, what is going on here?" "What else do you know?" Madara asked in a deep voice. "I know a lot more than you might imagine," Ito Hiromi replied easily. "Which part are you interested in?" "What do you mean by a whole arm full of Sharingan?" Madara pressed directly. "Well," Ito Hiromi deliberately drew out his words, "I do know the answer, but why should I tell you?" "You brat. Don't push your luck." Madara's tone grew annoyed. This boy was becoming more insolent by the minute, emboldened by the fact that Madara couldn't act against him within the confines of the sealed space. Since the Warring States era, apart from that honest man, Hashirama Senju, no one had ever dared speak to him this way. Anyone else who tried had long since met their end. "How about this?" Madara Ito Hiromi proposed. "I'll tell you the whole story behind Danzo and his arm. In exchange, you guide me in my training. What do you think?" Ito Hiromi knew very well that it was impossible to make Madara Uchiha obey his orders completely. After all, this Uchiha legend was proud and unyielding. Expecting absolute loyalty in exchange for a single piece of information was simply unrealistic, but asking Madara to act as a mentor and offer guidance seemed much more feasible. After all, in terms of combat experience and mastery of ninjutsu, no one could rival Madara. More importantly, I now possess Indra's chakra. If I can be taught by Madara Uchiha, the very reincarnation of Indra himself, my progress will undoubtedly skyrocket. Moreover, possessing Indra's chakra means I am essentially the source of the Uchiha bloodline myself. So I should be able to awaken the Sharingan as well. You want me to teach you? Madara scoffed coldly, brat. You certainly have some nerve. I have never taken on a disciple in my life. So will you teach me, or not? If you refuse, I'll just walk away. And as for those little truths you're after, you can figure them out on your own. Ito Hiromi turned, as if to leave. Damn it. When did I say I wouldn't teach you? It's just training a brat after all. Fine, I'll do it. Now hurry up and tell me what's going on with that Danzo Shimura. Hearing Madara finally agree to mentor him. A faint smile curled on Ito Hiromi's lips. Damn brat. There it is again. That smug, infuriating expression. Madara growled, you don't get it. This is called the Smirking Dragon King look, Ito Hiromi said with mock pride. Smirking Dragon King? All I see is that crooked grin. Makes me want to slap it right off your face, Madara retorted, his irritation barely contained. Do you still want to know the truth? Ito Hirofumi asked calmly. I do. Of course I do. Uchiha Madara ground his teeth as he replied. The truth is actually quite simple. The Uchiha clan was wiped out. Every single one of their eyes was taken. That Danzo you saw today, his arm is sealed with a Mangekyo Sharingan, and he's had an entire arm transplanted with Sharingan eyes. Ito Hirofumi recounted this terrifying fact with a steady voice. Uchiha Madara was so shocked he could hardly believe it. What did you say? The Uchiha clan was exterminated? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could the Uchiha clan be destroyed? Boy, don't spout such nonsense here. Ito Hirofumi glanced at Madara with a kind of helplessness. See, you asked me to tell you, and when I do, you don't believe me. Do you want me to take you to the Uchiha district right now? It's nothing but an empty city now, like a ghost village. Impossible. You must be lying to me. Didn't you just say the Uchiha clan was destroyed? But I clearly saw another Uchiha student in your class today. You must mean Uchiha Sasuke. He's the only Uchiha left in the Leaf Village now. As for outside the village, there is one more. His older brother, Uchiha Itachi Madara's heart was already beginning to accept what Ito Hirofumi was saying, but he still struggled to face the truth. Even though the Uchiha clan betrayed him all those years ago, it was still his clan, the once illustrious Uchiha of the Warring States era. Was it really wiped out just like that? Was it really gone? Madara's feelings were a tangled mess. Kid, I know you're privy to many secrets, so tell me, how exactly was the Uchiha clan destroyed? What happened? Who was behind it? As he spoke those last words, Madara's chakra grew heavy and oppressive, even though Ito Hirofumi was only a chakra projection. The sense of pressure in that summoning space was unmistakable. Seeing Madara seated there, Ito Hirofumi simply sat down as well. It's a long story, he began. Then keep it short and to the point, Madara interrupted. The origins go all the way back to the Warring States era. At those words, Madara froze. The Warring States era? That was my time. The Uchiha clan was at its peak then. What could that era possibly have to do with our destruction? Ito Hirofumi went on. During the Warring States period, two extraordinarily powerful shinobi emerged. One was Senja Hashirama, the other was Uchiha Madara. As he listened, Madara's expression grew increasingly unsettled. Boy, I'm asking you how the Uchiha clan was destroyed and who did it. Why are you talking about the Warring States era? I lived through that era myself. How could I not know what happened back then? Please don't be impatient. Ito Hirofumi soothed him. Brat, my patience has its limits. If you keep stalling, don't ever expect me to guide you again. All right, I'll keep it brief and short. After the second Hokage Tobirama Senju took office, he began to suppress the Uchiha clan relentlessly. I'm well aware of that. That detestable Tobirama Senju. He was always branding the Uchiha as evil in my eyes. Tobirama was the most sinister one in this world. Exactly, later on the third Hokage of the Leaf Village, along with Danzo Shimura, the man you met today, were both Tobirama's students. When they rose to power, they inherited Tobirama's prejudice and hostility toward the Uchiha. As these revelations about the Uchiha's fate came to light, Uchiha Madara's face grew darker than a thundercloud, so the upper echelons of Konoha saw the Uchiha as a dangerous, unstable threat. With the tacit approval of the third Hokage Hiruzen Tsurutobi, it was Danzo Shimura who orchestrated the massacre. In the end, the Uchiha were slaughtered to the last, leaving only Uchiha Sasuke alive within the village. Madara's voice was low, every word laced with killing intent. "That's right," Ito Hirofumi answered calmly. "And the rest is all too easy to imagine." The Sharingan eyes of the fallen Uchiha were all gouged out. That sly old fox Danzo even transplanted a row of 3 tomo Sharingan onto his own arm. A dangerous light flickered in Madara's eyes. So Brat, the masterminds really were Hiruzen Tsurutobi and Danzo Shimura? Precisely. Then who carried out the deed? Madara pressed. Don't tell me the entire Leaf Village joined forces to wipe out the Uchiha. The Uchiha's power was nothing to scoff at. I can't believe those 2 alone could wipe them out. You're wrong about that. A mysterious smile crept onto Ito Hirofumi's face. No one else in the village took part, not even Hiruzen Tsurutobi or Danzo Shimura themselves lifted a hand. Then who was the executioner? Madara's patience was clearly at its end. It was Uchiha Itachi. Madara's eyes widened in disbelief. Uchiha Itachi, the same survivor you mentioned earlier, the one outside the leaf. He was one of the Uchiha. Why would he turn on his own kin? Madara was beside himself with agitation. He simply couldn't comprehend that the destruction of the Uchiha had come from their own bloodline. Such betrayal was even harder to stomach than if Hashirama Senju had suddenly turned cunning and devious. I only promised to tell you the source of the Sharingan on Danzo's arm. I never agreed to reveal anything more, Ito Hirofumi said slyly. Any further details will require extra payment, Brat. What more do you want? Madara glared at him. Raise your offer. Lend me your strength once. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Madara refused with unwavering certainty. Hearing this answer, Hirofumi Ito felt a twinge of disappointment. But it was just as he had expected. He knew well that a single piece of information was far from enough to win over a legend of the ninja world. He had only asked out of sliver of hope. Nothing more. Well, that's that, he said with a shrug. I've told you everything I needed to. Starting today, you have to guide my training properly. I trust that the mighty Shura of the ninja world would never go back on his word. After all, there's a chance I could summon Hashirama Senju in the future. Surely you wouldn't want him to find out that Uchiha Madara is a man who breaks his promises, would you? When he finished, a burst of triumphant laughter escaped him. Humph, you little rascal. Who do you take? Me for? Madara snorted coldly. Since I've given my word to teach you, I'll keep my promise and guide your training well. But be warned, my teaching methods are strict. I hope you can endure it. Glad you agreed. I'm almost home. Let's talk later. With that, Hirofumi Ito's figure faded from the summoning realm, leaving Madara alone, his expression gradually turning grave. The fall of the Uchiha clan had dealt him a heavy blow. Yet the mix of emotions swirling inside him was hard to put into words. Even if in his eyes those people were all traitors, they were still his blood, his clan. After a while, Madara shook off thoughts of the Uchiha's fate. Humph, that infuriating brat. Didn't he want me to teach him fair and square? Heh, I'll teach him. All right, the terms of our contract prevent me from harming him directly, but during training, I'll have plenty of chances to put him through the ringer. A chilling, sinister laugh slipped out, and Madara hurriedly clapped a hand over his mouth. Damn, that laugh is ridiculous. When did I start picking up habits from that kid? Still, it does feel strangely satisfying. Another wicked chuckle rumbled at his throat. Father, mother, I'm home. Hirofumi called out. You're back, Hirofumi. A middle-aged woman in comfortable home clothes hurried out to greet him. This was Hanako Ito, Hirofumi's mother in this life. Hanako Ito had once been an ordinary ninja with no family name. She met Aoyama Ito during a mission in her youth, and after falling in love, they married. Since Hanako had no family name, she took her husband's surname upon marriage, becoming a member of the Ito clan. Mother, what delicious food did you make today? It smells amazing. Today I made your favorite, sweet and sour pork and four-joy meatballs. Because Hirofumi Ito was reborn with memories of his previous life, over the years he had introduced all sorts of unusual things to his family, the most popular of which were his culinary creations. That's understandable, after all. The culinary culture in the world of Naruto is rather plain. Ramen and barbecue are already considered delicacies at the top of The chain, aside from food and a few small inventions, Hirofumi Ito had also thought about introducing technological knowledge from his previous life into this world. However, he soon realized that he simply didn't possess the talent for invention, and more importantly, the path of technological development here was utterly different from the world he came from. Many theoretical principles simply couldn't be applied. A few years ago, he gave a try for a while, but eventually abandoned the idea. Hirofumi Ito truly lacked the inventive genius of someone like Orochimaru, but today's events at the academy had a profound impact on him. Hanako Ito was completely unaware of what had happened, and both Aoma Ito and Taiga Ito chose to keep silent, believing that telling their mother would only add to her worries. Since Hirofumi had returned home safely, they decided not to speak of it. After dinner, Hirofumi Ito returned to his room, mulling over the changes brought by unexpectedly binding with the system today. This forced him to rethink his future. Originally, his plan was simply to train his chakra as much as possible to experience firsthand the wondrous power that only a transmigrator could. As for becoming a savior, he was well aware that he wasn't the protagonist of this story, and he knew his own limitations. His plan was to rely on strong allies like Naruto, find a beautiful wife, settle down for a peaceful life, and occasionally visit a specialty hot spring or drop by an izakaya to chat with the enthusiastic waitresses. After all, this world really did have the kind of unique services that Jiraiya was fond of. He'd already lived a hard life in his previous world. Didn't he deserve to enjoy himself this time around? But the appearance of the system changed everything. More importantly, he had obtained a formidable summoning beast, Uchiha Madara. Now that he had Indra's chakra, reaching a power level on par with Uchiha Madara was no longer out of the question. He could no longer accept an ordinary life. Who wouldn't want to experience firsthand the passion, friendship, and bonds of the Naruto world? Deep down, Hirofumi Ito harbored an ambition shared by many from China, a desire to bring honor to his ancestors and achieve greatness. Although achieving certain traditional feats wasn't possible in this world, to receive the mandate of heaven and enjoy a long, prosperous life was a goal worth pursuing, especially in a world with a well-defined nation-state system. Thinking of all these possibilities, Hirofumi's heart raced with excitement. As for the summoning abilities provided by the system, he had already learned that it came in 5 ranks: white, green, blue, purple, and gold, corresponding to Genin, Chunin, Jonin, Elite Jonin, and Kage-level power. He wasn't interested in weak ninjas of the white or green rank. After all, in this world, simply amassing numbers rarely led to a true leap in strength. Don't even mention 100,000 lower-level ninja. I'm afraid even 1,000,000 of them wouldn't be enough for someone like Uchiha Madara to slaughter single-handedly. That's why my focus has to be on gathering elite combat power. While I can't expect all of them to be Kage-level fighters, at the very least they need to be Jonin, right? As for Chunin and Genin, not only is their fighting strength negligible, I doubt I could extract anything valuable from them. Those low-level ninjutsu techniques no longer interest me, since I can now learn directly from Uchiha Madara. When it comes to promises Madara has made, I trust him. Despite his arrogance, he always keeps his word. With that in mind, I closed my eyes and gathered chakra, entering the summoning dimension. The moment I set foot in the summoning space, I was stunned. The great Uchiha Madara, the very Shura of the ninja world. What was he doing at that moment? Building a house. Yes, that's right. Madara was actually building a house. The environment here was breathtaking. Verdant mountains and clear water, birds singing, flowers blooming, like a complete little world of its own. There were even wild animals roaming around. I didn't quite understand what sort of existence this summoning space was, and could only marvel at the system's power. Madara had already prepared a pile of timber and was using fire release to char the wood. Beside the wood, a foundation had been neatly laid using earth release ninjutsu. Madara, are you busy? I asked cautiously. If annoying brat. Madara was clearly displeased at being caught in this situation. Obviously, building houses wasn't something Madara was used to. Ask him to kill, and he'd make short work of it, but building a house, that was a bit much even for him. In the past, when he traveled with Hashirama, Hashirama always took care of building houses. After all, Hashirama could clap his hands and conjure up any building with ease. After Madara left the hidden leaf village, he simply found a cave to make do with. Although this summoning space had a beautiful environment, the only downside was the lack of shelter. Just the sky as his blanket, the earth as his bed. A bit bored, Madara decided to try his hand at building a house. He never expected to be caught by me like this. He glared at me, his eyes full of suspicion. What's with this kid's expression? Is he mocking me? Damn it, that strange smile. He must be laughing at me, right? Is it really so odd for the Shura of the ninja world to build a house? Madara, if you need anything, you could just tell me. I explained this world belongs to me, so changing the environment is easy. As soon as I finished speaking, I snapped my fingers. A 3-story mansion instantly appeared before Madara's eyes. For a moment, the always proud Madara couldn't help but show a rare look of surprise. He glanced at the timber he'd cut with such effort, then at the foundation he'd just built with earth release, and a surge of anger welled up inside him. Damn it, Madara thought to himself, if I'd known this brat had such an ability, why would I have bothered hacking away at trees here? He's clearly just doing this on purpose to make a fool of me. Madara Uchiha's gaze sharpened, his eyes fixed on Hirofumi, brimming with murderous intent. Yet Hirofumi remained blissfully unaware of the danger. Instead, he was feeling quite pleased with himself. I've built such a luxurious residence for this legendary ninja. Surely he'll teach me ninjutsu properly now. For an ordinary ninja, having an excellent teacher is absolutely crucial. Though of course geniuses are the exception. The more Madara looked at Hirofumi, the more irritated he felt. Not only had he inexplicably become this kid's summoned beast, he'd also been made the butt of a joke. With that thought, Madara strode forward and kicked open the villa's grand doors. With a resounding crash, the door swung inward. Brat, what do you want now? If there's nothing else, I'm going to rest. Madara's tone was icy cold. Hirofumi, of course, had no intention of letting Madara retreat to sleep just yet. After all, Madara had already promised to teach him. Though Hirofumi's father and grandfather, Aoyama Itu and Taiga Aikuru, were both jonin, their strength simply couldn't compare with Madara Uchiha's. So, as if returning to his own home, Hirofumi followed Madara straight into the villa's interior. In truth, Hirofumi was utterly fascinated by this summoning space. Here he felt as if he wielded the power of a creator. In theory, he could even subdue Madara Uchiha with ease within this space. Whatever he wished to create, he could do so effortlessly here. But only within the confines of the summoning realm. It was impossible to bring anything created here into the real world. At the moment, the villa inside was still completely empty. There was no furniture whatsoever. Not even a most basic decor. Seeing this, Hirofumi snapped his fingers again, and one after another, tables, chairs, sofas, coffee tables, and all kinds of furnishings began to appear throughout the villa. Standing nearby, Madara watched the scene with deep curiosity. Strangely enough, he couldn't sense even a trace of chakra flow, which meant these objects were truly materializing from thin air. This ability was nothing short of astonishing. The boy was becoming more and more mysterious, harder and harder to see through. What puzzled Madara even more was the inexplicable connection he felt with this youth. If the child's surname had been Uchiha, perhaps such a feeling would make sense. But he was clearly an Itu entirely unrelated to the Uchiha clan. Where did this strange sense of familiarity come from? As all sorts of furniture continued to appear, a dining table materialized out of nowhere, heaped high with a sumptuous feast. Although Madara's current state was nearly indistinguishable from true resurrection, his body fully restored, he was still instantly drawn in by the delicious aroma wafting from the food. Brat, you can conjure up food too? Madara couldn't help but ask. Hirofumi Ito simply raised an eyebrow and responded softly, Tisich. Upon witnessing this, Uchiha Madara felt a wave of irritation surge within him. Hirofumi Ito paid no mind to Madara's reaction. He went straight to the table, sat down, and called out, Madara, come over and have something to eat. You troublesome brat. Do you think you can tempt me with food? Madara snorted. Let me tell you, you're sorely mistaken. I am the feared Shura of the ninja world. Uchiha Madara, do you think a few strange dishes will make me grateful to you? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if I have to hurl myself off this villa and die, I will never eat a single bite of your food. The words had barely left his lips when Madara's stomach let out a loud, unmistakable growl. Hirofumi Ito looked at Madara's belly in surprise, while Madara himself felt a flush of embarrassment. His proud declaration had just been mercilessly exposed by his own body's protest, and shame washed over him. Damn it. Madara cursed inwardly. Back in my day, I tasted every delicacy imaginable. But I've never seen food like this brat makes. What are these bizarre things? Why do they look so different? And that aroma, it's unbelievably tempting. Madara, don't be so stubborn. It's just a meal together. What's the big deal? Hirofumi Ito said. Besides, I never planned to win you over with a single dinner. Sure, becoming my summoning beast must feel humiliating and unfair to you. But haven't I left you free? I've never forced you to do anything for me, have I? Hirofumi Ito spread his hands helplessly. Besides, all we did was form a summoning contract. I can't force you to do anything unless you agree. Now that you've been revived, you're alive again. A living, breathing person. If you don't eat, you'll starve. Me starve to death? Don't make me laugh. Madara scoffed. There are plenty of wild animals around here. If it comes to that, I'll just go hunt a few myself. Roasted meat is surely better than your fancy, overcomplicated food. At that, Hirofumi Ito simply extended a hand in a gesture of indifference. Suit yourself, in truth. Hirofumi Ito knew perfectly well that someone as powerful as Uchiha Madara would be fiercely proud, becoming someone else's. Summoning beast was bound to be intolerable for him. Yet Madara had no other choice. The power of the system left him unable to resist, and the contract restrictions meant he couldn't lay a hand on Hirofumi Ito. At the same time, Hirofumi Ito had never intended to order him around. He understood that even if he issued commands, the former ruler of the ninja world would simply ignore them out of pride. Rather than force obedience, it was better to build a good rapport with this proud and powerful ally. As for the future, Hirofumi Ito indeed had his own plans, and those ambitions would be impossible to realize without the aid of formidable companions. The formidable warriors summoned from the system are at present his greatest source of support, and the Hidden Leaf Village is his foundation. His strategy is clear. First, establish his own power base, then become Hokage of the Leaf, using the village as a stronghold and uniting it with these resurrected legendary shinobi, until he ultimately brings the entire ninja world under one banner. When that day comes, he might just become the one true emperor in shinobi history, a goal far more tangible than Madara Uchiha's Eye of the Moon plan. Seeing Ito Hirofumi's gesture inviting him to do as he pleased, Madara Uchiha let out a cold snort and promptly strode out of the villa. Ito Hirofumi, on the other hand, took his time, savoring the array of delicacies laid before him. It had to be said, this space truly was magical. The foods he conjured from thin air were in every sense, appearance, aroma, flavor, nothing short of exquisite. At first, Ito Hirofumi hadn't been sure what to create, so he casually recited a string of classic Chinese dishes from an old rhyme. Steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roast duck, roast baby chicken, roast goose, braised pork, braised duck, soy sauce chicken, cured meat, century egg, pork belly, air-dried meat, sausages, assorted sujo platters. To his astonishment, every single dish materialized before him. Madara Uchiha moved swiftly. In no time at all, he returned carrying a freshly prepared leg of lamb. It was undeniable. The convenience that came with great power. Judging by the state of the lamb, Madara had already roasted it with fire-release jutsu before bringing it back. But when he caught sight of the dazzling spread on Ito Hirofumi's table, then glanced at the charred lamb leg in his own hands, his expression grew rather complicated. For a moment, Madara nearly hurled the leg away in frustration. He silently cursed himself. Why had he never bothered to learn the art of cooking? Back in the Uchiha clan, servants had always tended to his daily needs. During his years in the Leaf, he'd never so much as set foot in a kitchen. Aside from the meals prepared by household staff, in his leisure time, he would often dine at Hashirama Senju's home. Though Hashirama was honest and straightforward, one had to admit, Mito Uzumaki's culinary skills were truly exceptional. It wasn't just Madara who thought so. Even the so-called sinister Tobarama Senju would frequently stop by to sample her cooking. Lost in these memories, Madara took a fierce bite of the lamb leg, only to spit it out a moment later. Damn it, the meat's completely burnt. With a splutter, Ito Hirofumi, who was enjoying some bear paw, couldn't help but burst into laughter. You brat. What are you laughing at? Madara barked in annoyance. Madara, don't be so stubborn, Ito Hirofumi replied, using Madara's name from the outside world. I just wanted to share a meal with you. There's no need to make things hard on yourself. I don't expect you to do anything for me just because of this. Honestly, I really admire you. not just for your strength, but for your ideals as well. And Ito Hirofumi genuinely meant every word. He had always admired the character Uchiha Madara from the anime Naruto. There was a unique charisma about Madara, not just because of his overwhelming strength and imposing presence, but also because of the depth of his philosophy. Anyone familiar with the story would know that deep down Madara yearned for peace. Otherwise, he would never have joined forces with Hashirama Senju to end the era of chaos and have found the Hidden Leaf Village together. When Madara and Hashirama were young, their greatest dream was to create a peaceful village, a place where children would no longer have to march onto the battlefield, and ordinary people could live in safety. Sometimes, Ito even wondered, if Madara had become the first Hokage of Konoha, perhaps the village would never have been plagued by so many complex conflicts. Who knows? Maybe the shinobi world could have achieved true unity back then. After all, at that time, Madara and Hashirama had both the power and the resolve to subdue the entire ninja world, with just a bit of effort to eliminate the forces unwilling to submit and to bring every village and nation together. Who could possibly stand against the combined might of Susanoo and Hashirama's would release? But alas, Hashirama was too merciful, or perhaps too much of an idealist. He believed that kindness and tolerance alone could bring about peace, which, in reality, was nothing short of a naive fantasy. If Hashirama's ideals truly worked, how could there have been so many wars that erupted afterward? Though Uchiha Madara orchestrated his own resurrection, his ultimate goal was to bring everlasting peace to the shinobi world. Unfortunately, he was deceived by the cunning Black Zetsu. Upon hearing Ito Hirofumi's words, Madara was taken aback. His gaze grew deep and unreadable. "You claim to understand my philosophy." Madara's tone was thick with mockery, a cold chuckle hanging in the air. "Do you really know what I believe in?" Faced with Madara's skepticism, Ito Hirofumi did not rush to defend himself. Instead, he calmly opened a bottle of drink, took a gentle sip, and looked at Madara with serene composure. Then he spoke. "One does not love only one's own parents, nor care solely for one's own children. Let the elderly live out their years, the able-bodied find their purpose, the young grow strong, and the lonely, widowed, orphaned, and disabled all be cared for." Rather than answer Madara's question directly, Ito quoted a passage from the Book of Rites, describing the vision of a perfect society. As these beautifully crafted words rang out, Madara's expression shifted from initial disdain to surprise, and finally to utter shock. His hand gripping the roasted lamb began to tremble uncontrollably. Earlier, when Ito Hirofumi spoke of uniting the shinobi world, Madara had dismissed him as nothing more than an arrogant youth. Even though Ito had demonstrated the ability to summon the spirits of the dead, Madara could not fathom why these legendary figures would follow the command of someone so young. What right did he have at his age to make such giants of history bow to him? Because of this, Madara paid no heed to Ito Hirofumi's words, dismissing them as the arrogant boasts of an ignorant youth who'd merely stumbled upon a stroke of luck. Yet, beneath his calm exterior, Uchiha Madara felt a fierce tremor deep within his heart. After hearing those words, he began to re-evaluate the young man standing before him. This Ito Hirofumi, especially when he recalled the ideals Ito had just described, they were the very dreams he and Hashirama Senju had shared in their youth. Though Madara had eventually left the Hidden Leaf Village, that childhood dream he once shared with Hashirama had never truly left him. Could the vision painted by Ito Hirofumi, could it really come true while Madara was lost in shock? Ito Hirofumi's voice echoed once more, "Madara, so what do you think? How about giving me the honor of sharing a meal together?" Looking at the young man before him, Madara let out a faint scoff, but the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled upward. "Humph. You're quite an amusing little brat, aren't you?" With a careless flick, Madara tossed aside the roasted lamb leg in his hand and strode over to sit down directly across from Ito Hirofumi, though he found himself intrigued by Ito's earlier words. In Madara's eyes, this young man was still just an inexperienced kid lacking true strength. Madara clung steadfastly to his own plans and convictions. Even if Ito Hirofumi hinted that he was being deceived, Madara would never so easily abandon his beliefs. After all, those were the dreams he and his dearest friend had built together. If he could cast aside his dreams so lightly, then he would no longer be Uchiha Madara. Still, this young man was worth paying attention to speak such words. Clearly, he was no ordinary person. his ideals, mirrored Madara's own from his youth, almost as if they had been carved from the same stone. At this thought, Madara felt a fleeting sense of disorientation, as if he saw a reflection of his younger self in Ita Hirofumi. The corners of Madara's lips curled into a subtle smile as he unceremoniously grabbed the food from the table and began eating heartily. Witnessing this, a slightly awkward smile crept onto Ita Hirofumi's face once again, just as Madara sank his teeth into a piece of pork knuckle. A sudden voice rang out from the void. Madara froze. He recognized that voice. It was unmistakably his own. In that instant, a wave of foreboding washed over him. Why did these words sound so painfully familiar? You think you can win my gratitude with a few strange dishes? Let me tell you, old man here, never, absolutely not. Even if I had to leap from my villa and die right here, I wouldn't take a single bite of your food. As the phantom voice faded, Ita Hirofumi looked at Madara, who was still chewing on the pork knuckle, a wry, knowing smile playing at his lips. Madara's face morphed through a dazzling array of colors. White, then green, then purple, then red, and finally back to a pale hue. The transformation was nothing short of spectacular. You wretched brat, Madara ground out through clenched teeth. Ita Hirofumi, meanwhile, feigned exaggerated surprise. Oh my, where's that sound coming from? How strange, but why does it sound so familiar to me? Chem? It isn't just familiar. I feel as though I've heard it somewhere before. Where could it have been? Madara, don't you also find this voice, and what it just said, incredibly familiar? With a loud crash, Uchiha Madara hurled the pig's trotter in his hand across the room. Though he was reluctant to part with such a delicious treat, he did it anyway. You brat. Didn't want me to train you in the ways of a shinobi? Then let's begin. Stop eating. Today, I'll give you a real lesson, so you'll finally understand what true training means. Madara's voice rang out sharp and commanding. Deep down, Madara knew he couldn't truly harm Ita Hirofumi. Some mysterious force would stop him if he tried, but as long as he had no intention of hurting the boy, this strange power wouldn't interfere. If he couldn't attack outright, then at least he could teach, couldn't he? Proper sparring was essential for lessons in ninjutsu and taijutsu. With that thought, a barely noticeable smirk crept onto Madara's lips. Listen well, brat. Today I'll show you what it means to be the demon of the shinobi world. Madara abandoned his meal, grabbed Hirofumi by the collar, and dragged him outside to the open ground in front of the villa. Hirofumi was overjoyed. This was exactly what he had been hoping. For, though it was impossible for Madara to truly fight him now, the legendary warrior had agreed to guide him in his training. Staring into Madara's furious eyes, Hirofumi knew this would be no easy lesson. Madara clearly intended to give him a hard time. But Hirofumi didn't mind. If it meant getting stronger, anything was worthwhile. After all, his opponent was the legendary Uchiha Madara. There was no shame in being pushed to your limits by such a figure. What's more, with such intense training, he might even awaken the Sharingan, especially since Indra's chakra now flowed within him. Fired up by this thought, Hirofumi decided to stoke Madara's temper even further. Madara, you'd better not disappoint me. If you say you'll train me, but I don't end up any stronger, wouldn't that be embarrassing for you? The great demon of the shinobi world, Uchiha Madara, can't possibly be worse than a simple instructor from the Ninja Academy, right? Irika-sensei may not be the strongest, but he's an excellent teacher. Don't tell me you can't even compare to a mid-level teacher. Now that would be a real laughingstock. Brat, watch closely. Madara couldn't tolerate the idea that he might be considered inferior to a mere academy instructor. A chunin. What's that worth? I could wipe out dozens with a single jutsu. Madara declared furiously. A shinobi's battle must be swift, precise, and ruthless. Before he even finished speaking, Madara grabbed Hirofumi and tossed him high into the air. In the next instant, Madara's figure vanished, only to reappear behind Hirofumi Ito. In the blink of an eye, before Hirofumi could even react, a heavy punch landed on him, sending him flying through the air. Because Uchiha Madara had no real intention of harming Hirofumi, the system did not place any restrictions on his actions. Kid, your reactions are far too slow. Is this all you've got? Pathetic. Madara criticized him mercilessly. I've never seen anyone weaker than you. Even a 6-year-old from the Uchiha clan would run circles around you. Slow, sluggish, weak, frail. You have almost no redeeming qualities. And with that kind of strength, you want to unite the ninja world? Don't make me laugh. People would die from the joke. Yet faced with Madara finally beginning to instruct him, Hirofumi Ito did not become discouraged. Instead, he was strangely exhilarated. The system had not restricted Madara's actions, and this confirmed that Madara was genuinely here to teach, not to kill him. Madara, come on, don't hold back just because I'm weak. Hirofumi's face twisted into a warped grin, his expression brimming with a feverish excitement. With a dull thud, Hirofumi was sent flying once more. Damn brat, that expression of yours is downright creepy, Madara barked, his voice sharp. Never make unnecessary moves or faces in a shinobi battle. That will only get you killed with no one left to bury you. The next morning, Hirofumi woke to a body racked with pain. Strangely, even though he existed in the summoning space as a form condensed from chakra, the pain from fighting Madara had been transmitted to his actual body, but to call it a fight would be generous. It was more like receiving a one-sided beating. Although Madara might have been motivated by a desire for payback, Hirofumi had to admit that Madara's instruction was earnest and thorough. After just one night of special training, Hirofumi felt he had gained a great deal. Madara hadn't used any ninjutsu on him. He didn't even demonstrate the most basic three-body technique, relying solely on his astounding physical prowess and masterful combat skills. Madara left Hirofumi utterly defenseless. One couldn't help but marvel at how fearsome the warriors of the Warring States era truly were, especially a top-tier figure like Madara Uchiha. In the past, Hirofumi had sparred with his father and grandfather, both seasoned jonin, but compared to Madara, their fighting skills seemed as naive as children at play. Now he finally understood why Madara always asked before a battle, "Do you wish to dance as well?" Because his fighting style really was like a deadly dance, graceful and dazzling, yet hiding a lethal intent. At this moment, Hirofumi felt that the system's gift of his first summoning had been almost too generous. Summoning Madara Uchiha was an incredible stroke of luck. The knowledge and skills that could be learned from him were beyond measure. Had he summoned Hashirama Senju, instead things might have turned out very differently. Imagine for a moment, if Hashirama were to teach me, he'd probably just clasp his hands together, summon a giant Buddha, and smash me straight into the ground. Then, brimming with enthusiasm, he'd ask, "Pretty good lesson, right?" The thought of such a scene makes me chuckle wryly. I slowly get to my feet, straightening out my disheveled clothes. Every bone in my body seems to protest, as if they're all about to fall apart. Blast it! My whole skeleton feels like it's coming undone. That wretched Uchiha Madara. He'd better not think about eating pig's trotters again. Last night, I discovered that Uchiha Madara has an unusual fondness for pig's trotters. When I asked about it out of curiosity, he dodged the question, offering no real explanation. Instead, he simply asked me to leave a large quantity of pig's trotters in the summoning space. Once inside the summoning space and sure that I had left, Uchiha Madara picked up a blank scroll and examined it closely. This was something I had created from thin air with my special ability. Even when he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan to scrutinize it, the scroll appeared perfectly ordinary, without a trace of anything out of the ordinary. This took Madara by surprise. It seemed my powers were even more extraordinary than he had imagined. Yet at this moment, Madara wasn't thinking about Ito Hiromi at all. Instead, he carefully unrolled the blank scroll and began to inscribe a sealing array upon it with great precision. For a master like him, crafting a sealing array was a trivial task. In just a short while, a brand new sealing scroll was complete. Gazing at his handiwork, Madara's lips curled into a rare, peculiar smile. Had Ito Hiromi been watching the summoning space just then, he would have noticed the uncharacteristic tenderness hidden within that smile. Next, Madara gathered up all the pig's trotters piled high in the kitchen, roasted, braised, five-spiced, and sealed them all into the scroll. He then tucked this pig's trotter-laden scroll close to his person. Madara remembered how Ito Hiromi had mentioned his ability to forge contracts with the spirits of Konoha's departed. That was the very reason Madara himself had been summoned and signed a summoning contract, which meant someday that blockhead Hashirama would likely appear in this summoning space too. And pig's trotters just happened to be Hashirama's favorite food. Madara imagined whipping out a scroll full of pig's trotters for him. Surely that blockhead would be over the moon with joy. As he pictured Hashirama's tearful gratitude, Madara's smile grew even wider. "Stupid Senju blockhead, you'd better thank me properly when the time comes." He let out a low, wicked laugh, relishing the thought. Curiously enough, after spending a whole night with Ito Hiromi, Madara found that his feelings of shame and anger had vanished. Whenever he faced Ito Hiromi, he always felt as though he were looking at another version of himself. This curious sensation only deepened his longing for Hashirama. Meanwhile, Ito Hiromi was entirely unaware of what had transpired in the summoning space. After all, he wasn't the sort to spy on others like the third Hokage and Sarutobi after washing up. He sat down at the breakfast table with his father, grandfather, and mother. Ito Hanako glanced at her son, a hint of worry flickering in her eyes. "Hiromi," she called softly. "What's the matter, mother?" Ito Hiromi asked curiously, unable to understand why his mother seemed so anxious. "Hiromi, did you not sleep well last night?" "Ah, I slept fine, I think. Why do you ask?" Hiromi glanced at his mother, Ito Hanako, with curiosity. He noticed the dark circles under her eyes and the faint weariness in her expression. The shadows beneath her eyes looked rather heavy, and she didn't seem to be in good spirits. Hanako spoke gently, then asked in a slightly probing manner, "Hiromi, is there a girl you like? Or have you already started dating someone?" At that, Hiromi choked on his food, nearly spitting everything out in surprise. "Mother, what are you talking about?" he sputtered, quickly setting down his chopsticks, his face flushed with embarrassment. "I'm just a student at the Ninja Academy. Falling in love is way too early for me. At the very least, I should wait until after graduation to even think about that." Afraid his mother would press on with such an awkward topic, Hiromi hurriedly shoveled a couple more bites of rice in his mouth, then set down his bowl and stood up. "Grandpa, father, mother, I'm done eating. I need to get to school," he called out quickly, making his way to the door. Ito Aoyama noticed the look his wife shot him and stood as if to see his son off. Hiromi looked at his father in confusion. Normally, his father never saw him off to school, and he was no longer a child who needed to be walked to the school gate. "Father, is something the matter?" Hiromi asked, puzzled. "Oh." Ito Aoyama seemed a bit uneasy, as if searching for the right words. "Father, if you have something to say, just say it. This isn't like you at all. It's just about what your mother mentioned earlier." Aoyama cleared his throat. "I was your age once too. I know young people can have certain special thoughts. It's perfectly normal, but you still need to take care of your health, you know? You're still young. If you sometimes have those thoughts when you're alone at night, I understand, but you should try to get more rest. Don't come to breakfast looking so tired with such heavy circles under your eyes." At these words, Hiromi's face turned bright red, his mouth twitching awkwardly. He could hardly believe what he was hearing. Did his father really think he'd spent the night doing something unspeakable? "Father, what are you saying? I have no idea what you mean." Hiromi interrupted in a panic. "You don't need to see me off. Goodbye." With that, he bolted out the door, practically fleeing in the direction of the Ninja Academy. Left standing awkwardly at the doorway, Ito Aoyama subconsciously rubbed the tip of his nose, feeling perplexed. When he'd been curious about such things at Hiromi's age, his own father had talked to him in this way. So why did it feel so off when he tried it with his son? Finally reaching the Ninja Academy, Hiromi let out a long, relieved sigh. It seemed that last night's training with Madara had indeed gotten a little out of hand, to the point that even his parents misunderstood what had happened when he got home. He silently resolved to be more mindful about his training in the future. Irika-sensei had not yet arrived in the classroom, and the whole space was buzzing with noisy energy. Shikamaru Nara, as usual, was slumped over his desk, half asleep. Ino Yamanaka was playing with a couple of fresh flowers, while Choji Akimichi was devouring a bag of potato chips with gusto. Sakura Haruno gazed dreamily at Sasuke Uchiha, her eyes filled with admiration, while Naruto Uzumaki stood atop a desk, shouting about something at the top of his lungs. "Hey Choji, eating already this early in the morning. How many snacks did you bring today?" Ito Hirofumi made his way over to his classmates, greeting Choji first. With a cheerful grin, Choji rummaged through his backpack and handed over another bag of chips. "Of course I brought plenty. You know me, my backpack is only ever filled with snacks." Next, Hirofumi turned to Ino. "Hey Ino, those flowers look really pretty. Who are you planning to give them to?" At his words, a blush instantly bloomed on Ino's cheeks. She stammered, unable to string a full sentence together. "Shikamaru, didn't sleep well last night?" Hirofumi asked. Shikamaru lazily scratched his pineapple-shaped hair. "School's just such a drag." At last, Hirofumi walked over to Naruto. "Hey Naruto, what's going on here? Are you putting on some kind of performance art?" Naruto, still standing on the desk, looked at him in confusion. Hirofumi Why do you seem different today? It's so weird. You're acting just like that stuck-up Sasuke." As he spoke, he shot a glance at Sasuke, who sat quietly in the corner by the window. "Hey there, forehead." Still sneaking peeks at Sasuke, Hirofumi teased. "Huh. You jerk, Hirofumi. What are you even talking about?" "I'm not. There's nothing to sneak a look at," Sakura protested, her cheeks flushing red, even as she couldn't help but steal another quick glance at Sasuke to see if he was reacting. To her disappointment, Sasuke just sat there in silence, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. Over the years, Hirofumi had grown very close with his classmates, building strong bonds with nearly all of them. He could even boast that he was among the rare few who had earned the privilege of sharing Choji's potato chips. As for Sasuke Uchiha, who always sat in the window side corner, he kept his gaze fixed outside, but the corner of his eye was ever watchful of Hirofumi's every move. In his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of envy flickered. Just then Sasuke noticed Hirofumi walking toward him, and a wave of nervousness washed over him. Although Hirofumi often tried to strike up conversation, Sasuke had never responded warmly. Deep down, Sasuke longed for friendship, but he simply had no idea how to connect with others. Sometimes he truly wished to communicate sincerely, yet the moment he spoke, his words took on an entirely different tone. "Hey, Sasuke," he called out, grinning, "looking even more handsome today, aren't you? But you're still nowhere near my level." Itu Hirofumi laughed as he spoke, his voice brimming with playful arrogance. Hearing this, Sasuke Uchiha's face flushed a deep red. "Tisage, all talk as usual. I heard we're having a sparring exercise today. Itu Hirofumi, I'll show you what true Uchiha strength means. I'll show you the pride of the Uchiha clan." With that, Sasuke turned away awkwardly, though inside regret gnawed at him. Damn it, I only wanted to argue about who's more handsome. Why did it have to turn into some speech about Uchiha power and pride again? Sasuke berated himself inwardly. He snuck a glance at Itu Hirofumi, and seeing that Hirofumi didn't seem the least bit upset, let out a quiet sigh of relief. Last night, returning to the empty Uchiha compound, the house all to himself, Sasuke found himself deep in thought. He especially couldn't shake off the peculiar feeling that Itu Hirofumi gave him, a sensation as though they shared the same blood coursing through their veins. Sasuke's instincts told him that Itu Hirofumi might very well have Uchiha blood flowing within him. Though that idiot Naruto Uzumaki also stirred something unique within Sasuke, it was entirely different from the feeling Hirofumi gave him. Of course, Sasuke Uchiha could never understand the connection between Indra and Azura's chakra. To him, aside from the man he'd sworn to kill, only two people in this world truly stood out: Naruto Uzumaki and Ita Hirofumi. Ita Hirofumi, on his part, had also noticed that Sasuke's attitude toward him had subtly changed. What's more, Naruto Uzumaki had, on both yesterday and today, commented that Hirofumi himself seemed to have changed in some inexplicable way. Even Madara Uchiha's demeanor toward him had grown slightly different from when he was first summoned. These changes sparked a curious thought in Hirofumi. Could it be because he'd acquired Indra's chakra? In the classic tale of Naruto, the reincarnations of Indra and Azura gave rise to two legendary pairs of close companions, Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju, and later, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. Both relationships were complex tangles of fate and emotion. Now, discovering he possessed Indra's chakra, Hirofumi couldn't help but wonder about his own place in this cycle of destiny. Had he somehow disrupted the fated bond between Naruto and Sasuke? As this thought crossed his mind, Hirofumi glanced at Naruto and Sasuke, then quickly shook his head to dismiss the idea. He knew himself well. He was only ever interested in women. Just then, his gaze landed on Yamanaka Ino, who stood nearby, clutching a bouquet of fresh flowers. Their eyes met, and Ino's cheeks instantly turned crimson as she lowered her head in bashful embarrassment. Hirofumi Ito was secretly pleased with himself. He had long noticed Ino's affection for him, but since they were both still students at the Ninja Academy, he decided to postpone pursuing this relationship until after graduation. In Hirofumi's eyes, Ino Yamanaka was indeed an ideal partner. Not only was she blessed with striking beauty and an elegant figure, easily one of the most attractive among the new generation of Konoha ninjas, but her family background was equally impressive. Her father, Inoichi Yamanaka, was the head of the Yamanaka clan, and marrying her would bring with it distinguished social standing. Even more importantly, the close ties between the Yamanaka Nara and Akimichi clans meant that winning Ino's hand was tantamount to gaining the support of all three great families. For Hirofumi's own ambitions to one day control Konoha village, this was a powerful advantage. Just as Hirofumi was mulling over these thoughts, Ino approached him, cradling a bouquet of flowers in her arms, her cheeks tinged with shyness. "Hirofumi, these are for you. I grew them myself. I hope you like them." Ino offered the flowers, her voice soft and gentle, eyes downcast, unable to meet his gaze as she anxiously awaited his response. Hirofumi was a little surprised by Ino's initiative, but quickly reached out and accepted the bouquet. "Thank you, Ino. I really like your flowers, except—" There was a subtle pause in Hirofumi's words, causing a ripple of anxiety in Ino's heart. Though she had harbored feelings for Hirofumi for quite some time, this was the first time she had dared to express them so openly by giving him flowers. Her decision had actually been inspired by overhearing her parents' conversation. She remembered her father mentioning that in his youth he often gave her mother flowers, and that was how he eventually won her heart. This little story had given Ino the courage she needed. She had carefully selected the most beautiful flowers she had grown herself, determined to present them to Hirofumi at school. But when Hirofumi said, "accept," Ino's heart suddenly tumbled into panic. Did he not want to accept her feelings? Yet the next words out of Hirofumi's mouth took her completely by surprise. "Except, as lovely as these flowers are, they can't compare to you. In my eyes, Ino, you're more beautiful than any flower." Hearing this, Ino's face instantly flushed a brilliant red. Heat rushed to her cheeks, spreading through her like a little furnace, and tiny beads of steam seemed to rise from her forehead. Hirofumi was taken aback by the sight. He'd only ever seen someone react this way when Hinata Hyuga faced Naruto Uzumaki, and at the time, he'd even envied Naruto for being the cause of such a reaction. Now, to his delight, he had managed to inspire the same response himself. Ino was at a complete loss for words. Overwhelmed with nervousness, she couldn't utter a sound, and could only hurry back to her seat, flustered and unsure. Watching Ino's retreating, embarrassed figure, Hirofumi felt utterly content. He thought to himself that this tender, budding young love was truly something wonderful. But all things in their own time. For now, it was best left until after graduation. Before long, Iruka-sensei walked into the classroom, and the students gradually quieted down. "Class, today we'll be organizing a live combat training session," he announced. "Since this is your final year at the Ninja Academy, and you'll become true ninja after graduation, practical combat training is absolutely essential. In the morning, we'll review our academic subjects, and after lunch, the combat training will begin." The moment this news landed, a wave of excitement swept through the room. After all, combat training meant a break from the monotony of sitting in class and listening to lectures. Sasuke Uchiha's eyes shone with fighting spirit as he glanced over at Hirofumi. Up until now, Hirofumi had always been his greatest rival during training, and this time, Sasuke was determined not to lose. Yet at that very moment, Hirofumi was already sprawled on his desk, seemingly lost in sleep. In truth, his consciousness had already slipped into the summoning realm. Standing at the podium, Iruka-sensei surveyed his students and couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. They were all outstanding in their own ways, but sometimes managing this class was no easy task. The Nap Squad, composed of Naruto Uzumaki, Shikamaru Nara, and Kiba Inuzuka, was notorious for dozing off during lessons. Chuji Akimichi, on the other hand, was almost always munching on snacks, barely pausing for breath. Sasuke Uchiha remained aloof, rarely speaking to anyone. Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka were lost in the dreams of young love. Sakura's eyes followed Sasuke wherever he went, while Ino kept a close watch on Hirofumi. And let's not forget Shino Aburame. Oddly enough, his presence was always so faint that even Iruka himself sometimes overlooked him. That near-invisible aura made Shino a born ninja, truly suited to the shadows. Wait, who was I just thinking about? Never mind, such idle thoughts aren't important. Better focus on the lesson at hand. Null at this moment, Hirofumi Ito had already arrived in the summoning realm. Madara was reclining comfortably on a rocking chair, lazily gnawing on a pig's trotter. Life in the summoning realm was certainly relaxed, but for Madara, it was also exceedingly dull. There wasn't another living soul around, and aside from munching on pigs' trotters, there wasn't much else for him to do. That pesky brat. "You're here again." Madara shot Hirofumi a sidelong glance, not pausing in his eating, but that single glance left Madara momentarily stunned. How has this brat's chakra grown so much? In just a single day, he's made a huge leap. Judging by chakra alone, this troublesome kid could already pass for a qualified genin. Could it be he's actually a prodigy? "Hey Madara, you finished off all those pigs' trotters by yourself? That's quite the appetite. You cleared out an entire kitchen. And by the way, what did you need that blank scroll for?" At Hirofumi's questioning, Madara flushed with embarrassment. He certainly hadn't eaten all the pig's trotters, and he had already turned that blank scroll into a sealing scroll just for storing his stash. Naturally, he'd never admit that to this infuriating kid. Otherwise, he'd never hear the end of it about the so-called god of shinobi hoarding food. "Mind your own business. What do you want, brat? If you got nothing important, don't disturb my rest. This is my turf too, isn't it? Why shouldn't I be here?" Hirofumi shot back, plopping himself onto a rocking chair as well. Seeing this, Madara simply clicked his tongue in annoyance and said, "Nothing more, Madara. I suppose I count as half your student now, don't I? What are you getting at now, brat?" Madara didn't refute him. In his eyes, it was rare to find someone who shared his way of thinking. Besides, this kid gave him a strange, almost unique sense of familiarity, and his talent wasn't bad either. Since he'd only claimed to be half a student, not a full-fledged disciple, and since Madara had indeed imparted some teaching, he found nothing to object to. Hirofumi noticed Madara's lack of rejection, and a sly smile tugged at his lips. "Our class is organizing a ninja sparring exercise this afternoon." "And what does that have to do with me?" Madara replied absent-mindedly, rocking back and forth on his chair. With a sharp slam, Hirofumi brought his palm down hard on the armrest, his voice ringing out loud and clear. "Of course it matters." "Ito," Hirofumi exclaimed, his eyes burning with excitement as he looked at Uchiha Madara. "Madara, just think about it. Now that you admit I'm half your disciple, that means I represent your reputation. The reputation of the Shura of the ninja world. Tell me, if I lose in the upcoming ninja battles, or if I get beaten badly, whose face will I be losing? Mine? No, no, no. It's your face that'll be lost. Just imagine, the disciple of the great Shura of the ninja world can't even defeat a bunch of kids. Could you stand for that? Because I certainly couldn't, and if I get my butt kicked during training, that's even more humiliating. After all, it's not just my backside getting kicked, it's your honor getting trampled. Don't you think that's the case?" For a moment, Uchiha Madara's mind spun in confusion. He felt that this infuriating brat actually made a bit of sense, but something about it still seemed off. How could getting his butt kicked be the same as losing my face? Wouldn't that mean my face is somehow tied to his backside? "Brat, what do you mean getting your butt kicked is the same as slapping my face?" "Don't sweat the details, Madara. What I'm saying is if I lose, isn't it your reputation that's on the line?" "Hichem, you do have a point. So, teach me a couple of moves." At these words, Uchiha Madara realized what was really going on. This insufferable brat had gone in circles just to get him to teach some training. After all that roundabout talk, his real purpose was finally clear. Still, Madara had to admit the kid wasn't wrong. If the one he personally mentored couldn't stand up to a bunch of ninja school students, it would truly be an embarrassment. And who knows, that fool Hashirama Senju would probably never let him live. Get down. Besides, this kid seemed rather talented too. After just a single day, his chakra had grown by leaps and bounds. Clearly, he was someone worth cultivating. "Humph, brat, since you've gone to all this trouble, I'll teach you a few moves today. Your chakra is already sufficient, so I'll show you some real ninjutsu techniques." Ito Hirofumi was taken aback, not expecting Madara to agree to teach him ninjutsu so readily. This was an unexpected stroke of luck. Although his own clan wasn't short on basic ninjutsu, both his father and grandfather had always forbidden him from practicing. After all, he hadn't even graduated from ninja school yet, and learning ninjutsu at this stage was considered far too dangerous. But in the next moment, Hirofumi Ito hesitated again. "I really do want to learn ninjutsu, but I don't even know what my chakra nature is. Shouldn't I go get it tested first?" Upon hearing this, Madara Uchiha scoffed with disdain. "Humph, such a pointless little trick. I sent your chakra long ago. You were born with all 5 chakra natures. Can't deny you're a lucky brat. Otherwise, you'd have to train painstakingly to change your chakra nature later on." At this point, Madara couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy in his heart. This annoying kid's talent was truly remarkable. Even Madara himself wasn't born with all 5 chakra natures. He had to train hard just to master other elements. And even then, the results were never as good as starting from scratch. This kid's starting line was leagues ahead of everyone else. Impressive as always, Madara. You can sense something like that too? Hirofumi Ito knew that testing chakra nature usually required special chakra paper, but now it seemed that with enough strength, a person could sense someone else's chakra nature with ease. Enough chatter, brat. Stop wasting time. Let's begin today's training. With a thunderous sound, Madara, who had been lounging in his rocking chair, vanished instantly. In a flash, he appeared beside Hirofumi and sent him flying with a sharp kick. Chair and all, by noon, Hirofumi Ito groggily opened his eyes, sprawled across the table. He stretched his aching joints, feeling every bruise in his body. That damn Madara Uchiha. He really doesn't know how to hold back. But as he thought about it, Hirofumi had to admit to himself that he had definitely grown stronger. In just a day and a half, the changes were undeniable. His reflexes, physique, and chakra reserves had all improved dramatically. This was no illusion. He had truly become more powerful. Even learning ninjutsu didn't seem all that difficult anymore. In only half a day within the summoning realm, he had already mastered the C-rank fire style. Great fireball technique. The best part was his mastery wasn't half-baked. He could unleash the jutsu smoothly and skillfully with the amount of chakra he now possessed. He could fire off the great fireball technique 3 times in a row without breaking a sweat. Of course, it was just the ordinary version of the fire style. Great fireball technique, not that monstrous version used by Madara Uchiha. When Madara Uchiha was teaching Hirofumi Ito, he even demonstrated the power of his own ninjutsu. Although Hirofumi Ito had already learned about Madara's techniques from the original anime, seeing it with his own eyes was an entirely different experience. The fireball he could release now was really nothing more than a small flame, while Madara Uchiha's great fireball was like a miniature sun blazing across the field. Madara himself was also quite surprised at how easily Hirofumi Ito had mastered a ninjutsu. After all, Hirofumi Ito didn't have a Sharingan and couldn't rely on it to copy techniques. To be able to perform a C-rank jutsu so proficiently after only half a day was proof enough of Ito's remarkable talent. Yet Hirofumi Ito didn't think of himself as particularly gifted. On the contrary, he felt his rapid growth had more to do with the power of Indra's chakra. Every time he summoned a spirit, he could extract an ability from it and add it to himself. Almost like copying and pasting, he had obtained Indra's chakra directly from Madara Uchiha, and it was precisely this chakra that gave him the sense of growing stronger so quickly. Thinking of this, Hirofumi Ito could only smile wryly to himself. Naruto, the series might as well be called Cheat Ninja, or maybe Pocket Tail Beast, or even Legend of the Eyes. That would be pretty fitting too. Hirofumi, why did you sleep so late this morning? I, the great Naruto, have been awake for ages, but you were still snoring away. Naruto Uzumaki called out to him. Looking around, Hirofumi Ito noticed that everyone else had already taken out their lunchboxes and snacks, getting ready for lunch. After a few years at the Ninja Academy, partly thanks to his own involvement, the bonds between Konoha's so-called Rookie Nine had grown even closer than in the original story. They had already formed a tight-knit little group at the academy. Naruto Uzumaki had successfully become a part of this circle. At the very beginning, it was just Hirofumi and Naruto, but soon Ino Yamanaka, who secretly had a crush on him, joined as well. Then came Shikamaru Nara and Choji Akimichi, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shino. Aburame joined soon after, and Hinata Hyuga, perhaps drawn by her feelings for Naruto, gradually became more involved with the group. Now she was fully a member too. Sakura Haruno, being good friends with Ino, naturally became part of the circle as well. In their class, except for Sasuke Uchiha, the original Rookie Nine of Konoha had already come together ahead of schedule. Uchiha Sasuke sat by the window and took out a bento he had prepared himself, but out of the corner of his eye he kept stealing glances at the little group nearby. In his gaze, a faint trace of envy occasionally flickered. Naruto Uzumaki, loud and boisterous as ever, dragged Ito Hirofumi straight to the table, where everyone was gathered. Special homemade burger. Naruto's special homemade burger. Special homemade burger. Naruto's special homemade burger. He sang out, words tumbling over each other in a playful jingle. I got up early today, had nothing to do, so I made some burgers. If you want your burger to taste good, you've got to choose the right Ingredients? As he chanted, Naruto rummaged through his backpack and triumphantly pulled out something that looked suspiciously like a burger. No one at the table seemed surprised by this scene. Over the years at ninja school, everyone had learned a few odd habits from Ito Hirofumi, some strange sayings, and even stranger actions. What had once seemed bizarre was now simply the norm. Sitting next to Naruto, Hinata Hyuga watched him carefully, her heart fluttering. Naruto's singing is really nice, she thought shyly. It looks like he really loves burgers. I should try to learn how to make them too. But Naruto was completely oblivious to Hinata's attention. Instead, he looked over at Sakura Haruno with the eager eyes of a hopeless admirer. Sakura, this is Naruto's special homemade burger I made this morning. Try it, he exclaimed. Sakura eyed the dubious burger-like object warily, half convinced Naruto was trying to poison her. With a thud, her fist came crashing down on Naruto's head. Who would eat something so weird? She shouted. Everyone at the table couldn't help but smile at the familiar scene. Choji Akimichi, grinning from ear to ear, upended his backpack and poured out a pile of snacks on the table. Let's go. Dig in, everyone. Ino Yamanaka, meanwhile, took out her own bento and then produced another box, this one immaculately prepared. Hirofumi, I made this for you. Try it and see if you like it, she offered. Ito Hirofumi raised his eyebrows as he examined the exquisite lunchbox. Neatly arranged rice balls in all shapes and sizes filled the box with little treats tucked in between. Clearly, Ino had put a lot of thought and effort into this. Then, Hirofumi reached under his desk and pulled out an enormous bento box of his own. The moment everyone saw it, their eyes practically sparkled with anticipation. After all, the lunches prepared by Hirofumi's mother were legendary. Packed with flavors and dishes none of them had tasted before, Ito Hirofumi understood exactly what everyone was looking forward to. After all, the lunchboxes his mother prepared for him were filled with dishes he remembered fondly from his previous life. In the world of Naruto, which was practically a barren wasteland when it came to good food, these meals held an irresistible appeal for everyone. There was no doubt about it. Let's eat together. Without a trace of stinginess, Ito Hirofumi set his lunchbox right in the center for everyone to share. He then turned to Yamanaka. Ino, arigato, Ino. The lunch you prepared looks as delicate and refined as you are. I'm sure it tastes just as wonderful. Hearing this, Ino felt her heart flutter. What did Hirofumi mean by that? Saying her lunch looked as delicate as she did. Was he actually complimenting her looks? Oh my goodness! She could hardly contain her happiness. Just as everyone was about to dig in, Hirofumi suddenly stood up, causing a ripple of confusion among the group. Meanwhile, Sasuke Uchiha also noticed that Hirofumi seemed to be heading his way. Hey Sasuke, come join us for lunch. Everyone's brought some amazing food, and eating alone over here must be boring. Though Sasuke's heart leapt at the invitation, his face remained as proud and aloof as ever. Oh, come on, let's go. Hirofumi, fully aware of Sasuke's stubborn, sundered nature, wasted no time grabbing him and steering him right into the middle of the group. At that moment, Sasuke's emotions were in turmoil. He felt excited, yet couldn't shake the awkwardness, especially as he sensed everyone's eyes on him. Aye. Oh, quit with the aye nonsense. Pompous Sasuke is just being himself again. Come on, let's eat. Here. This is a special Naruto burger made by yours truly. Naruto Uzumaki, I'm giving you one. With that, Naruto split one of his secret recipe burgers and handed it to Sasuke. Naruto was genuinely happy to see Sasuke join them. Sure, this arrogant Sasuke was always competing with him for Sakura's attention, but deep down Naruto understood that aside from these few friends he'd made, everyone else in class saw him as nothing more than the nine-tailed fox. Sasuke, on the other hand, while not exactly a friend and always calling him an idiot, had never treated him like a monster. Idiot, Sasuke muttered, but still took the special burger from Naruto's hand. Darn you, arrogant Sasuke! How dare you call me an idiot? You arrogant jerk, Sasuke! You really are an idiot. Idiot Naruto! Stuck-up Sasuke! Idiot Naruto! Stuck-up Sasuke! Idiot Naruto! And just like that, the two of them launched into a wild barrage of insults. It was clear that Sasuke Uchiha had completely taken the upper hand, while Naruto Uzumaki was growing more and more flustered, nearly losing his composure. Damn you, Sasuke! Scoundrel! Villain! Do you dare duel me? Ha! You fool Naruto! Ark! Sasuke! With a burst of energy, Naruto jumped onto a stool and began shouting with unbridled passion. For reasons unknown, the usually composed Sasuke Uchiha seemed to snap at the sound of Naruto's battle cry. It was as if someone had flipped a strange switch inside him. In a flash, he leapt on his chair as well. Naruto! Sasuke! Naruto! Sasuke! Naruto! Sasuke! Everyone around them was stunned into silence. After so many years in ninja school, nobody had ever seen Sasuke Uchiha lose his cool like this. In fact, it was safe to say that Sasuke had never once raised his voice in class. Yet today, why on earth was the ever-cool Uchiha Sasuke shouting back and forth with the famously thick-headed Naruto Uzumaki, as if their rivalry was a matter of life or death? What madness! Was this some kind of jinjutsu? When did it start? Hirofumi Ito could only rub his forehead helplessly at the scene. He had foreseen this the moment he brought Sasuke over. After all, whenever Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha got together, sparks would fly without fail. Don't mind them. Those two are both total lunatics. Let's just eat. Oh, by the way, my mom packed fried chicken in my bento today. Naruto, who was still yelling Sasuke at the top of his lungs, stopped instantly at the mention of fried chicken. In the blink of an eye, he sat back down straight as an arrow. Fried chicken. Fried chicken. That's the best. So crispy. Seeing that Naruto had no intention of shouting back any longer, Sasuke regained his aloof demeanor and sat down coolly. The next moment, he stuffed his secret homemade burger into his mouth. Ugh, what the heck is this? Watching Sasuke's reaction, Naruto let out a cold snort. Oomph. What an unappreciative bunch. This is my very own Uzumaki Naruto's secret sauce, combined with a dozen special ingredients to make the legendary Uzumaki Naruto's secret mini burger. Are you trying to poison someone with this? Came the furious reply. TCH, you stuck-up Sasuke, you're still alive and kicking, aren't you? Naruto shot back, you bastard. Naruto, Sasuke shouted again, unable to contain his anger. But this time, Sasuke found himself at a loss. Naruto didn't respond. For some reason, Sasuke realized that whenever he got into a shouting match with Naruto, he felt a strange sense of satisfaction, as if every part of him came alive. Yet now, Naruto wouldn't even look at him. Instead, his eyes were completely fixed on the plate of fried chicken. What's so special about that fried chicken? Is it really that delicious? It's just chicken that's been deep-fried, right? Could it really be so irresistible? At that moment, Naruto crouched on his stool, sticking out his rear end in a ridiculous pose. He placed one hand on the table, making it look like a tiny figure. 2 fingers became the little legs, and with each step, the tiny person crept closer and closer to the fried chicken. As he moved, Naruto began to sing softly, "Chicken, you're so beautiful, baby. The way you walk toward me makes my heart race. If I look any longer, I might just explode." Naruto always sang this song whenever he had fried chicken, and while he sang, he wiggled his backside in time with the music. He'd learned this song ages ago with Ito Hiroshi and to Naruto. It was the perfect fried chicken anthem, because fried chicken really was just that beautiful. Everyone around Naruto was long used to his antics. Nobody was surprised anymore. But Sasuke, standing off to the side, raised an eyebrow. That damn fried chicken. Could it really be more tempting than me? Unforgivable. Was Naruto's passion for fried chicken really stronger than his excitement for a shouting match with me? Just as Naruto's finger puppet was about to grab a drumstick from the plate, a hand whipped across the table, and the drumstick vanished in a flash. Naruto froze, dumbfounded. Where did it go? Where was his precious drumstick? The strange song trailing from his lips faltered and died away. Explode. Melt away. Where's my chicken leg? In an instant, Naruto identified the culprit. Who else if not that arrogant Sasuke? You rotten show-off Sasuke! Why'd you steal my chicken leg? Uchiha Sasuke held his nose high in the air, looking incredibly smug. He took a fierce bite of his fried chicken drumstick, chewing as he spoke with his mouth full, trying to imitate Naruto's strange manner of speaking. Idiot Naruto! This chicken is actually delicious. Baby, Sasuke, Naruto shouted. Sasuke's eyes lit up immediately. Did that idiot Naruto finally call his name? Ha 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 ha. And so Naruto, Sasuke, Naruto, Sasuke. Lunch continued in this bizarre atmosphere, with everyone eating in silence, awkwardly glancing at the two. When Irika-sensei returned to the classroom, he couldn't help but feel something was off. The air was thick with tension, and Naruto and Sasuke were staring each other down like rivals. Had these two gotten into a fight? They really could be a handful. All right, everyone, this afternoon, we'll be having a practical sparring session. We've done many of these before, so you all know the rules. Let's head to Training Field 3. At the training field, Irika stood with a matchup list in hand, while the students eagerly prepared themselves, unable to hide their excitement. Kato Taka versus Aoi Sora. Upon hearing their names, two students quickly stepped forward from the crowd. After a fierce bout, Aoi Sora narrowly defeated Kato Taka, 2nd Battalion Cannon. You're up against Master Yamamoto. Meanwhile, in the summoning realm, Uchiha Madara was initially curious about these academy sparring matches, but after watching for a moment, he quickly lost interest. These little kids are so weak, he thought to himself. Ita Hirofumi felt the same way. These childish sparring matches were hardly worth his attention. He simply gathered his chakra and appeared inside the summoning realm. Madara. Haven't you been watching the students' sparring matches? Madara lay back leisurely in his rocking chair. Just kids playing house. You call that a battle? Ninjas these days are so soft. Back in my day, when I was your age, I wielded the Uchiha fan in my left hand and the Uchiha scythe in my right. I cut my way from the Uchiha clan to the Senju clan, leaving a trail of bodies behind me. Do you have any idea? I didn't even blink an eye, so doesn't that make your eyes dry? Madara bolted upright. What? I meant I didn't hesitate when killing. And you're asking if my eyes get dry? Ita Hirofumi looked at him innocently and nodded. Yeah, I was just a little curious. After all, back then, the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan must have been quite far apart, right? They fought their way across such a long distance. Wouldn't their eyes get dry along the way? Ridiculous. My eyes are Sharingan. I could go a whole day without blinking and still be perfectly fine. So that's it. The Sharingan even has that kind of ability? I've really learned something new today. For some reason, Madara Uchiha always found himself easily losing his composure in front of Ito Hirofumi. This infuriating brat was somehow even more irritating than that blockhead Hashirama Senju. Madara was clearly trying to boast about his own strength, but somehow the conversation had devolved into whether or not his eyes would get dry. After exchanging a few words with Madara, Uchiha Ito Hirofumi exited the summoning space. After all, he still had a match to fight. As expected after a round of sparring, the last two remaining were Sasuke Uchiha and Ito Hirofumi. No one was surprised by this outcome, since these two had always been the top students in the class. Sasuke Uchiha stared at Ito Hirofumi, brimming with fighting spirit. For some reason, ever since this guy vanished and then reappeared in class, Sasuke couldn't shake the feeling that he'd changed a lot. That strange sense had never been there before. After making the sign of opposition, Sasuke Uchiha didn't dare let his guard down. He dashed straight at Ito Hirofumi. As usual, Sasuke leapt into the air and launched a powerful kick toward Ito Hirofumi. Based on past experience, Sasuke figured Ito Hirofumi would have a hard time blocking this move. But to Sasuke's surprise, this time Ito Hirofumi calmly raised an arm and blocked his leg with ease. With a loud thud, the two quickly separated. After the clash, damn it, this guy's strength and reflexes have both improved. You really have gotten stronger, Ito Hirofumi. At that moment, Ito Hirofumi himself was surprised. He knew he'd gotten stronger, but he hadn't expected it would be to this extent. He'd blocked Sasuke's moves so effortlessly. In the past, during combat training, he'd always struggled to handle Sasuke's attacks. You're not bad yourself. You're a lot stronger than before, too. Let's go again. Bring it on. And so, the two exchanged blows, fists and kicks flying. The students watching, as well as Irika-sensei, stood wide-eyed in amazement. Irika, in particular, could hardly believe the incredible progress Ito Hirofumi had made. These two little guys might already be at Genin level by now. Uchiha Sasuke had also been growing stronger all this time, but he never expected Ito Hirofumi, that little guy, to improve so rapidly as well. It seemed these two youngsters were destined to become truly exceptional ninjas in the future at that very moment. Only one thought filled Ito Hirofumi's mind. Immature, Uchiha Sasuke's combat experience was just too raw. Compared to Uchiha Madara, Sasuke was in a completely different league back when he trained with Madara. He was utterly outmatched and could do nothing but take a beating. Yet his own battle instincts had sharpened at a remarkable pace. Now facing Sasuke, Hirofumi found himself handling the fight with effortless ease. After a flurry of exchanges, Sasuke was left panting heavily, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Hirofumi standing before him. I can't believe you've gotten so much stronger. Sasuke struggled to accept what had just happened. In all their previous sparring sessions, Hirofumi was usually his final opponent, but never once had Hirofumi lasted this long against him. Every time, it ended with Sasuke's victory, yet now, he was being suppressed. Hirofumi was so at ease that it almost seemed like child's play for him. Was it time to reveal his trump card? After all, his eyes were the pride of the Uchiha clan. You're not bad yourself, Sasuke, but I'm not going to lose this time. You've been top of the class for years. Maybe it's time you let me have a turn, Hirofumi said with a confident smile. Damn it. Don't get ahead of yourself. I haven't even gone all out yet. Sasuke shot back, frustration boiling in his voice. Oh, and you think I have? Hirofumi retorted with a smirk. In truth, Hirofumi hadn't used his full strength. Ever since inheriting Indra's chakra, he'd felt his abilities skyrocket in just a day and a half. Especially after enduring Madara's relentless training, Sasuke's inexperienced style seemed almost childish in comparison, of course. Hirofumi knew exactly what Sasuke's so-called trump card was. That single tomo Sharingan, awakened in fury after the massacre of his clan. And as for his fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu, Sasuke could barely muster the chakra to perform it once, while Hirofumi could unleash it several times without breaking a sweat. Humph, Hirofumi, I'll show you what my trump card is, Sasuke declared, determination blazing in his eyes. And I'll prove to you what true Uchiha pride means. Today, I'll show everyone. What exactly is the pride of the Uchiha? As he watched Sasuke, Uchiha standing before him, his face full of defiance against the world. Hirofumi Ito couldn't help but find the scene a bit odd. Right now, Sasuke Uchiha was definitely putting on a show, wasn't he? If memory served, there was a certain law in the world of Naruto. Whenever Sasuke Uchiha acted cool, he was bound to get beaten up. Well then, let's see if today is the day that law starts with me. Hirofumi thought with a mischievous glint. Just as Sasuke finished speaking, his eyes suddenly changed. A deep crimson glow flickered in his pupils, and a single tomo spun several times before settling into place. Hirofumi Ito, do you see my eyes? This is the pride of the Uchiha. This is the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Before me, you are privileged to witness the pride of the Uchiha. I will defeat you with the power of the Sharingan. Listening to Sasuke's words, Hirofumi Ito could only sigh inwardly. This guy really couldn't go 3 sentences without mentioning Uchiha or pride. Yet Sasuke didn't attack right away. Instead, he seemed to be adjusting to the enhanced perception the Sharingan gave him, and perhaps giving Hirofumi a moment to prepare. Meanwhile, the sudden transformation in Sasuke's eyes had already left all the surrounding students, and even Irika-sensei utterly shocked. Hey, what's up with you? Show off, Sasuke. Did you catch pink eye or something? And what's with that little tadpole floating in your eyeball? Irika-sensei, hurry up and help Sasuke catch that tadpole. Naruto Uzumaki, who had absolutely no idea what a Sharingan was, could only see that Sasuke's eyes turned red in an instant, with a strange little shape swimming inside. Just like a tadpole, Naruto felt a pang of worry. After all, Sasuke was still his friend. If his friend ended up going blind, he'd be heartbroken. Irika ignored Naruto's frantic shouting and stared at Sasuke's eyes in stunned amazement. Naruto settled down. This isn't semi-infection, and it's not a tadpole either. This is the Uchiha clan Sharingan. But Irika's explanation went right over Naruto's head. Huh, what's a Sharingan? I've never heard of that before. The ever-steady Shikamaru gently patted Naruto's shoulder. Naruto, the Sharingan is the Uchiha clan's most powerful ability. Any true Uchiha would possess eyes like these. Who would have thought that Sasuke's power has already become so terrifying? Although Naruto Uzumaki still didn't quite understand, he at least realized that these eyes were something the Uchiha clan was supposed to have, and that with them Sasuke must be incredibly strong. So that's how it is? How strange, now that boastful Sasuke has red eyes, and that odd Hinata has white ones. If the two of them ever had a child together, would the baby's eyes be half white and half red? Naruto was completely oblivious to Hinata's secret crush on him. To him, she was just a peculiar girl. After all, whenever she faced him, she'd act so strangely, and sometimes it even looked like steam was coming out of her head. And as he voiced these thoughts, Naruto made no effort to lower his voice, so Hirofumi Ito, standing at the center of the training ground, heard every single word loud and clear. Hirofumi Ito was utterly thunderstruck by what he heard. Who would have thought that Naruto could come up with something like this? Imagining his best friend and his future wife having a child together. One could only wonder. When Naruto marries Hinata in the future, What kind of expression would he make if he recalled these words from today? That would be a scene worth seeing. Unlike the shock and amazement of his classmates, Iruka's expression had grown serious. For Sasuke Uchiha to awaken the Sharingan at such a young age, this was the mark of a true prodigy. Within the Uchiha clan, anyone who awakened the Sharingan, even if it was just the single Tomo, had already reached the level of a genin. One had to admit, the Uchiha bloodline was truly extraordinary. Once the Sharingan was awakened, as long as it was allowed to evolve step by step, that ninja's strength could soar at an astonishing rate. At this very moment, Iruka was filled with excitement. Just now, Hirofumi Ito had shown incredible improvement, and now Sasuke had awakened his Sharingan. Who would have thought that his own class would contain not one, but two such geniuses? Truly, if not for him, Iruka, the teachers of the Ninja Academy, would be left languishing in endless obscurity. No, this cannot go unreported. What happened today must be brought to the attention of the third Hokage. The Hokage must know that such prodigies have emerged in Iruka's class. Hirofumi Ito, are you ready? I'm coming for you. Prepare to face the pride of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke declared, striking a battle stance as he spoke. On the other side, Hirofumi Ito grew serious as well. The Uchiha clan Sharingan was indeed formidable, especially the dynamic vision it granted once awakened. Just now, I was able to overpower Sasuke Uchiha now. Even if he has awakened his single Tomo Sharingan, I should at least be able to hold my own against him. Come on, Sasuke, show me the pride of the Uchiha clan. The moment those words left his mouth, Sasuke Uchiha and Hirofumi Ito, standing at the center of the training ground, charged at each other in a flash. Their fists and feet collided in rapid succession, drawing on the combat experience he'd gained for being beaten up by Madara Uchiha. Hirofumi Ito kept up with Sasuke, who relied on the dynamic vision granted by his Sharingan. For a moment, the two were perfectly matched. This was something Sasuke found hard to accept. He had already awakened his Sharingan, and yet he still couldn't defeat Hirofumi Ito. Hirofumi himself was secretly amazed. He'd known the Sharingan was powerful, but he hadn't expected even the first level, the single Tomo, to make such a difference. The Uchiha clan truly had every reason to be proud. No wonder some people use a joke that Naruto should be renamed the Legend of the Eyes. But now that he possessed Indra's chakra, he too had a real chance of awakening the Sharingan. There was no need to envy Sasuke too much. The fight between the two dragged on for quite a while. Neither Sasuke nor Hirofumi dared let their guard down for even a moment. After all, any lapse in concentration now would mean certain defeat. Their classmates watching from the sidelines were already growing numb to the spectacle. These two are monsters. Honestly, I can't believe they're already this strong. Hirofumi Ito's rate of progress is terrifying. At this point, both of them could probably become genin right now. Meanwhile, Naruto Uzumaki was so fired up that he was practically wiggling with excitement. His two best friends were just that strong. He couldn't let himself fall behind. After all, he was going to be Hokage one day. Go Hirofumi. Knock that smug Sasuke flat. Hey, Mr. Smug Sasuke, didn't you just say you'd show Hirofumi the pride of the Uchiha? And this is it? All you've managed is a case of red eye and some tadpoles. Naruto wiggled his hips and shouted in his bizarre, exaggerated tone from the sidelines. Come on, is that all you've got, you scrawny runt? He'd actually learned that insult from Hirofumi. It used to be Hirofumi who'd tease him by calling him a runt. Sasuke's face flushed bright red at those words. It was hard to say if it was from exhaustion after his bout with Hirofumi, or from Naruto's relentless heckling at the sidelines. When Naruto Uzumaki referred to himself as a skinny dog, Sasuke Uchiha could no longer hold back his temper. Damn idiot. Shut your mouth. If you dare call me a skinny dog again, I'll show you just how skinny I really am. Hearing this, Naruto's face filled with terror. He hurriedly covered his backside and stumbled several steps backward. Hey, stinky Sasuke, don't tell me you're actually planning to mess with me. I'll have you know, I'm not into any of that weird stuff. I have no interest in whether you're skinny or not. Naruto's words instantly shattered Sasuke's composure, and in that fleeting moment, Ito Hirofumi seized his chance, delivering a swift kick that sent Sasuke flying with a heavy thud. Sasuke skidded several meters across the ground, but instead of immediately fighting back, he shot Naruto a murderous glare, his eyes burning with anger as Naruto stood there, clutching his backside in panic. You Uzumaki idiot, shut up. If you dare say one more word, I swear I'll kill you. Uchiha skinny dog. Arg. I'm gonna kill you, Uzumaki idiot. Uchiha skinny dog. And so the two of them launched into another round of bickering, hurling playful insults back and forth in front of everyone. Ito Hirofumi, amused by the spectacle, took the opportunity to rest and watch them from the sidelines. Irika, helpless and exasperated, smacked his forehead hard. You two be quiet. Naruto, Uzumaki, if you keep disrupting the sparring practice, you'll go straight back to class. And you, Sasuke Uchiha, if you're not interested in continuing the match, then I'll declare Ito Hirofumi the winner right now. No. Both of them shouted in perfect unison at Irika-sensei. Naruto fell silent, sulking, while Sasuke refocused all his attention on Ito Hirofumi. After sensing the state of his chakra, Sasuke's expression grew grave. He had activated his Sharingan, and after such a prolonged battle, his chakra reserves were running low. But that guy Ito Hirofumi didn't seem affected at all. That could only mean his chakra was far greater than Sasuke's. That left only one move left in Sasuke's arsenal. But if he used that technique, Ito Hirofumi might get hurt. Irika-sensei was there, though, so it shouldn't be too dangerous. After all, Irika was a Chunin. Besides, as someone who bore the honor of the Uchiha clan, there was simply no way he could allow himself to lose. Ito Hirofumi, I'm about to use my final move. Watch closely. This time I won't hold back. After all, I bear the final glory of the Uchiha clan. Failure is absolutely not an option. I advise you to surrender now. Otherwise, you might end up getting hurt. Hearing these words, Hirofumi, Ito raised an eyebrow. It seems Sasuke Uchiha was about to unleash the fire style. Great fireball jutsu. Sure enough, as soon as Sasuke finished speaking, he took a deep breath and began forming hand seals. Hirofumi Ito recognized this sequence instantly. It was unmistakably the preparation for the fire style. Great fireball jutsu. Sasuke's actions left all the surrounding students utterly astonished. Hey, are you kidding me? Is Sasuke really weaving hand seals right now? Don't tell me he's already mastered ninjutsu. Damn it, we're all students at the Ninja Academy. So why is Sasuke Uchiha so far ahead of us? What kind of ninjutsu is this? Does anyone recognize it? If it really is ninjutsu, Hirofumi Ito is doomed, isn't he? Doomed is an understatement. He might get hurt, or even worse. A chorus of anxious murmurs rippled through the crowd. Ino Yamanaka clenched her fists tightly, her eyes fixed on Hirofumi. Ito, anxiety written all over her face. Moments ago, Hirofumi had shown incredible skill, holding his own against Sasuke Uchiha. Even after Sasuke awakened his Sharingan, that had sent a wave of excitement through Ino. This is the man I chose. So handsome, so strong. But now, seeing that Sasuke had mastered ninjutsu, Ino's excitement turned to worry. No matter how powerful Hirofumi Ito was, how could he possibly withstand a ninjutsu attack? Shikamaru, can you tell what kind of jutsu that is? Ino asked, her voice tinged with nervousness, turning to Shikamaru Nara. After all, Shikamaru was the smartest among them. If anyone could recognize Sasuke's technique, it would be him. Shikamaru watched Sasuke's hand signs carefully, pondering for a moment before responding. These hand signs look like a fire-style ninjutsu. I can't believe it. Sasuke Uchiha has already learned ninjutsu. It seems we've fallen far behind. Meanwhile, on the other side of the field, their teacher Irika was quickly growing frantic. Sasuke was actually attempting ninjutsu. This little troublemaker. Has he lost his mind? This was supposed to be a simple sparring exercise. If Sasuke really managed to pull off that jutsu, Hirofumi Ito was bound to get hurt. Hey, Sasuke, stop right now. This is just a regular training match. And Hirofumi Ito is your classmate, not your enemy. If you keep this up, someone's going to get hurt. After hearing this, Sasuke Uchiha clenched his teeth tightly, glaring at Hirofumi Ito, who stood before him with a calm, unruffled expression. You bastard. That's the C-rank fire style. Fireball jutsu. Its power might not be overwhelming, but it's definitely not something you can handle at your current level. I advise you to surrender now before it's too late. Ito hadn't expected the proud Sasuke Uchiha to actually warn him. It seemed that thanks to his earlier actions and the influence of Indra's chakra, Sasuke's entire attitude toward him had shifted. Of course I know this is the fire style. Fireball jutsu. And I can use this technique too. What? Ito's words made Sasuke's eyes widen in disbelief. Even the surrounding students and their teacher Irika were utterly stunned. Had Ito just said he could use the fireball jutsu as well? That had to be a joke. How could that be possible? It was already hard enough to accept that one student had mastered the technique, but now Ito claimed he could do it too. Ignoring the classmates and Irika, all frozen in shock, Ito swiftly brought his hands together to form the hand seals. The order of his seals was exactly the same as Sasuke's had been moments before. However, while Sasuke's movements were slow and deliberate, Ito's looked effortlessly practiced. He was clearly far more skilled. Although Sasuke had started making the seals first, the two of them finished at almost the same instant. Fire style, fireball jutsu, fire style, fireball jutsu. Their voices rang out in unison, and in a flash, two blazing fireballs shot from their mouths, racing toward each other at breakneck speed. With a tremendous crash, the two fireballs collided in the center of the training field, sending up a thick cloud of smoke and dust. The whole training ground fell into a stunned silence. Irika's jaw dropped so far it looked like it might hit the floor. Having unleashed his technique, Sasuke was completely drained. His chakra utterly spent. He staggered a couple of steps, then collapsed to the ground with a dull thud. Ito, too, felt the heavy toll of chakra depletion. His body was racked with exhaustion and weakness. If he hadn't spent the last few days enduring Madara Uchiha's relentless training, he probably wouldn't have been able to stay on his feet at all. But this was only the beginning. From here on out, his path to strength would only grow faster and more unstoppable. It was just a pity that all I had to my name were a few thousand Silvertails. After pestering my grandfather all day yesterday, he finally gave me another 10,000. But the system's channeling ability consumes wealth points. A white summoning requires 10,000 wealth points and corresponds to a genin. A green summoning needs 100,000 wealth points, which matches a chunin. A blue summoning takes 1,000,000 wealth points, equivalent to a jonin. A purple summoning demands 10 million wealth points, which is the level of an elite jonin. And a golden summoning, well, that one takes 100 million wealth points, matching the power of a Hokage. Right now, I had no more than 20,000 Silvertails on me. Not even enough to summon a chunin. Honestly, a genin-level summoning was nearly useless, so next I really had to rack my brains to make some money. Meanwhile, after snapping back to his senses, Irika-sensei rushed forward to help Uchiha Sasuke to his feet. I hereby announce: the first place in this training match is Ito Howin. Uzumaki Naruto, hearing Irika-sensei's announcement, leapt straight into the air with excitement. Howin, that was amazing! When did you learn ninjutsu? I want to learn too. Yamanaka Ino let out a long breath as she watched, her eyes shining with admiration. As expected from Howin-kun, so cool. Narashikamaru scratched his pineapple-shaped hair, a little troubled. Didn't think this guy had gotten so strong already. Looks like I'll need to put in a bit more effort too. But training is just so troublesome. On the other side, Haruno Sakura rushed over to Sasuke, eyes filled with concern. Sasuke, are you all right? But Sasuke ignored Sakura entirely. Instead, he gazed at Ito Howin, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. You win this time? How win? But I won't admit defeat. I bear the pride of the Uchiha clan. Next time I'll definitely beat you. Hearing Sasuke's words, Ito Howin raised an eyebrow. The Uchiha kid had inherited the whole family fortune. He must be loaded, right? Maybe I should borrow a little spending money from him. All right, I'll be waiting, Sasuke. As for what comes next, I already had a few ideas. First and foremost, making money and getting stronger. After all, my system only recognizes cash. I had no interest in genin or chunin level summons. Those kinds of ninja wouldn't be much help, and I'd still have to pay for them. My goal had to be at least a blue summoning, jonin level power, but that would take 1,000,000 wealth points, 1,000,000 Silvertails, so I had to find every possible way to get my hands on more money. There's no need to even consider help from my own family. If they can spare me a few tens of thousands of silver coins, that'd already be a stroke of luck. Within the Hidden Leaf Village, I could try my hand at some business ventures. Or perhaps do, as Jiraiya does, and write a few risque novels. After all, over the years, Jiraiya has made a name for himself across the ninja world by raking in wealth through his Make Out Paradise series. But honestly, that way of making money is just too slow. The quickest route is to simply take it by force. And naturally, I already have a target in mind. The 5 great nations and the other powerful ninja villages are obviously out of my league. But Gato from the Land of Waves is the perfect cash cow. He's just a merchant with little real strength, protected only by a handful of samurai, at best accompanied by Haku and Zabuza. Yet this guy is rolling in riches. Even within the Hidden Leaf, You hear people dropping Gado's name. He's one of the wealthiest men in this world, after all. I even thought about asking Madara Uchiha to help me rob him, but now it seems I might have found a better target. Sasuke Uchiha holds all the wealth of the Uchiha clan. As his close friend, borrowing a few $100 million from him shouldn't be a problem, right? There aren't that many truly wealthy people in the Hidden Leaf, besides. The third Hokage and Danzo Shimura. Only a few big clans remain. Among these families, the Hyuga and Nara clans are probably the richest. Now that the Uchiha are gone, the Hyuga clan stands as the largest family in the village. The Nara clan, with its medicinal herb business, is also flush with cash. That's always how I saw it, but I've overlooked Sasuke Uchiha until now. Looks like it's time to cozy up to him and see what I can do. The mighty Uchiha clan, even if the third Hokage and Danzo split up some of their fortune, there should still be billions left, right? After all, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura wouldn't dare take everything with Itachi Uchiha still alive. They have to be careful. With the end of the sparring match, afternoon classes wrapped up as well. Back in the classroom, Iruka-sensei tidied up a bit before announcing the end of the school day. The classroom erupted in a cheerful commotion as everyone got ready to head home to their families. Hey, everyone, of course. Ito Hirofumi was calling out to his own little group, and everyone turned at his voice, curiosity piqued. What's up, Hirofumi? Is something the matter? Yeah, are we going out for dinner again? The gang gathered around, and even Sasuke Uchiha hesitated for a moment before turning his gaze their way instead of leaving right away. Ito Hirofumi walked straight over to Sasuke. It's nothing serious. Just that our little squad gained a new member today, didn't we? Ito Hirofumi spoke while keeping his eyes on Sasuke Uchiha. We've all visited each other's homes before, and we've shared meals together. So Sasuke, surely you're not going to be stingy, are you? We've all been guests in one another's houses. Aren't you going to invite us over to yours? At Hirofumi's words, Naruto, Uzumaki, and the rest of the gang looked at Sasuke with eager anticipation. After all, there wasn't much to do at home anyway, so why not have fun together with friends? Especially since Sasuke still lived in the Uchiha clan compound, a place none of them had ever visited. Hearing this, Sasuke hesitated. After that incident, he was the only one left in the entire Uchiha clan. Even if he invited his classmates over, what could he possibly offer them as a host? Despite his hesitation, deep down Sasuke was a little excited. He'd lived there alone for so many years. If everyone came over, maybe it would finally feel lively. He stammered. Naruto, noticing Sasuke's hesitation, ambled over while picking his nose. Come on, Sasuke. Don't be such a wimp. All of us have hosted each other before. Even I, all by myself, managed to treat everyone to instant noodles. You're the proud heir of the Uchiha clan. Don't tell me you're going to be stingy about this. Naruto continued, his tone exaggerated and teasing as he tried to provoke Sasuke. Come on, you're not chicken, are you? Stupid Naruto. Sasuke snapped back. I'm not stingy like you. I was just thinking about what I should serve everyone. That's all. I'm not about to just give you all instant noodles like an idiot. Money's not a problem for me. At this, Hirofumi's eyes lit up with delight. That's exactly what he wanted to hear. Sasuke had money to spare. Now he'd feel less awkward about borrowing some later. Naruto, on the other hand, didn't take Sasuke's words to heart. For him, being able to treat everyone to instant noodles was already the best he could do. Teach Uchiha show off. Naruto jeered. Stupid Naruto. Sasuke shot back. Uchiha show off. Uzumaki idiot. Sasuke. Naruto. And so, thanks to Sasuke Uchiha's deep pockets, the little squad set out on a grand shopping spree. Hirofumi had noticed just moments earlier that the smallest bill in Sasuke's wallet was 10,000 Ryo. And there were dozens of them, and that was definitely not all the money Sasuke had. Everyone began waving the bill Sasuke Uchiha had brought out, diving into shopping with great enthusiasm. After all, they knew they'd soon be feasting together. Even Hinata Hyuga, usually so shy and reserved, was visibly excited in this moment. She'd visited her classmates' homes before, and she had also invited them to her own place. But of all those experiences, her favorite was always visiting Hirofumi Ito's home. After all, Aunt Hanako Ito's cooking was simply delicious, and every time Hinata could eat her fill, it couldn't be helped. She never seemed to understand why her appetite was so big. At home, she almost never felt truly full. But now, with Sasuke Uchiha pulling out so much money for the shopping trip, she knew she would finally get her fill tonight. And there was no need to tell her father. Over the years, it had become common for friends to visit each other's homes, and her father had grown used to it. The other classmates were in much the same situation as Hinata. After all, they were about to graduate from the Ninja Academy this year and soon become real ninjas, so their families no longer restricted their freedom so tightly. However, not everything went smoothly during shopping trip. Naruto Uzumaki, brimming with excitement, waved a 10,000 Ryo bill Sasuke had handed him and dashed into a barbecue restaurant. Barbecue was a luxury he'd never even dared to dream of before. But today, with that smug Sasuke handing out so much money, he was determined to eat his fill of grilled meat. In the past, no one would sell to him, probably because he never had enough money. Now that he finally had plenty, surely they would serve him. But the very next moment after Naruto stepped into the barbecue restaurant, the atmosphere shifted. Oh no, that dreadful demon fox brat just walked in. Yeah, just look at those whisker marks on his face. So disgusting. Get away from him. What if he turns into the demon fox and kills us all? Ugh, I've lost my appetite just seeing him walk in. Hey look, isn't that a 10,000 Ryo bill in the demon fox kid's hand? It really does look like it. Humph, there's no way. That demon fox brat could have so much money. He must have stolen it from somewhere. That's right, he definitely stole it. This wretched demon fox brat. Not only does he look strange, now he's learned to steal as well. Get out of here, demon fox brat. Yeah, get out, go away, and hand over that money. How dare you steal? We'll just have to keep it safe for you. The villagers hurled insults at Naruto Uzumaki as they circled around him, their intentions anything but kind. All their eyes were fixed greedily on the 10,000 Ryo note clutched in his hand. After all, he was just that demon fox brat. Surely the money was stolen from somewhere. So taking it from him was no crime at all. At this moment, Naruto was clearly panicking. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I'm not some demon fox brat, and I didn't steal this money either. I didn't steal anything. I just wanted to buy some barbecue, that's all. Hearing Naruto's protest, the people inside the barbecue shop burst out in raucous, mocking laughter. A few villagers, already drunk, begin shoving him around wildly. What a joke. The demon fox brat claims he even has a name. Naruto Uzumaki. Ha! You're nothing but the demon fox brat, hated by everyone. Right, and now this damn fox is trying to say he didn't steal the money. Anyone can see you stole it. Hand it over. Those drunken villagers, no longer satisfied with just pushing Naruto around, began to rain blows and kicks upon him, grabbing desperately for the money in his hands. Naruto was beaten into a corner, but he clung fiercely to the precious banknote. Seeing the crowd's attention on them, the drunk villagers grew even more smug, their vanity thoroughly satisfied. The squad had split up to buy supplies, so only Hinata Hyuga had secretly followed Naruto. When she heard the commotion from inside the barbecue shop, she rushed in without hesitation. Naruto, are you all right? Hinata squeezed past two of the drunkards who were pummeling Naruto and hurriedly helped him to his feet. A few sober villagers noticed Hinata's distinctive eyes. Hey, those eyes. That's right, looks like she's from the Hyuga clan. Who would have thought? A member of the Hyuga family standing with the demon fox brat. And from the looks of it, they seem to get along pretty well. Yeah, who'd have guessed? The Hyuga clan's fame in Konoha was considerable, so those who hadn't been drinking too much dare not go too far, but the drunks had long lost themselves to the liquor and completely forgotten what the Byakugan symbolized. Well, isn't this something? Just as we finish with the demon fox brat, along comes a white-eyed freak. Haha, isn't it hilarious? The demon fox brat and a white-eyed freak together. They actually look quite a match, don't they? That white-eyed freak dares to help the little fox demon. She must be in cahoots with him. They're all bad news. At this moment, the villagers who hadn't had too much to drink kept quiet. After all, she was from the Hyuga clan. Only those who were drunk dared to call her a white-eyed freak. But seeing that no one else spoke up, the drunken louts assumed their own bravado had cowed the crowd, and grew even more arrogant and smug. Hinata, hurry and go find Howin and the others. If you stay here, you'll get hurt too. Go quickly. Seeing the small figure of Hinata Hyuga, standing with her arms spread wide, shielding him, Naruto Uzumaki suddenly felt his heart pounding in his chest. Something inside Naruto's heart was deeply moved. He never would have guessed that this timid, unusual Hinata Hyuga would stand up to protect him like this. Hinata, go. Don't worry about me. Find Howin and Sasuke. No, I won't leave, even if I get hurt. I want to stand beside you. Hearing that, Naruto just stared in awe at the petite figure protecting him. Hinata, but the usually timid Hinata Hyuga spoke with a newfound resolve. Naruto, maybe you've forgotten, but that day, it was you who protected me. So today, let me protect you. Naruto was stunned as her words brought back memories from years ago, a stormy, snowy night when a little girl was being bullied, and he had stepped in to help, only to end up taking a beating himself. So that little girl was Hinata all along. The drunks who had surrounded Naruto and Hinata burst into raucous laughter. Did you guys hear that? This white-eyed freak just said, even if she gets beaten, she'll stand beside the little fox demon. What a joke. The white-eyed freak and the fox boy, they really are a perfect pair of weirdos. If they want a beating so badly, let's oblige them. They're just a pair of freaks. Yeah. And look, this white-eyed freak has a 10,000 Rio banknote in her hand. She must have stolen it too. Guess we'll just have to look after it for her. Ah ha ha ha. As they jeered, the drunks shoved at Hinata, who stood protectively in front of Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto leapt up in anger. Bastards, you jerks, get your hands off her right now. Just then, 3 figures approached the barbecue shop from outside. One of them wore the traditional Hyuga clan robes, another sported a bowl-cut hairstyle with a green bodysuit, and the third was a girl with delicate features, her hair tied up in 2 buns. These 3 were none other than Neji Hyuga, Rock Lee, and Tenten, who had just finished a mission and were looking forward to some barbecue. Last year, all 3 had graduated from the Ninja Academy and become genin. They were assigned to the same squad, led by Might Guy Jonin from the Hidden Leaf Village. Tenten gazed curiously at the boisterous barbecue restaurant. Neji Lee, do you see what's going on inside? Why is it so noisy? I want to see. Let me see. Rock Lee bounced excitedly, eager to find out what the commotion was about. Neji, on the other hand, remained expressionless. It's so loud here. Maybe we should pick another place. Just then, Lee let out a dramatic exclamation. Wait, aren't those your sister Hinata and that underclassman, Uzumaki Naruto? Neji. Hearing this, Neji's brow furrowed. Why would his cousin be here? And that Uzumaki Naruto, he wasn't exactly a stranger. If anything, Neji had become quite familiar with him. Thanks to Ito Hirofumi's influence, Neji had gotten to know Naruto better. Although Naruto often acted silly, he wasn't the demon fox child everyone said he was. In fact, when Ito Hirofumi first arrived in this world, before even binding with the system, he'd started befriending Neji Lee and Tenten at the academy. While their bond wasn't as close as Naruto's friendship with Shikamaru and Choji, they counted as friends. At first, Neji hadn't wanted anything to do with Ito Hirofumi, but over time, they grew more familiar. They'd even shared a few simple meals with Naruto's group. Without a second thought, Neji pushed through the crowd and went inside. In an instant, the veins around Neji's eyes bulged, the telltale sign of his Byakugan. He saw his cousin Hinata being bullied, called white-eyed freak. These people had gone too far. With a flurry of swift blows, Neji sent several drunken troublemakers flying. Brother, Hinata finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing him. Are you all right? And Uzumaki Naruto. Neji's voice was cold as he looked over Hinata and Naruto. I'm fine, brother, Hinata replied, her shy demeanor returning in front of her cousin. Naruto, on the other hand, looked absolutely delighted to see the trio standing before him. Neji, Lee, Tenten, what are you guys doing here? Seeing Naruto, Uzumaki looking rather battered, covered in a mess of shoe prints, Rock Lee hurried over to help him up. We just finished a mission and came here hoping to grab some barbecue, but we never expected to stumble upon something like this. Those guys have really gone too far? Tenten said, her brows furrowed in anger. Meanwhile, the drunken men Neji Hyuga had just sent flying struggled to their feet in the middle of the street. Damn it, you dare lay a hand on me? And now another white-eyed freak shows up, huh? Oh, and this time there's a green-skinned weirdo too. Look at that ridiculous bowl cut. Makes me want to laugh out loud. Hey, that girl with the bun hairstyle isn't half bad though. Their jeers echoed down the street, growing louder and more obnoxious. Hearing the commotion outside, Neji Hyuga Rock Lee Tenten, along with Naruto and Hinata, stepped out to confront them. At the same time, their other teammates who'd been shopping nearby noticed the uproar and quickly gathered around, everyone upon seeing Naruto's sorry state. Instantly guessed what had just happened there. Eyes turned cold as they fixed their gazes on the drunken troublemakers. Sasuke Uchiha in particular grew visibly tense when he saw the messy footprints all over Naruto's clothes. His hand shot to his lower back, and in the next instant a kunai appeared ready in his grip. Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, and Kiba Inuzuka subtly moved into position, forming a loose circle that hemmed the drunks in. Hey, what do you brats think you're doing? What's with those looks? Planning to start a fight with me? One of the drunks shouted, trying to sound intimidating. Tsich, do you even know who I am? A bunch of kids pretending to be tough. What a joke. You must be that demon fox brat's friends and the white-eyed freaks too, right? Push me any further, and I'll deal with all of you together. The constant jeering, white-eyed freak demon fox brat only made the group's expressions grow colder. Niji Hyuga's hands crackle with chakra as he prepared to strike, slipping seamlessly into a gentle fist stance. But just then a hand caught his arm, halting him. Niji frowned, glancing sideways at the person beside him, Hirofumi Ito. "What are you doing?" Still gripping Niji's arm, Hirofumi Ito spoke softly. "It's nothing, just remember, you're a full-fledged ninja now. You're not allowed to attack ordinary civilians, so leave this to us. After all, we're just students of the Ninja Academy, not actual ninjas yet. So even if we rough these guys up a bit, it shouldn't be a problem, right?" As Ito Hirofumi spoke, a cruel smile spread across his face. Niji Hyuga was quietly taken aback by Ito's words. After all, he had only intended to teach these drunkards a lesson. Ito was right. In a Hidden Leaf village, ninjas were strictly forbidden from harming civilians, yet Niji hadn't expected Ito to be this ruthless. Was he really going to cripple these men? As soon as Ito finished speaking, the group of young shinobi closed in on the drunken men. Sasuke Uchiha in particular looked especially cold and intense, clutching a kunai tightly in his hand. Ito noticed this and walked over to Sasuke, giving his shoulder a gentle pat. "Be careful. Even though we're still just students at the Ninja Academy, it would be a real mess if someone died. So, try not to use your kunai." With that, Ito sprang into action, darting toward the nearest drunkard. With a powerful kick, he sent the man flying several meters through the air. Then, in a flash, Ito activated his body flicker technique. Before the drunken man could even process what had happened, Ito reappeared right in front of him. Raising his foot, Ito stomped down hard. "There's a sickening crack, Arg. My leg. My leg. You broke my leg. Somebody help me. It hurts. Oh, it hurts so much. Please stop. Only now do you feel pain. So have you sobered up yet?" Ito taunted, grinding his foot into the man's leg for emphasis. He leaned in, narrowing his eyes as he stared down at the man, writhing in agony. "Yes, I'm sober. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I'll never do it again. I swear I'll never bully anyone again." "Wait, you're a ninja, aren't you? You can't forget. Ninjas aren't allowed to attack civilians. You're breaking the village rules." Ito let out a derisive snort at these words. "Sorry, but I'm not some so-called ninja. I'm just a student at the Ninja Academy. I haven't even graduated yet, so if I rough you up, it doesn't count as breaking any rules." Ito's mercilessness sobered up the other drunkards almost instantly. They stood frozen in fear, trembling as they worried their legs might be next. The other young shinobi were equally shocked by Ito's brutality. Then they heard Ito speak again. "My name is Ito Hirofumi. If any of you have a problem with this, you're welcome to come to me. No matter who you are, if you dare lay a hand on my friends, I won't let you off the hook, and I'll make sure you understand what true cruelty really means. I don't want to hear anyone utter those words, demon fox brat, or call anyone a white-eyed freak. Not from anyone's lips. Otherwise, you'll end up just like this guy." As he spoke, Hirofumi Ito swept his gaze across the crowd of onlookers. These people had no sense of respect or fear. Just like those drunkards. Honestly, even if they weren't intoxicated, they'd dare call Hinata a white-eyed freak. They knew the rules of the Hidden Leaf Village. No matter how powerful a ninja was forbidden from attacking civilians, so many civilians didn't take ninjas seriously at all. But today, Hirofumi Ito wanted to show them exactly what a ninja truly was. Once he finished speaking, he raised his foot once more. In an instant, a sickening crack echoed as the drunkard's other leg broke. After making this man pay with both legs, Hirofumi Ito turned his eyes to the rest of the group. "What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and finish things here. Let's get to the banquet already." The others stood frozen for a moment, taken aback, partly by Hirofumi's ferocity, partly by sheer surprise. All these years at the Ninja Academy, Hirofumi Ito had always seemed so bright and cheerful, a friendly, sunny boy. No one had expected him to reveal such a fierce side today. But not a single one of them felt uneasy. After all, Hirofumi's wrath was reserved for their enemies. Who wouldn't want a friend like that? Someone who'd stand up and fight for you. Among them, Sasuke Uchiha was the first to move. He tucked away his kunai and charged at one of the drunkards. Following Hirofumi's order, Ino Yamanaka's eyes sparkled with stars. At this very moment, Hirofumi's commanding presence was more attractive than ever. If I were in danger, I know Hirofumi would protect me just like this, she thought, her heart pounding as she dove into the fray. Next was Hinata Hyuga. Gone was her usual timid demeanor, especially after seeing how badly Naruto had just been treated. Hinata found the courage to join the fight, helping to subdue the drunkards. Kiba Inuzuka wasted no time, charging in with wild enthusiasm, shouting out about Bond's friendship and fiery determination as he leaped into the brawl. Meanwhile, Choji Akimichi popped the last chip into his mouth. Come on, let's wrap this up. The banquet's waiting, and I can't wait another minute. Narashikamaru scratched his head helplessly at the sight, having already noticed a few ninja who, after witnessing the scene, vanished, most likely off to inform the third Hokage. This really is such a hassle. But isn't that what friends are for? With so many of us, even the third Hokage probably won't punish us, right? Shikamaru muttered under his breath, making his way toward the heart of the brawl. Beside him, Sakura Haruno's eyes darted back and forth, quickly settling on the drunkard currently being pummeled by Sasuke Uchiha. How dare you? Sasuke's hitting you, and you still try to dodge, she shouted, her voice trembling with indignation. If Sasuke's fist lands on you, it'll hurt him, too. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Shino Aburame, ever the quietest presence, lingered outside the main fray, slipping in a well-placed kick whenever an opening appeared. Each strike aimed unerringly below the belt. By the end of the scuffle, each of the drunkards paid the price of a broken leg, and their bodies were littered with countless minor injuries. The one targeted by Sasuke and Sakura suffered the most. 6 teeth knocked out, 8 ribs fractured, a broken leg, and even an arm snapped. Strangely, in this moment, the group felt an unexpected closeness, a sense of camaraderie born from standing up for each other. It was the bold, impassioned spirit of youth, unrestrained and full of fire. Each of them felt a rush of excitement. Since none had ever truly been in a real fight before, their only experience was the sparring drills at the Ninja Academy. This time, though, they'd let loose and fought with abandon, and it felt exhilarating. Naruto Uzumaki was the only one who hadn't joined in. Watching the pitiful state of the drunkards, he felt a pang of sympathy. For a moment, his compassionate nature flared up, and he almost tried to persuade his friends to show mercy, but emotion overcame Naruto's urge to play the saint. His friends were standing up for him. They were helping him teach a lesson to those who had bullied him. Even though he knew they'd gone too far, the gesture filled him with gratitude and warmth. On the other side, Neji, Hyuga, Rock Lee, and Tenten were nearly struck dumb by what they saw. Their mouths hung open in shock as they stared at the group of students who now looked less like classmates and more like a gang of mafiosos. They had all known each other well back in the academy, but never in their wildest dreams did they imagine these students could be so ruthless. Compared to them, Neji and his friends seemed less like real ninja. After graduation, their missions had been nothing but chasing cats, walking dogs, or pulling weeds. In contrast, these academy students fought with a ferocity that was almost frightening. Watching the flushed faces of each and every one of these spirited youngsters, Hirofumi Ito couldn't help but let a small, satisfied smile tug at the corner of his mouth. Wasn't this exactly the outcome he'd been hoping for? First, let's make sure this group of cockroaches sticks together. Only then can I achieve great things in the future. Well, did you enjoy the fight? Ito Hirofumi gazed at the drunken men sprawled across the ground, as if he were looking at a pile of worthless garbage. For Uchiha Sasuke, this was his first time experiencing something like this, and he found it thrilling, especially the rush of blood and excitement surging through him. For some reason, Sasuke suddenly remembered a song Hirofumi once sang, writing, "The storm I charge ahead, admired by all. Indeed, I am the true superstar in these chaotic times." With that thought, Sasuke shoved both hands in his pockets, lifted his chin ever so slightly, and squinted up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, exuding that unmistakable air of Uchiha arrogance. They're nothing but trash, and trash must be dealt with accordingly. Since they dared lay a hand on my friends, they'd better be prepared to face the wrath of the Uchiha. After declaring this, Sasuke tilted his head just a little, sneaking a glance at Uzumaki Naruto completely unaware that Sasuke was secretly watching him, leapt over to Sasuke's side. Pompous Sasuke is being pompous again, but since you put it that way, I guess I'll reluctantly admit you're my friend. Ha ha ha. Compared to them, Hyuga Neji and his companions were much calmer, especially Neji himself, whose face was expressionless as he looked at Hirofumi. This incident has gotten pretty out of hand, and it certainly made a lot of noise. Even though you're all students at the Ninja Academy, I don't think. This will be easy to deal with. So what's your plan? Hirofumi responded with a devilish grin. Beneath that icy exterior, Niji was clearly just showing his concern, but that was only natural. After all, after years at the academy, Hirofumi knew Niji had always been short on friends. Besides Tenten and Lee, Hirofumi was one of his rare companions. Come on, there's nothing to worry about. Have you noticed our last names? Niji paused for a moment, then turned and realized what he meant, right? What's there to worry about? They'd only taught a few drunks a lesson, and those drunks started it anyway. Looking at the group who'd actually thrown punches, aside from Sakura Haruno, who came from an ordinary family, Hirofumi's clan was actually the smallest among them. So, perhaps there really wasn't anything to be concerned about after all. Let's not dwell on it. It's just a few drunks. Nothing to worry about, Hirofumi said, waving his hand dismissively. We're planning to have dinner at Sasuke's place. Hirofumi said cheerfully. Looks like you three are about to eat too. Why don't you join us? You don't have any missions right now, and we're all old friends anyway. Let's get together. Hearing this, Tenten and Lee both seemed tempted, but Niji Hyuga didn't immediately respond. Just then, Hinata Hyuga shyly approached, her demeanor once again gentle and reserved. Brother, come on. It'll be more lively with everyone together. Is that okay? Brother, she asked softly. Looking at his adorable and timid little sister, Niji found it hard to believe that this same Hinata had been so fierce just moments ago. Faced with the hopeful sparkle in Hinata's eyes, Niji finally nodded. All right, let's go together, he said. That's wonderful, brother, Hinata exclaimed, her voice bright with delight. All right, time for a dinner party. Chuji, Akimichi cheered, his stomach already rumbling with hunger. But at that moment, Shikamaru Nara hands shoved in his pockets, gazed into the distance. Trouble's coming, he murmured. Only Naruto Uzumaki, oblivious as ever, didn't catch Shikamaru's meaning. What trouble? Come on, Shikamaru, let's go. Dinner's waiting. Everyone except Naruto turned their eyes toward the source of the disturbance. Suddenly, several ninja dressed in umbu uniforms appeared in front of them, their movements swift and precise. As ninja, you are forbidden from attacking civilians without cause. Please come with us and cooperate with our investigation, the white-haired masked leader declared. Hirofumi stared at the spiky-haired figure at the front, momentarily confused. That familiar look? Wasn't this Kakashi? Ha! Sir, you must be mistaken. We're not ninja. We're just students from the Ninja Academy. Those three are ninja, but they didn't lay a hand on anyone. Hirofumi protested. Kakashi, behind his mask, paused. He recognized those three. They were guy students, and indeed, it seemed they hadn't been involved. Students from the academy technically weren't considered ninja, so even if they had acted against civilians, it wouldn't violate the rule prohibiting ninja from harming ordinary people. This was turning tricky. Kakashi looked at the group of kids, feeling a headache coming on. The drunken men had clearly been beaten up, and not lightly. The worst of them was barely recognizable. But since these kids weren't official ninja at worst, it was just a regular scuffle. Still, if he didn't handle this properly, it might leave a bad impression. What a troublesome bunch of brats. You really aren't cute at all, Kakashi muttered under his breath. Since you've already admitted you're a student at the Ninja Academy, this matter needs to be reported to your teachers and your parents. No matter what, those who got hurt deserve proper compensation. Hearing that lazy, indifferent tone, Hirofumi Ito was certain. This guy standing before him was Kakashi, a head full of spiky white hair, looking listless and worn out, with an air of perpetual exhaustion. Who else could it be but the legendary Konoha technician, Hatake 50/50, master of scraping therapy? Sure, no problem at all. Notify the parents if you have to make reparations if that's what's required. My name is Hirofumi Ito. My father is Aoyama Ito. Kakashi arched an eyebrow at this, recognizing the name. So this kid is from the Ito clan? In fact, if you remembered correctly, this boy was actually the young heir of the Ito family. The Ito clan wasn't exactly a major player in the Hidden Leaf Village, but it was still fairly well known. Aoyama Ito, the boy's father, was much older than Kakashi himself, a seasoned jonin of considerable strength, perhaps even at the level of an elite jonin by now. Still, to Kakashi, he figured their skills would be pretty evenly matched, but this Hirofumi kid had all the airs of a spoiled brat, and that definitely grated on his nerves. At that moment, Ino Yamanaka was the first to step up beside Hirofumi. My name is Ino Yamanaka. I was fighting just now, too. My father is Inoichi Yamanaka, the current head of the Yamanaka clan. So if you need to inform parents, go right ahead. Kakashi scratched his head at that, feeling the situation grow trickier by. The second, the Ito clan, the Yamanaka clan. Both respected families and both represented by their heirs. This is turning out to be a real headache. We can't let you kids delay our dinner gathering. Otherwise, Choji and Naruto are definitely going to be disappointed. Shikamaru Nara strolled over, hands laced behind his head in his usual laid-back manner. I'm Shikamaru Nara. My father is Shikaka Nara, head of a Nara clan. With those words, the rest of the rookie nine quickly gathered around. As well, Mr. Ninja, I'm Choji Kimichi, and my father is Choza Kimichi. My father is Shibi Aburame. My father is Sum Inazuka. At this point, Kakashi felt his whole body almost go numb. All right. They're all for the big clans, huh? And every last one of them is the clan leader's kid. Honestly, what are you all doing picking fights with a bunch of drunkards anyway? And just look at how badly you roughed them up. Couldn't you have gone a little easier on them? Sakura Haruno watched her friends one by one declare their prestigious family backgrounds, and couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. She was just an ordinary civilian, but then she remembered the miserable look on Naruto's face earlier, and Sakura felt reassured. Standing up for her friends was the right thing to do, wasn't it? Besides, she just fought side by side with Sasuke. That thought alone filled her with delight at that moment. I knew I had to stand up for myself, too. I absolutely couldn't let Sasuke look down on me. My name is Sakura Haruno, even though I'm not from some prestigious clan. Isn't it only natural to stand with your friends? Naruto Uzumaki watched as Sakura bravely stepped forward, his face lighting up with emotion. His eyes practically sparkled with admiration. Hinata Hyuga glanced at Naruto's reaction, then looked at her brother standing beside her. She clenched her teeth, mustered all her courage, and boldly stepped to the front as well. My name is Hinata Hyuga. My father is Hayashi Hyuga. Niji Hyuga was left utterly speechless by this scene. How had his little sister changed so much in such a short time? Just a moment ago, she was brawling in public, and now she was invoking the name of their clan. Was this really his once delicate and timid sister? Why did she suddenly have the air of a mafia princess? Unbelievable. Could this be some kind of jinjutsu? When did it happen? Earlier, Kakashi Hitaki had only felt a headache, but now his teeth were starting to ache as well. How had the Hyuga clan become so embroiled in all of this? And wasn't the Hyuga heiress Hinata supposed to be a gentle, fragile girl? Instead, she was standing there like a formidable boss lady. Especially that bold declaration. My father is Hayashi Hyuga. Was it really wise to shout that at the top of her lungs? Everyone knew the Hyuga were the most powerful family in the Hidden Leaf Village right now. Sasuke Uchiha watched as everyone tried to make a statement. Deep down, he wanted to do the same, but then he remembered he was the last of the Uchiha clan. What good was it to boast about his father, Fugaku Uchiha, when he was all alone? Still, he couldn't pass up a chance to show off. Hands shoved in his pockets, he tilted his head to the sky at a dramatic 45-degree angle, striding with a cool, rebellious air. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I carry the pride of the Uchiha clan. That pride will never allow me to abandon my friends. At that moment, Naruto felt like his heart was about to burst. He was fired up, truly fired up. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I'm a man who will become Hokage. I'll become Hokage, and then everyone will acknowledge me. You'd better. Listen up. I am not some demon fox brat. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Hearing Naruto's name, Kakashi's eye flickered with emotion beneath his mask. Naruto Uzumaki. That bright, sunny spirit. He really does remind me of Sensei. The two EMBU operatives behind Kakashi exchanged uneasy glances. These heirs of the great clans were nothing to mess with. Captain, what should we do now, Captain? Are we really supposed to take down all these kids? Kakashi scratched his white hair, looking listless as he spoke. If you want to take it, then go ahead. I'm not getting involved in this matter anymore. We'll report to the third Hokage when we get back and let him handle it. As for what compensation their families owe or what happens next, that's none of our business. Captain, you're brilliant, came two voices in unison. With swift movements, the three ANBU vanished as quickly as they had appeared. Meanwhile, the new generation of Konoha's 12 little giants had gathered together with Ito. Everyone carried all sorts of ingredients on their backs, and together they marched off in high spirits toward the Uchiha clan's compound. Niji Hyuga, Rock Lee, and Tenten also joined the group. Though Niji still wore his usual cool and distant expression, a faint, unintentional smile tugged at the corner of his lips at Sasuke Uchiha's house. The Uchiha clan estate was vast, but at this moment it stood utterly deserted. The 12 little giants all understood the situation, so they were careful not to touch on the things that might upset Sasuke. In Sasuke's home, he was the only one present. "Hey, let me tell you. Just now I gave that guy a real hard kick where it hurts." "Haha, Kiba, you really are shameless." "Shino, don't act like you're some kind of saint. Weren't you the one always sneaking in dirty moves? Didn't you take out all those guys? Well, and you still have a nerve to call me out?" "Nonsense. My move is called the lineage ender kick." "Oh, please. Since when does the lineage ender kick involve that kind of sneak attack?" "You're the real shameless one here," says you. "You're the shameless one." "No, you are." "Hey, you two, cut it out for a second. To be honest, I think Sasuke and Sakura were the real tough ones out there. Someone even got their front teeth knocked out. But really, Hinata, you usually seem so gentle and timid, but just now, you were totally fierce, right? And who would have thought Sakura was so strong? With just one punch, she knocked a guy's tooth out." Yeah, but I still think Hido's line, "My father is Ito Aoyama," was the most badass. I even tried it myself, just now. "For sure. My father is Shikaka Nara." A round of laughter erupted through the room. With everyone chatting and joking, Sasuke's house was filled with an energy and warmth it hadn't known for years. For a moment, Sasuke found himself lost in thought, wondering just how long it had been since his home had been so lively. He had to admit it felt pretty good. "Hey, brat." Ito Hirofumi's mind stirred. Was that Uchiha Madara in the summoning space calling for him? He took the roasted meat Yamanaka Ino had just cooked for him, and at the same time, focused his chakra to enter the summoning space. Seeing Ino grilling meat for Hirofumi, Haruno Sakura decided to follow her example and roasted a few pieces for Uchiha Sasuke. But Sasuke paid her no attention at all. Instead, he was locked in a playful tug-of-war with Uzumaki Naruto over a piece of meat that had already been charred black. The two of them bantered back and forth, each insisting the other take it, their voices lively and spirited. Hinata, on her part, wanted to grill some meat for Naruto, but after deliberating for a long time, she just couldn't muster the courage. The tough, mob boss aura she'd donned earlier had already vanished without a trace. In fact, just remembering how she'd bravely stood in front of Naruto and spoken those words to him made Hinata's cheeks burn with embarrassment. She nibbled at her barbecue, stealing glances at Naruto from the corner of her eye. Meanwhile, within the summoning space, Uchiha Madara's expression was as dark as a thundercloud. Hirofumi had already told him about the Uchiha clan's annihilation, so Madara had mentally prepared himself. At least a little, but sensing just how empty the Uchiha compound had become still left him feeling hollow inside. Even if they were traitors who had turned their backs on him, they were still his clan, his family, once upon a time. Who could have imagined that the once glorious Uchiha would end up like this? Madara understood the twists and turns behind it all. He wasn't naive. The rise and fall of clans with each new ruler was an old story. Besides, he'd noticed something else. There was no trace of the Senju clan and the Hidden Leaf either. The two clans that had once founded Konoha together both vanished without a trace. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, truly a masterful player. Strangely, Madara found himself looking forward to the day when Tobirama Senju saw all this. That guy always preaching about the evil of the Uchiha. What would his face look like when he realized the Senju were gone too? "Hey Madara, why the long face? Is something bothering you?" Hirofumi called out. "Of course I'm upset. Even if they betrayed me, the Uchiha name was still something they carried." Madara replied gruffly. Hirofumi understood what Madara meant. When Madara left the village all those years ago, not a single member of the Uchiha followed him. Thinking of this, Hirofumi looked at Madara with a newfound seriousness. The past is beyond redemption, but the future can still be changed. Some people exhaust themselves yet fail to stir up even a ripple, while others, with a single thought, can overturn the entire world. Who can say for certain what the future holds? Perhaps one day, everyone will return to this world once more. Hearing Ito Hirofumi's words, Madara Uchiha's pupils narrowed slightly. Madara, of course, understood what he meant. This strange technique could revive the dead and summon departed souls back to the living world. In fact, his current body was already a near-perfect state of resurrection, and as long as Ito Hirofumi used his summoning technique, he could instantly enter the real world. So Ito Hirofumi was telling him that those who had already died still had a chance to return to life. You talk a big game, kid. Got any sake? Of course. And so, while Ito Hirofumi enjoyed grilled meat outside, inside the summoning space, he and Madara Uchiha shared a quiet drink together. Your summoning technique must come with a price, doesn't it? After downing a cup of sake, Madara gazed at the young man before him. Ito Hirofumi nodded noncommittally. Naturally, how could such fearsome power not come at a cost? Madara's heart settled. Yes, how could such an astonishing power not require a price? But before he could ponder further, Ito Hirofumi continued. However, that price isn't really a problem for me. Madara was taken aback by this. What kind of price are we talking about? Can you tell me? I do miss some of my old friends after all. At those words, Ito Hirofumi's eyes sparkled. Missing old friends, huh? Clearly he was talking about his close comrade Hashirama Senju. Not just any old friend, but this worked well for Hirofumi after all. It would be troublesome if Madara had no desires. As long as he wanted something, everything became much easier. If Madara missed his old friends, then surely he'd be willing to help Hirofumi make some serious money, right? As long as Madara could bring in tens or hundreds of billions, Hirofumi would summon every last one of his old friends without hesitation. Looking at Madara, Ito Hirofumi uttered a single word. Money. What did you say? Madara was momentarily confused. Just now he'd asked what price this technique required, and the kid answered with money. Was he saying that this world-shaking power could be bought for cash? Ridiculous. Kid, I'm asking what kind of price you need to pay. Are you seriously asking me for money? I have nothing now, not even a meal, unless you provide it. Do I look like someone with deep pockets? At that Ito. Hirofumi set down his cup of sake and said, Madara, didn't you just ask me what kind of price must be paid to resurrect the dead through spirit summoning? That price is money. To be precise, silver taels. What? Uchiha Madara's face was filled with disbelief. Such a terrifying and heaven-defying technique. How could it possibly be achieved with nothing more than money? Kid, do you take me for a fool? Are you just trying to amuse me? If the cost is truly too great, you can just say so. It's not as if I insist you must summon some spirit for me, trying to trick me with talk of money. Do you really think I'm an idiot? Hearing this, Ito Hirofumi could only sigh helplessly. Look, you asked and I told you, but now that I've said it, you don't believe me. What do you expect me to do? As he spoke, Ito Hirofumi spread his hands in resignation. It's not that I don't want to believe you. It's just that this all sounds too far-fetched. How could reviving a spirit be so easy? If money alone could do it, wouldn't all those who've died have been brought back by now? Madara still couldn't accept it. Sigh, I knew you wouldn't believe me. Honestly, I don't fully understand the details either, but ever since my last visit to the spirit world, I've gained some grasp of this ability. Ito Hirofumi explained, though he had no intention of mentioning the system to Madara. After all, he still wanted Madara's help to make money in the future. He paused briefly before continuing. All I need to do is spend a certain amount of silver taels, and I can summon a spirit just like I did with you, bringing them back to life in perfect condition. But of course, there are limits. I can only summon ninja. At the very least, they must have been at the level of a genin. I can't do anything for ordinary people. According to the system's description, there is no option for civilians. The person to be summoned must have possessed chakra in life, which meant at minimum, they had to be a genin. Listening to Ito Hirofumi's detailed explanation, Madara's heart began to race. Could this youngster actually be telling the truth? If so, this ability was simply too terrifying. Just spend money, and all the legendary warriors of the past could be summoned back, perfectly revived. This was beyond imagining. Kid, since you speak so confidently, let me ask you, how much does it cost to summon a ninja spirit? Now, that's the right question. The silver taels needed depend on the strength of the ninja. 10,000 taels of silver can summon a genin for me. 100,000 taels will bring forth a chunin. 1,000,000 taels can call forth a jonin, and 10 million taels will summon an elite jonin. As for 100 million taels, that would be enough to summon a powerhouse at the level of a Kage. Someone like you. Upon hearing this explanation, Madara Uchiha began to understand. So what you mean is the rank of a ninja you can summon corresponds to how much silver you spend. But it seems there's a loophole here. Suppose a ninja is incredibly powerful, but their official rank is only genin. Wouldn't you be getting an amazing bargain? Or looking at it the other way, wouldn't you be at a huge loss in some cases? Ito Hirofumi had actually asked the system about this very question before. Back then, he'd raised the same concern. The system explained that the ninja ranks are determined by the system itself, and have no direct connection to the actual rankings in their own world. Take Might Due, for example. Might Guy's father, his official rank was only Jinin, but when he gave it his all, he could wield power on par with a Kage. For a person like him, summoning would still require 100 million taels, 100 million in wealth. So there's no way to cheat the system by spending just 10,000 taels. That simply wouldn't happen. Ito Hirofumi accepted this explanation from the system without further argument, since it also protected him from losing money. After all, if he accidentally summoned someone like Danzo Shimura, whose reputation far exceeded his actual strength, he'd be at a terrible loss. With this in mind, Ito Hirofumi explained further to Madara Uchiha, "There's no loophole. My ability can distinguish the true strength of the departed. So the situation you described won't happen." Hearing this, Madara nodded. "So if you want to summon someone as powerful as me, you'd have to come up with 100 million taels? Is that right?" "Yes, exactly. Then does that mean it costs you 100 million taels to summon and resurrect me?" No, not at all." Ito Hirofumi shook his head. "What do you mean? Are you saying your ability doesn't think I'm worth that much?" Madara's tone grew agitated. The great Madara Uchiha, the Shura of the ninja world. Was he being told he wasn't even worth as much as a Kage was? This ability defective. Was he really not worth 100 million taels? "See, you're getting worked up again. You didn't cost any money. You were a free gift, understand? 100 million taels. Where'd I even get that kind of money? Even if I sold my entire family, I couldn't scrape together 100 million. You were a bonus, a stroke of luck. Somehow my ability just gave you to me for free. I'd say my luck really isn't bad at all since I ended up summoning you. By all accounts, I've made quite a profit here." Yet at this very moment, Uchiha Madara's mood was anything but pleasant, especially when he recalled how Ito Hiromi had just said free and given away for nothing. The great Uchiha Madara reduced to something worthless, something handed out for free. Unbelievable. Fine. Damn it all to hell. Still, Ito Hiromi, that brat, at least understood what was what. He knew that summoning Madara was a huge win for himself. After all, those so-called Kage-level powerhouses in front of Madara, they be nothing. He could crush them with a single kick. Now at the height of his powers, with the Rinnegan unleashed, even that blockhead Hashirama Senju wouldn't stand a chance against him. Let alone some so-called Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Please, it's not that Madara looked down on him, but he could defeat that guy with one hand tied behind his back. Looking at Ito Hiromi standing before him, Madara's mind wandered. If this kid had enough money, could he perhaps summon that blockhead Hashirama too? But right now, the kid was broke, and Madara couldn't be sure if the kid was telling the truth. What if he was being tricked? If Madara went out and helped him make money, wouldn't he just be working for nothing? Madara, what are you thinking about? Are you thinking about Hashirama Senju? Ito Hiromi suddenly asked. How did you know? Bah, why on earth would I think about him? Ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. Who would waste a thought on that blockhead? But as Madara caught sight of the strange smile at the corner of Ito Hiromi's mouth, he felt his old face flush red. Wasn't he just thinking about Hashirama a moment ago? Meanwhile, Ito Hiromi's face broke out in a fawning grin, his hands rubbing together in front of him like a pesky little fly. Madara, how about we talk business? Madara shot the boy a glance. Every thought the kid had was written plainly on his face, utterly lacking in subtlety. What's on your mind? You help me make some money, and I'll help you bring Hashirama Senju back. What do you say? A win-win partnership. And why should I help you make money? And how am I supposed to know you're not trying to fool me? Why would I lie to you? It's not like you're some precious maiden. What would I gain by tricking you? Hey, I am the Shura of the shinobi world. Are you saying I'm not even worth tricking? Oh, please. Who'd bother to scam an old geezer like you? Wouldn't it be nicer to trick a couple of pretty girls instead? Brad, are you sure you're not lying to me? I'm really not. Forget it, Ito Hiromi said, waving his hand dismissively. If you don't believe me, that's fine. Anyway, I'm planning to borrow some money from Sasuke Uchiha in a bit. Once I have the money, I'll perform the summoning technique again, and you'll see for yourself. When that time comes and you're convinced, we can talk about working together. Having said this, Ito Hirofumi didn't linger. The chakra he'd gathered instantly dissipated within the summoning space, leaving only Uchiha Madara sitting alone inside the villa. But at this moment, Madara's expression was unusually grave. This kid acted as though everything was already in the palm of his hand. Could it really be, as he said, that summoning the spirits of the dead actually required money? That sounded completely absurd. I never heard of such a summoning technique. But what if it was true? If so, then his brother and even that blockhead Hashirama Senju could both be brought back in the future, except his brother might not be able to return so soon. After all, the kid had mentioned earlier that he was currently bound to the spirits of Konoha, and his brother had died before the village was founded. Did that count as a spirit of Konoha? Still, he did bury his brother in the village after his death. If he looked at it that way, maybe his brother could be considered a Konoha spirit after all. Besides, there was no use getting caught up in these thoughts right now. What mattered was finding out whether the kid was telling the truth. If he was helping him, wouldn't be out of the question. Money, after all, was easy enough to get. He could just go out and rob someone if he needed to. During all this, Ito Hirofumi had been multitasking, chatting with Madara in the summoning space while also handling the 12 little rookies outside. Meanwhile, Ino Yamanaka kept offering him food. Everyone had more or less finished eating, and the sky was gradually growing dark. "Hinata, it's getting late. We should head home," Niji Hyuga called out. Hinata nodded. "Understand, brother." Seeing Niji about to leave, Tintin and Lee also bid their farewells. The others understood it was getting late, and that it was time to go as well. Ino Yamanaka looked at Ito Hirofumi. "Hirofumi, are you coming with us?" "No, you all go ahead. I'm not in a hurry." And so, in the end, only Ito Hirofumi and Naruto Uzumaki were left in Sasuke Uchiha's house. Naruto wasn't in a rush. Going home would only mean being alone again. By the time everyone left, the trash had already been mostly cleaned up, so now Sasuke, Uchiha, Uzumaki, and Ito Hirofumi sat side by side in Sasuke's courtyard, gazing up at the night sky. For the first time since the night his clan was wiped out, Sasuke Uchiha felt such peace. Especially with Ito Hirofumi and Naruto Uzumaki by his side, he couldn't help but feel an unexplainable calm settling deep within him. There was a special tranquility, particularly when he was bickering with Naruto. "Hirofumi, is there something you want to say to me?" Sasuke asked, his tone sharp as ever. Ito Hirofumi glanced at Sasuke in surprise. He hadn't expected Sasuke to be so perceptive. "Actually, there is something. If you've got something on your mind, just spit it out. Being hesitant isn't your style," Sasuke replied, cutting straight to the point. Hirofumi scratched his head awkwardly. Asking to borrow money really wasn't easy. "Well, the thing is, I was hoping to borrow some money from you. And it's not a small amount." Sasuke was taken aback at that. "You're short on cash?" He was genuinely puzzled. Hirofumi was never one to be frugal at the academy. He'd spend without a second thought. What could have happened for him to ask for money now? In such a large sum. Could something serious have happened to him? Before Sasuke could ask further, Naruto, who had been listening in, immediately dug out his little frog-shaped wallet. "Hirofumi, how much do you need?" "I've got a bit saved up. Maybe a few hundred ryo. If you need it, it's yours." Seeing Naruto open his frog wallet and pour out all the coins and bills he'd painstakingly saved, Hirofumi felt a wave of gratitude he couldn't hide. "Thank you, Naruto, really, but the amount I need is a lot bigger." Sasuke became even more convinced that something was going on with Hirofumi. Otherwise, he'd never ask him for money. "How much do you need? Can you tell us what's going on?" Hirofumi gave a half-hearted chuckle. "Honestly, the more the better. 100 million inch, 200 million. It's not too little. 500 million inch, 800 million. Still not too much." The moment those numbers left his mouth, Naruto leapt to his feet in shock. "Hirofumi, what on earth are you planning? Hundreds of millions? What happened?" Hearing the amount, Sasuke's brow furrowed deeply. That was no small sum. Even after inheriting his clan's entire fortune, land, and estates, his total wealth barely added up to a little over 1 billion. Most of it was tied up in real estate. He didn't have nearly that much liquid cash. What on earth had happened to Hirofumi for him to need so much money? Sasuke clenched his fist, determination shining in his eyes, and turned to look at Hirofumi. "Can you finally tell me what's really going on with you? If it's about money, I do have some saved up. If you need it, I can lend it to you, but please just tell me what happened." "Howen, I think by now, we're already friends, aren't we? I believe that as friends, no matter what we face, we should face it together. If you're in trouble, you can absolutely tell us." Beside him, Naruto Uzumaki had already realized upon hearing Howen mention a sum in the hundreds of millions that he wouldn't be able to help financially. But after hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto nodded furiously in agreement. That's right, that's right. Howen, what kind of trouble are you in? Just tell us, we'll face it together, if it's really that bad. I'll go borrow money for you from Shikamaru and Choji, or I could even go ask the third Hokage for help. Hearing the sincerity in their voices, Howen fell silent for a moment. Within the summoning realm, his chakra-forged form appeared once again. "Madara, could you do me a favor and sense if anyone nearby is watching us?" Uchiha, lounging in a rocking chair, raised an eyebrow as he looked at Howin standing before him. So, you're thinking of revealing your secret to these two brats. Aren't you afraid they'll spill your biggest secret? They wouldn't do that. Howin replied with resolute conviction, shaking his head. Humph, such laughable friendship. In that instant, Madara was reminded of the days he once shared with Hashirama Senju. Fine, I've already checked for you. Inside the Uchiha compound, apart from you three kids, there isn't a soul who even breathes. So you can relax. Howin trusted Madara's sensory abilities without hesitation. In all of Konoha, there was likely no one whose perception surpassed Madara's. Or, for that matter, no one who could hide from him. With that assurance, Howin's figure faded from the summoning realm. Madara remained in his rocking chair, gently tapping the armrest with his hand. So what? That kid told me before must have been true. How peculiar. Who would have thought that you could bring someone back to life just by spending money? Such a method is unheard of. It's connected to the realm of the dead. Whose handiwork could this possibly be? Even someone as powerful as me is nothing but a plaything in their hands. Could it be the work of one of the legendary sages? Or something else entirely? Madara was well aware of Howin's attempt to borrow money. After all, Howin hadn't cut off the summoning realm's connection to the outside, which only confirmed that what he'd said before was true. This also stirred many thoughts in Madara Uchiha's heart. After leaving the summoning space, Hirofumi Ito glanced at the two sitting beside him, Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki. What I'm about to say might sound a bit unbelievable, but Sasuke and Naruto, I hope you both can trust me, because what I'm about to share is my greatest secret. If this secret were ever exposed, it could very well cost me my life. Hearing the seriousness in Hirofumi Ito's words, both Sasuke and Naruto felt a surge of nervousness. What kind of secret could be so dangerous that revealing it might mean death? Yet at the same time, they were deeply moved. Hirofumi Ito was willing to share such a terrifying secret with them. In reality, when Hirofumi Ito claimed his life was at stake, he was only trying to emphasize the gravity of the matter. Even if the secret were to get out, he wasn't truly afraid. After all, Madara Uchiha was still in the summoning space. Would Madara really let anything happen to him? Ridiculous. If he actually died, that would be a slap in Madara's face. Moreover, judging from Madara's recent attitude, Hirofumi Ito sensed that something was changing within that man. Compared to Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha was much more composed. He stood up, surveyed their surroundings, then quickly ushered the three of them into the house and shut the door tightly behind them. Once inside, with both friends before him, their faces taut with tension, Hirofumi Ito began to speak slowly. Do you both remember that time I suddenly disappeared at the Ninja Academy? Of course I remember, Naruto blurted out. And Hirofumi, I even saw you, bam, just like that, you popped right back. Naruto nodded enthusiastically, and Sasuke gave a small nod as well. It was because of that incident that I gained a strange ability. By spending money, I can rapidly grow stronger. That's why, Sasuke, I wanted to borrow money from you in the first place at this. Sasuke seemed to understand. No wonder you've gotten so much stronger in such a short time, so that's how you managed to defeat me, right? Exactly. But if it were just about getting stronger, I wouldn't be in such a rush to borrow money. After all, I could take my time and earn it. But there's something even more important than gaining strength. I can't tell you the details just yet, but soon enough, you'll both understand. And when that day comes, I promise it'll bring you an enormous surprise. The surprise Hirofumi Ito was referring to, of course, was the chance to summon back the parents of both Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. After all, both Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki possess strength that could absolutely rival that of a Hokage. As for Mikoto Uchiha, she might be a bit weaker, but Fugaku Uchiha, as the clan leader of the Uchiha, should also be on par with the Hokage in terms of power. In fact, there were many top-tier fighters in the Hidden Leaf Village, and there were plenty whose combat abilities could match the Hokage. It's just a shame that the village suffered so much under the manipulations of the third Hokage and his close ally, Danzo Shimura. Sometimes Hirofumi Ito couldn't help but wonder, if Hiruzen Sarutobi had never become Hokage, perhaps Konoha during that era would have been unimaginably strong. Take Tsukumo Hatake, known as the White Fang of the Leaf, father of Kakashi and former Umbu leader. Such a Hokage-level powerhouse. Because his strength and achievements were simply too great, ended up threatening the rule of the third Hokage and Danzo's position. Driven by rumors and public opinion, he ultimately took his own life. Then there was Shursui Uchiha, the prodigy of the Uchiha clan. After awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, he unquestionably possessed Hokage-level might. Not to mention, his Mangekyo ability, Kodoeme Tsukumi, was the most terrifying of all. Tragically, this genius fell victim to Danzo's treachery. He died in an ambush, with even one of his eyes taken from him. Itachi Uchiha became a blade in the hands of Konoha's upper echelons, slaughtering his own clan and becoming a fugitive. Though he seemed to have lost all humanity, his mind thoroughly twisted by brainwashing. One could not deny that he too possessed Hokage-level strength. Then there was Hiashi Hyuga's brother, Hisashi. As the head of the Hyuga branch family, his power was likely on par with his brother's. Yet his death was nothing short of laughably tragic. The third Hokage's weakness cost Konoha yet another powerhouse. There was also Tsunade, who left the village disheartened and adrift, Orochimaru, who defected after his human experiments came to light, and Jiraiya, wandering the ninja world in search of an old friend and the so-called child of prophecy. Let's not forget Fugaku Uchiha, the Uchiha clan leader and contemporary of Minato Namikaze. There's a strong possibility he too awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. All these people possessed strength close to, if not equal, to the level of a Hokage, yet one after another they either died or left the village. And that's not even mentioning the Uchiha clan, who were wiped out. Even though they were Konoha's most formidable source of fighting power. Looking back now, it's clear the third Hokage and Danzo really did more harm than good. Hirofumi Ito's thoughts drifted far afield. He had meant to prepare a surprise for Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki, but ended up reminiscing about the powerful figures who once graced the Hidden Leaf Village. After listening to Ito Hirofumi's words, both Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki fell silent. While their personalities might be a bit eccentric, that didn't mean they were fools. Even Naruto could sense there was more to Hirofumi's words. The act of spending money to get stronger wasn't the real secret here. The true secret, the one that could bring them both a real surprise, was likely something much deeper. If that secret were to be revealed, it would surely cause Hirofumi immense trouble. With this thought, Sasuke decided not to press further. Instead, he stood up and walked straight into his room. A moment later, he returned carrying a large chest in his arms. Hirofumi, no matter what you plan to do, I believe in you. As for the surprise you just mentioned, I'm looking forward to it. Although I've inherited everything from the Uchiha clan, the most valuable assets are really these buildings and the land they stand on. So when it comes to cash, this is all I have. 500 million silver taels. I've kept a little pocket money for daily expenses, but the rest, these 500 million, are all yours. If you ever need it, I could even sell the land and buildings, which should fetch another 5 or 600 million. There are also the ninja scrolls and such. They could bring in some money too if you need it. Sasuke originally intended to say that if Hirofumi needed it, he could sell off parts of the property or some of the ninja scrolls as well. But before he could finish, Hirofumi cut him off. That's more than enough. Sasuke, I never imagined you'd trust me this much. In that moment, Hirofumi was truly moved. He never thought Sasuke would be willing to sell off the Uchiha clan's inheritance for his sake. From now on, if he couldn't give Sasuke the family he deserved, Hirofumi would never forgive himself. Whatever happened in the future, he would do everything he could to change it. What are you saying? Are we friends? Besides, I really don't need that much money. Keeping 10 or 20 million for daily expenses is more than enough, Sasuke replied, striking a cool pose as he spoke. Don't worry, Sasuke. I promise you, one day I'll give you the greatest surprise of all. I know what your true goal is, and I understand the deepest pain in your heart. Sasuke assumed Hirofumi meant that once he became strong enough, he'd help Sasuke with his revenge. No need. I'll handle vengeance myself, that man. I'll be the one to kill him with my own hands. No, that's not what I meant, Hirofumi replied. I believe you'll definitely take your revenge with your own hands. But I'm talking about something else. In any case, it's too early to discuss these matters now. Trust me, you will all find out. Naruto Uzumaki, that includes you, it won't be long before this comes to light. As he gazed at the large chest of silver in front of him, Ito Hirofumi's heart burned with excitement. With this 500 million as his starting capital, he could summon 5 warriors on the level of a Hokage. More importantly, he could also choose to extract a unique ability from each of those powerful figures. Of course, he didn't have to summon 5 Hokage-level warriors. He could also opt to summon 50 elite Jonin instead, but no matter how he thought about it, 5 Hokage-level fighters were a much better deal. After all, elite Jonin are still just elite Jonin. Even 100 of them wouldn't be able to defeat 5 Hokage-level warriors. Besides, not all Hokage-level fighters are the same. Someone like Madara Uchiha could single-handedly wipe out 50 elite Jonin with ease. If he could manage to bring Hashirama Senju back, that would be a major windfall. After speaking to Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki, Ito Hirofumi pressed his hand onto the chest brimming with silver. System, I want to make a deposit. 500 million silver detected. Would you like to deposit the full amount? Yes. Deposit successful. Congratulations, host. You have gained 500 million wealth points. Summoning system host. Ito Hirofumi wealth points. 500000000 white summon. 0 green summon. 0 blue summon. 0 purple summon. 0 gold summon. 0. System. Exchange all 500 million wealth points for 5 gold summons. Congratulations, host. Exchange successful. Gold summon count increased by 5, At this moment, Ito Hirofumi saw the 500 million wealth points he had just obtained vanish from his panel, while the number beside gold summon rose from 0 to 5. This meant he could now summon 5 Hokage-level powerhouses. Meanwhile, Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki stared with wide, astonished eyes. All that money. It's gone, Naruto shouted in disbelief, lifting the chest and shaking it hard, but sure enough, not a single coin remained inside. Sasuke swallowed hard at the sight. That was 500 million, and it vanished in an instant. Hirofumi, was that your ability just now? Seeing their stunned expressions, Ito Hirofumi nodded. That's right, this is the power I just told you about. With this money, I'll soon become incredibly strong. That's seriously terrifying, Sasuke exclaimed, awe in his voice. After all, hearing about something and witnessing it with your own eyes are two entirely different things. To see 500 million vanish in an instant, that kind of shock was simply overwhelming for both of them, especially for Naruto Uzumaki. No matter what, that money belonged to Sasuke Uchiha, and Sasuke still had tens of millions left for pocket change. Naruto, on the other hand, was completely stunned. He had never seen so much money in his entire life. But 500 million, 500 million, that's the kind of sum you couldn't finish spending in a lifetime. And yet those 500 million were gone, just like that, gone without a trace. Now Naruto was left with only the 1,000 ryo, or so that the third Hokage gave him each month as pocket money, 500 million. He could have spent that over several lifetimes. Seeing the look of shock frozen on Naruto's face, Sasuke Uchiha casually pulled a banknote worth 1,000,000 ryo out of his wallet and tossed it right onto Naruto. Here, spend it however you like. Naruto stared in disbelief at the 1,000,000 ryo note cradled in his arms. Is this really for me? Of course it's for you. Just look at you, acting like you've never seen money before. You're embarrassing. Isn't this way too much? Just take it. It's yours now at that moment. Sasuke Uchiha had all the presence of a domineering young master. Naruto's eyes practically sparkled as he gazed at Sasuke. Hirofumi Ito, watching the scene, couldn't help but feel that the air was suddenly thick with an indescribable tension between the two. Was it the fire of friendship, or was something else burning bright? Naruto swallowed hard, clutching the 1,000,000 ryo note tightly in his hands. Thanks, you show-off, Sasuke. You idiot, I give you 1,000,000 ryo and you still call me a show-off? Shouldn't you be crying tears of gratitude and calling me big brother right about now? Show-off, Sasuke. Who would want you as a brother anyway? You stuck-up jerk. You stupid moron. Give me back my banknote. No way. It's already in my frog wallet. You'll never get it back. You rotten idiot. You show-off, Sasuke. Naruto, Sasuke. Naruto, Sasuke. After a bout of wild bickering, the three of them finally went their separate ways. Later, Sasuke lay on his bed, the corners of his mouth lifting in a subtle smile. That Naruto really is an idiot. And as for you, Hirofumi, who knows how strong you'll become next. But I won't lose so easily. After all, I carry the pride of the Uchiha clan on my shoulders. The honor of the Uchiha will never allow me to accept defeat. Ito Hirofumi walked toward his house, while Naruto Uzumaki, clutching his little frog wallet, nervously dashed home as well. Hey, kid, Ito Hirofumi was a bit surprised. That was already the second time today Uchiha Madara had called out to him. As he made his way home, he gathered chakra in the summoning space within his mind. What is it, Madara? Ito Hirofumi thought Madara must be eager to see him perform the summoning jutsu, or perhaps he was impatient for him to summon his old friend, Senju Hashirama. Are you really not of the Uchiha clan? I've already told you, haven't I? Why do you keep asking my surname? Is Ito? Madara furrowed his brows slightly. I don't know why, but I have this strange feeling that there's some inexplicable connection between you and me. That Uchiha Sasuke kid gives me the same vibe. It's just an odd sensation. If it weren't absolutely impossible, I'd almost suspect you and Sasuke were my sons. Hearing this, Ito Hirofumi finally understood. What Madara sensed must be the chakra of Indra. After a brief pause, Madara continued. And that Uzumaki Naruto kid, he feels odd to me. Too, isn't he the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of this generation? How absurd, Jinchuriki being called the Demon Fox. But why is his surname Uzumaki? Something about him reminds me of that simpleton Hashirama. Could he be Hashirama's descendant? All right, Madara, stop overthinking it. I am who I am, and I have nothing to do with the Uchiha clan. Naruto is just Naruto. He has no connection to the Senju clan either. Hearing this, Madara finally let the matter drop. After all, they were just kids, and there was no point getting hung up on such things. What really mattered now was that Ito Hirofumi had just come into 500 million tails. Wasn't it possible now to summon that blockhead Hashirama? At the thought, Madara felt his heart racing with anticipation. Kid, quick, show me your summoning jutsu. No way, huh? Why not? Why should I show you, and why shouldn't you show me? Noticing Madara's somewhat anxious expression, Ito Hirofumi let out a quiet chuckle. Madara, just admit it. What you care about isn't my summoning jutsu at all. You only care about whether I can bring out Hashirama, don't you? Uchiha Madara's face flushed with embarrassment. Humph. How could that be? Why would I care about that fool? Impossible, absolutely impossible. If you won't admit it, then I won't perform the summoning, came the response. Damn it. You little brat. Madara cursed in frustration. Truth be told, deep down, Uchiha Madara was indeed curious about witnessing the magical abilities of Ito Hirofumi. After all, when he last surfaced in the realm of the dead, he hadn't sensed anything at all. But if he was being honest with himself, what he wanted even more was to see Hashirama Senju again. During their last fierce battle, that big oaf Hashirama ambushed him and claimed victory, but now Madara possessed the eyes of the sage. The Rinnegan, if that blockhead dared to show up this time, Madara swore he'd teach him a lesson he'd never forget. He'd crush that idiot's pride once and for all. Oof. You little brat, fine. I admit it. I do want to see Hashirama Senju, so what? Is there a problem with that? Hearing this, Ito Hirofumi shot Madara an indescribably suggestive look. There's nothing wrong with that at all. After all, Hashirama is the god of shinobi, and you're the man known as the god of shinobi. Seems perfectly reasonable to me. Damn it, what nonsense are you spouting? You brat, stop making things up. I'm the Shura of the ninja world, not some man of the god of shinobi. Ito Hirofumi hastily dug at his ears, as if trying to block out Madara's booming voice. This stubborn Madara. His voice could really shatter eardrums. All right, I get it. No need to shout. Haven't you ever heard that old saying? To explain is to conceal, and to conceal is to admit. I know you're anxious, but calm down. I'm almost home. Once I get back, I'll start the summoning. I just can't guarantee that I'll be able to summon Hashirama. After all, there are quite a few powerful shinobi from Konoha who've passed away with the strength of a Hokage. So honestly, who knows? Maybe instead of Hashirama, we'll end up with Tobirama. The moment Ito Hirofumi mentioned Tobirama, Senju, Madara spat fiercely in disgust. Ha! Bah! That wretched Tobirama! Just hearing his name makes my blood boil. So bantering with Madara in the summoning space, Ito Hirofumi finally arrived home. He flopped on his bed and opened a line of communication with the system. System, present, comma. For some reason, the system's voice always reminded Ito Hirofumi of a certain overly familiar classmate. Can I perform a summoning while inside the summoning space? Or does it have to be done in the real world? The spirit summoning. Space is a realm created specifically for you to perform spirit summoning. Summoned beasts can survive within the space as well. So, you can conduct your spirit summoning entirely within the spirit summoning space. Hearing the system's explanation, Hirofumi Ito finally felt at ease. After all, if he were to summon spirits in the outside world, there was no telling what kind of ruckus he might cause, especially with a powerhouse at the level of a Hokage. If they were to unleash even a fraction of their chakra, the entire Hidden Leaf village would probably tremble to its core. That old man, the third Hokage Hirutobi, would surely lose sleep over it. Inside the spirit summoning space, Hirofumi Ito and Madara Uchiha exchanged glances. Madara's eyes brimmed with anticipation. "Hurry up! What are you waiting for? Look at you, getting all anxious now." With an air of calm, Hirofumi Ito glanced at Madara Uchiha. He couldn't help but feel that Madara was truly eager to grow stronger. His thoughts began to wander. If he became Hokage someday, should he take on a few disciples as well? Would his students stand before him a little nervous, pleading, "Sensei, I want to get stronger." All right. What is this director cheese drama? Without further hesitation, Hirofumi Ito reached out to the system. "Use a golden summoning for me. Please form the spirit summoning array host." Having already summoned Madara Uchiha once before, Hirofumi Ito was no stranger to this procedure. He formed the hand seal for the summoning technique, one after the other, and then struck his palm fiercely onto the ground, just like last time with Madara Uchiha. Golden runes appeared on the floor of the spirit summoning space. The markings glowed with dazzling brilliance. Even though he had witnessed this spectacle once before, Hirofumi Ito couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart. After all, this meant he was about to gain another summoned being with Hokage-level strength. Well, perhaps summoned beast wasn't quite the right term. Beside him, Madara Uchiha was staring intently at the summoning array, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan already activated. The pinwheel pattern spun wildly in his pupils as he tried to decipher the secrets of the summoning array, but after observing for a long while, he saw nothing unusual. There wasn't even a trace of chakra fluctuation that should have accompanied spirit summoning within the golden array. A wisp of soul fire gradually began to take shape. Hirofumi Ito stared at that flickering soul fire, shouting inwardly with all his might, "Hashirama Senju! Hashirama Senju! Hashirama Senju! Please let it be Hashirama Senju!" Ito Hirofumi's thoughts were only natural. After all, Hashirama Senju was renowned as the greatest shinobi in the entire history of the Hidden Leaf Village, not counting Uchiha Madara after he awakened the Rinnegan. Madara himself was feeling a bit anxious as well. From what Ito Hirofumi had just explained, it took a staggering 100 million taels of silver to summon a Hokage-level figure even once. With 500 million taels at his disposal, that meant he had 5 chances, 5 attempts. Those odds were actually pretty decent for bringing out that blockhead Hashirama. Yet fate is fickle, and no one could say for certain how things would turn out at this moment. Madara's inner voice was practically shouting, "Hashirama! Hashirama! Hashirama! Let it be Hashirama, please." The last thing he wanted was that insufferable Tobirama Senju, but life has its own sense of humor. The more you dread something, the more likely it is to happen. In the golden glow of the summoning array, the flickering soul fire gradually took on the shape of a man. The figure had striking white spiky hair and wore a suit of blue armor, a style straight out of the Warring States era, and not so different from Madara's own battle gear. But as soon as Madara recognized the silhouette, his expression soured as though he'd swallowed something truly vile. It wasn't his longed-for Hashirama who'd appeared. Instead, it was Tobirama Senju, the man who never missed a chance to call the Uchiha clan evil, a refrain he repeated 800 times a day. As the golden light faded, Tobirama's eyes were momentarily clouded with confusion, but the moment he caught sight of the figure before him, his gaze sharpened like a blade. "Evil Uchiha?" he barked. Tobirama hadn't yet figured out what had happened to his body, but he instantly spotted Madara Uchiha, standing not far away. Was this wicked Uchiha up to some new scheme? And who was that devious little brat standing at his side? Judging by his looks, he was almost certainly another Uchiha, an evil one at that. What in the world were these two plotting by summoning him here? The first words out of Tobirama's mouth upon his resurrection, "Evil Uchiha," hit Madara right where it hurt. Madara instantly lost his cool. "Damn it, Tobirama, you've been dead for years and you still can't let go of that line? Seriously, what rotten luck. Of all people, why did I have to summon you? Do you believe I won't just run you through with my blade right now?" Tobirama, for his part, still didn't have a clue what was going on, but that didn't stop him from hurling his trademark accusation the moment he saw Madara, and seeing Madara's reaction, completely thrown off balance, filled Tobirama's heart with a deep sense of satisfaction. His arms were folded lightly across his chest, eyes narrowed with a glint of disdain, lips parted ever so slightly. Ha! The wicked Uchiha! Seeing Tobirama Senju striking such a pretentious pose, Madara Uchiha could no longer hold back his irritation. Damn it, try to act superior in front of the Uchiha clan. Do you really have no idea what danger you're in? Spouting the wicked Uchiha at every turn. Does he really think I'm someone to be trifled with? If it hadn't been for Hashirama shielding you all those years ago, I would have crushed you with my bare hands. With that thought, Madara turned his head to glance at Ida Hirofumi, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Kid, stay back. Don't blame me if you get hurt by accident. Hearing Madara's warning, Ida Hirofumi felt a wave of anxiety well up inside. Tobirama Senju might not be Hashirama, but his strength is absolutely nothing to scoff at. Not to mention, more than half the forbidden jutsu in Konoha were invented by this guy. His mastery over water-release ninjutsu is legendary. People in the ninja world once called it sea release. Most importantly, I spent a whole 100 million wealth points just to summon him. That's 100 million tails. If Madara accidentally kills him now, who am I supposed to complain to? With this thought, Ida Hirofumi retreated while shouting at Madara, Madara, go easy on him. Don't kill him. Yeah, I got it. You troublesome brat, Madara grumbled, though he still kept his wits about him. After all, Tobirama Senju had been summoned by Ida Hirofumi at the cost of 100 million taels, no small sum. But Ida Hirofumi still couldn't feel entirely at ease. As he edged farther away, he started communicating with the system. I know that summoned creatures can be killed, but my summons aren't ordinary creatures. Technically, they were dead to begin with, and now they've just been revived. So if someone I summon gets killed, do they die for good? Or do they return to the summoning realm as a soul flame? Host need not worry, because the host has summoned this departed soul. It now falls under your jurisdiction. If a summoned one dies, their soul flame will simply return to the summoning space. The soul flame will remain there, and the host can spend half the original wealth points to revive and summon them again. Hearing the system's reply, Hirofumi finally let out a sigh of relief. In other words, if Madara or Tobirama die right now, their soul flames won't return to the realm of the dead, but will instead appear in my summoning space. And if I want to revive them again, I won't have to spend another 100 million wealth points. It'll only take 50 million still. 50 million isn't exactly a small sum. Hopefully Madara Uchiha will go easy on him. Just don't let Tobirama Senju get beaten to death. Otherwise, I'll end up having to spend another 50 million. At this moment, Hirofumi Ito was watching Madara Uchiha and Tobirama Senju from a distance. The chakra both of them were gathering had already reached its peak. Any second now, it looked ready to erupt. To be honest, Tobirama was starting to regret his decisions. Without his big brother by his side, he stood no chance against this monster Madara Uchiha, but he'd just run his mouth. Backing down now would be far too humiliating. So he had to toughen up? Madara Uchiha, whatever. Nefarious schemes you're plotting, I will stop you no matter what. Tobirama declared with conviction. In Tobirama's mind, whatever Madara tried to do, it was his duty to oppose it. After all, Madara Uchiha was the embodiment of evil. Upon hearing these words, Madara clenched his teeth, a cold smile curling across his lips as he glared at Tobirama. Years ago, this very man had plunged a blade through his brother's heart. If it weren't for Hashirama's sake, he'd have finished Tobirama off long ago. Now, even though his brother might have a chance at resurrection, Madara figured there was no harm in collecting a little interest in advance. In an instant, Madara's eyes transformed, not into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, but into a pair of white eyes with concentric circles rippling across the irises. The Rinnegan, Madara's legendary power, had awakened. From afar, Ito witnessed this transformation as well. Madara wasn't at his absolute peak. His strongest form would be as the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, the sage of six paths that truly would make him unstoppable. But right now, without the Ten Tails, he couldn't reach that level. Still, with Hashirama's cells and the Rinnegan, Madara could easily toy with Tobirama. At first, Tobirama had felt insulted, seeing that Madara hadn't even bothered to activate the Mangekyo Sharingan, the ultimate dojutsu of the Uchiha clan. It was as if this wicked Uchiha didn't consider him worthy of his full strength. After all, Tobirama was still the second Hokage, a master of forbidden techniques, and a peerless water-release shinobi. Yet Madara was so arrogant, he wanted to defeat him. without using his strongest eyes. It was as though Tobirama meant nothing to him. But when Madara's Rinnegan fully emerged, Tobirama felt an overwhelming, crushing pressure descend upon him. Damn it, what in the world is going on? How can Madara Uchiha possibly be this powerful? Such a terrifying surge of chakra. This pressure is far more overwhelming than what my brother exuded back in the day. And those eyes, what's going on with them? They're not the Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, and I've never seen anything like them before. Feeling the oppressive force radiating from Madara Uchiha, Tobirama Senju's expression grew intensely grave. Flying Thunder God technique. Without hesitation, Tobirama unleashed his signature jutsu. However, the Flying Thunder God required marked targets to activate, so he swiftly scooped up a few small stones to use as makeshift kunai, placing his seals on them. Meanwhile, Madara Uchiha hovered effortlessly in midair, his presence dominating the battlefield, as he watched Tobirama darting erratically through the sky. A flicker of disdain crossed Madara's eyes. Tisish, jumping around like a little flea. Do you really think you can dance with me? Madara floated higher, unbothered by Tobirama's maneuvers. Tobirama, relying on the Flying Thunder God, flashed through the space, his body flickering in and out of sight until he appeared right at Madara's flank. Humph! Wicked Uchiha, water release. Seizing a rare opening, Tobirama prepared to unleash his most formidable water-style jutsu. But in that split second, universal pull. Before Tobirama could finish weaving his hand signs, he suddenly felt his body wrenched uncontrollably toward Madara, as though some terrifying force had seized him. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free from this monstrous pull. Damn it! Smack! Madara's hand shot up, clamping tightly around Tobirama's throat. Tobirama Senju, after all these years you haven't improved at all, besides your Flying Thunder God. What else do you have worth showing? Water release, or perhaps one of your so-called forbidden techniques. Weren't you the one who created countless forbidden jutsu just to counter the Uchiha? Go on, show me. Let this old man have a look. Choked by Madara's iron grip, Tobirama couldn't muster a single word. His face reddened, and terror flooded his heart. How had Madara become so powerful? And what was this dreadful gravitational force? It was even more terrifying than his brother's strength. What kind of eyes were those? Finishing his tirade, Madara gave a cold, disdainful snort. Always accusing the Uchiha of wickedness with every breath. Today, I'll teach you a lesson you won't soon forget. Next time you face me, choose your words more carefully. Planetary devastation. Bang! In an instant, Tobirama, his throat still bearing Madara's grip, was blasted away, sent hurtling through the air in utter humiliation, of course. Madara hadn't gone all out. After all, this was a summon paid for by that kid Ito Hirofumi. Besides, no matter what, Tobirama Senju was still Hashirama's younger brother. If he killed Tobirama right after his resurrection, when Hashirama returned, how could he possibly explain himself? Though Madara wasn't using his full strength, Tobirama was already in a miserable state. His entire body was flung aside like a torn sack, crashing hard onto the ground, then skidding for dozens of meters before coming to a stop. Blood trickled from the corner of Tobirama's mouth as he struggled to his feet, wiping it away with the back of his hand. Curse you, wicked Uchiha! He spat out, his tone equal parts fury and defiance. For Ito Hirofumi, this was his first time witnessing Uchiha Madara's might in person. Seeing it in the anime before didn't count. There was no denying it. Madara was terrifyingly powerful, especially with those Rinnegan eyes, which truly defied belief. It was a shame he hadn't managed to extract that ability from Madara earlier. Still, it didn't matter much, now that he possessed Indra's chakra. If Madara could awaken the Rinnegan, why couldn't he? At worst, he could just follow Madara's example. Maybe get a tattoo of Naruto's spiral on one side of his chest and Sasuke's Tomo on the other. If that still wasn't enough, he could always get Hashirama and Madara's faces inked on his back. What's the big deal about carrying a few men's faces on his body? He couldn't care less. All this only underscored Madara's genius. He'd obtained Hashirama's flesh and transplanted it into himself. Madara had likely guessed that there was some connection between him and Hashirama, or at least their chakras were linked in some way. Otherwise, why specifically choose Hashirama for transplantation and not someone else? If it was only for the famed regeneration abilities, Hirofumi doubted that was the sole reason. After all, Hashirama wasn't the only Senju with such powers. His were just the strongest. Besides, the Uzumaki clan's vitality was legendary, and their healing abilities rivaled the Senju's. Watching Madara effortlessly display techniques like Universal Pull and Almighty Push, Hirofumi assumed that Tobirama would finally learn his lesson. Yet to his surprise, Tobirama's stubbornness was unmatched. The first words out of his mouth after getting up were still, "Wicked Uchiha." Honestly, at this point, he was just asking for another beating. Madara, meanwhile, had already landed on the ground. Floating in midair earlier had been just for effect. After all, the Uchiha clan always knew how to make a dramatic entrance. When Tobirama's Senju once again uttered the words, "the evil Uchiha," Madara Uchiha simply burst out laughing. Chakra surged wildly around his body, and his spiky hair swung dramatically. Untouched by any wind, he pressed his hands together, forming a seal in an instant. "Heavenly Obstruction Meteor," he roared suddenly with a mighty whoosh. Suffocating pressure swept down from the sky. All three on the ground. Madara Uchiha, Tobirama Senju, and even Ito Hirofumi felt the overwhelming force descend from above. It was Madara's first time using this technique, and as he gazed up at the enormous circular meteor materializing in the sky, he felt thoroughly pleased with its destructive power. The meteor began its slow, dreadful descent toward the earth. Tobirama was utterly stunned, almost dumbfounded. How could any human possibly do something like this? If this thing crashed down, wouldn't he be crushed into a bloody pulp? Ito Hirofumi swallowed hard, his throat dry. Witnessing such a colossal meteor falling from the sky with his own eyes, this sense of dread was far more intense than anything he'd felt watching it in the anime. If it really came down, he was sure to die too, wasn't he? Was Madara out of his mind? No, wait. This was the summoning space. He could leave whenever he wanted, and besides, this was only his chakra avatar. He couldn't actually die here, but even so, that wouldn't do. If Tobirama died, he'd be out another 50 million. Stop fighting. Both of you stop right now. Bracing himself against the raging winds, Ito Hirofumi dashed toward Madara as fast as he could. "Madara, are you really planning to kill him? Don't forget Tobirama is Hashirama's little brother. If you kill him, Hashirama will be devastated. He might never speak to you again." Madara raised an eyebrow at those words. That's right. Maybe he'd gotten a little carried away. If he actually killed this evil Tobirama, that big oaf Hashirama would definitely be heartbroken. What if he never spoke to him again? At that thought, Madara released his hand seal, and the gigantic meteor half emerged from the clouds, slowly receded back into the sky. Tobirama let out a long, relieved sigh. Thank goodness. He was saved. But wait, wasn't that kid in Uchiha too? Not only did he call Madara by name, but they even spoke as equals. Tobirama's mind was a whirlwind of questions. What condition was his body in now? What was going on with Madara? How had Madara become so powerful? And just where on earth was this place? And what exactly is that little brat? Tobirama Senju had already sensed Ito Hirofumi's strength. It was pathetically weak. However, Tobirama also discovered something even more surprising. There was a summoning contract linking himself and this child, and he was on the receiving end of the contract. In other words, his current situation was somewhat similar to that of a summoned beast. Tobirama was completely baffled by all of this. He could only fix his icy gaze on Uchiha Madara, who was walking toward him, and a mysterious child by his side. "Second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, greetings. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Ito Hirofumi." Ito Hirofumi gave a somewhat weary wave, still reeling from nearly losing 50 million just moments ago. At that moment, Tobirama was startled to notice that Uchiha Madara, that wicked man, also shared a summoning contract with a mysterious child. And he, too, was on the summoned end. Didn't this mean that he and Madara were in exactly the same predicament? Intent on figuring out what was going on as quickly as possible, Tobirama decided not to provoke Madara any further for now. He knew he was no match for the man. What a fiendish Uchiha. "You brat, Ito Hirofumi, was it? What's going on here? What's the deal with my situation? Where is this place? How was I resurrected? And who exactly are you? Since you know I'm the second Hokage, are you from the Hidden Leaf Village as well?" Tobirama's mind was overflowing with questions, so he decided to let them all spill out at once. "Honorable second Hokage, you certainly have a lot of questions, so allow me to answer them one at a time. First of all, I'm Ito Hirofumi, and yes, I'm from the Hidden Leaf Village. The village you knew has changed a great deal. It's been decades since you died. As for your current state, I'm sure you can sense it quite clearly. You've been revived, and not just revived, but returned in perfect condition at the peak of your power from before your death. Due to a series of strange events, I ended up reverse summoned to the realm of the dead while practicing summoning techniques. There, I formed a rather peculiar contract, something akin to a bond with that world. By spending money, I can use summoning techniques to call departed souls back to the world of the living. And you specifically were summoned by me at the cost of 100 million silvertails, so at this moment, you're essentially my summoned beast. I know that's probably hard for you to accept, but it's the truth. As for where we are right now, this is my own summoning space. Think of it as something like the ceiling space used to contain the tailed beasts, except this space is much, much more powerful. The spirits I summon can live here, and I can also call them into the real world to exist among the living. There's really no difference between them and summoned beasts. That's basically how it works. Uchiha Madara was the first person I summoned, and you are the second. Hearing what Ito Hirofumi said, the exceptionally intelligent Senju Tobarama began to process everything at a furious pace. It was simply too hard for him to believe that something so terrifying could exist in this world, but the evidence was right before his eyes. He had no choice but to accept it. After all, he had indeed been resurrected in perfect condition. In that moment, countless thoughts raced through Tobarama's mind. First and foremost was the realization that the realm of the dead could actually reverse summon people as well. Could it be that the world of spirits was akin to one of the three great sacred grounds? And what about this child named Ito Hirofumi? He first summoned Uchiha Madara, and now he has summoned me. What exactly is he planning? While Ito Hirofumi was explaining all this to Senju Tobarama, the voice of the system suddenly resonated in Ito Hirofumi's mind. Congratulations, host! You have successfully summoned a spirit and obtained Senju Tobarama as your summoned beast, now drawing a random ability from your summon. Congratulations, you have acquired the Flying Thunder God technique. The host has automatically mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Hearing the system's announcement, Ito Hirofumi was delighted. After all, the ability he coveted most from Tobarama was the Flying Thunder God technique. Although Tobarama hadn't looked impressive a moment ago, when facing Uchiha Madara, let's not forget, his opponent was Madara. Being overpowered in that situation was only to be expected. If Tobarama had been up against an ordinary ninja, it would have been a one-sided massacre. Just think of Namake's Minato, the yellow flash who became famous throughout the ninja world thanks to the Flying Thunder God technique. Wasn't it that very technique along with the Rasengan that made him such a legend? Besides, the Flying Thunder God technique is incredibly convenient, not only in battle, but also in daily life. And now I don't even need to learn it. I've copied it straight from Tobarama. While Ito Hirofumi was still savoring the thrill of acquiring the Flying Thunder God technique, Tobarama's thoughts were far more complicated. He knew nothing about this Ito Hirofumi. Not even a hint of his character or intentions. What if this kid turned out to be an ambitious schemer, or worse, a terrorist? With that in mind, Tobarama quickly began to sense and examine his own body. After sensing his own condition for a moment, Tobarama Senju let out a long breath of relief. His body and chakra seemed perfectly fine, unlike with his own invention, the impure world reincarnation. He did not feel any control from the summoner over his actions. In other words, he was now fully in command of his own body. He was free. If this Ito Hiromi wanted him to do anything, Tobarama could refuse entirely. The summoning contract between them was also just a normal summoning contract, nothing more. At this realization, Tobarama's eyelid twitched. He had actually become a free-willed summoned beast. The absurdity of it all made him grimace inwardly. But looking at Uchiha Madara standing before him, Tobarama felt a touch more balanced. After all, even this sinister Madara had become a summoned beast. Perhaps there was nothing shameful about it after all. Madara glanced at Ito Hiromi. Brat, what are you waiting for? You still have 4 more chances. Hurry up and see if you can call out that blockhead, Hashirama Senju. This is infuriating. We only had 5 opportunities, and that idiot wasted 1 for nothing. As he spoke, Madara shot Tobarama a cold, cutting look. Tobarama heard every word clearly, and from their conversation, he picked up several crucial bits of information. What did Madara mean by 5 chances? Was there a limited number of times the dead could be summoned this way? And judging from Madara's words, it seemed there was uncertainty to the summoning. Madara had apparently intended to summon his elder brother, but ended up reviving Tobarama instead. As for Madara, calling him an idiot Tobarama chose to ignore it out of habit. After all, he could hardly win in a fight. What else could he do? Curse Madara for being evil and then get smashed to bits by one of those colossal meteors? He was stubborn, yes, but not stupid. If he couldn't defeat this wicked Madara, that was fine. Once his brother arrived, he'd let his brother deal with him. Ito Hiromi, is it? Tobarama turned to the summoner. To be honest, I still don't quite understand. You said you spent 100 million silver coins to summon me. Are you saying that all it takes to summon a soul like mine is money? And just now this Uchiha Madara mentioned something about 5 chances. I suppose that means I've already used up 1 summoning, leaving 4 more. Is that right? Hearing Tobarama's questions, Ito Hiromi nodded in confirmation. I must say, as expected of Tobarama Senju, just a few words from him, and he's already grasped almost the whole picture. That's right, although I've signed a contract with the realm of the dead, summoning spirits still comes at a certain price. That price is money, and because I'm currently in Konoha village for now, I can only summon the spirits of those who once lived here. As for spirit from elsewhere, I might be able to summon them in the future, but only once I've completely unified the ninja world by spending different amounts of money. I can summon spirits of various levels. For example, to summon a powerful figure like you, second Hokage, or someone like Madara, a shinobi of Hokage caliber. It takes 100 million ryo each time. For other ranks, the cost drops a lot. Elite Jonin require 10 million, Jonin 1 million, Chunin 100,000, and Jinin just 10,000 will do. But honestly, I'm not interested in the lower ranks, at least for now. I just managed to get my hands on 500 million, which means I have 5 chances to summon Hokage-level powerhouses. I've already used 1 inch, so I have 4 chances left. Tobarama nodded as he listened, but his expression turned stern. He studied Hirofumi Ito for a moment, then glanced at Madara Uchiha beside him. 500 million. That's no small sum. Even a top clan like ours, the Senju, couldn't just come up with that much at once. Where did you get that kind of money? After all, you're just a kid. And if I recall, the Ito family is just a minor clan in Konoha, isn't it? You didn't do anything to betray the village, did you? As Tobarama spoke, his gaze kept flickering toward Madara, making it clear he suspected the money came from Uchiha's notorious schemes. Catching Tobarama's look, Madara let out a low, cold snort. Tobarama Senju, don't project your filthy thoughts onto me. This brat borrowed the money. Borrowed? That's impossible. Which clan in Konoha could lend 500 million at once? Madara, if you're going to make up a story, at least make it believable. Tobarama clearly didn't buy Madara's explanation. Just because your Senju clan can't produce that kind of money doesn't mean the Uchiha can't. The 500 million was lent to this brat by the Uchiha. What's the problem with that? Even mentioning the Uchiha clan stirred a flicker of anger in Madara's chest. Damn it, the once great Uchiha had vanished just like that. Based on what Ito Hirofumi had told him before, the origins of this whole ordeal could be traced back to Tobarama Senju. If it hadn't been for Tobarama's suppression of the Uchiha clan, his 2 disciples probably wouldn't have attacked the Uchiha in the first place. So all of this was the fault of the wicked Tobarama Senju. Upon hearing this, Tobarama let out a dry chuckle. Well, I truly didn't expect this. Your Uchiha clan is practically overflowing with wealth. I imagine you haven't exactly been up to anything good over the years, have you? Otherwise, how could you possibly produce so much money at a moment's notice? As soon as Tobarama said this, Ito Hirofumi thought to himself, oh no, isn't he just pouring salt into Madara Uchiha's wounds? Sure enough, Madara's expression grew darker by the second. Tobarama Senju, are you looking to die? What's wrong? Did I say anything unreasonable? 500 million in assets, and the Uchiha can just hand it over with ease. Who knows what kind of schemes you might be plotting? In truth, Tobarama didn't harbor any deep resentment toward the Uchiha, nor had he ever intended to wipe out their clan. He was simply worried that if the Uchiha became too powerful, it might threaten the peace and stability of Konoha. After all, having lived through the Warring States era, Tobarama knew the Uchiha far too well. A terrifying clan, fierce in battle, and even better at it. The most frightening thing was how they grew ever stronger through combat, especially that fearsome Sharingan, which evolved at a frightening pace amidst bloodshed and warfare. Only those who had faced the Uchiha during the Warring States era could understand the pressure the Senju had endured. If his elder brother hadn't emerged back then, the Senju might never have been able to stand up to the Uchiha. Tobarama unaware that the Uchiha had already been annihilated, still believed the clan had grown to a terrifying strength. After all, they could casually produce 500 million. That was staggering, watching Madara's face grow darker and darker. Ito Hirofumi quickly tugged Tobarama's sleeve, fearing that Madara might, in a fit of rage, simply obliterate the billion he had just obtained. Second Hokage, there's something you might not know. In fact, that money is nearly all the Uchiha clan had left, because the Uchiha have already been wiped out. Now, within the entire village of Konoha, there remains only one surviving Uchiha. At Ito Hirofumi's words, Tobarama's pupils shrank in shock, his eyes brimmed with disbelief. What did you just say? His hands even trembled involuntarily. The Uchiha had been exterminated. How could this be possible? How could such a powerful clan be wiped out? No wonder Uchiha Madara was acting so strangely just now. So it turns out his entire clan is gone. At this very moment, a storm of emotions raged in Tobarama Senju's heart. After all, the Uchiha were always one of the strongest clans in the Hidden Leaf Village. Back then, they even founded the village together with the Senju clan. How could a clan this powerful possibly be annihilated? What in the world happened while I was gone? Was the Hidden Leaf hit by an unprecedented disaster? Did the other nations band together to attack the village? Otherwise, how could the Uchiha have been destroyed? It's Hirofumi. What exactly happened to the Hidden Leaf? How could the Uchiha clan be wiped out? What on earth is going on? Seeing Tobarama's reaction, Madara Uchiha let out a cold snort. Spare me your false sympathy. Weren't you always the one calling the Uchiha evil at every turn? Now that the clan is gone, shouldn't you be rejoicing? Shut your mouth, you old fool. Tobarama's eyes widened in fury as he glared at Madara, and even Madara himself was surprised that Tobarama dared shout at him. Was this guy just asking for trouble? But Tobarama, seething with anger, retorted, I may not like the Uchiha, but even so the Uchiha are still the Uchiha of the Hidden Leaf. They're a clan of this village, a pillar supporting it. To put it bluntly, the Uchiha were once among the most elite forces in the village. And now that they've been wiped out, it's utterly absurd. Damn it, who could have done this? Was it the land of lightning, the land of earth, or perhaps the lands of wind or water? But did they all strike against the Hidden Leaf together? Damn it all. Back when my elder brother died, they couldn't wait to plunge the world into war. Those bastards never gave up on destroying the Hidden Leaf. Listening to Tobarama's words, Ito Hirofumi was now certain of his suspicions, it seemed. Tobarama never truly intended to eradicate the Uchiha. His goal was only to keep them in check. Yet his philosophy ended up blossoming in the hands of his two disciples, who ultimately brought about the Uchiha's downfall. In fact, Ito Hirofumi felt Tobarama's thinking was perfectly reasonable. No matter what, the Uchiha were still the Uchiha of the Hidden Leaf. They were among its most formidable powers. With their destruction, the village's strength was diminished by more than just a single tier. To put it bluntly, if a true great ninja war were to break out, the Uchiha clan, rallying all their strength, would be fully capable of holding off an attack from an entire ninja village. Of course, the cost would be quite steep. After hearing Tobarama Senju's words, Madara Uchiha's expression softened slightly. Yet another thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. After all, the changes in the Hidden Leaf Village these days were by no means limited to the Uchiha clan alone. Hadn't the Senju clan, Tobarama's own family, also vanished from the village? Once Tobarama learned the truth, what sort of expression would he have then? That would be a sight to behold. Hirofumi Ito had no desire to explain all these tangled, messy affairs to Tobarama right now. After all, if he revealed that the Uchiha clan was wiped out by Tobarama's own two disciples, Tobarama would surely have even more questions to ask. For the moment, the most important thing was to summon the remaining 4 Kage-level spirits. After all, Hirofumi Ito didn't want to have to painstakingly explain everything each time he summoned someone new. Otherwise, the readers would surely accuse him of padding the story with unnecessary dialogue. It would be far better to summon everyone at once, let them discover the situation for themselves, and then address any confusion as it arose. Lord Second Hokage, this is a long and complicated story. Far too much to explain in just a few words. Besides, there's nothing seriously wrong with the Hidden Leaf Village right now. The current Hokage is Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage who was once your disciple. After the 4th Hokage died, the 3rd took up leadership once more. Now that you're in my summoning space, you can observe what's happening outside through me, so you'll be able to see a lot for yourself. If you have any questions, I'll explain things to you gradually. For now, I'd like to summon the other 4 Kage-level souls first. Maybe I can even summon your elder brother. Don't you want to see him as soon as possible? Upon hearing Hirofumi Ito's words, Tobirama managed to suppress his anger. At the very least, he now knew that the village was safe. And the current Hokage was his former student, the monkey. The monkey was always a steady hand, and after the 4th Hokage's death, he had once again taken up the mantle, so it seemed he was doing a fine job as Hokage. As for everything else, just as Hirofumi Ito had said, Tobirama would investigate and discover the details himself in due time, and indeed, he was looking forward to seeing his elder brother again. After all, with 4 Kage-level souls to summon, the odds of his brother being among them were quite high. Once he finished speaking, Hirofumi Ito paid no further attention to Madara Uchiha or Tobirama Senju at his side. Instead, he communicated with the system and used another chance for a golden summoning. His hands formed seals in exactly the same way as when Tobirama Senju had just summoned. Once again, a golden magic circle appeared, shining with dazzling light. Uchiha Madara and Tobirama Senju both watched this scene intently. Even though Madara had witnessed it before, he still couldn't unravel its mysteries. Tobirama, on the other hand, was overflowing with curiosity, scrutinizing every detail, leaving nothing unnoticed. Within the magic circle, a soul flame slowly began to emerge. Amidst the blinding golden light, the soul flame gradually took on the shape of a person. This figure wore a suit of crimson armor, long, smooth black hair, cascading over his shoulders. On his forehead was a Konoha village ninja headband. The moment he saw this silhouette, Ito Hirofumi's heart started pounding wildly. It's happening. It's really happening. This is huge. Isn't this the very Hashirama Senju he had yearned for day and night? At last, he had managed to summon this legendary man. Both Uchiha Madara and Tobirama Senju, standing nearby, were just as overwhelmed with excitement. Hashirama, Ni-san. As the golden light faded, Hashirama Senju stretched his arms wide and let out an enormous yawn. That was the best sleep I've ever had. What's going on? Wasn't I dead? Am I alive again? Hashirama? Madara's expression was complicated, his eyes full of deep emotion as he gazed at the tall, long-haired man before him. The sight of Uchiha Madara startled Hashirama so much he nearly jumped out of his skin. Hey, Madara, I never imagined we'd meet again after dying. Madara, I've missed you so much. With a swoosh and a thud, Hashirama leapt at Madara like a bounding koala and wrapped his arms around him in a tight embrace. Madara, however, immediately raised his fist and gave Hashirama a firm knock on the head. You big goof. Calm down, will you? Despite his gruff words, Ito Hirofumi noticed that the corners of Madara's mouth were curled upward in a smile. Hashirama looked at Madara with aggrieved eyes, rubbing his head and pouting. Madara, why'd you hit me? I know you hate being touched, but it's just that it's been so long since we saw each other. Let me hug you for a bit, won't you? Listening to Hashirama's playful, almost whining tone, Ito Hirofumi couldn't help but get goosebumps all over. Meanwhile, Tobirama, standing off to the side, felt his heart shatter. His own brother hadn't even noticed his presence, yet had immediately locked eyes with Uchiha Madara. So in his brother's heart, was Madara more important than his own younger sibling? It was just as he thought. Those wicked Uchihas. They'd even stolen his brother's heart. Those evil Uchihas. Upon hearing what Hashirama Senju said, Madara Uchiha's old face flushed with embarrassment. There was a loud thud. Ouch, Madara, what are you doing? Why are you hitting me again? You blockhead. Get a grip and figure out what's going on. We're not dead people anymore. We've both been brought back to life. And this isn't the afterlife, either. Just look over there. See who that is. Following the direction of Madara's finger, Hashirama turned to look as well. Tobirama, you're here too. After saying this, Hashirama shifted his gaze back to Madara. Come on, Madara. Since Tobirama's here, hurry up and explain to me what's going on. Hirofumi Ito couldn't shake the feeling that he'd heard the sound of glass shattering from somewhere around Tobirama Senju, especially after seeing Tobirama clutching his chest like that. Was his heart breaking? Who could have imagined that after being resurrected, your own elder brother would see Madara Uchiha and immediately burst into shouts and hugs, but then upon seeing his own younger brother would just say, oh, you're here too. anyone in Tobarama's place would probably be crushed by. That, wouldn't they? At that moment, a strange idea suddenly flickered through Hirofumi Ito's mind. Was this calculating frog always rubbing your belly for a reason? Could this be the real source of Tobarama's animosity toward the Uchiha? All at once, an over-the-top melodramatic love drama started playing out in Hirofumi Ito's imagination. A powerful, handsome, and wealthy man steals away the affection his brother used to lavish on him. The younger brother then works relentlessly to seize power, and once he's in control, he starts targeting the family of the man who stole his brother's love. So, could this be the true origin of the villainous Uchiha? Legend, thinking this, Hirofumi Ito couldn't help but look at the three before him with a peculiar expression. The aloof, godlike Madara Uchiha Hashirama Senju, buzzing around Madara like a hyperactive bird, and Tobarama Senju, quietly nursing his heartbreak. Well. So this is what you're playing at Naruto. No wonder there are so many generations of romantic pairs in the Leaf Village. The root of it all started here, just as Hirofumi Ito was getting lost in a sprawling soap opera fantasy. The system's voice abruptly snapped him back to reality. Congratulations, host! You have successfully summoned the spirit of the dead and obtained the contract beast. Hashirama Senju, drawing a random ability from the contract beast for the host. Congratulations, host! You have obtained Azura's reincarnation chakra. Azura's chakra has now been loaded into your body, He hadn't expected to receive Indra's chakra from Madara Uchiha, and now to get Azura's chakra from Hashirama Senju as well. Just what was the system planning here? Both Indra's and Azura's chakra had manifested within his body. Was the system trying to make him the sage of six paths? And most crucially, after gaining Indra's chakra, Hirofumi Ito had already noticed that Naruto Uzumaki treated him differently. Now, with Azura's chakra as well, just what was the system expecting him to become? Good grief! Would Uchiha Madara Senju Hashirama, Naruto Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha end up circling around him all day, every day? Was he fated to become part of that close-knit band of buddies? The thought sent a chill down Hirofumi's spine. He quickly shook his head, banishing such bizarre ideas, and instead hurriedly imagined what Ino Yamanaka would look like. When she grew up, he was straight, absolutely straight, most definitely straight. Originally, Hirofumi Ito had been speculating about what powers he might acquire from Hashirama Senju, and he'd had a few ideas. Perhaps the wood release, Kekkei Genkai, a sage's body, or even Senjutsu. Yet to his surprise, what he actually received was Azura's chakra, was a system playing favorites behind the scenes. He'd gotten Indra's chakra from Madara Uchiha before, and now Azura's chakra, one after another. Hirofumi couldn't help but suspect the system's motives, but however he thought about it, he still stood to gain. After all, the powers he had imagined, like the wood release, could very well be evolutions of Azura's chakra. None of the other Senju clan members could use the wood release. To wield wood-style jutsu, they had to transplant Hashirama cells, and even then it was only a watered-down version. But now, with Azura's chakra, he might one day naturally awaken all those abilities, especially with both Indra's and Azura's chakras combined. Never mind the Susanoo-clad Buddha, his future strength might effortlessly reach the level of the six paths. Still, power wasn't gained overnight. Having both chakras would only gradually enhance his strength and potential, not instantly propel him beyond the Kage level. Meanwhile, faced with the ceaseless chatter of Hashirama Senju, even Madara Uchiha found himself growing irritable. When he hadn't been around, Madara used to miss him, but now that Hashirama was here, he was instantly driving him up the wall. Utterly exasperated by Hashirama's antics, Madara could only offer a brief explanation of the current situation. For example, things like Hirofumi Ito's origins, the situation in the land of the dead, and the fact that everyone here has now become a spirit beast. Upon hearing these revelations, Hashirama Senju didn't react like his younger brother Tobarama, who would have immediately concocted countless conspiracy theories in his mind. Instead, Hashirama's eyes lit up with excitement as he fixed his gaze on Hirofumi Ito. Amazing! But as he looked more closely, Hashirama was genuinely startled. Could this Hirofumi Ito fellow actually be Madara's son? He really did resemble the Uchiha, and more importantly, the aura about him, even the feeling of his chakra. He was the spitting image of Madara. Madara, don't tell me this kid is your son. I can't believe it. You even have a child now? Thud! Once again, Hashirama's head suffered the merciless iron grip typical of the Uchiha. You fool. Didn't I just finish explaining this kid's background to you? Besides, his family name is Ito. It has absolutely nothing to do with the Uchiha. And how could I possibly have a son? I'm not even married yet. While saying all this, Madara's eyes swept inadvertently over Hirofumi Ito. But with just that one glance, Madara nearly lost his composure. Why did this infuriating kid give him the same feeling as Hashirama? He had never felt this way before. It seemed to have started just now. What exactly had happened? Wait, Hashirama had just been resurrected. There had to be some secret this brat wasn't telling the old man. What intriguing power. At this moment in Madara's mind, Hirofumi Ito was shrouded in even greater mystery. First of all, Hirofumi Ito seemed to know everything about the ninja world. He even knew Madara's deepest, most closely guarded secret. Most astonishing of all, he was even aware of Black Zetsu's existence. On top of that, he possessed abilities so fearsome that if he grew strong enough in the future, he might truly be able to unite the ninja world. And if that happened, could peace finally come to the land of shinobi? Meanwhile, Hashirama, still rubbing his head where Madara's iron hand had struck, made his way over to Hirofumi Ito. As he passed by Tobarama, Hashirama paused for a moment. Nisan? Ha, Tobarama! Long time no see. It's been a while, Nisan. Tobarama could hardly contain his eagerness to say a few words to his brother, but Hashirama waved his hand dismissively. Let's talk in a bit. Right now, I'd like to have a word with our little friend from the Leaf Village. After saying this, Hashirama Senju walked right up to Hirofumi Ito, instead of putting on any airs of seriousness. He looked completely relaxed and good-natured, even plopping himself down on the ground right in front of Hirofumi Ito. Hey there, little one. Nice to meet you. I'm Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. Seeing how carefree Hashirama was, Hirofumi Ito simply sat down cross-legged as well, settling himself directly across from Hashirama, so the two of them faced each other at ground level. Lord First Hokage, your great name has long resounded in my ears, Hirofumi said. Hashirama scratched his head a bit sheepishly at Hirofumi's words, embarrassed by the praise. Little one, Madara was just telling me about you. I have to say, you really are a remarkable junior. Hashirama spoke, but then paused, his expression turning a shade more serious as he stared intently at Hirofumi. Hirofumi was taken aback by this sudden change. Was the first Hokage about to interrogate him, just as Tobarama had a moment ago? Off to the side, Tobarama gave a small, approving nod. That's my big brother for you. No wonder he became the first Hokage. This kid, Hirofumi Ito, is suspicious no matter how you look at it. And that terrifying technique of his able to connect with the realm of the dead is simply too dangerous. Someone has to get to the bottom of this. And if my brother, the first Hokage himself, personally asked, there's no way that kid would dare to hide the truth. Just then, as he sat on the ground, Hashirama suddenly leaned forward, his whole body shifting with excitement, eyes sparkling with anticipation. Little one, Madara already told me everything. You've already spent 200 million Rio, and you've got 300 million left. So that means you can summon 3 more times. Could you show me how it's done? It's just incredible. I really want to see it. Come on, little one, please. Show me. I'm begging you. Hirofumi nearly jumped out of his skin at Hashirama's sudden outburst. Especially that last, I'm begging you. That tone was exactly the kind Hashirama only ever used. When wheedling Madara, wasn't this the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju? Why on earth was he acting so cutesy with Hirofumi? Didn't he notice how Madara's face was growing darker by the second? And indeed, Madara's expression had soured. In the past, Hashirama would only use that pleading childlike voice with him, or at most with his wife, Mito Uzumaki. But now, Hashirama, that big oaf, was actually begging Hirofumi Ito, this little brat? Damn it. And right beside him, Tobarama Senju's heart shattered once again. As expected, my big brother is still the same as ever. Not a trace of change. Ni-san. What is it, Tobarama? Is something wrong? Hashirama Senju turned his head with a slightly dazed look to glance at his younger brother. Big brother, isn't the most important thing right now to figure out this brat's ability? The whole business about resurrecting the dead as summoning beasts. That's enough. Tobarama, don't say another word. Hashirama cut him off without a hint of mercy. Big brother, I said that's enough. Whatever kind of fortune or opportunity Xiao Haowen has, it's his own affair. As elders, we don't need to meddle in these things. All we need to know is that he's one of Konoha's next generation. After hearing these words, Tobirama didn't argue any further. There was nothing he could do. His big brother had always been like this, and now wasn't the time to quarrel with him. Otherwise, he'd really want to snap back, "Big brother, just shut up already," just to show his thick-headed brother what it means for a little brother to have some authority. But with that sly Uchiha still watching from the sidelines, it was best to let his brother save face for now. Hirofumi Ito hadn't expected things to suddenly get so serious. In the end, Hashirama was just a bit anxious for him to show off his summoning technique. To be honest, Hirofumi was pretty curious himself to see who he might summon next. Twice now, his golden summoning had brought out the Senju brothers. He had to admit, his luck had been incredible. Now, with Madara Uchiha Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju all here together. Even if the next person he summoned turned out to be a weaker Kage-level powerhouse, it wouldn't really matter. After all, even among Kage-level ninjas, there's a wide range of strength. Take, for instance, the Leaf Village Technician, the Gentle Hands King, or Kakashi the 50-50. Are these guys considered Kage-level? Of course they are. And is Hashirama Senju a Kage-level powerhouse? Absolutely. But does Hashirama even need one hand to deal with Kakashi? Or do Naruto, Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha in their later years need to break a sweat against Kakashi? Not in the slightest. So while there are plenty of Kage-level elites, most are only a notch above elite Jonin. Someone like 50-50, no, actually, someone like Kakashi is already among the better ones. But if you look at the other Kages from the smaller villages, now those are truly pitiful. Especially the 6th Mizukage Chojuro. Even if Konoha just sent out one of its up-and-coming rookies, they'd probably wipe the floor with him. Even so, one has to admit that the Hidden Leaf Village possesses truly profound foundations, despite being mishandled by the 3rd Hokage and Danzo for so many years. Its strength remains formidable and not to be underestimated. Under Hashirama Senju's curious gaze, Hirofumi Ito stood up, preparing to perform the summoning jutsu. This time, Madara Uchiha showed little interest. After all, apart from his younger brother Izuna Uchiha, he didn't care who might be summoned next. The person he cared about most, Hashirama Senju, had already appeared. As for his brother Izuna Uchiha, Madara truly wasn't certain. Did his brother even count as a soul of the Hidden Leaf? After all, when Izuna died, the village hadn't yet been established, though, in the end. His brother was buried within its borders. Meanwhile, Tobirama Senju continued his careful observation from the side, determined to figure out exactly how Hirofumi Ito's ability worked. Hashirama, on the other hand, looked as excited as a child awaiting candy, his eyes shining with eager anticipation. Summoning jutsu, Hirofumi called out. With a heavy thud, his hand slammed to the ground after forming the seals. A golden magic circle appeared once more, but this time the soul fire within the circle showed no sign of flickering to life. Not far away, Madara Uchiha noticed this and frowned slightly. This was different from the previous 2 times. Ordinarily, the soul fire would appear as soon as the golden circle materialized. So why wasn't it showing up now? It couldn't be that there were no more Hokage-level souls left summoned. There was only one explanation. Something was unusual about this soul. Neither he nor Hashirama had encountered any problems. So why was this soul so reluctant to emerge? Could it be that this individual was even stronger than himself, or Hashirama? On the other side, Tobirama Senju was carefully sensing the summoning circle. When his elder brother had been summoned, everything had gone smoothly, but now it felt as if something was obstructing the process. Curious as ever, Hashirama, still sitting on the ground, looked left and right. Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Little Hirofumi, why hasn't the person you summoned appeared yet? Did something go wrong with your jutsu? I was looking forward to seeing if it might be an old friend. At this point, Hirofumi Ito's brow was tightly furrowed as well. Something wasn't right, whether it had been Madara Uchiha, Tobirama Senju, or Hashirama Senju. The soul fire had always appeared immediately. So why the long delay now? System, what are you playing at? I spent real money on this. Don't tell me you've swallowed up my 100 million. Where's the soul fire? Where's my Hokage-level summoning beast? Even if I had a stroke of incredible luck and managed to summon both Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, that still wouldn't be reason enough for you to swallow my money, would it? Nonsense. Would I ever cheat you out of your money? It's just that the soul I drew this time is rather special, that's all. Damn it. Who could have guessed the underworld still had such a peculiar creature lurking about? When I devoured the underworld before, you didn't show up. But now you've come crawling out, haven't you? You've got some nerve. If I don't give you a thorough beating today, you'll never understand what the hell a system truly is. As soon as the system's words faded, a golden magic circle on the ground suddenly erupted, sending a brilliant column of golden light soaring into the sky. Is the system angry now? Actually, at that moment, Ito Hirofumi's heart was already filled with a vague suspicion. If it's related to the underworld and something's wrong with the soul, there's really only one possible candidate. As the golden magic circle swelled to several times its original size and the golden light shot up like a beacon, the faces of Madara Uchiha, Tobirama Senju, and Hashirama Senju all grew tense. With such overwhelming power, it was clear that whatever was being summoned was no ordinary being. Madara, in particular, felt a surge of intense fighting spirit. After all, when Hashirama had been summoned earlier, there hadn't been such a commotion. What on earth had this brat Ito Hirofumi called forth this time? In the next instant, a gigantic head emerged from within the golden circle. The head continued to rise little by little, and what stood out most was the visible agony and struggle etched on its face. The moment he saw it, Ito Hirofumi muttered inwardly, "So it really is him. Isn't this the Shinigami from the Naruto world? The one who only appears during the Reaper death seal? Thick, deathly pale hair, two horns jutting from its head, a face reminiscent of the mythical Hanya, skin corpse white tinged with blue, and a flowing white robe draped over its body. By now, Madara had silently moved to stand beside Ito Hirofumi, his Rinnegan eyes glowing. "Kid, just what did you summon this time?" Nearby, Hashirama was staring at the Shinigami with a blank, bewildered look. Was this guy ever a ninja from our Hidden Leaf village? I don't think I've ever seen him before, but he does look pretty cool. Tobirama standing to the side, gulp, horror, brother. Take a good look. That's no ninja, huh? Then what is it? Hashirama still looked utterly lost. Brother, do you remember that jutsu I invented back then? What jutsu? You invented so many I can't possibly remember them all. It's that jutsu called the Reaper Death Seal. I don't remember. Hearing his elder brother's response, Tobirama Senju curled his lips in a wry smile. To be honest, he hadn't really expected his brother to remember it at all. After all, every time he invented a new jutsu, his elder brother never even bothered to look up. He just tossed the sealing scroll his way. At first, his brother had at least shown some interest and would ask what kind of jutsu it was. Then after Tobirama's detailed explanation, his brother would always frown and say, "Tobirama, this jutsu is far too dangerous. I think it's best if you just write it down and seal it away in a scroll." After this happened several times, every time Tobirama invented a new jutsu, the scene would repeat itself. "Big brother, I've created a brand new jutsu," Tobirama would announce excitedly. "Is it a water release technique?" Hashirama would ask, not even glancing up. "No." Tobirama would shake his head, then seal it away. "Here's the sealing scroll." Hashirama would toss over a scroll. Later, it became even more succinct. "Big brother, jutsu, water release?" "No." "Seal it." Eventually, it came down to just a few words. "Jutsu, water, no. Seal." So it was perfectly normal for his brother not to remember the Reaper Death Seal. With that, Tobirama began to explain to Hashirama exactly what the Reaper Death Seal was. After listening to the explanation, Hashirama's brows knit together in concern. "Tobirama, I've told you more than once. Stop researching these bizarre and dangerous jutsu. They're too risky. What if later generations of ninja fail to master them properly and end up putting themselves in grave danger?" "Big brother, isn't now hardly the time to talk about that? Shouldn't we be more concerned about how Ito Hiromi clearly used a summoning jutsu, and the one summoned should have been a departed soul from Konoha? So why did the Shinigami appear instead?" Hearing this, Hashirama furrowed his brow in thought. Could it be that Hiromi's summoning jutsu snatched a soul from the realm of the dead, and the Shinigami is angry, coming to hold him accountable? With that thought, Hashirama stood up, his brow still tightly knit. By now, Madara Uchiha had already moved to stand at Ito Hiromi's side, so Hashirama took his place at Hiromi's other side. At this moment, Hashirama's thoughts were clear. No matter what, he had already been resurrected. And resurrected perfectly at that. He owed Hiromi a great debt. Most importantly, he'd had the chance to see Madara and his younger brother again. And Hiromi was a youngster from their own village. As the first Hokage of Konoha, he had every reason to stand up for the younger generation. After all, this was their own child, no matter whether this so-called god of death had come to accuse them or not. As long as he dared to lay a finger on little Hao Wen, The first Hokage himself wouldn't mind teaching this death god a lesson, showing him the true power of the thousand-armed cannon. At that moment, both Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama seemed to share a silent understanding. Their eyes met, and without a word, both readied themselves for battle. Yet what happened next was not at all what Hashirama had expected. Inside the ritual circle, the death god appeared to be in unbearable agony, his entire body tightly bound by golden chains. The golden light within the array seemed to be melting away at his very form. Originally, the death god had a short dagger clamped in his mouth, but the pain forced his jaw wide open, and the dagger clattered to the ground. Then something utterly astonishing happened. A wisp of soul fire slowly drifted out from the death god's gaping mouth. Only after this soul fire had fully emerged did the death god seem to gain some relief. He scrambled to snatch up the fallen dagger, behaving as if he'd just witnessed something unspeakable, something that should never be glimpsed nor named. Without hesitation, he dove into the golden ritual circle and vanished from sight. Everyone who witnessed this scene was left utterly dumbfounded. Did the death god just spit out a soul from his belly? Uchiha Madara found the whole spectacle almost too fantastical to believe. Beside him, Senju Hashirama nodded with his usual goofy earnestness. That's what it looked like. But who could that be? Which ninja from the hidden leaf did the death god swallow? At least he wasn't digested. Otherwise he'd have ended up as well, you know. I can't even imagine what it would feel like to be dragged out of the death gods. You know where? Hearing Hashirama's rambling, Madara, Howen, and Tobirama all broke out in a cold sweat. As expected of the first Hokage, he always managed to focus on the strangest things. Just then, Howen heard the voice of the system in his mind. Seriously? Putting on airs in front of me, are you? If I don't give you a good beating, you won't even remember your own name. I called you the god of death out of courtesy. Keep pushing your luck, and you'll be 6 feet under, comma. Hearing the system's arrogant bluster, Howen swallowed nervously. System bro, you're amazing. Keep it down. I'm not the showy type. You know, but that so-called god of death was just too much. I only asked for a soul. He should be grateful, and yet he still had the nerve to argue with me. Comma. Meanwhile, Tobirama, watching his big brother's simple-minded reaction, sighed and began to offer an explanation. Someone must have learned a Reaper Death Seal technique I invented back in the day. Brother, I already explained the principle of the Reaper Death Seal to you just now. Essentially, this jutsu is all about making a trade with the god of death, offering up your own soul in exchange for someone else's. And right now, it must be because that kid Ito Hiromi used the summoning technique that the god of death ended up spitting his soul back out. From the looks of it, Ito Hiromi's abilities are truly terrifying. Even the god of death in the realm of spirits can only be overpowered, or rather, bullied by him. Hearing this, Hashirama Senju was quite delighted. After all, the stronger the younger generation from his own village, the more it reflected well on him as the first Hokage. Madara Uchiha, meanwhile, glanced at Ito Hiromi out of the corner of his eye, and the Rinnegan in his gaze quietly faded away, leaving only his normal eyes. Hashirama, his eyes darting around, turned to look at Madara. With the god of death gone, Hashirama reverted to his usual silly self. Madara, what was that thing with the rings in your eyes just now? It didn't look good at all. I liked your old Sharingan much better. When did you switch to these eyes, if you're not using your old Sharingan? Could you give it to me? I think it looks really cool, and I want to see if I can use it. As he spoke, Hashirama looked at Madara with eager anticipation. Madara's face darkened in exasperation. When did I switch eyes? Wait, I guess I did. My original eyes were taken, and after I was summoned, a new pair of Rinnegan grew in. I wonder if my old eyes are still with that brat from the Uzumaki clan. And this ridiculous Hashirama actually wants to swap my eyes for his. All I did was tattoo your face on my chest, and now you want to fit my eyes onto yours. Still, if Hashirama really likes them that much, maybe I could dig them out and give them to this big lug. Seeing the hopeful glimmer in Hashirama's eyes, Madara, who was about to scold him, couldn't bring himself to say anything harsh. We can talk about that later. I didn't change my eyes. These of mine always have been, for now. Let's figure out who this soul in the fire actually is. For even the god of death to swallow him, he must be someone remarkable. Hearing this, Hashirama nodded obediently. At that moment, the soul fire inside the summoning circle began to take human form. A cheery, bright, blonde-haired youth appeared before everyone. How could one describe him? Just a single glance, and it was as if a radiant little sun had burst into the room. He was also wearing a rather flashy ceremonial cloak, draped over his shoulders in a showy manner. Witnessing this scene, Hirofumi Ito nodded to himself in silent affirmation. He had guessed right after all. At this point in time, the only person who could possibly be inside the Shinigami's belly was the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. As Minato Namikaze opened his eyes, he blinked in confusion and looked around, taking in his surroundings. When he noticed the people beside him, his face froze in utter disbelief. The first Hokage, and the second Hokage, sir. What is going on here? How did you both end up inside the Shinigami's belly too? Hashirama Senju greeted Minato with a friendly wave. Hello there, and who might you be? Just so you know, this isn't the Shinigami's belly at all. This is little Hirofumi's summoning space. What? Minato blurted out, completely lost. Hirofumi Ito could only sigh and step forward to explain, resigned to the task. Honestly, he was starting to get a headache from all the explanations. Every time a new person was summoned, he had to go through the whole story again. Once Minato understood what had happened, he recalled the first Hokage's earlier question. A proud look appeared on his face, and he flashed a radiant, sunny smile. Turning around, he swept his cloak aside and raised one hand, his thumb pointing confidently to the bold characters emblazoned across his back. I am the fourth Hokage. Minato took pride in showing everyone the large kanji for fourth Hokage on his ceremonial cloak, expecting praise for his achievement. But to his surprise, the room fell into an awkward silence. The truth was, seeing the first and second Hokage in person left Minato deeply moved. He had thought that as the fourth Hokage, having died protecting the village, these two predecessors would be full of admiration for him. But why were their gazes so strange, almost perplexed? And then there was that imposing man, clearly a senior from an earlier era. His armor was unmistakably from the Warring States period. Neither Madara Uchiha Hashirama Senju nor Tobirama Senju yet knew how Minato had died. All they knew was that Minato's soul had just been spat out by the Shinigami, which meant he must have perished after performing the Reaper Death Seal. But Hirofumi Ito knew exactly how Minato had met his end. For a moment, his expression turned odd. After all, the Nine Tails was certainly powerful. No denying that. But it all depended on who you compared it to. Before the likes of Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju, the Nine Tails was little more than a house cat. Madara, ever the stoic, didn't bother to ask any questions. Hashirama, on the other hand, was curious about how the fourth Hokage had ended up inside the Shinigami's belly. But he hesitated, not wanting to hurt Minato's pride. So in the end, he kept his questions to himself. In the end, it was Tobirama Senju who, seeing how awkward Minato Namikaze looked, finally broke the silence and spoke. Did the fourth Hokage encounter some formidable enemy before his death? When this kid, a Hirofumi, summoned you just now, the Shinigami spat you out from its belly. As soon as he heard the question, Minato's bright, cheerful smile instantly vanished. Well, at that time, I did run into some extremely thorny problems. That night my wife was about to give birth, and she was also the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Everything had been calm and steady until my son's birth. I truly thought nothing major would happen, but at this point a flash of pain and deep-seated hatred flickered in Minato's eyes. But no one could have expected it. Madara Uchiha actually attacked the Hidden Leaf Village. He not only assaulted my wife and unleashed the Nine Tails, but also used my newborn son to threaten me. With my son in Madara's hands and the Nine Tails rampaging through the village, I was completely stretched thin. In the end, I had no choice but to unleash all my strength, forcing Madara to retreat and use the dead demon consuming seal to seal the Nine Tails away. But I knew how crucial the tail beast was to the village, so I split the Nine Tails chakra in two. Half remained sealed within myself, and the other half I sealed inside my newborn son, because my son inherited the Uzumaki clan's bloodline. Sealing the Nine Tails within him wasn't much of a problem, as Minato recounted these events. Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, and Ito Hirofumi all turned to look at Madara Uchiha with a peculiar expression. Ito Hirofumi, of course, knew the whole story, so at this moment, he could barely contain his laughter. After all, such a huge accusation had just been dumped squarely on Madara Uchiha's head. Damn it, Madara was so stunned by this sudden accusation that he was left speechless. He'd been dead for so many years. When had he ever attacked the Hidden Leaf, released the Nine Tails, or for heaven's sake, threatened someone with a child? Was this really something the great Madara could have done? seeing Madara's furious expression. Minato assumed Madara was angry on his behalf. Esteemed senior, it seems you two are outraged by Madara Uchiha's actions, aren't you? Forgive me, but may I ask, who are you? Sensing the bizarre atmosphere in the room, Ida Hirofumi stepped forward to introduce Madara to Minato. Fourth Hokage, this is Madara Uchiha himself. In the Warring States era, he and the first Hokage were known as the twin legends of the ninja world, and together they founded the Hidden Leaf Village. He is also known as the Demon Shura of the ninja world. Just a moment ago, Hirofumi Ito nearly blurted out that Madara Uchiha was called the god of shinobi, but when he caught a glimpse of Madara's icy gaze, he instantly changed his words. At the mention of Madara Uchiha, an immeasurable hatred flashed through Minato Namake's eyes. Well, I never expected that the two of us would meet again in such a fashion. Madara Uchiha. Minato spat out the words with a cold laugh. Madara arched an eyebrow at this. Fourth Hokage brat. What are you talking about? I have never even met you before, much less attacked Konoha or unleashed the Nine Tails. Minato's expression grew even colder. This man before him was the true culprit. Behind his and his wife's deaths, the very one who tore his family apart and kept him from ever seeing his son. So the fearsome demon Shura of the shinobi world turns out to be someone who acts but refuses to admit it? That night, you invaded the Hidden Leaf. You released the Nine Tails while my wife was in labor. You even threatened me with my newborn child. Everything that happened that night, I'm Minato Namake's. Will never forget for as long as I live. At this, Madara suddenly understood. Years ago, he had allowed Obito Uchiha to use his name. It seemed Obito was the one who did all this. But why would that guy target the fourth Hokage? Wouldn't it have been enough just to quietly gather the tailed beasts and carry out the plan? Why go and make things even more complicated? Meanwhile, Hashirama and Tobirama Senju exchanged puzzled looks, their brows knit tightly. It seemed that peace in the Leaf Village hadn't lasted long after their era. Someone had actually dared to attack Konoha openly, even going so far as to threaten the Hokage with his own child. Hashirama noticed the confusion in Madara's eyes and immediately realized that the Madara Uchiha Minato spoke of couldn't possibly be the real Madara. Tobirama, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes as he scrutinized Madara, as if trying to discern the truth. Tisich, I, Madara Uchiha, have always acted with honor. If I did something, I'd admit it. But if I didn't, don't you dare try to pin your mess on me. I am the Demon Shura of the shinobi world. If I wanted to destroy you, I wouldn't stoop to such dirty tricks. Don't flatter yourself, thinking just because you're the Hokage that you could stand against me. Even Tobirama Senju wouldn't dare make such bold claims. Minato's brows furrowed at this. Indeed, the person he faced that night felt completely different from Madara Uchiha standing before him now. The Uchiha standing before him was brimming with arrogance and an overwhelming presence, while that masked fellow, his strength was hardly impressive, and he even seemed a bit sleazy. He kept claiming to be Uchiha Madara, yet never dared to show his true face. Could it be that he really wasn't Uchiha Madara after all? But the Sharingan can't lie. That man from that day claimed to be Uchiha Madara, and the Uchiha clan Sharingan is unmistakable. I told you that wasn't me. If it wasn't you, then who was it? The pain of being separated from his family back then flashed through Minato Namake's mind. And almost by instinct, he instantly entered Sage mode. The pupils of his eyes narrowed into horizontal bars, and the unique markings of Sage mode appeared above his eyelids. Seeing this, Hirofumi Ito couldn't help but curl his lips into a grin. Well. So this is what you call not very good at mastering Sage Jutsu, needing lots of time to gather chakra, and only being able to maintain it for a short while. So you basically never use it in real combat. That's exactly what Minato claimed in the original story. And yet here he is going straight into Sage mode in a heartbeat. Just then the voice of the system chimed in as expected. Congratulations, host, on successfully summoning a spirit. You have acquired the contract Beast Minato Namake's, drawing a random ability from the summoned spirit. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Mayaboku Sage Jutsu. Host has now fully learned and mastered Mayaboku Sage Jutsu. Who would have thought he'd actually acquire Mayaboku Sage Jutsu from Minato Namake's? This was a tremendous boost to his own strength. To be honest, at this moment, Hirofumi Ito felt like he was a living copy of Minato Namake's. He'd already learned the Flying Thunder God technique. Now he had Miyaboka's Sage Jutsu too. All he needed was the Rasengan, and he could fight just like Minato in battle. First a Flying Thunder God assault, then follow up with a Rasengan. Next the second phase of Flying Thunder God, then another Rasengan. After that the third phase, finishing with a giant Rasengan, and if that's still not enough, he'd unleash a Sage Art. Super giant Rasengan. My skills are off the charts. A low, gleeful laugh bubbled up from his throat. On the other side, the real Uchiha Madara was at a loss for how to explain himself. Not that he cared to explain anyway. This fourth Hokage certainly had some nerve daring to shout at him like that. Did he really think that just by opening Sage Mode he could take him on? Ito Hirofumi had no intention of letting the two actually fight. After all, it would be a disaster if Minato and Namikaze were killed by accident. Fourth Hokage, the man who attacked Konoha all those years ago, really wasn't Uchiha Madara. Deep down, you must sense the difference yourself, don't you? How could that man possibly be Madara? Hearing these words, Minato Namikaze managed to calm himself just a little. Then, who exactly is that person? A low chuckle followed. Actually, you know his name all too well. He is none other than your beloved student, Uchiha Bito. What? Minato was completely unable to accept this. The very culprit who caused his and his wife's deaths, who tore his own family apart. How could it possibly be Uchiha Bito? No, it's absolutely impossible. Obito was long dead by that time. How could it be him? Besides, Obito was always such an obedient child. There's no way he would ever turn against me. Ito Hirofumi, hearing this, didn't rush to explain. Instead, he turned and glanced at Uchiha Madara. Madara, maybe it's time you explain your plan to everyone. Since the first Hokage is here as well, why don't you tell us what you're up to? After all, you've already been revived. So you don't really need Uchiha Bito anymore, do you? All eyes turned to him, and Madara gave a slight nod too. Be honest, Madara hadn't intended for his plan to be exposed this soon. But plans can't keep up with changes, and that brat Ito Hirofumi seemed to know everything anyway. And now the fourth Hokage had turned up as well. If he didn't clear things up, Hashirama, the big-hearted fool, might actually get upset. After all, the guy cared more about the Hidden Leaf Village than anything else. And since Obito was acting under Madara's name, it wouldn't be hard for people to connect the dots between them. After thinking it over, Madara finally looked up at everyone present. Fourth Hokage, this matter truly wasn't my doing. I was already long dead by the time it happened. Still, I can't say I have no connection to it at all. As expected from an evil Uchiha, Tobirama Senju let out a cold snort from the side, cutting Madara off with a scathing remark. Damn it, Tobirama, you bastard. Do you want to hear this or not? If you don't, I just won't say another word. Ahem, of course I want to hear it. In truth, Tobirama was just as curious as anyone else about Madara's so-called plan. Then keep that mouth of yours shut. Otherwise, don't blame me if I drop a Tengai Shinsei on your head. Madara shot Tobirama a fierce glare and then began to speak again. In truth, after my battle with Hashirama all those years ago, I didn't actually die. What? You survived? How could that be possible? Hirofumi Ito already knew all about this, so he wasn't the least bit surprised. However, for Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, and Minato Namikaze, the revelation was utterly shocking. After a brief pause, Tobirama muttered to himself, "No wonder back then your corpse disappeared without a trace. So it turns out, all this time, you wretched villain, you never died at all." Hashirama, standing nearby, gave Madara Uchiha a look of displeasure. Madara, so you weren't dead all along. You scoundrel, if you were alive, why didn't you come find me? I thought I'd lost your body, and I cried for days because of it. At those words, Madara shot Hashirama a fierce glare. Why would I come looking for you? What for? So you could beat me down again. Embarrassment flickered across Hashirama's face as he heard this. After all, he had only used force against Madara as a last resort. The village of Konoha was something both he and Madara had poured their hearts into. He could never allow anyone to destroy it. Not even Madara himself. After all, Konoha was the dream they had shared since childhood. Even if Madara had changed, Hashirama would still protect that dream with all his might. Madara waved a hand, dismissing the matter with little concern. In any case, I didn't die back then. In fact, I lived for quite a long time. Long enough to see the Third Great Ninja War. Minato Namikaze was starting to piece things together. His own student Obito must have been saved by Madara instead of dying. After Madara finally passed, Obito took on Madara's name and began his own journey through the shinobi world. Yet the more Minato understood, the harder it was for him to accept. After all, Uchiha Obito was his own student. Why would Obito turn against him? Why would he strike at his teacher's wife? What could possibly drive him to such lengths? Minato and Kushina had never wronged him in the slightest. Why did Obito destroy their family, tear apart their home, and leave them in ruins? Why? At this moment, Minato was trembling from head to toe, tears streaming silently down his face. The truth was simply too much to bear, his heart unable to accept it. The pain, unimaginable, overwhelming. Meanwhile, Madara continued in a calm, steady voice. Later, Obito nearly lost his life in the war. It was I who saved him, so I devised a plan. I would have Uchiha Obito operate in the shinobi world using my name, and find a way to resurrect me. Once I was brought back to life, I could then initiate the Eye of the Moon plan, casting a powerful illusion to bring true peace to this world of ninjas. As for what Uchiha Obito actually did, I truly have no idea. I don't understand why he would turn against his own teacher's family. I never ordered him to do such a thing. All I asked was for him to revive me according to the plan. This boy, Ito Hirofumi, is well aware of my entire plan, so he can testify for me. The incident with the fourth Hokage has absolutely nothing to do with me. Madara Uchiha spoke at length, but it was clear he was mainly trying to explain himself to Hashirama Senju. He wanted to make it clear that he never attacked the Hidden Leaf Village, nor did he use any underhanded scheme to take down the fourth Hokage. When Madara finished speaking, everyone turned their gaze to Ito Hirofumi, Minato. Namake's expression was especially tormented. Ito Hirofumi nodded. Everything Madara said is true. Madara had kept the matter of Black Zetsu to himself for now, not mentioning it. After all, he wasn't sure himself whether he had been tricked by Black Zetsu. Minato clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Why? Why did it have to be like this? The true mastermind behind all this was my own student. It's laughable. Absolutely ridiculous. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The laughter rang out, wild and bitter. So this is the truth behind it all. Now I understand. Now I see. This world is a lie. This world is just an illusion. Uchiha Madara, perhaps you are right. Maybe only through illusion can this world find peace and beauty. But why? Why must it be this way? Seeing Minato becoming nearly unhinged, Tobirama Senju frowned, while Hashirama's face was filled with sympathy, a Hokage who had given everything for his village, only to discover that the cause of all this tragedy was his own pupil. Who could possibly accept such a thing? Looking at Minato before him, Ito Hirofumi let out a heavy sigh. This was the real Minato Namake's. This was raw, genuine emotion, just as the original story depicted. The reanimated cannot shed tears, but a father can. Just like in the original, when Minato learned the truth, do you think he wouldn't feel hatred or pain? That's impossible. Minato isn't the reincarnation of Azura's chakra. How could he, unlike Naruto, Uzumaki, forgive even the one who killed his own parents through love? But even if the truth is revealed, what good does it do in that moment? Should he just break down and weep? It's completely meaningless. After all, by that point in time, Naruto Uzumaki had already grown into a ninja capable of standing on his own, becoming one of the most powerful forces in the Hidden Leaf Village. I imagine Minato Namake's had already come to terms with everything back then. After all, he was dead, but now things are different. Minato Namake's has been brought back perfectly alive and whole. How could he possibly let go of hatred so easily? For a moment, silence filled the summoning space. Only Minato, looking a bit unstable, continued to mutter incoherently to himself. I just hope Minato can hold himself together. If he were to learn that his son Naruto didn't have the happy life he once imagined, if this sunny, cheerful boy, known as the Little Sun, wasn't living up to the title Minato once held as the fourth Hokage, would Minato's heart darken? It took quite a while before Minato finally calmed down. His face showed no particular expression, and it was impossible to guess what he was thinking deep inside. Senior Uchiha, I owe you an apology for what just happened. I misjudged you. It's all right. You didn't know the truth. It's only natural to get emotional. After apologizing to Madara, Minato fell silent and stood off to the side. The group chatted idly for a while longer. During this time, Minato also learned a few things from Hirofumi Ito, including the fact that his son Naruto and Ito himself were classmates. But Ito was growing impatient. After all, he still had 2 golden summons left to use, so he dusted himself off and stood up. The words I once gave to Madara Uchiha I'll share with you all now. The past cannot be changed, but the future is still ours to shape. What's done is done. All we can do now is face it head on. We have to keep moving forward, don't we? As soon as Hirofumi Ito finished speaking, he began weaving hand signs to perform the summoning technique. System, activate one golden summon for me. With a resounding crash, a golden magic circle flared to life on the ground. This time, unlike before, there were no strange mishaps, only the steady emergence of a soul's flame. As Hirofumi Ito beheld the silhouette forming inside the circle, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, just as I thought. This one definitely has Hokage-level power. Fugaku Uchiha. This guy had been hiding his strength well. He might have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan long ago, just never revealing it. Upon seeing the figure in the circle, Tobarama Senju let out a cold snort, clearly displeased. Another one of those sinister Uchihas. Minato Namikaze was momentarily stunned. That's Fugaku. Meanwhile, Hashirama Senju wrapped an arm around Madara Uchiha's shoulder and started shaking him excitedly. Madara, look, they're members of your own Uchiha clan. Madara Uchiha gave Fugaku Uchiha a thorough look. I don't know him, but it seems the fourth Hokage is quite familiar with him, so he must be from the same era as the fourth Hokage. Minato Namikaze nodded at these words. That's right. Fugaku is the head of the Uchiha clan, and we've always had a good relationship. After all, my wife Kushina and his wife Mikoto Uchiha are very close friends, almost like sisters. Fugaku and I also carried out many missions together in the past. When I became the fourth Hokage, he supported me wholeheartedly. I just never imagined. Fugaku dead? What on earth happened in the village? How could the head of the Uchiha clan possibly die? Through their recent conversation, Minato had already learned that only a little more than 10 years had passed in the Hidden Leaf Village since his own death. Fugaku, at this point in time, should have been in his prime. How could he possibly appear as a summoned spirit now? Hashirama Senju was equally puzzled. But Tobarama Senju and Madara Uchiha, standing nearby, showed no surprise at all. After all, they already knew about the Uchiha clan's annihilation. Where am I? Fugaku Uchiha opened his eyes, confused and disoriented. Fugaku, Minato. How, Minato? Where are we? What's going on right now? Fugaku quickly scanned his surroundings, his pupils narrowing in shock. Besides seeing Minato Namikaze, he also spotted the first Hokage Hashirama Senju and the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju. Even more astonishing, there stood the legendary ancestor of the Uchiha clan, Madara himself. For a moment, panic flickered across Fugaku's face at the sight of Madara. After all, it was during Fugaku's leadership that the Uchiha clan had been wiped out. If their ancestor knew about this, would he slap him into oblivion on the spot? Madara, seeing Fugaku's anxious expression, immediately guessed what was running through his mind and let out a cold, dismissive snort. He didn't say anything out loud, but inwardly he was fuming. To be summoned by Hirofumi Ito at the cost of 100 million, one must at least possess Hokage-level power. Yet even with such strength, the Uchiha clan had still been so easily destroyed. Madara couldn't help but think Fugaku was truly useless. Noticing Fugaku's bewilderment, Minato hurried forward to explain, recounting to Fugaku everything Hirofumi Ito had told him earlier. In this way, Uchiha Fugaku also came to understand the situation at hand, and at the same time learned that his own son was actually in the same grade as this Ito Hirofumi. Originally, Uchiha Fugaku had intended to ask about his son, but seeing the group of powerful figures surrounding him, he had no choice but to suppress his anxiety. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning a spirit. Uchiha Fugaku has become your summoning beast, now drawing a random ability from Uchiha Fugaku for the host. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Mangekyo Sharingan. The Mangekyo Sharingan is now loaded into your body, the system's message left Ito Hirofumi momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected to obtain the most valuable thing Uchiha Fugaku possessed. System, what abilities does my pair of Mangekyo have? No. Abilities? No abilities? How could that be? Ito Hirofumi was thoroughly baffled by the system's claim. After all, this Mangekyo Sharingan had been obtained from Uchiha Fugaku himself. At the very least, he should have inherited Fugaku's Mangekyo abilities. How could it possibly have no abilities? A blank Mangekyo? That's just pathetic. Does this mean all I can do in the future is pilot a giant robot? As Ito Hirofumi's thoughts ran wild, the system's voice sounded again. Because the Host possesses both Indra and Azura's chakra. Your Mangekyo Sharingan is the purest Mangekyo in existence. Any known Mangekyo ability can be yours provided you develop it with your own ocular power. So at present, your Mangekyo has no abilities yet. After hearing the system's explanation, Ito Hirofumi swallowed hard. His Mangekyo seemed a bit terrifying, didn't it? According to the system, as long as he could develop it, he could use any Mangekyo ability currently known. His Mangekyo was like a blank canvas waiting for him to carve his own path. Besides the Mangekyo's signature Susanoo, it seemed his future arsenal could be limitless. Amaterasu Tsukuyami, Kagetsuchi Kinui, Kodo Emitsukami. All of them were within his reach. The thought made Ito Hirofumi so excited that he almost trembled. While Mangekyo abilities might not always be the strongest, they were undeniably stylish. Pure power might be fleeting, but being cool, that's for life. Now that he understood his Mangekyo Sharingan, Ito Hirofumi looked around at the people nearby. Each of them was staring at him eagerly. Unable to hide their anticipation, it was clear to everyone that they each had one last chance to summon a spirit. 1 by 1 inch, they all wondered who would appear for them this final time. After all, everyone hoped that the one they summoned would be an old friend or a familiar face from their past. Minato Namikaze, in particular, couldn't help but daydream. How wonderful it would be if he could summon his beloved wife, Kushina Uzumaki. Now that he already knew about his son, he would have a chance to see him when Ito Hirofumi went to school. If his wife could also appear, then everything would be perfect. Among those present, only Madara Uchiha seemed rather indifferent about who Ito Hirofumi might summon next. Hashirama Senju had already been summoned, but it was still uncertain whether his younger brother could be summoned too. So Madara sat there calm and composed, unbothered by the outcome. Seeing the anticipation in everyone's eyes, Ito Hirofumi decided not to keep them in suspense. He quickly formed the seals for the summoning technique. The final golden summoning opportunity was about to be used. As the soul's flame began to flicker and gradually took on the shape of a woman, she appeared before them, her form growing clearer by the second. She wore a loose white robe, and her red hair was tied up into 2 buns, with a paper charm hanging from each one. At first, Minato's heart leapt with excitement when he saw the head of red hair, but as the woman's face became clear, his expression fell. Though she was red-haired, this woman was not his Kushina. Unlike Minato's disappointment, Hashirama, Tobirama, and Madara each had their own reactions. Sister-in-law. Wonderful. It's sister-in-law. Tobirama was thrilled, even casting a playful, challenging glance at Madara. Fantastic. Now that my sister-in-law is here, let's see how you Madara plan to steal my brother away. What? It's Mito. Madara, did you see? It's Mito, Hashirama exclaimed, shaking Madara's arm in his excitement. Madara, however, did not share their enthusiasm. And who could blame him? Suddenly facing his rival in love, who would be in high spirits about that. I see her. Shouldn't you hurry over and greet your wife? Of course, Madara, wait for me here. I'll explain the situation to Mito and be right back, Hashirama said hurriedly, almost pressing his face up against Mito Uzumaki's wife. Dear, he called out, hearing the familiar voice. Mito Uzumaki opened her eyes in confusion. Was she really hearing her husband's voice? Hadn't she already died long ago? Hadn't her husband passed away as well? The first thing that came into view when she opened her eyes was a big face looming right above her. Hashirama, it's me, darling. Hashirama, where are we? What happened? Let me explain, sweetheart. Hashirama Senju hurriedly began, recounting the entire story to Uzumaki Mito. As he spoke, he grabbed Madara Uchiha and pulled him over. Look, dear, Madara is here too. Madara Uchiha, not particularly pleased, gave Uzumaki Mito a curt greeting. It's been a long time, Mito, with a gentle smile. Mito nodded to Madara. It really has been a while. After you left the village, Hashirama was downcast for quite some time. Watching her husband's excited expression, Mito couldn't help but smile herself. As his wife, she knew all too well about the bond between Hashirama and Madara. To be honest, she sometimes suspected that Madara held an even greater place in Hashirama's heart than she did. She'd certainly felt her share of jealousy over it, especially on their wedding night. They had just finished the traditional nuptial cup, when her silly husband actually told her he wanted to go sleep with Madara instead. If she hadn't used her adamantine sealing chains to lock him in the room, who knows? He might really have left her to spend their wedding night alone. Big sis-in-law. At that moment, Tobirama Senju came rushing over, visibly excited. "Oh, Tobarama, you're here too?" Mito said with a hint of surprise. Tobarama instinctively clutched his chest. Why did that sound so familiar? Wasn't that exactly how his brother reacted every time he saw him? Sometimes he really felt like the odd one out after. Learning the whole story, Mito greeted the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze and Uchiha Fugaku as well. As expected from the matriarch of the Senju clan, she handled every detail with grace and poise. Then Mito walked over to Ito Hirofumi. "You must be Ito Hirofumi, right? You really are quite handsome, so young, yet already so striking. Who knows how many girls you'll dazzle when you grow up. And your skills are impressive, too. Much better than my Hashirama was at your age." Mito's words pulled Ito Hirofumi back to reality from the trance of the system's voice. He had just successfully summoned Uzumaki Mito and managed to extract and copy an ability from her. He'd expected to gain some powerful sealing technique, but to his surprise, he'd obtained something entirely different. "Congratulations, host! You have successfully summoned a spirit and acquired Uzumaki Mito as your summoning beast, drawing a random ability from her now. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Uzumaki clan bloodline, comma. The Uzumaki clan's bloodline has now been integrated into the host's body." Indeed, what he had obtained was the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. This revelation left Hirofumi Ito somewhat astonished, but after a moment's thought, considering he had even managed to acquire the chakra of Indra and Azura, getting hold of the Uzumaki bloodline didn't seem all that extraordinary anymore. Still, he couldn't help but wonder if his head of jet black hair would soon turn a fiery red. After all, weren't all members of the Uzumaki clan known for their vibrant red hair? "Midone, hello." Originally, Hirofumi Ito had intended to address her as Granny Mito, but then he remembered that Uzumaki Mito was now in her prime, her youthful days restored. Calling her Granny felt inappropriate. Even if Mito's status in the clan was that of an elder, weren't women especially sensitive about their age? Hirofumi had briefly considered calling her Annie instead. But then, if he was going for a younger title, why not just call her Big Sis? Sure enough, when Uzumaki Mito heard Hirofumi call her Big Sister, her face broke into a delighted smile. "What a sweet talker you are, little one." At that moment, Mito paused in surprise, for she sensed a familiar presence emanating from Hirofumi. It was the unmistakable bond of shared blood. This was definitely the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. Not only that, but the purity of his blood was on par with her own. Could this child actually be a descendant of the Uzumaki clan? With that thought, Mito couldn't help but feel even more affectionate toward the boy before her, whose name was Hirofumi Ito. "Little one, let your sister thank you for this kindness. Even though we've become so-called summoned beasts, at the very least, you've allowed me to see my beloved husband again. And now I am truly restored to my perfect self. I will remember this debt of gratitude always." Hearing this, Hirofumi Ito felt a bit embarrassed and hurriedly waved his hands. "Midone, please don't say that. To be honest, summoning all of you also brings me plenty of benefits." At this, everyone in the room crowded around, their curiosity piqued. After all, Hirofumi's ability was nothing short of mysterious. Even though he had made them as summoned beings, the contract was an equal one. If they chose not to obey him, there was absolutely nothing Hirofumi could do about it. Thus, everyone present felt he must have gained some other advantage, though none could guess what it might be. Mito smiled gently at his words. "Well then, little brother, would you be willing to share with your sister what benefits you've received? Of course, if you'd rather not say, that's perfectly fine too." In truth, Hirofumi Ito didn't feel there was anything he couldn't say. After all, his current strength was already quite formidable. First of all, the Uzumaki blood running through his veins had granted him an enormous amount of chakra. Although his young age and undeveloped body imposed some limits, his chakra reserves now far surpassed anything he'd ever possessed before. Beyond that, he had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even if he hadn't yet unlocked all its powers, he was already capable of feats akin to piloting a Gundam. Using Susanoo came easily to him now. On top of that, he'd mastered the Flying Thunder God technique and the Sage mode of Mount Mayaboku. As for Indra's chakra and Ashura's chakra, these hadn't instantly boosted his fighting prowess, but instead brought his body a steady and gradual growth. Hirofumi Ito believed that in a few years he'd naturally awaken the Rinnegan, and might even enter the Six Paths mode on his own, without ever needing the 10 tails. so there was no real issue in sharing all this with those present. After all, they were his summoned beasts. To some extent, they stood on the same side as him. Well, there really isn't anything I can't tell you, he said casually. Summoning powerful beings like yourselves brings me many advantages. First of all of you signed summoning contracts with me. It's because of my existence that you enjoy this perfect state of resurrection. If I were to die, you'd revert to your former state. Nothing but soul flames returning to the realm of the dead. So at least to some extent, you have a vested interest in keeping me alive. With so many powerful allies by my side, my life is much better protected. At his words, the assembled group all nodded in agreement. After all, who would choose death if they could live? And this wasn't the half-life of the impure world reincarnation, with its manipulation of souls. This was resurrection in the truest sense. Flawless, perfect resurrection. After a brief pause, Hirofumi Ito continued, secondly, with a group of experts like you, I can always seek your advice. Uchiha Madara was the first person I summoned, and I've become something of his apprentice, but that's not even the most important part. What matters most is my vision. I believe that there are too many villages and nations in the shinobi world, and we don't need so many rulers. In my opinion, Konoha is a fine example. I want to consolidate power and unite the entire shinobi world. When that day comes, there will be no more wars. True peace will finally arrive. Even if after me another ambitious soul rises, they too will strive for unification, because that will be recognized by fate itself. Therefore, I believe that all of you, to some extent, can help me accomplish this plan, of course. Whether you choose to take action is entirely up to you. I have no way to force you, nor would I ever try to. After all, to me, you are all my seniors. Ito Hirofumi paused once again, giving everyone a moment to reflect on his words. To be honest, what Ito Hirofumi had just said left everyone deeply shaken. Uchiha Madara, however, seemed unfazed. After all, Hirofumi had already shared this idea with him long ago. On the other hand, Senju Hashirama furrowed his brows slightly. Isn't the ninja world fine as it is now? If we seek to unify it, won't that only lead to another war? But before Hashirama could finish, Senju Tobarama was the first to jump in with a rebuttal. Big brother, so many years have already proven one thing, and that is your way of thinking back then was wrong. Blind tolerance and kindness cannot bring about true peace. The moment you died, those ambitious men couldn't wait to ignite the first great ninja war, and it was in that war that I lost my life. Hearing his younger brother's words, Hashirama fell silent. Madara, watching from the side, had been about to speak, but he hadn't expected that the first to challenge Hashirama would be none other than the infuriating Tobarama. Hashirama himself was clearly caught off guard by his brother's open defiance. But Tobarama, enough, brother, be quiet. For once Tobarama stood his ground. He had wanted to say this for a long time, and he couldn't keep sparing his brother's feelings just because the troublesome Uchiha was present. Besides, his brother's ideals really did have some flaws. When the Hidden Leaf Village was first founded, Tobarama hadn't entirely agreed with Hashirama's compassion and forbearance. He had even given away the nine-tailed beasts. Even then, Tobarama had felt that such actions would only bring endless trouble in the future. Sure enough, as soon as Hashirama died, the ninja world was plunged into war. Brother, now that the fourth Hokage is here as well, why not let him speak about the state of the ninja world after my death? Did true peace ever come to pass? Minato Namikaze hadn't expected the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, to call upon him so suddenly. For a moment, he was caught off guard. But when he saw the hopeful look in Hashirama's eyes, he could only shake his head gently. Peace? No, after the first Great Ninja War ended, we only enjoyed a brief respite. Soon after, the third Hokage became the new leader of the village. The Hidden Leaf Village also enjoyed a period of peaceful development, but soon after the second Great Ninja War erupted. This time the village threw everything it had into the conflict, nearly to the point of being utterly destroyed. When the second Great Ninja War finally ended, there was another brief spell of peace before the third Great Ninja War broke out. It was during this third war that I made a name for myself, becoming known to my enemies as the Yellow Flash. Through those battles, I accumulated enough merit to be named the fourth Hokage. With each word Minato Namikaze spoke, the light in Hashirama Senju's eyes dimmed a little more, until finally a heavy gloom seemed to settle over him. To think that in just a few short decades, The ninja world has already endured 3 great wars. Madara, do you think the choice I made back then was truly a mistake? As he spoke, Hashirama turned to Uchiha, hoping for some kind of answer. Madara, back then, our dream was to build a place of peace, a village where children would never have to go to war, a place that could protect everyone so they could live in safety and happiness. But did we ever truly achieve that? Hearing these words, Madara looked at the deeply dispirited Hashirama, and for a moment felt an unexpected pang of sympathy. He reached out and placed a hand on Hashirama's shoulder. Hashirama, at the very least, we did our best in those days, even if we didn't truly bring peace to the ninja world. At least the Hidden Leaf Village still stands. I understand your kindness, and I know you wanted to prevent war and death. But real peace always comes at a cost of bloodshed. Only when people experience pain in the midst of fire and blood will they cherish the hard-won peace that follows. I believe true unification of the ninja world is the right path. Just like that kid Hirofumi Ito said, if even one person can achieve this, then even if ambitious men appear in the future, they'll only see the unification of the ninja world as their ultimate goal. Hashirama, hearing these words, sank in his self-doubt. Using wood release, he conjured a small stick and squatted down, drawing circles in the dirt with a heavy heart. Unable to bear seeing her husband so downcast, Mito Uzumaki quickly tried to change the subject. Hirofumi, I think it's too soon to dwell on these things. Weren't we just talking about what benefits you might gain from summoning us? Are there any other advantages besides those? Hirofumi Ito didn't linger on the topic either. After all, it was still too early to expect these legendary figures to fight for him. Bonds are built gradually, and for now, the one he felt closest to was still Uchiha Madara. In the future, Ito Hirofumi was confident these people would be willing to lend him a helping hand. That's right, there's actually another advantage. In fact, to be honest, this is my biggest secret, but I consider all of you my seniors, so I think it's fine to share it with you. The heaviness in Hashirama Senju's voice came and went in a flash. Once the topic changed, he immediately forgot what he'd said a moment before. He tossed away the little wooden stick in his hand and looked at Ito Hirofumi, curiosity shining in his eyes. What is it? What is it? Don't worry, young man, my lips are sealed. If you tell me your secret, I promise I'll keep it safe. Bang! Ouch, Madara, why did you hit me? Quiet down. And you dare claim you can keep a secret? Your mouth is looser than an old lady's pajama waistband. You keep a secret? Hashirama looked a bit wronged at Madara Uchiha's scolding. Madara, come on. You're still mad, just because I once told everyone about you being stuck in the bathroom with constipation. Are you really going to hold on to that forever? Damn it. You wretched mutt, shut your mouth. Arg. I'll kill you. I'm going to kill you, you mangy dog. For a moment, everyone's expressions became rather peculiar. Tobirama Senju had heard about this incident before, and Mito Uzumaki had caught wind of it too. But Minato Namikaze, Fugaku Uchiha, and Ito Hirofumi were completely in the dark. Even though Ito Hirofumi had read the original story, nowhere did it mention Madara ever having issues with constipation. Good grief! Could it be that Hashirama was squatting outside the bathroom door back then, waiting for Madara to come out? Aya, Madara, stop. I'm sorry. I swear I'll never mention your constipation again. Damn it, you miserable mutt. You're still talking? Madara Uchiha promptly pinned Hashirama to the ground and gave him a thorough pummeling. Watching this, Mito covered her mouth, smiling in amusement. Tobirama pretended not to notice his elder brother's embarrassment. But as for Ito Hirofumi, Minato Namikaze, and Fugaku Uchiha, the 3 of them were wide-eyed, afraid to miss even a single juicy detail of the spectacle. Clunk! Suddenly a sealed scroll slipped out from Madara's robes. When he saw the scroll, Madara's face flushed crimson, and in a fluster he tried to snatch it back and hide it. But Hashirama, quick as lightning, grabbed it first. Madara! What's this? Give it back! That's mine! Oh, come on, Madara! Why bother with yours or mine? Is there really a need to draw such lines between the two of us? Ito Hirofumi immediately recognized the scroll. Wasn't this the blank scroll he had given to Uchiha Madara last time? So Madara had turned it into a sealing scroll? Could it be that all those pig trotters were hidden inside? Brothers, updating 10,000 words every day is truly exhausting. So if you've made it this far, could you please give the author a 5-star review? I sincerely thank all my dear readers. The higher the rating, the better the book will perform. And I'll be even more motivated to keep updating. So please, give a 5-star rating, and if you have a free gift, please send it my way. After all, the author needs to eat too. Thank you again to all my wonderful readers. Thank you, at this moment everyone sensed Madara's unusual behavior. While Hirofumi began to suspect what was inside that sealing scroll, Tobarama Senju eyed the scroll with a look of deep confusion. What on earth could be inside that it would make Madara so flustered? Was it some secret about this world? Or perhaps it held secrets about Hirofumi himself? With that thought, Tobarama took a few steps forward, crossing his arms over his chest. "Humph, Madara, this is the first time I've seen you so rattled. Is there something in that sealing scroll you don't want anyone to see? Or is it another one of your wicked Uchiha schemes?" The beating Tobarama had taken before was already a distant memory. Now that his big brother was here, why should he fear this villainous Uchiha? When my brother wasn't around, you bullied me, but now that he's here, if you still pick on me, then what's the point of him even showing up? Tobarama, are you looking for another beating? Madara gripped the sealing scroll tightly, glaring menacingly at Tobarama. "No, Madara, my brother and sister-in-law are both here now, and even the fourth Hokage is with us. We have numbers on our side. Do you really think you can beat me up now?" Madara was so infuriated by Tobarama's words that he actually laughed. That damn Tobarama. Does he really think that numbers alone make him my match? Does he think my Rinnegan is just for show? Back before I had the Rinnegan, I wouldn't have stood a chance against all of them. Frankly, even Hashirama alone was more than I could handle. But now, with the Rinnegan, not only am I unafraid of Hashirama, even if all of them came at me together, I wouldn't back down. Just then, as everyone's attention was fixed on the scroll, Hashirama, who had been silently focused on it all along, suddenly made a swift move with his hand. He snatched the sealing scroll right out of Madara Uchiha's hands. Madara, you must be hiding something good in here. Let me take a look." "Damn you, Hashirama Senju." Madara was flustered. After all, he'd always maintained the image of a cool, aloof, bloodthirsty god of war. Truth be told, he'd used the sealing scroll to store all these pig trotters precisely for this blockhead Hashirama, since that guy loved nothing more than pig trotters. But he certainly hadn't intended for everyone else to find out. His plan was to give them to Hashirama in private, but he hadn't expected this fool to discover it ahead of time. By now, Hashirama was already squatting on the ground, curiosity written all over his face as he unfurled the sealing scroll. With a pop, the seal was released. Everyone's eyes turned toward them, eager to see just what was hidden inside the scroll that could make Madara so anxious. In a rush and a clatter, the moment the scroll opened, countless pig trotters poured out, tumbling into a pile as high as a small hill. 5 spiced pig trotters, braised pig trotters, roasted pig trotters, spicy pig trotters. An endless variety of pig trotters buried Hashirama beneath them. The whole crowd was stunned by what they saw. Hirofumi Ito glanced at Madara with a peculiar look. So his earlier guess had been spot on. Madara really had stored up all those pig trotters. But why would he hoard so many? If he wanted to eat some, couldn't he just ask? And why was Madara's face now so red, looking almost bashful? Minato Namikaze and Fugaku Uchiha exchanged glances. Seeing the first Hokage buried under a mountain of pig trotters, their eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Tobarama Senju could only twitch the corner of his mouth at the sight. He'd thought there would be some great secret hidden in that scroll. Who could have expected it was just a massive stash of pig trotters? Mito Uzumaki could only sigh helplessly, lifting a hand to her forehead. She, of all people, knew what her husband liked to eat best. Never would she have guessed Madara would prepare so many in advance. For a moment, Hashirama was stunned as he was buried under the mountain of pig trotters. But then his eyes lit up with dazzling excitement as he looked at the feast surrounding him. Right then, Hirofumi Ito felt as if Hashirama had awakened some kind of mystical fiery eyes of truth. "Sugoi!" Hashirama exclaimed with delight. At that moment, Hashirama had a pig trotter in each hand, 2 balanced atop his head, and another clamped at his mouth, completely immersed in a sea of pig trotters. "Madara, I knew it. You really are the one who treats me best. After all these years, you still remember my favorite food. You even prepared so many pig trotters for me." Rising up from the sea of pig trotters, Hashirama Senju launched himself forward in a burst of excitement, and with a loud thud dove straight into Madara Uchiha's arms. Like a koala, he instantly clung to Madara. "Madara!" With a resounding smack, Madara's face turned as red as a freshly cooked lobster. He couldn't hold back anymore, and landed a firm punch right on Hashirama's head. "These aren't for you." I, I, I was saving these for myself. Yes, that's right, just for me. Oomph. Even as he grumbled, Madara couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from curling up when he saw how happy Hashirama looked. Standing to the side, Mito Uzumaki watched the two men, her eyes sparkling with unshed tears. She knew all too well the depth of their bond. In fact, it was Madara who had secretly told her about Hashirama's love for pig's trotters before she married him. Who could have guessed how jealous she was at the time? Despite their real ages, two old men who had both faced death, they seemed in this moment like they'd returned to their youth back when the Hidden Leaf Village was just founded. The two of them were full of vigor and ambition. Witnessing this scene once more, it was wonderful, yet she couldn't shake the feeling that she was a bit out of place here. Why did it seem like they were the real couple? Across the room, Minato Namikaze and Fugaku Uchiha exchanged glances, silently communicating their astonishment. Neither of them had expected the legendary heroes to be so close, and it almost seemed like Madara was especially indulgent toward the first Hokage. Meanwhile, Tobirama Senju's eyelid twitched furiously. That wretched Uchiha, always finding ways to steal his brother's affection. And those cursed pig's trotters, cursed Uchihas. After carrying on for a while, Madara and Hashirama finally settled down. It was then that Tobirama remembered that little Ito Hiromi hadn't finished speaking, right? Ito Hiromi, didn't you say there was another benefit? Something else you'd gain from summoning us? At that moment, everyone recalled that Ito Hiromi's words had been interrupted by Madara and Hashirama's antics. One by one, they turned curiously to hear the rest of his explanation. With a pig's trotter still hanging from his mouth, Hashirama mumbled, "Yeah, that's right. Xiaohaowen hadn't finished speaking, had he? So what exactly are these benefits?" It's really nothing special." Ito Haowen glanced at everyone, and then spoke. "It's just that every time I summon someone's spirit, I gain an ability from each of you." Ito Haowen said this as if it were no big deal. A sharp intake of breath. "What the heck? No way." Uchiha paused, then suddenly realized. So that's why he'd felt something different about Ito Haowen ever since Senju Hashirama appeared. This was the reason. At this moment, Uzumaki Mito nodded slightly and asked, "So, little brother, did you get the Uzumaki clan's bloodline from your sister?" "That's right." Ito Haowen nodded without any attempt to hide it. "No wonder when I looked at you just now, I felt an inexplicable sense of kinship. Now it all makes sense. Senju Tobirama came over as well. Then what did you get from me?" "Don't tell me it's the Senju clan's bloodline." "No, it's the Flying Thunder God technique. I've mastered the Flying Thunder God now." Ito Haowen shook his head as he answered. "And what about me?" Namikaze Minato asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. "Sage mode from Mount Mayaboku. Impressive." At this point, Senju Hashirama jumped in. "Hey kid, what did you get from me then? Is it with release?" Ito Haowen shook his head. "No, it's not. From the first Hokage and Madara, I gained two different types of chakra, not with release or the Uchiha bloodline. Instead, I actually received the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, specifically the Mangekyo Sharingan from Uchiha Fugaku." For a moment, everyone was struck dumb with amazement. After all, from what Ito Haowen had just revealed, his current strength was nothing short of formidable. The Flying Thunder God technique, Sage Mode, the Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan, and the terrifying bloodline and chakra of the Uzumaki clan. At this point, Ito Haowen's power was already at the level of a Kage. "What a terrifying ability," Senju Tobirama muttered under his breath. "Well, it's a good thing," Senju Hashirama said cheerfully, munching on a pork knuckle. "After all, Haowen is our child from the Hidden Leaf Village. The stronger Haowen gets, the better it is for the village. It's just a bit of a shame that you didn't get my wood release, Kekiai Genkai. Let me tell you, Haowen, my wood release is seriously amazing. Even Madara couldn't beat me." BM. Uchiha Madara's fist slammed down once. "More, just eat your pork knuckle, you fool. Maybe I lost to you once, but that was in the past. If I fought you now, I'd only need one hand." Upon hearing this, Hashirama Senju gave a haughty little snort. "I don't buy it. Even if I gave you 999 hands, my great Buddha could still crush you with just one. I only need a single hand to defeat you. Shut up. Go gnaw on your pig's feet." Hashirama didn't dwell on the matter much longer. Back when they faced the Shinigami, he'd already sensed just how powerful Madara had become, especially those eyes he'd never seen before. One day, he'd make Madara give him a pair of those eyes too. Meanwhile, Hirofumi Ito had used up all 5 of his golden summoning chances, and his gains were truly impressive. Glancing over his shoulder, he saw everyone sitting comfortably on the ground. In the entire summoning realm, there was only a single villa, Uchiha Madara's, so with a mere thought, Hirofumi Ito conjured an entire villa district right before everyone's eyes. After all, now that they'd all been revived, it wasn't right to cram everyone into Madara's villa. They were living people now and needed proper rest. After a bit more casual conversation with the group, Hirofumi Ito exited the summoning space. He'd been up far too late tonight and needed a good night's sleep. After all, there was school tomorrow. If he showed up in the morning with dark circles under his eyes, his parents might get the wrong idea again. There was day and night in the summoning space as well, and at this moment the night was deep and silent. Inside one of the villas, Mito Uzumaki waited, a flutter of excitement and nerves in her chest for Hashirama to return. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder, let alone now, when Mito had returned to her youthful prime, and so had her husband Hashirama. No wonder her heart was shy with anticipation. Both of them were young again. How could one not look forward to a night like this? So Mito just sat by the bed, waiting and waiting. Midnight passed. The second half of the night dragged on. Dawn arrived. Mito's lips were fixed in a stiff smile. Her husband hadn't come home all night, and this was their very first night after being brought back to life. There was no need to guess where Hashirama had gone. If not to Madara's place, where else would he be? At daybreak, Mito kicked open the bedroom door with a loud bang, her face still frozen in that rigid smile. Her whole aura screaming, "Keep away from me! Hashi! Rama! Son!" Jew! Inside Uchimadara's room, Madara looked helplessly at Hashirama, who was sleeping beside him like a log. He gave Hashirama a solid kick. "Ugh, Madara, what are you doing? Your wife's calling you home for breakfast." "Oh no, let me sleep a little longer." At that moment, Madara Uchiha's eyes sharpened. There was a murderous intent in the air. In a heartbeat, he activated the body flicker technique and vanished from the villa in a flash. The next instant, he watched as his villa was utterly demolished by dozens of meters of golden chains smashing to pieces. Seeing this, Madara muttered to himself, "Mito's temper is just as fierce as ever. I suppose she was only gentle earlier because she'd just been brought back to life. What a pity about my villa. Looks like I'll need to find a new place." The thunderous noise jolted everyone awake. As they rushed outside, they saw Hashirama Senju tied up tightly by adamantine ceiling chains, looking just like a cocooned silkworm, wriggling helplessly. "Wife, what are you doing?" he cried out. "What am I doing?" Mito's voice thundered. "Do you have any idea how long I waited for you last night?" Darling, I just missed Madara so much. And I was so tired that I fell asleep here last night. There's no need to be so angry. By the way, where's Madara?" Still bundled up like a silkworm, Hashirama craned his neck everywhere, searching for Madara's figure. Watching this scene, Mito couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. "Madara. So all you care about is Madara. You are coming home with me." "But honey, Madara and I promised to go skip stones together today." Hashirama protested. "Skip stones, is it? Well, I'll make sure you skip plenty today." She shot back. "No, please, darling. Shut up, you fool." And so, with a face full of resignation, Hashirama was dragged home by Mito, still wrapped in her golden chains. As for what happened next, well, no one dared to guess. Meanwhile, Minato Namake's Fugaku Uchiha and Tobirama Senju all looked on with rather awkward expressions. Standing next door to each other, Minato and Fugaku exchanged glances, each suddenly missing their own wives. Minato, "Lady Mito really is quite the temper. Are all Uzumaki women like that?" "I seem to remember Kushina was the same way," Fugaku remarked, casting Minato a peculiar look. Minato's cheeks flushed. "Kushina is adorable. I love her personality." Fugaku shivered at his friend's bashful reaction. "I still think my own Mikoto is the best, gentle and beautiful." The two men, each lost in thoughts of their wives, shared a long sigh. But what good is longing, after all? His own wife was a spirit of the dead, and for Hirofumi Ito, communicating with the afterlife wasn't just costly, it didn't even guarantee he could reach his wife. Early that morning, as Hirofumi sat at the breakfast table, he originally just wanted to peek into the spirit realm to see what everyone there was up to. Who could have guessed that at a glance? He'd witnessed Hashirama Senju being dragged home, all trussed up like a silkworm cocoon. He promptly spewed out a mouthful of rice in shock. Hanako Ito glanced at her son. "Hirofumi, what's gotten into you?" "It's nothing, mother. I just remembered something funny. That's all." "Haha, really, it's nothing. I'm done eating. I'll head to school now." With those words, Hirofumi dashed out of the house as if making his escape, leaving behind Aima, Hanako Ito, and Taiga Ito at the breakfast table, exchanging bewildered looks. What's up with Hirofumi lately? No idea. Could he be in love? Meanwhile, in the spirit realm, Hirofumi had overheard the recent conversation between Fugaku Uchiha and Minato Namikaze. His eyes lit up with a glimmer of inspiration. Those two both seemed to miss their wives terribly, didn't they? In that case, why not get them to work for him? After all, summoning someone from beyond wasn't free. It cost money. Since they missed their wives so much, why not have these two go out and earn some cash for him? The more they made, the higher the chance he could bring their wives back from the spirit world. And with that, he'd have money too. Yes, that really wasn't a bad idea at all. Looks like he'd have to sit down for a chat with Fugaku Uchiha and Minato Namikaze soon. And if it was for their wives' resurrection, those two probably wouldn't mind carrying out a few zero-cost acquisitions, would they? The ninja world was vast. It wouldn't be hard to find some place to rob, would it? With the strength those two possessed, raking in billions would be child's play. A wicked chuckle danced in his mind. Lost in these thoughts, Hirofumi arrived at the Ninja Academy. On the podium, Teacher Irika was still energetically addressing the class. Class, graduation from the Ninja Academy is drawing closer and closer. So everyone, make sure you study hard during this time and strive to graduate smoothly as outstanding ninjas. From their seats, Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki kept stealing glances at Hirofumi. Last night, the two of them had found out that Hirofumi could spend money to increase his power. Naturally, they were dying to know. Now that he'd spent 500 million, just how strong had Hirofumi really become? Ito Hirofumi could more or less guess what the two were thinking as he caught their occasional glances. In fact, these two were probably worried that his own strength would grow so fast that he'd leave them far behind, right? But Ito Hirofumi thought for these two who seemed almost blessed by fate, improving their abilities couldn't be easier. For Uchiha Sasuke, all it would take was a bit of careful guidance to awaken his Sharingan. As for Uzumaki Naruto, it was even simpler. He just needed the chance to have a heart-to-heart with the Nine Tails inside him. If he could get the Nine Tails to stop causing trouble, or even better, to work with Naruto, Naruto's power would skyrocket in no time. Ito Hirofumi hadn't forgotten about the other promising young shinobi either. After all, they were all good friends, and he'd need their help if he wanted to take control of Konoha in the future. So Ito Hirofumi decided that when the time came for Naruto to steal the Scroll of Seals, he'd take all 12 of the so-called rookie 12 along for the heist. Then, everyone could memorize as many jutsu from the scroll as possible and learn whatever they could. These guys were all geniuses if each of them managed to pick up a few forbidden techniques, and a dozen or so ninja of Kage-level strength stood together. Wouldn't that make them truly unstoppable? Lost in these thoughts, Ito Hirofumi couldn't help but let out a strange, sinister chuckle. The whole class looked over at him with bewildered expressions. Irika, who had been in the middle of a lively lesson, was interrupted by that bizarre laugh. He followed the sound and saw Ito Hirofumi lost in his own world, wearing a wicked grin, and even drooling a little at the corner of his mouth. With a loud slam, Irika brought his hand down hard on the desk. Ito Hirofumi, how many times have I told you not to make those weird noises in class, especially while I'm teaching? And where did you learn that ridiculous laugh of yours anyway? By now, everyone in class was used to Hirofumi's strange laughter. Ever since he'd enrolled, he'd had this habit. After all these years, it had become almost routine. Just then, the classroom door suddenly swung open. A masked ninja stood in the doorway. Both the students and Irika were momentarily stunned. Was this an Umbu operative? But the ninja offered no explanation, his gaze fixed squarely on Ito Hirofumi. Ito Hirofumi, Lord Danzo summons you. Irika stared in surprise at the message. He knew a thing or two about the Root and Umbu divisions. After all, as a Chunin, he was eligible to participate in their selection, though he'd never aspired to join them himself. After the Chunin exam ended, I entered the Ninja Academy and became a teacher. It seems this ninja must be one of the Root operatives. But what could Elder Danzo want with Ito Hirofumi? Irika took a few steps forward and stood in front of the Root ninja. I'd like to know why Elder Danzo is seeking out my student. Does the third Hokage know about this? He asked. Irika, this isn't your concern. The Root ninja replied coldly. Lord Danzo doesn't need the Hokage's permission to summon anyone. As for the rest, I know nothing. I'm just here to take Ito Hirofumi back. Hearing such a curt tone, Irika immediately sensed that this Visitor meant no good. Last time, after Ito Hirofumi's reverse summoning, Elder Danzo had rushed to the academy at once. But back then, the Hokage was present as well. Now, Danzo had simply sent someone to take Ito Hirofumi away. I am Ito Hirofumi's teacher. I am responsible for my students. Without the Hokage's direct order, I won't let anyone take my student away. Not even Elder Danzo. Enough! Are you saying you dare defy Lord Danzo's orders? Spat the root ninja. And with that he shoved Irika aside. Ita Hirofumi, you're coming with me. I said no one is taking my student without the Hokage's command. Irika roared, his voice echoing through the classroom. Not even Elder Danzo. At Irika's furious shout, the classroom's atmosphere instantly grew heavy. The students all sensed something was wrong. Everyone could feel that this masked ninja was here with ill intent. The 9 strongest students in the class exchanged wary glances. Uchiha Sasuke's hand flashed to a kunai, his gaze brimming with hostility as he stared at the masked intruder. Uzumaki Naruto frowned, watching the doorway intently. Akimichi Choji put down his bag of chips from under Nara Shikamaru's desk. A thin shadow snaked out across the floor. Inazuka Kiba stroked Akamaru's head reassuringly. Tiny insect began to swarm from Aburame Shino's cloak. Yamanaka Ino swallowed nervously. Haruno Sakura stood tense, watching events unfold. Even Hyuga Hinata, who had been hanging her head, drew a deep breath and lifted her face, resolve shining in her eyes. Meanwhile, in the summoning space, the greats of the past watched the scene with furrowed brows. Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, and the others all looking troubled. Uchiha alone seemed utterly unconcerned. What's Danzo up to now? Tobirama muttered under his breath. Hashirama, curious, glanced at his younger brother. Tobirama, do you know this Danzo? Tobirama nodded. He was once one of my disciples. It seems he has now become an elder of the Hidden Leaf Village, and from the looks of it, he's even the head of a certain department. Beside him, Mito Uzumaki furrowed her brows slightly. Though she said nothing more, she had died relatively late, so she was well aware of the things Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura had done. By then, however, she had grown old and powerless to stop them. For instance, the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan. This had always been a thorn lodged deep in Mito's heart. And then there was the village leadership's policy toward the Senju clan, which indirectly led to their total disappearance. True, intermarriage with commoners had been Tobirama Senju's policy, but he had never intended for the Senju clan to vanish entirely. When Fugaku Uchiha heard the name Danzo, he let out a cold snort. Just moments ago, both Fugaku Uchiha and Minato Namikaze had seen their own sons. Each of them looked quite pleased. Inside the classroom, Hirofumi Ito stretched lazily, then stood up and glanced around at his companions, who all shared a sense of righteous indignation. Hey, what are you all doing? That's an elite ninja from the Foundation. Are you actually planning to lay a hand on him? Better be careful, or Lord Danzo might just brand you as rogue ninja. It's just a trip to the Foundation, right? What's the big deal? Relax. Nothing's going to happen. As he spoke, Hirofumi offered everyone a reassuring look before striding toward the classroom door. Watching this, the Foundation ninja scoffed. At least you know how to behave, kid. You sure talk a lot of crap. Are we going or not? If not, I'm heading home. Irika frowned at Hirofumi. Hirofumi, it's fine, Irika-sensei. After all, Lord Danzo is still an elder of the Leaf. He's not going to kill me, is he? As Hirofumi and the Foundation ninja walked away, Irika quickly returned to the classroom to leave a brief instruction, then dashed off at full speed toward the Hokage's office. This was something he had to report to the 3rd Hokage right away. Meanwhile, Hirofumi wasn't worried at all. Not only was he confident in his own abilities, but his summoning realm was full of powerful allies. If that old schemer Danzo really pushed him too far, he could just use a summoning jutsu and bring Madara Uchiha out. Madara would probably be only too happy to grind Danzo Shimura's bones to dust. Besides, Hirofumi knew Danzo's true strength. His reputation far exceeded his actual power. The only thing remotely impressive about the man was that he had Shursue's eye. And now that Hirofumi possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan himself, there was no need to worry about Danzo using Kodoame Tsukumi on him. Maybe having Danzo use Kodoame Tsukumi on him wouldn't be such a bad thing after all. That way, he could even study the workings of the Kodoame Tsukumi technique, a perfect opportunity. Since his own Mangekyo Sharingan still lacked any real abilities, and Kotoa Mitsukami was, without a doubt, an extraordinarily formidable power. Of course, trying to control truly powerful individuals was out of the question. Kage-level shinobi had incredibly strong wills, and using Kotoa Mitsukami to manipulate them was anything but simple. Otherwise, Danzo could have just taken control of the third Hokage and ended everything right then and there, couldn't he? So Hirofumi Ito concluded that a person with a sufficiently strong mind could to a certain extent be immune to Kotoa Mitsukami. Still, even with that limitation, it remained a terrifying ability if he himself could master it. Wouldn't it be spectacular to have a few Jonin or even elite Jonin under his command? Just picturing it made Hirofumi Ito eager to meet Danzo, to the point where he actually hoped Danzo would try to use Kotoa Mitsukami on him. Meanwhile, Irika had already arrived at the Hokage's office in the village. "Hokage-sama," he called out, his voice bursting through the quiet with a loud bang. Irika flung open the door to the Hokage's office. The urgency of the moment left no room for formalities. At his desk, Risen Sarutobi hastily stashed away a crystal ball. Looking flustered, "Irika, is that you? Shouldn't you be teaching right now? Why are you in such a rush? Did something happen at the Ninja Academy?" Hiruzen asked, trying to regain his composure. Irika, not paying any attention to whatever the Hokage had just hidden, blurted out anxiously, "Hokage-sama, Elder Danzo just ordered root ninjas to take Hirofumi Ito from the academy, and those ninjas were extremely forceful." "What did you say?" Hiruzen's brow furrowed as he rose sharply from his seat. He had already received word from Jiraiya, who was on his way back to the village. Hiruzen had intended for Jiraiya to take Hirofumi Ito as his student. Never did he expect that Danzo would make a move behind his back. "Humph, Danzo, you're getting bolder by the day, aren't you?" Hiruzen muttered, his frustration boiling over. "Hokage-sama, what should we do?" Irika pressed. "There's no need to worry, Irika. I'll go to the root headquarters myself and get to the bottom of this," Hiruzen declared. "Thank you, Hokage-sama," Irika said, relieved. With a wave of Hiruzen's hand, a squad of ANBU appeared behind him. Without wasting another moment, the group set off in haste toward the root base. At that very moment, Hirofumi Ito had arrived at Root's headquarters as well. It was his first time seeing the place. He couldn't help but feel uneasy. Just the sight of it told him this was no welcoming place. Dim, stifling, and oppressive, the atmosphere felt more like a prison than anything else. The entire hall of the Root Ninja was shrouded in a deep, oppressive darkness. At the highest seat, in the place of the leader, sat Shimura Danzo, his single eye fixed intently on Ito Hirofumi standing before him. The instant Ito Hirofumi laid eyes on Danzo inside the summoning space, Hashirama Senju's brow furrowed sharply. "That's the fluctuation of the Sharingan." Beside him, Tobirama Senju was also puzzled. "You're right. That really does feel like the fluctuation of the Sharingan. But why would Danzo have the power of the Sharingan? What on earth is going on?" Tobirama only knew that the Uchiha clan had been wiped out, but he was unaware that the mastermind behind it all was his own favored disciple, Uchiha Madara, who was privy to the whole truth. Let out another cold snort. Just now, Hashirama had actually wanted to say more. Not only could he sense the pulse of the Sharingan from Danzo, he could even feel the presence of his own cells and chakra emanating from him. "Madara, is there something you haven't told us?" "Oomph. Is it really so strange for there to be a Sharingan's presence here? The Uchiha clan has been annihilated. Isn't it only natural for Danzo to transplant a few Uchiha eyes for himself?" What? The two exclamations came from Hashirama Senju and Minato Namikaze respectively. What is going on here? How could the entire Uchiha clan be wiped out? Minato turned to Uchiha Fugaku, and in that moment a grim understanding dawned. No wonder his friend had died so young. It was because the Uchiha had been exterminated. Madara cast a frosty glance at Fugaku. "As the last head of the Uchiha clan, shouldn't you give the Hokage a proper explanation? Or did the proud Uchiha vanish from the world?" At that moment, Fugaku felt his throat turn painfully dry. "Ancestor." "Humph, don't call me ancestor. I refuse to acknowledge a descendant like you." Bah. Damn it, you've left me so exasperated I can hardly think straight. The last head of the Uchiha, and you managed to destroy the whole clan. What a feat. Hurry up and tell the Hokage the full story, especially the second Hokage over there. Now that all the evil Uchiha are gone, the second must be thrilled, isn't that right? Madara's tone was laced with biting sarcasm. His words aimed squarely at Tobirama Senju. Even though Tobirama already knew about the fate of the Uchiha. His face turned ashen at Madara's relentless mockery. Uchiha Fugaku looked at everyone's expectant gazes, and in the end, had no choice but to explain all of his traces back to the era when the second Hokage was in power. Over time, the Uchiha clan and the hidden Leaf Village began to drift further and further apart, and the rift between us became impossible to erase. The will of the higher-ups, the third Hokage, and Danzo, Shimura. With that, Fugaku briefly recounted the circumstances that led to the Uchiha clan's destruction, though he deliberately left out the fact that it was his own son, Uchiha Itachi, who carried out the massacre. What Fugaku didn't know, however, was that Madara Uchiha had already learned it was Itachi who acted, though he had yet to realize that Itachi was Fugaku's son. Fugaku believed that if he confessed the truth now, his ancestor, Madara Uchiha, might just send him straight back to the realm of the dead. At that moment, Hashirama Senju's face was clouded with a deep, stormy anger. In Hashirama's heart, whether Uchiha or any other family, they were all villagers of the Leaf. Hadn't he and Madara founded the Leaf precisely to protect everyone together, but now the entire Uchiha clan? They weren't killed by enemy hands, but by their own comrades, the third Hokage and Danzo, Shimura. What on earth were those two thinking? Minato Namake's expression was equally grim. Back when he became the fourth Hokage, he had worked tirelessly to bridge the gap between the village and the Uchiha, wanting nothing more than for them to become one with the Leaf. And yet now the Uchiha were gone. It was truly beyond belief. At this moment, everyone in the summoning realm remained silent, watching the events unfold outside through Hito Ito's perspective, each of them eager to see just what Danzo Shimura was planning. Inside the root base, Danzo sized up Hito Ito from head to toe. Hito Ito, yeah, what's up, one-eyed elder? Ito replied, even digging at his nose as he spoke, seeing Ito's complete lack of respect. Even calling him one-eyed elder, Danzo's single remaining eye narrowed slightly. What did you just call me? So it turns out the one-eyed elder isn't just down to one eye. Your hearing's gone too. I called you one-eyed elder. Did you catch it this time? One-eyed elder, this time Ito shouted even louder. The root ninja escorting Ito sprang into action, drawing a short blade with a sharp swish and pressing it directly against Ito's neck. Insolent fool. Faced with this, Ito simply smiled and looked straight at Danzo. What's wrong? Does the one-eyed elder want to kill me now? Danzo waved his hand dismissively. Stand down. Yes, sir. Lord Danzo, once the root ninja had left. Shimura Danzo picked up his cane and stood up. Ito Hirofumi, I may not know what gives you the confidence to speak to me in such a way, but allow me to give you a word of advice. Young people shouldn't be too hot-headed. A dry chuckle escaped Hirofumi. Isn't being hot-headed the very mark of youth? Would you still call someone young if they didn't have that fire? Brothers, a quick note. I've changed the protagonist's name from Ito Hirobumi to Ito Hirofumi, thanks to a reminder from one of you. Turns out Hirobumi shares a name with a certain historical figure, which could be problematic. I stayed up late last night to update all previous chapters so it won't affect your reading experience, Danzo never expected that this brat Ito Hirofumi would dare say such words to him. Not fiery. That's not youth. Fine, very well. I like spirited, unruly youngsters like this. I especially enjoy turning such wild spirits into loyal dogs at my feet. Gazing intently at Hirofumi before him, a rare trace of appreciation flickered in Danzo's eyes. You speak boldly out of ignorance, but I won't hold it against you. Perhaps you don't truly know who I am. My name is Shimura Danzo, a member of the Leaf Village's Council of Elders, and the leader of the Root Division. Danzo had planned on delivering a long-winded speech to impress upon Hirofumi the weight of his identity, but before he could finish, Hirofumi waved his hand dismissively. So you're not called the One-Eyed Elder after all? You're Chief Root instead? When I arrived, I heard that weird ninja mumbling something about roots, so you must be the biggest root in the whole Leaf Village. Danzo found Hirofumi's words odd, but after a moment's thought, he decided there was some logic to it. Root was indeed the deepest part of the leaf, and as its leader, he was the root among roots. Exactly, brat. I'm the mightiest root in all of Konoha. Then who's greater, you or the Hokage? Hirofumi asked, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Danzo's expression faltered ever so slightly, a trace of irritation slipping through. Damn it, why does Sartobi Hiruzen's name have to come up everywhere? This brat's clearly been brainwashed by him, daring to bring up the third Hokage in front of me. Is he trying to scare me off by invoking the Hokage's name? But just then, Danzo heard Hirofumi muttering to himself. The third Hokage is the leader of the Leaf, so this chief, Root, should take orders from him. In other words, you must be the Hokage's Root, right? Ito Hirofumi stood there talking to himself as if everything had suddenly become clear and even clapped his hands together with a loud snap. So that's how it is, Elder Daikin. You must be Lord Hokage's own Daikin, right? Hearing Ito Hirofumi's words, Danzo's eyelid twitched uncontrollably. This damned brat is actually mocking me. No wonder I always felt his words were strange, talking about the greatest Daikin and the Daikin among Daikins. Now that I think about it, this wretched kid has been insulting me all along, and what's more, he's likened me to Hiruzen Sarutobi's thing. Brat, are you looking for death? Danzo barked. I don't want to die. Ito Hirofumi shook his head hastily. Danzo had expected Ito Hirofumi to stand up to him, but he never imagined the boy would back down so quickly. Could it be that this kid is trying to play some trick? Well, it doesn't matter. Now that he's in my hands, I have plenty of ways to discipline him. Just a simple cursed tongue, eradication seal, and he'll be obediently groveling at my feet like a dog. And if he turns out to have more value in the future, it wouldn't be a waste to use this eye on him. Thinking this, Danzo's hand drifted to the eye patch covering his sealed. Meanwhile, Ito Hirofumi wasn't nervous in the slightest. Danzo's reputation far outweighs his actual strength. With his current power, Ito could easily handle him. And that's not even counting the group of powerhouses he has in his summoning realm. Others might hesitate to finish Danzo off, but Uchiha Madara would surely want to crush him without a second thought. Danzo hobbled forward a few steps, leaning on his cane, and looked at Ito Hirofumi as he spoke in a voice dripping with temptation. Kid, join my organization. I'll train you, make you stronger, and let you become my Daikin. In the future, when I advance even further, you could even inherit my place and become the Daikin of Konohagakure. That would be a true Daikin. Shimura Danzo was certain that with words as persuasive as these, Ito Hirofumi would never refuse. But to his surprise, Ito simply shook his head. That won't be necessary, Elder Daikin. I have no interest in becoming your Daikin, nor do I care to be Konohagakure's Daikin. In fact, there's no need for me to strive for that at all, because I already possess the greatest Daikin. To put it bluntly, I've never considered anyone a rival in this regard. All the heroes under heaven quiver at the mention of my Daikin. My second brother is unmatched in the world. I, Ito Hirofumi, have absolute confidence in my own Daikin. In my eyes, everyone else is nothing more than a pawn for sale. As for this filthy Root, I'll just leave it for Elder Danzo to play with himself. Upon hearing these words, Shimura Danzo finally understood. The brat had known his identity all along and had been pretending to be ignorant just to toy with him. He was clearly making a fool out of Danzo. You little brat, are you looking to die? Danzo sprang into action, using the body flicker technique to charge straight at Hirofumi Ito as long as he could. Capture this brat and carve the cursed tongue eradication seal onto him. Even if Hiruzen Sarutobi himself showed up, this kid would have no choice but to obediently become Danzo's dog. But what Danzo never expected was for his body flicker technique to be dodged. In the very instant he moved, the brat also used the body flicker technique. The scene left Danzo utterly stunned. You brat, you've been hiding your strength all along. Elder Danzo, what are you saying? Hiding my strength. Be careful, or I'll accuse you of slander. Everyone at the Ninja Academy knows I'm great at the 3 basic jutsu. Even as he spoke, Hirofumi Ito's gaze turned cold. This wretched old schemer Danzo had actually tried to attack him, but he had no intention of dealing with Danzo so soon. He wanted to give him a small taste of his strength, to let Danzo see his value. He wanted this sly old fox to be tempted enough to use Kodo Amatsukami on him. When that moment came, he could finally study Kodo Amatsukami up close. Of course, he could also wait, summon Uchiha Shursui with his summoning technique, and then study Kodo Amatsukami, but that was far too uncertain. Who knew when he'd be able to summon Shursui? Danzo's eyes flashed with calculation as he looked at Hirofumi Ito. If before he only suspected the boy had stumbled on some opportunity, now he was nearly certain of it. This brat must have encountered something extraordinary. Ever since Hirofumi Ito performed a reverse summoning, Danzo had already ordered his men to investigate everything about the boy's past. From a young age, Hirofumi had always stood out, almost as if he didn't belong among his peers, in some ways. He was exceptionally clever, often uttering the most bizarre and curious remarks. His greatest passion was experimenting with food, and he even composed strange and original songs. He was loyal and honorable, and had always performed well in the ninja academy, getting along with many of his classmates. Above all, he was especially close to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Naruto Uzumaki. The two of them had already been hanging out together frequently even before entering the ninja academy. And after joining the academy, they got along well with the other clan heirs as well. In past combat drills, he always held a steady second place. Only Sasuke Uchiha in the class could outshine him. Yet in yesterday's ninja sparring session, he actually defeated Sasuke Uchiha and even unleashed a C-rank fire style. Great fireball jutsu. It seemed he'd come upon some mysterious opportunity that caused him to grow stronger at lightning speed. Danzo Shimura had thoroughly investigated every detail of Ito Hirofumi's life from childhood until now. If Ito Hirofumi hadn't beaten Sasuke Uchiha in yesterday's training, Danzo might not have been so eager to make a move. After all, that was tantamount to slapping Hiruzen Sarutobi's face. But now, Danzo was more convinced than ever that Ito Hirofumi must have gained some secret advantage during the earlier reverse summoning. After all, no matter how talented a kid from the Ninja Academy might be, he was still just a brat from the academy. How could a mere child possibly use the body flicker technique to block an old man like him? The more Danzo thought about it, the more his gaze toward Ito Hirofumi burned with intensity. At that moment, Ito Hirofumi was growing anxious. Damn, this scheming old Danzo. What on earth are you waiting for? Hurry up and use Kotoame Tsukumi on me. Already, if you keep dragging your feet, even the third Hokage will be here soon, and then all your plans will be for nothing. How can you call yourself a true villain when you're so wishy-washy? How could someone like you ever accomplish anything? With that thought, Ito Hirofumi decided to provoke Danzo even further. Elder Big Root, you don't seem all that impressive. You bragged so much before, but in the end, you're not even faster than me now. I'm seriously starting to doubt whether you really are the third Hokage's greatest Big Root. Don't tell me you've shriveled up with age. No way, right? Surely there can't be someone who goes around boasting about their Big Root every day, only for it to turn out to be pathetically small, can there? Ito Hirofumi's words made Danzo's old face flush red. At the same time, a flicker of anger stirred his heart. In all these years, no one had ever dared speak to him like this. For this brat to act so bold and fearless, he must have some hidden ace up his sleeve. But no matter how incredible his trump card is, there's no way he can withstand my Kotoame Tsukumi. By now, Danzo no longer wished to hesitate. One hand was already reaching for his eye patch. If he could use Kotoame Tsukumi to control this damned brat, not only would he gain a useful subordinate, but he'd also seize that mysterious opportunity for himself. When he finally became Hokage, it would serve as an extra boost to his power. The Ito clan might be small, but at least they too were a ninja family, while Danzo was deep in these thoughts on the other side. Hirofumi Ito was already trembling with excitement. Hurry up, come on. Can't you go any faster? Just do it already. Danzo, don't you worry. Once I'm Master Kotoame Tsukumi, I'll make sure your death is quick and painless. I'll deal with you myself, and won't let Madara Uchiha grind your bones to dust. But just then, boom! The heavy doors of the root base were blown apart by a burst of ninjutsu. Outside, Hiruzen Sarutobi stood at the front, his Hokage hat unmistakable, flanked by a squad of Umbu. The Umbu, who had just unleashed his jutsu, quickly stepped to Hiruzen's side. Hokage-sama, please come in, one of the Umbu announced respectfully. Hiruzen Sarutobi held a pipe in his mouth, wisps of smoke curling in front of his eyes, masking any hint of his expression. Seeing Hiruzen arrive, Hirofumi Ito's heart sank in bitter disappointment. Inwardly, he cursed furiously. Damn you, Shimura Danzo! Why couldn't you act sooner? If you'd made your move earlier, I'd already be studying Kotoame Tsukumi by now. Useless old fool. No wonder you never became Hokage. Just a complete failure with your ambitions. Maybe you will get another shot in your next life. Meanwhile, Danzo himself hadn't expected Hiruzen to arrive so swiftly. He hastily pulled his partially lifted eye patch back into place, his gaze icy as he faced Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen, What do you think you're doing? This is the roots base. Hiruzen exhaled quietly in relief the moment he spotted Hirofumi Ito. Whether or not Hirofumi was the disciple he intended for Jiraiya didn't truly matter. What mattered was that Hirofumi was the young head of a ninja clan. Even if the Ito clan wasn't particularly powerful, they were still a ninja family, after all. If anything happened to Hirofumi today, the other clans in the village might well turn against him. Especially considering Irika's class was full of the top second-generation talents of Konoha. If even the faintest spark of genius in Hirofumi Ito was snuffed out so early, what would the other families make of it? Would they see the third Hokage as intolerant, unwilling to nurture new talent? No. Hirofumi Ito must not come to harm. That was why, after Hirofumi's reverse summoning, Hiruzen's first thought was to have Jiraiya take him on as a student. It wasn't just about gaining the Ito clan's goodwill, more importantly, it was a message to all the other clans. If you have talented heirs, let them shine openly. No need to hide their gifts. Should real genius emerge, Hiruzen Sarutobi will only invest even more in their growth and would never suppress them in this way. He could also subtly win the favor of the other clans. If Ito Hiromi knew what was running through Hiruzen Sarutobi's mind at this very moment, he would surely be astonished. Perhaps even sigh with admiration at how Hiruzen truly deserved to be called a skilled politician. In comparison, Danzo Shimura was nothing but a reckless fool. When faced with Danzo's questioning, Hiruzen Sarutobi let out a cold snort. Humph. Danzo, you dare ask what I intend to do? I should be the one asking you. What exactly are you trying to accomplish? Who gave you the authority to take a student from the Ninja Academy without permission? Danzo, don't tell me you're starting to see yourself as the Hokage? Confronted with Hiruzen's rebuke, Danzo was momentarily at a loss for words. Could he really admit that he truly saw himself as the Hokage? Hiruzen, surely you didn't come all this way just to say these things to me. If you have nothing else, I suggest you leave. I still have documents to deal with. Documents? Oh, so you brought Ito Hiromi here just to help you with paperwork? Pressed relentlessly by Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo, no matter how unwilling, could only acquiesce for now. I merely heard that Ito Hiromi performed exceptionally well in yesterday's ninja combat training. As a Konoha elder, is it so wrong for me to want to commend him in person? Everything I do is for the sake of the village. What am I, as an elder, not even entitled to this much authority? Bang! Just as Hiruzen Sarutobi was about to retort, a figure burst into the room in a flurry of panic. Hokage-sama, is Ito Hiromi all right? The newcomer was none other than Irika. As only a chunin, Irika was naturally slower than Hiruzen Sarutobi and the Umbu. Arriving at this moment was already the very best he could manage. His forehead was slick with beads of sweat. The moment Irika saw Ito Hiromi in the Foundation's base, he rushed straight to stand protectively in front of him, shielding the boy behind his own back. To be honest, Ito Hiromi had been rather annoyed by Hiruzen Sarutobi's interruption when things were just getting interesting for him. But now, seeing Irika so anxious and concerned, a wave of heartfelt emotion welled up inside him. As a student, to have a teacher like Irika was truly a stroke of luck. No wonder Naruto Uzumaki in the anime never succumbed to darkness. Beyond the influence of Azura's chakra, surely a great deal of credit belonged to Irika as well. You should know that when Naruto Uzumaki and Hinata Hyuga got married, Naruto actually invited Irika to attend the wedding as his father. Irika-sensei, don't worry, I'm fine. At that moment, Irika turned and gave Hiro Ito a reassuring look. Relax, Hirofumi. With the Hokage here and your teacher beside you, nothing will happen to you. Hiruzen Sarutobi, after spotting Irika among the crowd, silently nodded. Irika truly is an outstanding teacher, he thought to himself. Then, after glancing at Irika, Sarutobi reached out to pat him gently on the shoulder. Irika, everything's under control here. Take Hiro Ito back to the Ninja Academy. Don't worry. No one will stand in your way. Yes, Lord Hokage. With that, Irika turned around and took Ito by the arm. Come on, Hirofumi. Let's head back to school. Yes, sensei. Seeing the situation in front of him, Hiro Ito realized that there was no way he'd be able to learn Kodoame Tsukumi today. He had no choice but to follow Irika back to the Ninja Academy. Meanwhile, in the summoning realm, Hashirama-sen Jimito Uzumaki, Tobarama-sen Uchiha, Fugaku Uchiha, and Minato Namikaze, the very first group of summoned beasts, were all gathered together, sharing a meal. As they ate, they kept an eye on the outside world through the summoning space, watching everything unfold. When the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived on the scene, Madara Uchiha let out a cold snort. Looks like today's show is over. That Sarutobi sure got here fast. Just a moment ago, I almost went out there myself to finish off that Danzo fellow. Madara Hashirama, sitting right beside Madara, clung to his arm. Madara, you haven't changed a bit. Always so eager for a fight. Though to be fair, that Danzo doesn't look like any good news. Ugly too. A one-eyed brute with the Sharingan's aura swirling around him, and he dares to lay a hand on the village's children. Actually, now that I think about it, I kind of want to take him out myself. Off to the side, Tobirama's face darkened. His former student's disgraceful behavior was on full display for everyone to see. How did I ever end up teaching someone like that? He thought bitterly. Everyone had witnessed Danzo's actions just now. He actually tried to harm the children of his own village. Even his own elder brother was clearly angry. For someone as gentle as his brother to say he wanted to take Danzo out himself. Although his brother hadn't frowned or released any chakra, Tobirama knew all too well. His brother was truly angered this time. After all, he had never once heard him openly threaten to kill anyone before. If the Hidden Leaf Village is the elder brother's bottom line, then the children of the village are his absolute taboo. Not to mention, this kid Ito Hirofumi has brought everyone back to life. Who knows just how many foolish things these fine disciples of mine whom I once taught have ended up doing. Sighed, the more useless my students are, doesn't that just make me their teacher look all the more incompetent? Uchiha Fugaku, standing to the side, spoke in a languid tone. Elder Danzo has always been this way. Utterly intolerant of others. Either you obediently become his lapdog, or you're destined to be destroyed by him. After all these years as the head of the Uchiha clan, I've long since grown used to it. Hearing his friend speak, Minato Namikaze added from nearby. But thankfully the third Hokage arrived just in time today. Otherwise, this could have been much harder to resolve, especially since Hirofumi's strength is not to be underestimated now. At this moment, Minato had no idea what his own son had gone through. In his heart, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, was still a great and noble figure, someone he aspired to learn from and follow all his life. With a gentle smile on her face, Mito Uzumaki served each person at the table a bowl of soup. Both Minato Namikaze and Uchiha Fugaku seemed a little uneasy. "Thank you, Lady Mito," they exclaimed in unison. Mito Uzumaki merely smiled at their words. "There's no need to be so formal. I'm hardly someone worthy of such titles. One of you is Madara's descendant, and the other is little Kushina's husband. Besides, we're all people of the Hidden Leaf. We're all family here." Uchiha Madara cared little for such formalities. He simply picked up his bowl and downed the soup in one gulp. During the last days before Hashirama's wedding, he often went to Hashirama's house for meals. He had to admit, Mito's cooking was always excellent. Senju Tobirama, seeing this, let out a cold snort. "You wicked Uchiha. Don't you even know how to say thank you?" Madara shot back. "Thank you, my foot. Tobirama, if you keep running your mouth, believe me, I'll stab you right here and now. TCH, Uchiha Madara, all you ever do is threaten to stab me. I suppose my big brother means nothing to you at all." Madara sneered. "Oh, Hashirama is Hashirama, and you are you. Just because I respect your brother doesn't mean I can't stab you." Evil Uchiha. Tobirama's teeth ground in frustration. Back in the day, this wicked Uchiha Madara was always freeloading meals at their house. Every time his sister-in-law made something delicious, this guy would eat it all. Did the Uchiha really not have enough to eat? Hashirama Senju had long grown used to the arguments between his close friend and his younger brother. In fact, he even found himself rather enjoying these moments. It was a warmth he hadn't felt since Madara left the Hidden Leaf Village. Uzumaki Mito, meanwhile, shot Tobirama a reproachful glance. "Tobirama, why are you still exactly the same as you were back then? I know I'm your sister-in-law, and maybe I shouldn't say this, but you really ought to work on your attitude. The ingredients for tonight's meal were brought back by Madara himself. In the end, you should be thanking him." Tobirama might dare to silence his older brother, but he wouldn't dream of talking back to his sister-in-law. After all, back in the days of the Senju clan, his brother may have been a leader in name, but it was his sister-in-law who truly called the shots. TCH, so what if he brought back a deer? I could have done it too. I refuse to eat anything caught by that wicked Uchiha. I, Tobirama Senju, would rather leap from this villa and die here, starve to death right here, than take a single bite of that Uchiha's evil game. Mito's lips curled into a dangerous smile as she replied, "Oh, so Tobarama thinks I'm not good enough as a sister-in-law, is that it? Is my cooking not to your liking? Now that I think about it, you used to skip dinner at home all the time. Now I understand. Turns out you just couldn't stomach my food." Though Mito spoke with a smile, everyone at the table could sense the tension in the air. Hashirama almost unconsciously edged his seat a little closer to Madara. Tobarama himself shivered, as if recalling some unpleasant memory. "No, no, sister-in-law, how could I ever dislike your cooking? Yours is my absolute favorite. If you like it so much, then eat up." "Yes, sister-in-law, I'm digging in right away." With that, Tobarama quickly lifted his bowl and gulped down the soup in one go. At that very moment, Madara wore a bizarre grin, his expression twisting with mischief. Oh, Tobarama Senju would rather leap from this villa, die right here, starve to death, than take a single bite of the wicked Uchiha's game. Hearing Madara's exaggerated, mocking imitation, Tobarama's face flushed scarlet. "Arg, you wicked Uchiha, do you dare face me in a duel? Oomph, defeated loser. I almost worry I'd turn you to mush if I wasn't careful." Madara replied, a glint of scorn flickering in his eyes. "Aha! Damn you, Uchiha!" On the other side, Mito Uzumaki paid no attention to her brother's wailing. Instead, she fished a long, slender object out of the stew pot and placed it into Hashirama Senju's bowl, her smile unwavering as she looked at him. "Hashirama, this is deer antler. Eat up. It's good for your health." At her words, Hashirama's face went pale as a sheet. "Dear, maybe I'll pass on this one. Madara and I made plans. We're going to skip stones by the river later." "Oh, darling, please. Eat it now." "Yes, ma'am." Miserably, Hashirama started gulping down the food, stuffing his cheeks as if his life depended on it. Watching this scene, Minato Namikaze and Fugaku Uchiha found themselves missing their own wives more than ever. Meanwhile, Ito Hirofumi walked to the ninja academy with Irika, his mind half focused on the events unfolding in the summoning realm. He had to admit, Tobarama Senju was the very definition of someone who was all talk, no skill. He couldn't win against Madara Uchiha. Yet he just had to provoke him. If Hashirama hadn't been there, Madara would probably have beaten Tobarama to a pulp 800 times a day. And how had he never noticed before that Hashirama was terrified of his wife? The man possessed the body of a sage, yet still needed to eat that kind of thing for supplement. Strength really isn't everything, he realized. Some people like himself were just naturally gifted. No need for any supplements at all. Elsewhere at the root base, Hiruzen Sarutobi had yet to leave. Danzo. Shimura frowned slightly. "Hiruzen, I've already let the person go. What more do you want?" "Danzo, what you did today went too far, and your root is getting a bit too big for its britches." A strange look flickered across Danzo's face at Hiruzen's remark, and he even glanced unconsciously downwards. Before today, Danzo wouldn't have thought much of the word root, but after Hirofumi's earlier comments, the term suddenly sounded rather odd. Ahem. "Hiruzen, whatever you think, everything I do is for the good of Konoha." Hiruzen felt confused as well. He just said Danzo's root was getting too long, so why was Danzo looking down at his own pants? "Danzo, enough with the grand speeches. You know exactly what you're up to, and so do I. There's some things you can do, but there are others I don't want you to meddle in." "Hiruzen, what are you implying? I am an elder of the village, the leader of Root. I am Konoha's great Root, and you dare speak to me like this. Today you owe me an explanation." Upon hearing these words, Hiruzen Sarutobi let out a cold laugh. "Humph. Why should I, Hiruzen Sarutobi, ever need to explain my actions to anyone? Sarutobi, you'll regret this. Danzo, I am the Hokage." With that, Hiruzen Sarutobi turned on his heel and strode away without so much as a backward glance, flanked by ANBU operatives. Only Danzo Shimura was left behind in the Root headquarters, his face darkening as he hurled his cane to the ground in frustration, striking it with a heavy thud. For some reason, the sound seemed duller than usual. Perhaps because the main door had already been destroyed, there was no door left for him to slam in anger. At this time, Ito Hirofumi returned to the classroom with Irika. The other members of the Rookie 12, his close friends, breathed a collective sigh of relief when they saw him unharmed. During lunch, curiosity got the better of everyone, and they couldn't help but wonder what Ito Hirofumi had experienced when Danzo summoned him. However, Hirofumi kept silent, offering no details. After all, aside from his close friends, the class included many others, and it wouldn't do to let rumors spread. Some things are best discussed in private. So the group agreed to meet at Sasuke Uchiha's house for dinner that evening. This time, Naruto Uzumaki boldly pulled out the 1 million Ryo banknote Sasuke had given him and declared, "Tonight, everything's on me." Finally, the school day ended and everyone went their separate ways to prepare for the gathering. Some went out to buy ingredients and supplies, while Hinata, Hyuga, and Ino Yamanaka set off to find Hinata's older brother's team, Neji Hyuga, Rock Lee, and Tenten. Fortunately, this time there were no unexpected incidents, and Neji's team, having no missions, accepted the invitation gladly. Thus, the 12 rookies of the Leaf Village, along with Itu Hirofumi, 13 in total, gathered once again at Sasuke Uchiha's home. Once everything was ready, they sat around the dinner table, and Naruto couldn't wait to turn to Hirofumi. "Hirofumi, what on earth happened today? Why did that Danzo elder want to see you? And the ninja who came for you, I have a bad feeling about him." As Naruto finished his question, everyone turned their gaze toward Hirofumi. Suddenly, with a thud, Sasuke Uchiha landed a punch right on Naruto's head. "Ow, Sasuke, what did you hit me for? Don't tell me you're not curious about what happened to Hirofumi today, you idiot. It's not Dan Elder, it's Elder Danzo. Who cares what kind of elder he is? He's just some dumpling of an elder. Even if he's an elder, if he dares lay a hand on my friends, there's no way I'd let that slide." Everyone had long since grown accustomed to Naruto Uzumaki's cluelessness, and even Sasuke Uchiha could only shake his head helplessly. Just a moment ago, Naruto had called her Elder Dango instead of Elder Danzo. Was it really that hard to get someone's name right? But no one paid this any real mind. Getting the name wrong was hardly important. What mattered most now was finding out what happened to Hirofumi Ito today. After all, that root ninja did not look like he came with good intentions. Neji, Hyuga, Rock Lee, and Tenten were a bit lost, since the three of them had already graduated and weren't up to date with what was happening at the Ninja Academy. In the end, Hinata, Hyuga quietly explained the situation to them, and only then did they realize that Hirofumi Ito had almost been in serious trouble today. The incident had even alarmed Lord Hokage himself. If the Hokage hadn't intervened at that crucial moment, would Hirofumi Ito have made it back safely? At that thought, the three of them frowned slightly. Seeing the worried looks on everyone's faces, Hirofumi Ito couldn't help but feel touched. It seemed he really did matter to everyone here. All these years spent trying to win their trust hadn't been in vain. Of course, having read the original story, Hirofumi Ito already knew the personalities of the 12 Konoha Guardians, and more importantly, he knew these were people one could truly entrust their back to. So today, Hirofumi Ito decided to show a glimpse of his own ambitions. After all, graduation was just around the corner, and once everyone became genin, it would be almost impossible to gather the whole group together again. Each team would quickly be swept up in their own missions. Thinking of this, Hirofumi Ito slipped right into his dramatic persona. His expression grew somber, and though he was only holding a glass of juice, it seemed as if he was cradling a cup of strong sake. He gave a deep sigh. "Some things are better left unsaid. It's just that I've always seen you all as my closest friends, and I truly don't want to drag you into danger. Let me face these risks alone. I can't bear the thought of you all being caught in the storm because of me." The moment Naruto heard this, he leapt to his feet, unable to contain himself. Sasuke, sitting to the side, was clearly displeased as well. Ino Yamanaka frowned, and the rest of the group showed various reactions, none of them happy. Naruto, standing boldly on a chair, stared straight at Hirofumi Ito and shouted, "Hirofumi, what's that supposed to mean? Do you think I'm a coward or something? Do you really see me as your friend? Then stop worrying so much. Have you forgotten what we promised each other? No matter what trouble comes our way, we face it together." With a smile, the best way to conquer fear is to face it head on. You can do it. Give it your all. You know, you're the one who told me this in the first place. I, Naruto Uzumaki, have been an orphan since I was a child, looked down upon, called the demon fox, hated by everyone. Howen, you are the very first friend I've ever had in my life. No matter what, I want to stand by your side. Whatever you go through, I'll face it with you, no matter what comes our way. Naruto Uzumaki's impassioned speech left everyone in the room a little flushed, their faces alight with emotion. Everyone felt that what Naruto said made perfect sense. Usually they all called each other friends, brothers even, and yet, when something happens, you keep it from your friends, hide it from your brothers. What's that supposed to mean? If that's how it is, how could any of them dare to call themselves brothers anymore? Feeling Naruto's intense and heartfelt gaze. How when Ito suddenly found himself tightening up with embarrassment. Maybe it really hadn't been for nothing that he'd treated Naruto so well all this time. Was Naruto starting to see him as his one true confidant? But then would Sasuke be upset about this? After all, Naruto's true confidant had always been Sasuke. Just as how when Ito was lost in thought, Sasuke Uchiha's voice rang out. How when, I think that idiot Naruto actually has a point. Everyone here considers each other friends, so there's no reason not to speak openly. No matter what kind of danger or other trouble comes along, we can face it together. Sasuke paused for a moment, sweeping his eyes around the table at everyone gathered there. Listen, there might be things Howen finds hard to say, but I think I can speak up. I agree with that idiot. Naruto, whatever trouble or danger comes, I'll face it right alongside Howen. As for the rest of you, if you don't want to be involved, you can leave now. Otherwise, don't come complaining later, making everyone look bad. Sasuke's tone was cold, and his gaze as sharp as ice as he looked over everyone present. Bang! Sasuke Uchiha. What's that supposed to mean? So you're the only one who counts as Howen's brother, and the rest of us aren't. Who do you take me Kiba Inuzuka for? Let me make myself clear right here and now. I, Kiba Inuzuka, am not someone who runs away from trouble. After speaking, Kiba glared furiously at Sasuke clearly, offended by his words. So Sasuke is the only one who gets to be a true brother. If we're talking about who joined first, Sasuke was actually the last one to come aboard. And now he's lecturing us like this, acting like he's above us all. It was obvious that aside from Kiba, everyone present was a little unhappy with what Sasuke Uchiha had just said. Of course, there was one exception. Sakura Haruno. Because in Sakura's eyes, there was only Sasuke Uchiha. At this moment, Sakura clenched her fists tightly. Since Sasuke had chosen to stand by Ito Hirofumi's side, then naturally, she would unwaveringly do the same. Among all of them, Shikahara was the most composed. He rapped his knuckles lightly on the table. Kiba, calm down. I don't think Sasuke meant anything else by his words. At the very least, what he just said was for Hirofumi's sake. We've all spent 6 years together at the Ninja Academy. I believe the bonds between us run deep. Even Niji Lee and Tenten, even though they're a year ahead of us, are already friends. Brothers in our hearts. I remember something Hirofumi once said. What does it mean to be brothers? It means sharing hardships and joys, facing difficulties side by side. Hirofumi, I don't care what you're thinking deep down in my heart. You'll always be my friend, Shikamaru Nara's friend. If you still think of me as a friend, as a brother, then stop saying those distant, formal words. I know Elder Danzo holds great power in the Hidden Leaf Village. Not only is he a member of the Council of Elders, he's in charge of an entire department. But if he wants to come after you, then he'll have to deal with me, Shikamaru Nara, as well. The Nara clan isn't to be underestimated. If this were before, I wouldn't have said something so bold. After all, these words do sound a bit arrogant. But now we're about to graduate, and soon we'll all become full-fledged shinobi. To put it plainly, in a few years, when my father steps down, I'll be the next head of the Nara clan. My words still carry some weight with my family. With my father, when Shikamaru finished, everyone at the table fell silent. Choji Akimichi immediately poured all his snacks onto the table. I don't care about all that complicated stuff. I just want to say, my snacks are for you guys, and you guys only, Shino. Aburame, who usually faded into the background, spoke up in his calm, quiet voice. Shikamaru, you talk as if you're the only one destined to lead your clan. I have a say with my father too, you know. Although Shino didn't say much, his position was made perfectly clear. Ino Yamanaka also pushed herself up from the table, both hands braced on the surface. Hirofumi, you should already know how I feel. As soon as she blurted this out, Ino's face flushed bright red. The bold, determined aura she'd shown a moment before vanished in an instant, and she sat down hurriedly, ducking her head to avoid Hirofumi's gaze. This is what youth is all about. Just like Naruto Uzumaki, Lee leapt straight onto the bench without hesitation. Everyone. This moment reminds me of the friendship between Gai-sensei and Kakashi-senpai. As Gai-sensei's student, I always remember his words. We train in the ways of the ninja, so we can protect the people we cherish, because this is what youth is all about. Seeing Lee's over-the-top antics, Tenten could only cradle her forehead in exasperation. There's so much to like about Lee, but sometimes he just gets a bit too carried away. And just like Gai-sensei, his nerves sometimes seem to get all mixed up, but honestly, that's exactly what youth is. As she thought this, Tenten's cheeks flushed ever so slightly, while she glanced at Niji Hyuga, who sat beside her, but Niji didn't notice the blush on the girl's face. Instead, his gaze was fixed on Ito Hirofumi. He remembered how back when Hirofumi had first entered the ninja academy, he'd kicked open the classroom door and loudly declared he wanted to challenge the strongest student in the class. They hadn't gotten along at first, but after a few scuffles, each one leaving them both bruised and battered, they become friends. They started having meals together, trained side by side. And Hirofumi had even introduced Niji to a group of underclassmen, including his own younger sister. Yet what Niji remembered most vividly was the day he graduated last year. That was the day he finally received the ninja headband he'd longed for, the one that let him cover the cursed mark of the caged bird on his forehead. On that very day, Hirofumi had given him a song. I'm like a little bird in the forest, lifting my gaze to the lonely moon above, wings stained with blood. I don't beg fate for mercy. Every fall just makes me soar higher. Hirofumi had told him the song was called Bird in the Woods, and that he'd written it just for Niji. That infuriating guy. After he got home that night, Niji had secretly cried alone for a long time. While Niji was still lost in his memories, Hinata Hyuga mustered her courage and stood tall, her pale eyes shining with an unusual light as she looked at Naruto, who was still standing on the bench. In Hinata's eyes at that moment, Naruto seemed to glow as if bathed in a radiant aura. I have to be strong too. I want to be like Naruto. Boldly speak my mind. I want to have the courage to stand by his side. Bang! Hinata clenched her teeth, summoned all her courage, and slammed her palm down on the table. Enough! Naruto's absolutely right. If we're all friends here, then let's not act like strangers. Hirofumi, whatever trouble you're facing, please tell us. Since we're all friends, please don't say such hurtful things again. At this moment, Hirofumi Ito was completely stunned. He had just done a casual performance. Why was everyone reacting so dramatically? And honestly, it was a bit frightening. Why did it feel like they were about to nominate him as the Hokage at any moment? The idea of overthrowing one's superiors was certainly exciting, but none of them had even graduated from the Ninja Academy yet. Especially you, Hinata Hyuga. Your character has completely collapsed, hasn't it? Is this ninja world I've crossed into really the normal ninja world? Could it be the one inside infinite Tsukuyomi? I'd already noticed before that Hinata Hyuga sometimes unintentionally exudes the aura of a mafia boss's daughter. Could my transmigration have caused some subtle changes? But to be fair, Hirofumi Ito was deeply moved in his heart. With the help of these true friends, his grand ambitions suddenly seemed within reach. He was one step closer to the goal of becoming the first emperor. Meanwhile, in the summoning realm, Hashirama Senju gazed at this scene of friendship with glistening eyes. Madara, did you see that? These kids are the future of our Hidden Leaf Village. It's so touching. This is what true friendship is, what true bonds are. Just like what we had. Madara, we were just like this when we were young. As he spoke, Hashirama hugged Madara Uchiha's arm tightly, rubbing his aged face against Madara's chest affectionately. But this time, Madara didn't pound Hashirama's head as usual, because seeing this scene had stirred up memories of the days he spent with Hashirama. It really was so similar. Still, Madara felt a little awkward. After all, the part of his chest Hashirama was rubbing against was the side with his tattoo. However, at this very moment, someone else's expression had become troubled. The fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. Judging by what he'd just seen, his son Naruto Uzumaki was outstanding, but the words spoken a moment ago were troubling. What do they mean by demon foxbrat? What do they mean by looked down upon? What do they mean by having no friends? What was going on here? His son was the child of the fourth Hokage. After all, he had given his life for the Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto should be considered a hero's heir, shouldn't he? How could he possibly be called the so-called demon foxbrat? Was it because of the Nine Tails? But how could ordinary people possibly know about that? Right now, Minato Namikaze was filled with confusion and a deep sense of unease. Until now, Minato Namikaze had always believed that his son Naruto Uzumaki would receive the very best treatment in the Hidden Leaf Village. Yet looking at things now, it seemed that wasn't the case at all. But Minato couldn't be certain whether his suspicions were true. He could only bury his doubts deep within his heart, planning to find an opportunity to ask Hirofumi Ito about it. Fugaku Uchiha glanced at his old friend with a tinge of sympathy. He knew something about Naruto Uzumaki's circumstances while he was alive. In fact, his own wife Mikoto Uchiha had once suggested bringing Naruto into their home to raise him. But how could such a thing ever be possible? Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Someone even the Uchiha clan could barely approach on ordinary days, let alone take in his family. The third Hokage, oh, the third Hokage! How could you have allowed things to turn out this way? If Minato ever learned the truth, would he blame me for not looking after his son? But what could I have done? I was powerless. I couldn't even protect my own wife and child. Off to the side, Mito Uzumaki could only sigh in frustration, especially since her own husband was at that moment leaning into another man's embrace like a lovesick woman. It was only because she understood the deep friendship between the two men that she could accept this sight. Anyone else would have found it unbearable. Some might even have wondered if her husband preferred men. Yet, while all this unfolded, Madara Uchiha's thoughts took a different turn. After all, he had been the first person Hirofumi Ito had summoned, and he understood Ito's ambitions and ideals well. That kid's goals were simple. First, become Hokage of the Hidden Leaf, then use the village as a base to rule the entire shinobi world with an iron fist. And after spending some time with the boy, Madara realized he was far from simple. His mind was intricate, his calculations deep. In other words, at this very moment, that kid might well be putting on an act. Madara's suspicions only deepened when he saw Hirofumi Ito wipe away non-existent tears from the corner of his eyes. What a cunning little brat. Still, one had to admit this kid had real ability. He'd managed to gather the heirs of all the most powerful clans in the Leaf together. Most importantly, these youngsters had already begun to form a tight-knit group. Who could say what kind of influence they would wield in a few years? By then, perhaps all it would take was a single word from Hirofumi Ito, and these children would support him as the new Hokage of the Hidden Leaf, just as Madara's thoughts reached. This point, a voice suddenly interrupted him. I've always thought Hirofumi Ito harbors ulterior motives, Tobirama Senju said coldly. Just take a look at these little ones. Almost every single one of them is the top heir of their respective clans. Nearly all of them are candidates to become the next clan leaders. What is Hirofumi Ito thinking, gathering them all together like this? Could he actually be plotting a rebellion? Madara Uchiha cast a disdainful glance at Tobirama Senju. Rebellion? Rebellion against whom? Against you, Tobirama Senju. Isn't Hirofumi Ito a child of the Hidden Leaf village? And aren't these clan heirs also from the Leaf? Even if Hirofumi Ito were to become Hokage one day, it would be perfectly legitimate. So how does it become a rebellion just because you say so? You're truly devious. Tobirama Senju, you wicked Uchiha. Though Tobirama wanted to argue back after thinking about it, he had to admit that Madara's words made sense. After all, Hirofumi Ito was a child of the Leaf, and if he became Hokage someday, it would be right and proper. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that this kid had other intentions. After all, if the group Ito was gathering now were to stick together in the future, they would be a terrifying force. But there was nothing he could do about it, especially since he was currently Ito's summoned beast. Strictly speaking, he even owed Hirofumi Ito his life. Meanwhile, in the outside world at Sasuke Uchiha's house, Hirofumi Ito rubbed his eyes hard, making them a bit red. Everyone, I want to apologize for what I said earlier. I was too quick to assume things and I neglected your feelings. But now I've figured it out. We are true friends, all of us. To put it simply, today, I became the target of Danzo, and I come to realize just how important strength really is. You might not know, but back at the root base, Danzo actually made a move against me. If it weren't for the third Hokage and Iruka-sensei arriving in time, I might never have seen you all again. Hirofumi Ito's voice trembled with emotion, so much so that anyone listening would feel their heart ache in their eyes. Sting, what? That's outrageous. No way. Everyone was stunned. They never imagined that a respected elder of the Hidden Leaf would actually attack a student from the Ninja Academy. Naruto Uzumaki clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white. That rotten old dumpling. How dare he lay a hand on Hirofumi? I'll never forgive him. Sasuke Uchiha, standing to the side, couldn't help but correct him. Idiot. It's Elder Danzo, not Elder Dumpling. I don't care what kind of elder he is. One of these days, I'll show him why the flowers are so red. Seeing the group of classmates growing restless after hearing his words, Hirofumi Ito raised both hands to signal for quiet. Now that everyone's emotions had been stirred up, it was clear the time had come for a passionate speech. After all, there was no harm in taking a page from the little mustache's playbook. Everyone, do you still remember our very first lesson at the Ninja Academy? He began, his voice ringing out. Back then, Iruka-sensei asked us, what is the will of fire? So what do? You all think the will of fire in the Hidden Leaf Village truly means. Wherever the leaves dance, the fire is born anew, and the light of that fire will illuminate the village, allowing fresh leaves to sprout. Here, Hirofumi Ito posed the question and answered it himself, while everyone present leaned in eager to hear what he had to say next. To put it bluntly, we are the new shoots of the Hidden Leaf Village. One day, we too will grow into towering trees, burning bright and guiding the next generation of sprouts. The future of the Hidden Leaf Village will inevitably rest in our hands. Think about it. From the founding of our village until now, there have been 4 Hokage. During the first Hokage's reign, our village brought peace to the entire ninja world. In the era of the second Hokage, the leaf still commanded great respect. When the third was young, he was hailed as a hero among shinobi. The fourth Hokage became known as the Yellow Flash. Our village once basked in glory and unmatched strength. But look at us now. Is the Hidden Leaf Village truly strong anymore? Over the years, I've learned a great many things, and I can't shake the feeling that our village isn't what it should be. The former captain of the ANBU, Tsukumo Hatake, took his own life under a cloud of rumors and slander. To be honest, I find this utterly ridiculous. And then there's Niji Hyuga's father, Hisashi Hyuga. He died merely to appease the wrath of the Land of Lightning. As for what's happened more recently, I won't even go into detail. After all, the mighty Uchiha clan, once the strongest family in the village, has now been wiped out. Do any of you truly think today's Hidden Leaf Village is the same as it once was? Hirofumi Ito spoke in a single breath, his words pouring out. Some of those present already knew of these events, while others were hearing them for the first time. But as they listened, a shared unease settled over the group. They couldn't help but feel that something was indeed wrong with the current state of the village. The deaths of those esteemed predecessors and the fall of the Uchiha clan raised far too many troubling questions. For those from prominent clans, like Shikamaru Nara and Ino Yamanaka, these incidents were shrouded in secrets they only partially understood. But for civilian ninja, like Sakura Haruno and Rock Lee, this was all new and shocking. Even Naruto Uzumaki, though he didn't fully grasp the situation, could read the somber mood on everyone's faces and sense that something was deeply amiss. Hatred flashed across Sasuke Uchiha's face as he recalled the man he had sworn to kill. Niji Hyuga's expression was equally dark. Yet at this moment, Niji no longer harbored resentment toward Hinata or his uncle. For Hiro Ito had once told him that his father died not because the Hyuga clan abandoned him, but because he sacrificed himself to protect his brother. In time, Niji came to understand this, and in his heart he saw his father as a true hero. However, that bitterness did not simply vanish. It was redirected, aimed now at the leadership of the Hidden Leaf Village and at the Land of Lightning. After a brief pause to let everyone ponder his words, Hiro Ito continued. Besides the Uchiha clan, there was also the much older Senju clan. Today, the two great families who founded the Hidden Leaf clans, so powerful in the Warring States era, have all but vanished from the world. I believe this is not the right path for the Leaf. If things go on like this, one day the Hidden Leaf Village will be swept away by the tides of history. The more Ito spoke, the more passionate he became. By now, he had risen to his feet, gesturing forcefully with his hand, as if giving a rousing speech. Do you know that all these years the Hidden Leaf has been paying reparations? Whenever another village needs money, they just create some conflict, and the Leaf obediently hands over millions, sometimes tens of millions, in silver. Do you realize how much that is? It's enough to fill more than a wagon. The glory of the Leaf is long gone. All that's left is weakness. Paying reparations, if this keeps up, will we have to cede our lands next? Will we have to arrange marriages for peace? Are we to send our sisters away, to be given to the ninja of other nations for their amusement? That is nothing but humiliation. It's a disgrace to the Land of Fire, a disgrace to the Hidden Leaf, a disgrace to every Hokage who came before us. The young shinobi, fueled by youthful passion, couldn't help but picture the scenes Ito described. Would their village truly be forced to give up land, pay reparations, or arrange marriages for peace someday? Would their own sisters be sent away in hope of appeasing their enemies? The very thought was unbearable to them. Damn it, I'll never let that happen. One of them shouted, no more reparations, no more ceding land, no more marriages of convenience. Over my dead body, I'll fight them with everything I've got. That's right, Naruto's got it right. If it comes to it, we'll fight. Who here doesn't have sisters at home? To hell with that. When Ikiba Inuzuka become the clan leader, I will resolutely oppose anything like this from ever happening. Standing nearby, Niji Hyuga thought of his two younger sisters. If in the future the Hidden Leaf Village ever tried to send his sisters away for a political marriage, he would never allow it. The Hyuga clan would never allow it either. And if that day truly came, then he would sooner defect from the village than let it happen. Shikamaru Nara, with his keen mind, picked up on the unspoken meaning in Hirofumi Ito's words. Shikamaru had been perceptive since childhood, always learning from his father, and he understood more of the village's darker dealings than most. But what good did it do knowing these things? The Nara clan couldn't change it, his father couldn't change it, and he himself couldn't change it either. Stay tuned for more in a moment. Brothers and sisters, show your support with gifts. The author is working hard to bring you updates. The more gifts, the more motivation for updates. As long as I can keep going, I'll keep writing with all my might. The upcoming storylines will completely break the mold. The shinobi world will be transformed, so there's no need to worry about sticking to the original plot. Shikamaru took a deep breath. He remembered his father once saying that the fourth Hokage was a truly exceptional leader, and also his father's peer and classmate. At home, Shikamaru had seen a photo of his father together with the fourth Hokage and his wife. The fourth's golden hair was dazzling even in a picture. When Shikamaru started school, his father told him that some things shouldn't just be listened to. They needed to be seen for oneself. He told him that Naruto Uzumaki wasn't the demon foxboy people said he was, but the heir of a hero. Even back then, Shikamaru had guessed that Naruto was likely the orphan child of the fourth Hokage. Yet over the years, what Naruto had endured was simply appalling. This is how the Hidden Leaf treats the child of its hero. It was enough to chill the heart. Shikamaru couldn't shake the feeling that Hirofumi Ito was about to say something even more shocking. Words that might change the fate of the Hidden Leaf forever. After giving everyone a moment to ponder and discuss, Hirofumi Ito continued. I know you must be wondering, why am I saying all this today? After all, every one of us here is just a nameless nobody for now. But who's to say that today's nobodies won't shake the shinobi world tomorrow? You all know my story by now. I was just reverse summoned to another place, and maybe, just maybe, I might become a decent shinobi one day. But even so, I've already become a target. Danzo, a village elder, was willing to make a move against a mere student from a ninja academy. What, then, is the true fire burning at the heart of the Hidden Leaf? Surely it won't be us, these newly sprouted, tender shoots, who are destined to be burned away, while only their thick, aged branches are left to shine in the light. In this shinobi world, strength is the only truth, and that truth must be held in our own hands. Only then can we take control of our destinies. Only then can we bring about the changes we desire for the Hidden Leaf Village. Decades ago, the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, and the Ashura of the shinobi world, Madara Uchiha, stood upon this very land and founded the Hidden Leaf Village. They brought us peace, they brought us tranquility. Yet today, all these years later, we must confront a harsh and bitter reality. True peace has yet to come to the Hidden Leaf. The first great ninja war, the second, and the third. All three conflicts still loom before us. The graves of those shinobi who fell in battle stare back at us in silent accusation. The other four great nations are restless, their ambitions to destroy the leaf. Undiminished, 5 great nations in one world. Is this not division? Is this not a betrayal of the first Hokage's dream? What we must do is end these wars in our generation. Let us be the ones to bring true peace to the shinobi world, so that our descendants will not have to live in the same perpetual fear and uncertainty. Perhaps my words today sound rebellious to some, but they are the truest expression of my heart. The third Hokage has grown old. The new era has no ship that can bear his weight. Consider the muddled decisions he has made. Just today, Elder Danzo made his move against me, and yet faced no punishment. He remains perched high above us all, wielding power unchecked. It is time for new voices to rise in the Hidden Leaf. And we are that new voice, so I ask you all, please join me. Hirofumi Ito's impassioned speech stirred the hearts of his comrades, filling them all with excitement and resolve. At the same time, everyone understood the ambition burning within him. Their friend, their brother. He wished to rebuild the very order of the Hidden Leaf. Of course, Hirofumi Ito did not intend to act immediately. Though his strength was already considerable, he was far from reaching his peak. The same was true for his friends. It would be years before they could become true shinobi capable of standing on their own. But with him by their side, that time would be greatly shortened. Sometimes Hirofumi Ito even found himself thinking, if the powerful beings in his own summoning realm were willing to help him, perhaps he could become the next Hokage of the hidden leaf in the blink of an eye. However, each of these people has their own way of thinking and their own ideas. Madara Uchiha is just as ambitious. Hashirama Senju is so merciful he seems almost foolish, and Tobarama Senju is especially wary of me. So in a short period of time, it's simply impossible to get these powerful individuals to help me. If you want to forge iron, your own hammer needs to be strong. If I don't have real strength myself, even if I do win the support of these mighty figures, what's the point in becoming Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village? At the same time, inside the summoning realm, Tobarama Senju was sitting there shouting at the top of his lungs. Look at this! Just look at this! That wretched guy! His ambitions are already laid bare. This Ito Hiromi is obviously trying to sway those kids. I'm beginning to suspect that if Ito Hiromi were to defect from the Hidden Leaf right now, those kids would probably follow him. Madara Uchiha shot Tobarama a cold glance. Tobarama Senju, if you ask me, you're just throwing a fit. Because you're powerless. If not for Ito Hiromi, you'd still be nothing but a flicker of spiritual flame. So why are you putting on such airs? And honestly, do you see anything wrong with what he said? Let's not even mention how in just a few decades, 3 great ninja wars have broken out. Just look at the Hidden Leaf now. Does it look anything like it did in the old days? Does it have even a fraction of its former strength? I honestly doubt the village could withstand another war. And did you not hear just now? It's not just the Uchiha who have vanished from the Hidden Leaf. The Senju have disappeared too. And all of this, wasn't it your precious students doing? Truly outstanding disciples, aren't they? They managed to wipe out their own master's clan. Truly, what an achievement. In fact, Tobarama Senju had heard what Ito Hiromi said earlier, but he hadn't taken it to heart after all. He was the one who proposed the Senju clan's assimilation into the common populace, with his own disciples. Around, surely some pure Senju blood would remain. There was no way the entire clan would vanish, right? So Tobarama hadn't given it much thought, and he'd even felt that Hiruzen Sarutobi had done a decent job. But standing nearby, Fugaku Uchiha seemed to read Tobarama's thoughts. Lord Second Hokage, you don't actually believe the Senju bloodline still exists, do you? Tobarama blinked in surprise at that. What do you mean? Isn't it perfectly normal for the Senju bloodline to have survived? As he listened to Fugaku, a sense of dread began to take hold in Tobarama's heart. Even Hashirama, who had been drifting about Madara's side, paused for a moment, as if struck by the weight of the conversation. When he saw the somewhat stunned look in the second Hokage Tobarama Senju's eyes, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but feel a sudden surge of satisfaction in his heart, for reasons he couldn't quite explain. On the other side, Uchiha Madara also felt an immense sense of gratification. Our Uchiha clan may have perished, but your Senju clan vanished even earlier than ours. Hell, Lord Second Hokage. If we're being strict about it, your Senju clan suffered far worse than the Uchiha. At least after our clan was wiped out, there were still 2 survivors. But as for the Senju, there's only one left. And she's a woman. What did you say? Impossible? Absolutely impossible. How could the Senju bloodline be completely gone? Tobarama Senju was incredulous. By that logic, the Senju truly had no bloodline left. After all, when a woman marries, she takes her husband's surname, and her children inherit it as well. That meant the Senju clan was truly extinct. On the other side, Hashirama Senju's gaze remained utterly calm as he looked at Uchiha Fugaku. It was precisely this calmness that made Fugaku feel an overwhelming pressure. Lord Second Hokage, nothing is impossible. The only surviving member of the Senju clan now is the first Hokage's granddaughter, one of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade. But even she is no longer in the Hidden Leaf Village. She left long ago. Bang! Tobarama slammed his hand down on the table with a thunderous crash. Damn it! Hiruzen Sarutobi, that bastard. Danzo Shimura, that bastard. What on earth were they doing? Wicked Sarutobi. Wicked Danzo. Tobarama seethed with fury, the veins on his forehead bulging in his rage. Hashirama, who had been silent for a long while, finally let out a deep sigh. Tobarama, let it go. What's done is done. All we can do now is accept it, brother. How can you say such nonsense? That was our clan. That was your own bloodline, and now it's gone. Completely gone. There's only little Tsunade left. Do you have any idea how much hardship she's suffered all these years? Why else would she have left the village? We have no clan left, brother. Tobirama felt so stifled he could hardly breathe, especially when he thought about the hardships his grandniece must have endured. Her clan destroyed, left all alone, and eventually driven to leave the Leaf, her childhood home, in utter despair. He himself had no descendants, so his brother's lineage was as dear to him as his own. Tsunade might be Hashirama's granddaughter by blood, but to him, she was just as much his own. Just moments ago, Hashirama Senju, who had been so lively, had now fallen into deep silence. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Tobirama, I just remembered something Xiao Haowen once said. The past cannot be changed, but the future can. Perhaps the future of Konoha will be different in the hands of these young ones. Now that we have the chance to witness it with our own eyes, shouldn't we count ourselves lucky? And there's something else that's been weighing on my mind. I'm still puzzled by the things Haowen mentioned just now. Why did Tsukumo Hatake take his own life? What happened with Hayashi Hyuga's death being used to appease the land of lightning's fury? And what about the hardships the fourth orphan suffered? Honestly, I'm more eager to understand these things now. Brother, maybe your disciple's performance as Hokage was a complete failure. Hashirama's voice grew heavier with each word. Those who knew him well, like Madara Uchiha, Uzumaki, and Tobirama Senju, could sense it clearly. Hashirama was angry, but it wasn't the destruction of the Senju clan that angered him. What truly enraged him was that the proud village of Konoha had resorted to sacrificing its own people to quell the wrath of others. He was furious that the son of the fourth Hokage had endured such unfair treatment. A thin sheen of cold sweat appeared on Tobirama's forehead for his brother to say outright that Hiruzen Sarutobi had failed as Hokage. Those were strong words indeed. What's all the commotion about? What are you all talking about? Ito Haowen materialized in the summoning realm, his chakra swirling around him. After his speech in the outside world, the crowd of young shinobi was ablaze with passion. Each one's heart had been planted with a powerful seed. While eating, Ito Haowen had taken the opportunity to observe what was happening inside the summoning realm and to listen in on everyone's conversation. His own speech had clearly left a deep impression on those within this space. There were questions that needed addressing, and he knew it was time to provide some answers. As soon as Ito Haowen's voice rang out, everyone turned to look at him. None more so than Minato Namikaze, who in a flash appeared right before Ito Haowen. Haowen, what did you mean by what you said earlier? What exactly happened to Naruto? Fourth Hokage, no matter how much I explain, it's nothing compared to experiencing it yourself. Now that you're my summoned beast, I can call you out at any time soon. I'll summon you, and you can use the transformation jutsu to take on Naruto Uzumaki's appearance. Then take a stroll through Konoha. When that time comes, you'll understand exactly what I meant, but I do hope you can keep your emotions in check. If a Hokage-level chakra outburst occurs in Konoha, it could cause quite an uproar. Hearing this, Minato Namikaze nodded. I understand. Thank you, Haowen. Haowen Ito had no intention of explaining all that Naruto Uzumaki had endured over the years. To Minato Namikaze, it would be better to let him experience it for himself. Having dealt with Minato's concerns, Tobirama Senju quickly spoke up from the side. Haowen Ito, what exactly did you mean by all those things you mentioned before? Can you give us a detailed explanation? No problem. It's just about some dirty deeds the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura were involved in. First of all, I've overheard your previous conversation. Yes, the Senju clan was wiped out, and now Lady Tsunade has also left the Leaf Village out of heartbreak and disappointment. As for Tsukumo Hatake, whom I mentioned earlier, he was an exceptionally powerful shinobi. I think fourth Hokage and Fugaku Uchiha. You both know of him. But Tsukumo's fate was tragic. His strength and countless achievements became a threat to Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo's authority and rule. Soon rumors spread throughout the village. They claimed Tsukumo failed a mission because he chose to save someone. In the end, even the person he saved turned on him. Ultimately, Tsukumo took his own life, crushed by the weight of those rumors. After a short pause, Haowen Ito continued. As for Hayashi Hyuga's brother, Hisashi, he was the head of the branch family and the younger brother of the current clan leader, Hayashi. You all saw Niji Hyuga outside, didn't you? Hisashi was his father. Years ago, the hidden cloud village from the land of lightning coveted our Leaf Village's bloodline limit and set their sights on the young princess Hinata Hyuga. They planned to kidnap her, but her father Hayashi discovered them and in his fury wiped out all those Cloud ninjas. Because of this, the Cloud village demanded justice from Elif, threatening war unless the perpetrator was handed over. In the end, the third Hokage compromised. To protect his elder brother, Hisashi took his own life, and his corpse was handed over to the hidden Cloud. When Hao and Ito spoke about Tsukumo Hatake, those present were angry, but the reaction was relatively muted. But after he finished speaking about Hisashi Hyuga, Hashirama Senju Minato Namikaze, and Tobarama Senju all erupted with chakra at once. A surge of power shot straight into the sky. Yet compared to the others, Hashirama Senju's chakra was by far the most terrifying. Hearing this, Tobarama Senju was so furious his teeth clenched audibly. Bastard! Hiruzen Sarutobi, that bastard. Coward! Worthless fool! An utter disgrace! Traitor! Villain! Wretch! How could I have been so blind back then as to make him the third Hokage? Damn it all, he actually traded the lives of our own villagers for so-called peace. Absurd. Ridiculous. How could I have raised such a useless fool? Aya! Watching the three before him erupt with chakra, Ito Hirofumi was momentarily confused. It was understandable for Tobarama Senju to be furious. After all, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi was his disciple. Hashirama Senju's anger also made sense. In the eyes of the first Hokage, the village and its people meant more to him than his very life. But what was going on with Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage? Why was his reaction so intense after hearing about the death of Hayashi Hyuga? At that moment, Minato Namikaze was filled with utter disappointment in Hiruzen Sarutobi. The third Hokage. How could a Hokage ever make such a decision? Was this really the same third Hokage he had once admired and aspired to become? Was this really the legendary hero of the shinobi world? How could the third have changed so much? Minato's face clouded with gloom, and noticing Hirofumi's puzzled gaze, he offered an explanation. Hirofumi, you may not know this, but Hayashi and our classmates, as was my wife, Kushina Uzumaki, we were all in the same class. Your good friend Shikamaru's father, as well as your little girlfriend Ino's father, were all classmates with us, so when I heard about Hayashi's death, I was truly heartbroken. Once again, I've lost a dear friend. Ito Hirofumi nodded in understanding. It seemed Minato had a good relationship with his classmates. Otherwise, even as a powerful shinobi from a civilian background, he might never have become the fourth Hokage without their support. Clearly, his classmates had played a significant role in helping him reach that position. Since he had already revealed so much, Ito Hirofumi figured it wouldn't hurt to share a bit more. After gathering his thoughts, he spoke again. Actually, the shady dealings in Konoha don't. In there, Fugaku, do you remember Uchiha Shursui, the genius ninja from your clan? Fugaku Uchiha was momentarily taken aback. Hirofumi, you're Sasuke's friend, so there's no need to be so formal. Just call me Uncle Fugaku. Of course, I remember Shursui. He was the most talented of our younger generation, and I even considered passing the clan leadership to him in the future, but for some reason Shursui disappeared. Wait, Hirofumi, are you saying there's more to Shursui's disappearance than we know? Hirofumi Ito nodded. That's right. Everyone here is a formidable figure. I've already met with Danzo before, so you must have noticed something odd about him. The eye that Shimura Danzo possesses is, in fact, Uchiha Shursui's eye. And not just that. It's a Mangekyo Sharingan. Bastard, Hirofumi. Are you saying that Shursui awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, but his death was orchestrated by Danzo, and even his? I was cruelly taken from him? Exactly. Uchiha Shursui confided in Danzo about awakening his Mangekyo Sharingan. He thought that with his power, he could bridge the gap between the Uchiha clan and the Hidden Leaf Village. But what he didn't expect was Danzo's treacherous ambush. Danzo showed no mercy, even going so far as to gouge out Shursui's Mangekyo Sharingan. Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes went dull, and his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. Damn that Danzo! He deserves to die. How could he do such a thing when he must have known Shursui's true identity? Shursui was a descendant of Kagami, that wretched Danzo. How dare he commit such an atrocity? What did he just say? Tobarama Senju's eyes burned red as he glared at Uchiha Fugaku. He had just heard Fugaku say that the late Shursui was a descendant of Uchiha. Kagami, after all, had been his own disciple. He had trained side by side with both Hiruzen Sarutobi and Shimura Danzo. Facing the second Hokage's crimson gaze, Uchiha Fugaku let out a bitter, hollow laugh. Huh. Lord Second Hokage. You heard me right. Uchiha Sure was Kagami's descendant. Your disciple's bloodline, isn't it ironic? Isn't it just laughable? Tobirama felt his composure crumble. The shock was almost too much to bear. Uchiha Kagami had been an extraordinary shinobi. If not for the simple fact that Kagami was an Uchiha, Tobirama would have gladly entrusted him with the Hokage mantle. And yet, it was Kagami's own descendant who had been destroyed by Danzo. What kind of monsters had he inadvertently raised in his time? Sensing the overwhelming volatile chakra pressure swelling in the summoning realm, Hirofumi Ito thought it best not to linger any longer. All 6 people present possessed the power of a Kage, and now every one of them was unleashing their chakra in a frenzy, their emotions barely in check. Without hesitation, Hirofumi Ito withdrew from the summoning space, leaving these venerable figures to digest the heavy truth on their own. After all, in a little while, Minato Namikaze was going to experience Uzumaki Naruto's life firsthand. Of course, he had to follow along. Part of it was to let these seniors witness the way Naruto was treated, and another part was to prevent Minato from falling into darkness and going on a rampage against innocent villagers. In Ita Hirofumi's mind, there was a high chance that once Minato truly experienced Naruto's life, he might be completely consumed by despair. At the moment, Ita Hirofumi was already multitasking. One part of his attention was inside the summoning space, while the other was sharing a meal with his group of comrades. For a ninja, this kind of split focus wasn't particularly difficult. This meal was nothing like their previous, lively gatherings. Even Naruto, usually so boisterous, sat in uncharacteristic silence, picking at his food. Not a single song escaped his lips, though he was usually the first to belt out a tune. Everyone understood now what Ita Hirofumi intended to do in the future. If they wanted to help their good friend, there was only one way: to train relentlessly, to become stronger with everything they had. As they took charge of their own clans, their personal strength had to reach a certain level too. Only then could they truly do something meaningful for the Hidden Leaf Village in the days to come. So at this moment, a heavy pressure weighed on everyone's hearts. Once they'd cleared away the dishes, the group didn't linger. Kiba Inuzuka hoisted Akamaru on his head. Everyone, I'm heading home now. There's still time left. I need to ask my dad for advice about how to improve teamwork between me and Akamaru. That's the fastest way for me to get stronger. I need to hurry home and study my clan's secret techniques. Another friend chimed in. Same here. I have to figure out how to breed new insects. Another added, I'm going back to review my homework. Someone else exclaimed, this is the spirit of youth. Tonight I'll run 500 laps around the village on my hands. If I can't finish, I'll do 2,000 push-ups instead. This is youth, Lee declared, his passion blazing. Brother, when we get home, can you train with me? Hinata asked. Her cousin Niji softly, almost timidly, of course. Let's go, Niji replied with a gentle smile. Once everything was tidied up, nearly everyone had left at last. Ita Hirofumi and Naruto also said their goodbyes. But this time, Hirofumi didn't hurry home. Instead, he quietly trailed after Naruto, watching as the boy returned to his empty apartment. Only then did Hirofumi slip into a secluded corner. Inside the summoning space, chakra gathered once more. Lord Fourth, in a moment, I'll summon you to the Hidden Leaf. As soon as you arrive, use the transformation jutsu to take Naruto's form. And remember, keep your emotions in check. I understand, Hirofumi, and thank you. Really, you don't have to call me Lord Fourth. You're one of Naruto's best friends. Just call me Uncle Minato. All right, Uncle Minato is ready. With these words, the chakra surrounding Ito Hirofumi faded away. A wave of nervousness washed over Minato Namikaze. After all, this was his first time returning to the real world since his death. Ever since his resurrection, he had lived exclusively within the summoning realm. The others, too, were filled with curiosity, eager to see what state a person would be in once summoned from the summoning realm into the real world. Ito Hirofumi found a secluded corner and began forming the hand seals for the summoning technique. In truth, he himself felt a sense of anticipation. He wondered what it would be like to bring someone from the summoning realm into reality. After all, he had never attempted such a thing before. The first time he had summoned someone, it was Madara Uchiha in the realm of the dead. And every subsequent summoning had taken place within the summoning space itself. This would be the first time he attempted it in the real world. With the seals completed, Ito Hirofumi slapped his hand onto the ground with a loud thud. In that instant, he felt a mysterious connection open up, a profound, almost inexplicable sensation, as the summoning array linked him directly to his summoning space, because this was a standard summoning and didn't use any of the system's summoning charges. The beings he could summon were limited to those he'd previously revived through the system. He could clearly sense each person's chakra, allowing him to easily choose to summon one or several individuals into the real world in an instant. As long as they were revived and summoned through the system, he could communicate with them effortlessly in reality. And most astonishing of all, there was no need to expend any chakra whatsoever. Normally, the stronger the summoned creature, the greater the chakra cost should be. Yet this time, Ito Hirofumi used only the chakra needed to form the summoning array itself. In other words, if he wished to summon Madara Uchiha Senju Tobarama Senju and the others all at once, it would not cost him even the slightest bit of chakra. This was a truly terrifying realization. Having grasped this unique aspect of his summoning technique, Ito Hirofumi immediately selected Minato Namikaze's chakra from the summoning space. There was a sharp bang. Minato Namikaze appeared before Ito Hirofumi in the blink of an eye. Without a moment's hesitation, Minato swiftly performed a transformation technique, taking on the appearance of his son, Naruto Uzumaki. At the same time, within the summoning space, Minato vanished in a puff of smoke. Thanks to the connection Ito Hirofumi maintained with the summoning space, Tobarama Senju and the others could also witness Minato's appearance in Konoha Village. What a terrifying technique this is! Just like that, a soul has been resurrected and returned to the world of the living. Tobarama Senju exclaimed in awe from the sidelines. Madara Uchiha, too, had been watching the scene with intense focus. Did any of you notice something? This kid, Minato Namikaze, who used the summoning technique, didn't seem to use any chakra. The only chakra he spent was just a tiny bit for forming the summoning array, Fugaku Uchiha pointed out, nodding. That's right, ancestor. If that's the case, doesn't it mean that little Howin can summon any of us into the real world at any time? And there wouldn't even be any restriction? It seems so. What a truly frightening ability. After a round of discussion in the summoning space, everyone fell silent, focusing all their attention on the events unfolding in the outside world. Little Howin. This is our first time meeting in the real world. It really feels almost unreal, Minato Namikaze said, his voice tinged with wonder. At this moment, he had transformed into the likeness of Naruto Uzumaki. Uncle Minato, I'll follow you quietly from behind. For now, you can feel free to wander around Konoha Village as you like, Howin said. Understood. With that, Minato, still in the guise of Naruto Uzumaki, stepped out from a deserted corner. Meanwhile, Ito Howin trailed him from afar. After all, he had no choice but to follow. What if in a fit of rage, Minato wiped out all those foolish villagers? That would cause an uproar far too great to contain. At this point, 12 years had passed since Minato's death, and the Konoha village of today had changed greatly from the one in his memories. As evening approached, the streets remained lively and bustling. Minato, still disguised as Naruto, gazed around with childlike curiosity. How wonderful! I never imagined that Konoha could change so much in just over a decade. The buildings are taller, and there are even more people than before. But just as Minato was marveling at the village's transformation, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted. Hey, look, that cursed Nine-Tails brat is out on the street again. Keep your voice down. Did you forget what happened last time? That demon fox kid led a group and beat several people half to death. I'd almost forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. That fox brat really is an evil one. Yeah, I was there that day. Those people really got it bad. I heard about it too. One of the victims was my second aunt's third, uncle-in-law's fourth, great-uncle's younger brother's sister-in-law's son's daughter's husband. It's just outrageous. It was just a few words about that fox brat, and yet that hateful fox dragged a bunch of people over and knocked out all my teeth. Isn't that exactly why they call him the wicked fox boy? Stop talking, just stop. That hateful fox kid is coming this way. Naruto Uzumaki, now in the form of Minato Namikaze, felt his face grow dark and heavy. He had indeed heard Ito Hirobumi mention such things before, but back then it was only hearsay. Now he was living it, experiencing it firsthand. What's more, his own son went through this every single day. So the fox brat, is this really the Hidden Leaf village I once gave my life to protect? What a rotten place it's become. But Minato forced all his anger deep down for the time being because he wanted to see just how far the villagers he once died to save would go. How cruel they could truly be. A little food stall selling dango stood at the side of the street. Minato walked straight over. Uncle, how much is this dango? Get lost. Get out of here, you wicked fox. I'd rather feed my dango to the dogs than sell it to you. Scram now. Minato's fists clenched tight, but he didn't linger. Instead, he headed to the next stall. Auntie, how much are your pastries? You disgusting fox. Who's your auntie? Get out of here now. As she spoke, the middle-aged woman hurriedly packed up her stall, as if afraid the fox boy standing before her would rob her at any moment. Minato felt as though he could barely breathe. Just then he heard someone shout, "Hey, fox kid." Curious, Minato turned around. It was the owner of a small grocery store. Boss, do you need something? Nothing much. I've got some milk and instant noodles. I'll give you a good deal. For a split second, Minato was stunned, so there were still good people among the villagers of the Leaf. But the moment he saw the milk and instant noodles the shopkeeper offered, his heart felt as though it were being squeezed painfully tight. Every single item was expired. So what do you say, fox boy? I'm being generous, you know. A few bottles of milk, a few tubs of noodles. Just give me 2,000 Ryo for the lot. Transformed in an Uzumaki, Minato's eyes grew red with anger as he glared at the shopkeeper. Boss, all of this is expired. Normally you'd have to throw it out, and yet you're trying to sell it to me for 2,000 Ryo? Even if none of this stuff is expired, it's only worth a few dozen taels at most. Damn it, you damn fox brat, buy it if you want. I don't give a damn. I don't even want to sell it to you. In the past, I only sold you some expired leftovers out of pity, and now you're trying to haggle with me? Get lost. Get as far away from here as you can. At this moment, Minato Namikaze was struggling to suppress his fury and chakra, his entire body trembling with anger. The more he thought about how his son had endured such insults over the years, forced to eat spoiled food, the deeper the pain in his heart grew. Holding back his rage and ignoring the shopkeeper, Minato headed to a barbecue restaurant called Mandarin Duck House. But as soon as he stepped inside, a heap of trash was hurled right at him. Damn it, what rotten luck. Fox brat, get out of here. You're not welcome in my place. I won't sell you a single bite. Out, now. Watching the restaurant owner curse and throw garbage at him, Minato could no longer hold back. You bastard. Bang! He lunged forward in a flash, lifted his fist, and landed a brutal punch right on the owner's face. With a sickening crack, the owner's nose was instantly broken, blood gushing from his nose and mouth, tears streaming uncontrollably from his eyes. Minato remembered what Hirofumi Ito had told him earlier. So he didn't unleash his chakra, relying only on his physical skills. But even so, the owner was no match for Minato's prowess. Oh my god. Look, the fox brat finally showed his true colors. Yet he's so violent. Hurry, call the ninja. The fox brat is killing people. This is disgusting. Just seeing that fox brat makes me sick. Minato's face darkened. His eyes cold as he swept his gaze over the diners and staff, listening to their insults toward his son. Naruto, Uzumaki. All of you deserve to die. Seeing this, Hirofumi Ito realized things were about to get out of hand. He rushed in, quickly placing a hand on Minato's shoulder. Naruto, what are you doing here? I thought you'd already gone home. Come on, let's go quickly. Hearing Ito's words, Minato finally calmed down, though his eyes still burned with murderous intent. Fine, let's go. Minato Namikaze cast a cold glance at the civilians around him. At this moment, he felt utterly disillusioned with them. How laughable. These were the very people he once risked his life to protect. And this is how they choose to repay his son. Is this what the third Hokage calls looking after his child? How generous his care has been. What a joke. He walked down the bustling street alongside Ito Hirofumi, but Minato no longer had any interest in observing the changes that had taken place in the Hidden Leaf Village. Hirofumi, I'm sorry. I couldn't hold back for a moment. I understand, Hirofumi replied. After all, as a father, this kind of thing is hard to accept. If my own son had gone through what yours did, I'd be sure to make the entire village pay dearly for it. Minato's face grew complicated at those words. Perhaps he had been a competent Hokage, but he was certainly not a good father, nor a good husband. He had already given his life for the village once. Now that fate had given him a second chance, why shouldn't he live for himself? Just a little. The fourth Hokage? The fourth Hokage was already dead. The man walking here now was only Minato. Namikaze, as they continued down the street, a sudden shout rang out behind them. Hirofumi! Naruto! Both Hirofumi and Minato turned curiosity-piqued to find Irika-sensei making his way over to them. You two troublemakers haven't gone home yet? Irika called out. Irika-sensei! Both Hirofumi and Naruto replied in unison. Irika looked at Naruto with a hint of puzzlement. Sensing something different about him today. Hey Naruto, what's going on with you? you seem a little off today. It's nothing really, Naruto replied quickly. Iruka didn't press the issue. He scratched his head and burst into hearty laughter. Well, what a coincidence running into you two here. I was just about to go have a bowl of ramen. Come on, let's eat together. My treat. Without waiting for an answer, Iruka swept both Hirofumi and Minato along toward the familiar Ichiraka ramen. When they arrived, Old Man Tucci looked up and greeted them cheerfully. Oh, Iruka and the kids, Hirofumi and Naruto. What'll it be today? 3 bowls of tonkatsu ramen. Iruka ordered coming. Right up? It'll be ready in a flash, Tucci replied with a wide grin. Hirofumi was no stranger to Ichiraka ramen. In the world of Naruto, this humble little ramen shop was a place brimming with a touch of magic, weaving its way through nearly every chapter of the story. He had visited countless times before, and the flavor of Ichiraku's ramen truly lived up to its reputation, especially in a ninja world where good food was a rare treasure. Before long, 3 steaming bowls of ramen were brought to the table. I'm digging in, Iruka announced, then picked up his chopsticks and looked at Naruto Uzumaki and Ito Hirofumi, who were seated on either side of him. You two should eat up as well. After you finish, make sure to get some rest. You've got class tomorrow. Graduation from the Ninja Academy is drawing closer, so you can't afford to slack off. Especially you, Naruto Uzumaki. Of everyone in class, you pay the least attention during lessons. The teachers are honestly worried whether you'll be able to pass the exams. So do your best. After all, isn't it your dream to become Hokage? If you can't even manage to become a Genin, there's no hope of ever reaching that goal. Iruka couldn't shake the feeling that something was off with Naruto today. His spirits were unusually low, and he seemed more withdrawn than usual. That's why Iruka added a few extra words of encouragement. Hearing this, Minato Namikaze felt a bit of comfort in his heart. At least his son still had good friends here in the Leaf Village, and a teacher who truly cared for him. Thank you, Iruka-sensei. Haha, Naruto, what's up with you today? Since when did you get so polite with your teacher? Usually at this point, you'd be shouting about how you're going to be Hokage one day. Minato felt a sharp ache in his heart. Hokage. Why do those words sound so bitterly ironic now? Perhaps Ito Hirofumi was right. Maybe the Leaf Village really does need to change. Picking up his chopsticks, Minato took a bite of ramen. The familiar taste washed over him, and for a moment he was lost in memories. Back in the day, he and his wife would often come here for ramen. He'd shared meals here with his teammates, and after becoming a Jonin leader, he frequently brought his students to this very spot. Yet as a father, he'd never once sat down to eat with his own son. Not even for a single meal. Obito Uchiha, the true culprit who destroyed my family. Hiruzen Sarutobi, that hypocrite hiding behind a mask of virtue. The meal felt increasingly strange to Iruka. What on earth had happened to Naruto? The change in him today was just too much. Hirofumi, what's going on with Naruto? Did something happen between you two just now? Iruka leaned over and quietly asked Ito Hirofumi, who was sitting beside him. It's nothing, Iruka-sensei, Hirofumi replied softly. Naruto's just feeling a little down, that's all. You know as well as I do what life is like for the ordinary folks in this village. Iruka understood and let out a long, weary sigh. I understand. After the 3 of them finished their meal, Iruka was about to leave, but after a moment's thought, he reached out and ruffled Naruto Uzumaki's hair. Hey Naruto, this isn't the Naruto Uzumaki I'm used to seeing as your teacher. In my eyes, Naruto has always been a bright, positive, and cheerful boy. Didn't you say your dream is to become Hokage and earn everyone's recognition? Your teacher will always be cheering you on. All right, I got it, Iruka-sensei. After a few more words, Iruka took his leave, and soon after, Hito Ito and Minato Namikaze also stepped out of Ichiraka Ramen, inside the summoning realm. Everyone watched the scene unfold with complicated feelings, because Minato Namikaze had just transformed into Naruto, and experienced those events firsthand, and because Hito Ito had been following from a distance, everyone in the summoning space had witnessed everything as clear as day. How ridiculous! Madara Uchiha let out a cold laugh, his voice sharp as he spoke from the side. He gave everything to the village, and yet this is how it ends for him. Konoha really is rotted to the core. Hashirama Senju stood beside Madara, his brows furrowed in silence, not uttering a single word. Tobirama Senju wanted to argue back, but he simply couldn't find the words, because the problems in Konoha really did run deep. Is this still the Konoha they once knew? The thriving, verdant great tree of old? Had its trunk already decayed from within? Tobirama understood Hirohito Ito's thoughts well. After all, Ito had never kept anything from them, laying all his beliefs and ideas on the table. Even before Ito voiced his intentions, Tobirama had already been wary of him. And after hearing those ideas, his vigilance only grew. In his eyes, Hirohito Ito was, without a doubt, an ambitious schemer, one burning with restless ambition. Yet, even if this kid was consumed by ambition, it didn't really matter. After all, including himself, his elder brother, and even the infamous Madara Uchiha, they had all become summoning beasts. None of them could truly be ordered around by this boy. At most, they'd make sure he stayed alive. So whatever thoughts Ito entertained, he'd have to rely on himself to realize them. But as he learned more about the current state of Konoha, as more and more dirty secrets came to light, Tobirama found himself wondering. Perhaps it really was time for Konoha to change. For a moment, Tobirama felt his heart in turmoil. Meanwhile, Mito Uzumaki quietly kept her thoughts to herself. Even if her husband was a bit slow, she trusted his judgment. As his woman, all I need to do is quietly stand behind him and support him. Yet Mito Uzumaki couldn't shake the feeling that this time her man might undergo some kind of change. Just as everyone was lost in thought, a sudden puff of smoke erupted inside the summoning space. Minato Namikaze had returned once more. A moment ago outside, Hirofumi Ito and Minato had found a secluded corner where no one else was around. There, Hirofumi simply released his summoning technique, and Minato was instantly transported back to the summoning space to the fourth Hokage. Tobirama Senju wanted to say something to Minato, but found himself at a loss for words. He wanted to tell Minato to let go, to move on, but what right did he have to say such things? Never advise someone to be kind without having endured their hardships. After all, Naruto Uzumaki was Minato's own son. Just recently, he himself had flown into a rage over Tsunade's departure from the Leaf Village, and now he was supposed to tell Minato to move on. It didn't make sense. Sensing the worried looks from those around him, Minato smiled bitterly. Don't worry about me. I'm not that fragile. In fact, I've started to look at things differently. The ideas Hirofumi just shared, there's something fascinating in them. Maybe it's time for the Leaf Village to change. With that, Minato turned his gaze to Fugaku Uchiha. Hey, Fugaku, how about we have a talk? Let's go. We'll talk at my place. And so Minato and Fugaku headed straight to Fugaku's villa. Watching them go, Tobirama let out a long sigh. Meanwhile, Hashirama Senju sat there in silence, lost in thought. Madara Uchiha, sensing Hashirama's gloom, quietly took a seat beside him to keep him company. Meanwhile, at Fugaku Uchiha's villa, Minato's friend was the first to break the silence. Minato, is there something you want to say? Or maybe you have other plans? Don't tell me. You want to return to the world and take the reins of the Leaf Village again? Looking at Minato across the table, Fugaku couldn't help but feel that his old friend had changed. Once Minato's presence was always bright and uplifting, but now there was a shadow over him. Then again, after all he'd been through, the fact that Minato hadn't lost his mind was proof enough of his strength. Minato shook his head at Fugaku's question. No, Fugaku, I have no intention of becoming Hokage again. The fourth Hokage is gone. He died long ago. The man standing here now is just Minato Namikaze. I once gave everything I had to the Leaf Village, even my life, but now with this second chance at life, I intend to live for myself. I intend to live for my family. After pausing for a moment, Minato Namikaze continued speaking. Fugaku, you're my friend. Back when I became Hokage, you supported me wholeheartedly. Now, I have an idea. What's on your mind? Go ahead and say it. Do you remember what Hirofumi Ito said before about needing money to summon spirits? Hirofumi Ito doesn't have any money, and he can't just leave the Hidden Leaf Village whenever he wants. But I've got a plan. I'll help him get the funds. Honestly, I really want to see Kushina as soon as possible. I miss her, so Minato, you mean? That's right. Fugaku, I wanted to ask if you'd be interested in joining me. If you are, maybe we could leave the village together. It feels like it's been ages since the two of us teamed up on anything, hasn't it? A smile crept onto Uchiha Fugaku's face as he listened to Minato's words. You're right, it really has been a long time since we worked together. Ever since you became Hokage and I became the head of the Uchiha clan, we've rarely been able to take on missions like regular shinobi. Getting out for a while actually sounds pretty nice. To be honest, I miss Makoto too. But we might need to earn a bit more money, just in case. After all, Hirofumi Ito mentioned that summoning spirits comes with a certain unpredictability. We can't be sure if we'll be able to summon the people we want in just one try. Besides, we're the ones asking this kid for a favor. Given his personality, don't you think he'll charge us a little commission? Ha ha. Minato couldn't help but laugh as well. No worries, then we'll just make a bit more. There aren't many ninja at the Hokage level in the Leaf Village. If we bring in a few billion-inch Kushina, is bound to appear. The real question is you Fugaku. If I remember right, Mikoto only reached the rank of Jonin, didn't she? Summoning her might take a little extra effort. Hearing this, Fugaku smiled mysteriously. Huh? Minato, there's something you don't know about the Uchiha clan Sharingan. In fact, before Mikoto's death, she awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Having the Mangekyo means her strength was on par with the Hokage level. Though Fugaku's face seemed relaxed as he spoke, his heart was filled with bitterness. The fact that his wife awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan just before her death was evidence enough of the deep pain she must have felt at that time. Watching her own son massacre their entire clan, even killing his own parents with his own hands. Mikoto must have been utterly hopeless in those final moments. Minato was taken aback by Fugaku's words. I never would have guessed Mikoto had awakened the Mangekyo as well. That makes things much simpler. We just need to go out and make a few more. Billion-inch, and then there shouldn't be any problem for Kushina and Mikoto. By now, Hirofumi Ito had already returned home. Along the way, he'd been curious about what would happen to Minato Namikaze after returning to the summoning realm. So he kept a close watch on what was happening inside. He caught every word of the conversation between Minato and Fugaku Uchiha, and understood their intentions as clear as day. To be honest, Hirofumi Ito hadn't expected Minato to take the initiative and propose making money. He'd originally been thinking about how to tempt the two men, but it turned out they'd come up with the idea themselves. This was certainly good news for him, since his only real headache right now was not having enough money. On top of that, he hadn't yet graduated from the Ninja Academy, so he couldn't come and go from Konoha Village as he pleased. Even if he wanted to go out and rob someone, there wasn't much he could do. But with Minato Namikaze and Fugaku Uchiha out there handling things, making money would be much more convenient. Just as Hirofumi Ito was mulling these things over, Minato's voice suddenly rang out from within the summoning space. Hirofumi, are you there? Fugaku, and I have something to discuss with you. With a focus of chakra, Hirofumi Ito appeared in the translucent dimension. Uncle Minato, Uncle Fugaku, I already heard everything you just talked about, no problem. After all, this works out well for me. But you both know the nature of summoning departed spirits is unpredictable. You need to bring in more money, since I can't guarantee I'll be able to summon the people you want in just 1 or 2 tries. I understand, Fugaku, and I've already made up our minds. Let's start tonight. Please summon us both out in a bit, and we'll figure out how to leave Konoha Village ourselves. So soon? Hirofumi Ito was taken aback. He hadn't expected Minato to be in such a hurry, to take action tonight of all times. Well, to raise a few billion isn't something that can be done overnight. Even if we're robbing people, it'll take time, and I want to bring Kushina back as soon as possible. I really do miss her. Oh, Hirofumi, once Kushina is summoned, will we be able to see Naruto? Minato looked at Hirofumi Ito with a hint of nervousness. Even though he was now alive in this state, he could only cross from the summoning world into the real world with Hirofumi's summoning technique. If Hirofumi refused, then even if he and his wife were brought back to life, the family might never be reunited in this lifetime. Hearing this, Fugaku Uchiha also grew a little anxious. He felt exactly the same way as Minato Namikaze. Yet Hirofumi Ito didn't hesitate at all. He simply nodded in agreement. Of course, that's not a problem. Uncle Minato, if you want to see Naruto, you can do it right now. And the same goes for you, Uncle Fugaku. If you'd like to meet Sasuke, I can take you to him this instant. But upon hearing this, the two men shook their heads at the same time. Let's wait for now, Minato replied. I want to bring Kushina along, so we can meet Naruto together. I hope to give Naruto a wonderful surprise. Uchiha Fugaku added, that's exactly how I feel. If I went to see Sasuke alone, it just wouldn't feel complete. After chatting for a while, the three of them went to explain the situation to Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senadura Uchiha, and Mito Uzumaki. Everyone expressed their understanding of the two men's decision. However, a different idea began to take shape in Tobirama's mind. That's right. Even though the Senju clan was wiped out, with Hirofumi Ito here, any ninja could be brought back to life. Most of the Senju were shinobi. Doesn't that mean they could all be revived as well? The thought made Tobarama's heart race with excitement, but the idea of working for someone as ambitious as Hirofumi Ito left him feeling uneasy. Perhaps it would be best to wait and see. After all, Hirofumi Ito is right here. If things go smoothly in the future, I wouldn't mind making a little money to revive all the Senju clan members, aside from Madara and Hashirama. Even Mito Uzumaki found her thoughts wandering in a similar direction, although the Uzumaki weren't part of Konoha and couldn't be revived just yet. There might be hope in the future. She already knew that if Hirofumi Ito could unite the entire shinobi world, he would be able to summon all the souls of the ninja world. When that time comes, perhaps the Uzumaki could return as well. As for Madara, his only real concern was his younger brother. He cared little for the other members of the Uchiha clan. In his eyes, they were little more than traitors, unworthy of his hard work or effort to resurrect them. Hashirama, meanwhile, sat there in silence, still sunk in melancholy. After settling these matters, Hirofumi Ito left the summoning space. Back in his own room, he stood up straight, summoning technique. With a powerful sound, the link to the summoning space opened, and in an instant, Minato Namikaze and Fugaku Uchiha appeared in Hirofumi Ito's room. Minato took a quick look around before speaking. Hirofumi, then let's get going. However, it probably won't be a short process. After all, coming up with several 100 million isn't something that could be done easily. Uchiha Fugaku turned to look at Minato Namikaze. Minato, there's a barrier around the Hidden Leaf Village. How are we supposed to get out? Don't worry, Minato replied confidently. Earlier, I sensed several Flying Thunder God marks I left behind. We can use the Flying Thunder God technique to leave the village directly. As he spoke, Minato placed his hand on Fugaku's shoulder. We'll be heading out first. How when? As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them vanished from sight in an instant. Once Minato Namikaze and Uchiha Fugaku had departed, Howen Ito lay back down on his bed, focusing his chakra within the summoning space. Madara, it's time for you to start teaching me how to train. The moment Howen Ito appeared in the summoning space, he called out for Madara. Although his current strength was far from weak, he still had plenty of room to improve. First, there was combat awareness. Neither his instincts nor his experience could compare to those legendary fighters. Then there was ninjutsu right now. His available techniques were limited to summoning a Gundam, his Mangekyo Sharingan, and the Flying Thunder God technique. Other than that, he only knew one Surank fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu, but Howen wasn't particularly worried about learning more ninjutsu. Now that he possessed a Sharingan, he could copy techniques just like Kakashi, with all 5 chakra nature transformations at his disposal, plus the chakra of Indra and Azura. He should have both Yin and Yang chakra as well. So learning new jutsu would just be a matter of seeing them once. You little brat, I don't have time to play with. You. Uchiha grumbled as he glanced at Hashirama Senju, sitting beside him, a hint of frustration in his eyes. For a while now, Hashirama had been sitting there in a deep gloom, staring blankly at the pebbles in front of him, silent and motionless. Lost in his own thoughts, Madara couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Just as Howen was about to tease Madara further, Tobarama Senju suddenly approached. Kid, your strength should be quite impressive by now, right? How about letting me test your skills? Oh, the second Hokage himself wants to give me some pointers? It's not out of the question. Tobarama replied. In truth, second Hokage Tobarama Senju wasn't looking to mentor Howen. What he really wanted was to gauge just how strong Howen had become. Even though this little brat had already said he'd gained some benefits from everyone here, he still wanted to try it for himself. All right, let's do this, Lord Second Hokage. Hirofumi could more or less guess what was on Tobarama Senju's mind. Still, he didn't refuse the challenge. After all, Tobarama had mastered no shortage of ninjutsu, not to mention a trove of forbidden techniques. If he could use his Sharingan to copy even a few of them, wouldn't that be quite the haul? Their duel immediately piqued the curiosity of the other 3. Even Hashirama, who had been feeling down, couldn't help but raise his head to watch. Flying Thunder God Technique. Flying Thunder God Technique. Both Hirofumi and Tobarama Senju launched into the Flying Thunder God at the exact same moment. Hirofumi wielded a special kunai he'd prepared in advance, while Tobarama, as always, merely held a small stone. In an instant, their figures flickered and darted about the field, weaving and vanishing faster than the eye could follow. Tobarama was growing frustrated. This kid's Flying Thunder God was nearly identical to his own. He couldn't find an opening at all, and thanks to inheriting the Uzumaki clan's bloodline, Ida Hirofumi possessed a massive reserve of chakra, making him nearly impossible to wear down in a battle of attrition. Swish, swish, the two faced off again, each standing poised for the next move. Seizing the moment, Tobirama swiftly formed a string of hand seals, water release, but just then, Ida Hirofumi activated his Mangekyo Sharingan in a flash, madly copying both Tobirama's hand seals and the subtle flow of his chakra. Water release, a strange synchronicity took hold. Both of them moved in perfect unison, as if controlled by the same thread. Water dragon bullet technique. In the blink of an eye, great torrents of water surged up around both of them, twisting and swirling before coalescing into gigantic water dragons. Watching Tobirama's water dragon bullet, Ita Hirofumi couldn't help but think of the legendary duel between Zabuza and Kakashi. Those two probably spent 3 minutes just on the hand seals. Yet here was Tobirama, finishing the technique with just 4 swift seals. 2 water dragons soared skyward, mirroring each other so perfectly that even their size and shape were identical. Crash! Thunderous waves collided as the 2 dragons struck one another, canceling each other out. Water sprayed everywhere, drenching the entire summoning realm as if a torrential rainstorm had broken loose. Tobirama's brows knit into a deep frown. "Kid, how do you know my water dragon bullet technique?" At this, Ida Hirofumi raised an eyebrow with a sly grin. "Lord Second Hokage, have you forgotten about my eyes? These are the Uchiha clan Sharingan, and they're not just any ordinary Sharingan." He paused for effect, a playful glint in his gaze. "These are the Mangekyo Sharingan, straight out of the legends. Isn't it easy to copy a jutsu?" Oomph. Wicked Uchiha. Tobirama Senju had completely overlooked this point. He had only wanted to test this brat's strength, but unexpectedly, by some twist of fate, he ended up letting this kid learn a B-rank jutsu. Truly, the Uchiha are sinister. That Sharingan. Why is it always so infuriating? Hey, Second Hokage, don't just stand there in a daze. I know your reputation. Master of forbidden techniques, the C-style ninja. How about you show me a few more jutsu for me to learn? Hirofumi Ito looked at him, eyes brimming with anticipation as he spoke. Tobirama sneered at the sight. "Ha, you little brat. Forget it, I'm done. Hey, Second Hokage, you can't be like this. You were the one who said you'd guide my training, and now, just because I learned a B-rank jutsu, you want to quit. You're the Second Hokage. Surely you're not this petty." In truth, Tobirama had never intended to guide Hirofumi's training. He only wanted to probe his abilities. But now it seemed that if this went on, the brat might steal every technique he had. "Has seeing those sinister Mangekyo Sharingan of yours is enough to kill my interest. Letting you learn a B-rank jutsu is already generous. TCH, what a cheapskate. First you say you'll fight, now you're backing out. Who gets away with that? Take this." Hirofumi's Mangekyo Sharingan spun rapidly in his eyes. With such a rare opportunity, he was determined to learn as many jutsu as possible. In an instant, the colossal Susanoo materialized before everyone's eyes. This was Hirofumi's own Mangekyo Sharingan Susanoo. So complete. Not even he expected it. A giant in the form of a crow Tengu appeared, clad in ancient-looking armor, 2 pairs of wings unfurled behind it, a massive longsword at its waist. Its entire form cloaked in dark red flames. The readers have been amazing, so the author can't slack off. Let's give it everything. Still writing. More coming this evening, what the, kid, are you insane? Tobirama never imagined this brat could summon Susanoo already. Was he trying to kill him? Hey, Second Hokage, isn't this all for your guidance? Shouldn't you at least let me learn a few more jutsu? A sinister, chilling laughter echoed through the air as Susanoo strode toward him. Raising a mighty fist, cold sweat began to bead on Tobirama Senju's forehead. He knew all too well how formidable Susanoo could be. In the past, he had suffered more than his share of beatings at the hands of Madara Uchiha, wielding that very power. And when he fought against Izuna Uchiha, he had only managed to defeat him by catching him off guard with a flying thunder god slash. Had he attempted a direct confrontation, he would never have stood a chance. After all, that wicked Izuna was once hailed as a ninja without a single flaw. "You little brat!" Tobirama snarled as Susanoo's massive fist came crashing down. In a flash, he vanished, using the flying thunder god technique to teleport himself to safety. With a thunderous boom, the place where Tobirama had just stood was obliterated, leaving behind a gaping crater as debris and dust billowed skyward. "Kid, are you actually going all out?" Tobirama shouted in disbelief. "Of course I am. What, do you think I'd be faking it? I even summoned Susanoo. Second Hokage, shouldn't you be pulling out some more jutsu yourself by now?" Hirofumi Ita shot back, winding up for another punch, seeing that Tobirama knew he had to get serious. Water style. Water colliding wave. Water style. Water formation wall. With two water style jutsu unleashed in quick succession, Tobirama barely managed to stave off Susanoo's assault. His nerves were fraying. This wretched brat, this naturally wicked kid, how could a Susanoo be every bit as powerful as Madara's? Had this child already become so strong? Meanwhile, Hirofumi Ito was brimming with excitement. Two more water-style jutsu mastered. What a windfall. Tobirama really is a treasure trove. Tobirama kept darting around the battlefield, teleporting from place to place using the Flying Thunder God technique. "Kid, your Susanoo may be nearly as powerful as that evil Madara's, but it also slows you down. Against my Flying Thunder God, you'll never keep up with my speed." Tobirama taunted, though there was a glint of admiration in his eyes. The truth was he was starting to feel a fondness for this talented youth. After all, while Hirofumi Ito possessed the Uchiha clan Sharingan, he wasn't one of those innately evil Uchiha. At the end of the day, he was a child of the Hidden Leaf Village. Perhaps Tobirama thought it wouldn't hurt to give him a few pointers. Hirofumi Ito paused, raising an eyebrow at Tobirama's words. The second Hokage had a point. Susanoo was powerful, but its massive size was a double-edged sword. Against a speed-focused ninja, it didn't offer much of an advantage. If the opponent was fast enough, all they had to do was keep running. Just like Tobirama Senju now, he was determined to keep using the Flying Thunder God technique, and I simply couldn't keep up with his speed. But in the blink of an eye, Hirofumi Ito had an idea. He knew the Flying Thunder God technique himself. He could also use Susanoo. So what if he could combine the Flying Thunder God technique with Susanoo? If that's possible, then it's worth a try. Thank you for the reminder, Second Hokage. I have to say you're truly remarkable, Lord Second Hokage. Your mind is as sharp as ever. No wonder you were able to create so many forbidden techniques. Now it's my turn to test out a new jutsu I've developed. Hearing Hirofumi Ito's words, a faint sense of foreboding crept into Tobirama's heart. Could this brat really have developed a new jutsu in such a short time? If that's true, isn't that just monstrous? Hirofumi Ito's Susanoo drew the long sword at its waist. Susanoo, Flying Thunder God Slash. In a flash, the massive Susanoo vanished without a trace. Seeing this, Tobirama instantly understood. What the hell? This kid actually fused the Flying Thunder God Slash with Susanoo? That's insane. The Flying Thunder God Slash alone is outrageous enough, and now you're using Susanoo to perform it. Are you trying to kill me for real? In that electrifying instant, Tobirama didn't have time to think. He unleashed every ounce of chakra he had throughout his body. Genjutsu, Bringer of Darkness technique. At the same time, with lightning speed, Tobirama scooped up a handful of small stones from the ground. After embedding his Flying Thunder God marks on them, he hurled them all away, activating the Flying Thunder God technique at his fastest. The Bringer of Darkness technique was a Genjutsu Tobirama had specially invented to counter the Uchiha clan Sharingan within its shroud. Even Hirofumi Ito's Mangekyo Sharingan was somewhat affected. Taking advantage of that brief moment, Tobirama teleported himself out of harm's way. In the next instant, a gigantic Susanoo appeared out of thin air exactly where he had just been standing. A thunderous crash struck everyone's ears as an enormous slash tore through the ground before Susanoo, splitting the earth and leaving a deep gorge stretching dozens of meters. Breathing heavily, Tobirama looked at the devastation. If he'd reacted a moment slower, he'd probably be nothing more than a lingering soul by now. Damn it, this brat is a monster. After that mighty blow, Hirofumi Ito instantly released his Susanoo. He hadn't expected that this single attack would consume so much of his chakra. So much, in fact, that even with the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, he found it hard to bear. Yet this sparked a new idea in his mind. Perhaps in the future, all sorts of jutsu could be combined and wielded together. Take, for instance, the Susanoo Flying Thunder God Slash he had just performed. Maybe he could develop a second form. Sage Art, Susanoo Flying Thunder God Slash. The power of that would surely be even more terrifying. After landing, Hirofumi Ito took several deep breaths, his chest heaving. The feeling of such massive chakra depletion really was like being completely drained of life energy. No wonder Kakashi always looked so listless. Turns out he was running on empty all the time. Madara watched Hirofumi Ito with an air of curiosity. Kid, what kind of mind do you have? Even a jutsu like that, you can invent it. Honestly, I never imagined that the Flying Thunder God technique, created by that devious Tobirama, could be used in such a way. Now I'm actually interested in learning this technique myself. Tobirama Senju, upon hearing Madara's words, hurried over, his face full of disdain. Humph, you wicked Uchiha. Give up that idea right now. If you want to learn the Flying Thunder God technique, you'll have to wait for your next life. There's no way I'll ever teach you. Not in 1,000 years. Madara wasn't the least bit offended by this. He merely shot Tobirama an exasperated look, a strange smile curling on his lips. Tobirama Senju, you really think you're something special, don't you? You're not the only one who can use the Flying Thunder God. The fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze mastered it too. And now Hirofumi Ito can use it as well. Why should I bother learning it from you? Who do you think you are anyway? Outrageous. You wicked Uchiha. Tobirama snapped. Madara responded with a mocking chuckle. Ha! Devious Tobirama. Just thinking about Tobirama's recent humiliation made Madara's heart swell with satisfaction. Tell me, devious Tobirama, how does it feel now? The mighty second Hokage, the legendary warrior of the Warring States era, bested by a kid who hasn't even graduated from the Ninja Academy. Isn't that just hilarious? So what do you think? The Uchiha Sharingan is powerful, isn't it? Susanoo is sturdy, isn't it? Jealous? Too bad. You'll never have it. And the Susanoo Flying Thunder God Slash. That's something you'll never pull off in your lifetime. But me, well, I can play with it all I want. Imagine me performing the Flying Thunder God right in front of you every day. Just the thought of it is exhilarating. Hirofumi Ito's expression grew a bit peculiar as he listened. Why did it feel like Madara was exuding a strange kind of mischievousness just now? Practicing the Flying Thunder God in front of Tobirama every single day. Why does this feel a bit like a pre-wedding jitters moment? Maybe I'm just overthinking it. Meanwhile, Tobirama Senju was so furious at Madara Uchiha that his face had turned a deep shade of purple, almost like a slab of pork liver. Just moments ago, Hashirama Senju had been brooding, but now he seemed to have completely recovered, his eyes gleaming with an unusual excitement. So, does that mean I can use the Flying Thunder God too? Just imagine, if I unleash my true several thousand hands, and then follow up with a Flying Thunder God Slash. That would be absolutely incredible. Tobirama, teach me. I want to learn the Flying Thunder God too, and when Madara masters it as well, we can have some real fun together. Hearing this, Hirofumi Ito was momentarily stunned. My goodness, using the Buddha-toppling true several thousand hands to perform a Flying Thunder God Slash. What kind of monster would that be? But as soon as he recalled Hashirama's talk about teaming up with Madara to play around, Hirofumi couldn't help but remember a thought he'd had back when he watched the anime in his previous life. The idea of Susanoo armor on the great Buddha statue. It was actually a popular fan theory among Naruto fans. In the world of Naruto, Hashirama and Madara had never actually developed such a jutsu together. Thinking about it, it made sense. After all, in this world, there simply wasn't anyone powerful enough to force those two to join forces. At that thought, a bold idea flashed through Hirofumi's mind, and he began to mutter under his breath, Sage art, true several thousand hands, mighty Buddha armament, Flying Thunder God Slash. As he whispered the name of this jutsu, Hirofumi swallowed hard. If this technique were really developed, not even the Sage of Six Paths could withstand it, right? Even if the Otsutsuki showed up, they'd be sliced in half with a single strike. Though Hirofumi had only murmured the words quietly, they instantly drew the attention of everyone present. Tobirama looked at him as if he were some kind of monster, while Hashirama and Madara stared at him with blazing, uncontainable enthusiasm. Even Mito Uzumaki, standing off to the side, wore a look of eager anticipation. Kid, what did you just say? Madara demanded, unable to contain his excitement. Hashirama was practically bouncing in place. That's right, little Hirofumi. What was that jutsu you just mentioned? Why does it sound like something only Madara and I could pull off together? Can you tell us more about it? Scratching his head a bit sheepishly, Hirofumi replied, It's just a theory I had, but it would definitely require the two of you to work together. But first you'd both need to master the Flying Thunder God. Of course, even without that, you might be able to experiment with another jutsu. If I'm not mistaken, Susanoo could probably be layered over the Great Buddha, right? When the time comes, if the two of you use this jutsu together, wouldn't that be Susanoo wrapped around the great Buddha? And if you added the flying thunder god slash on top of that, wouldn't that be absolutely terrifying? Before Hirofumi Ito could even finish his sentence, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha locked eyes, their gazes burning with excitement, and passion seemed to saturate the very air. Hashirama, Madara, Hashirama. Witnessing this scene, Hirofumi Ito could only shake his head in exasperation. As expected, their passionate shouting might be delayed, but it never disappears. Madara, I'm coming for you. Bring it on, Hashirama. Seeing their movements, Tobirama Senju, Hirofumi Ito, and Mito Uzumaki instantly put as much distance as possible between themselves and the two. Hashirama pressed his hands together in a seal, his face now marked by the distinctive patterns of sage mode. Madara, I know, Madara's eyes instantly transformed into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The two stood shoulder to shoulder, sage art, true several thousand hands, majestic attire. Great Buddha. With a thunderous roar, a colossal Buddha statue, hundreds of meters tall, erupted from the earth. Even more terrifying, behind this Buddha loomed thousands of arms, and in the blink of an eye, the statue began to change further. A suit of Tengu armor appeared around its body, and behind the countless arms, a massive set of wings unfurled. Atop the Buddha's head, a fierce Tengu mask materialized. Blue flames surged across the statue, armor covering each of its countless arms. In that moment, Madara and Hashirama stood atop the Buddha's head, both awestruck by the sheer might of their combined jutsu. Gulp. Watching this, Tobirama swallowed hard. If his elder brother and that wicked Madara had joined forces back then, wouldn't the ninja world have been unified ages ago? This overwhelming pressure, no legendary sage could ever hope to withstand it. Madara, Hashirama, Madara, Hashirama. Now, as Madara and Hashirama stood atop the Buddha's head, a boundless fighting spirit surged between them. But alas, there were no worthy opponents for them to test their power on. So, their gazes inevitably drifted toward the villa district Hirofumi Ito had created earlier. Madara, I know. The two atop the Buddha pressed their hands together in perfect unison. Chakra poured for their bodies in torrents, and the 1,000 arms behind the Buddha began to move all at once. Thousands of arms, like machine guns, surged wildly toward the villa district, unleashing a storm of destruction. With a thunderous roar, the ground trembled. Again and again, the earth shook with deafening explosions. In the blink of an eye, the entire villa district vanished without a trace, leaving behind only massive gaping craters. Clouds of dust billowed into the sky, blotting out the sun. Witnessing this scene, Ito Hirofumi, for some reason, suddenly thought of a song. And almost without realizing it, he began to sing aloud. When the moonlight falls across my face, I feel I've already changed so much. Will we ever meet again? Before Buddha, I've pleaded for thousands of years. Beside him, Tobirama Senju and Mito Uzumaki stared at Ito Hirofumi in sheer bewilderment. Why on earth did this kid suddenly burst into song? And what was that song anyway? Neither of them had ever heard it before, but strangely enough, it sounded rather pleasant. Kid, what on earth are you singing? Tobirama asked, his curiosity piqued. Ito Hirofumi's gaze remained fixed on the colossal Buddha in the distance. Yet he still answered Tobirama's question. It's called praying to Buddha. Don't you think it fits the mood perfectly? You're always coming up with these oddball things. That brat Naruto Uzumaki. Wasn't that bizarre chicken? You're so beautiful. Song he sang something you taught him too. At this, Ito Hirofumi raised an eyebrow. Of course, who else in the whole ninja world has my kind of creativity? Oh please, that chicken, you're so beautiful nonsense. What even was that? Totally pointless if you ask me. But this praying to Buddha really does suit the moment. Hearing this, Ito Hirofumi glanced curiously at Tobirama. So the second Hokage likes to sing too. How about I dedicate a song to you? Listen up, he cleared his throat and began. Tears still wet from days of old. A rainbow-hued bridal ball finds true love. Enough, enough. Tobirama hurriedly cut him off. What in the world are you singing? And why are you mimicking my voice? Don't you think it sounds great, Lord Second Hokage? Your voice is such a deep, magnetic quality. Honestly, you should consider practicing more. I have neither the time nor the inclination for such things. Elsewhere, Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju had just released their jutsu, their hearts still pounding from the sheer power of their combined technique. How had they never thought of Such a terrifying combination before. Having dispelled the ninjutsu, they noticed Ito, Hirofumi, and Tobarama chatting enthusiastically and wandered over, curiosity getting the better of them. Tobarama, Hirofumi, what are you two talking about? Yeah, kid, how are you getting along so well with this wicked Tobarama? It's a Hirofumi waved his hand. It's nothing. I just saw the two of you using your ninjutsu and was inspired to compose a song on the spot. I thought it fit the mood perfectly. What song? What song? Hashirama Senju's big face suddenly zoomed in with excitement. Even Madara Uchiha looked a bit curious. The song is called Seeking Buddha. Would you two like to learn it? I can teach you. And so Hashirama started learning Seeking Buddha, and after some persistent coaxing from Hashirama, Madara reluctantly joined in as well. One had to admit, Hashirama's learning ability was truly impressive. In just a moment, he was already swaying his hips and belting out the tune at the top of his lungs. Will we ever meet again? Will we ever meet again? I have pleaded before Buddha for thousands of years, oh, right? None of you got hurt just now, did you? Only now did the absent-minded Hashirama remember to check if the three of them had been caught up in his and Madara's ninjutsu. Suddenly, there was a loud thump. Ow! Honey, why did you hit me? Oomph. Only now do you think to ask. Just now you were too busy learning the song with Madara, weren't you? The two of you sure had a great time. Meanwhile, our home is gone. It's all right, sweetheart. Have you forgotten about my wood release? I just have to clap my hands, and a whole village will spring up. Just watch. Hashirama hadn't even finished his sentence when Ito Hirofumi snapped his fingers, and in an instant the previously vanished village district reappeared before everyone's eyes. Even the ground that had been shattered and the giant crater left by the two were gone without a trace. Incredible. Hirofumi, was that wood release too? In a flash, Hashirama leapt onto Ito Hirofumi's back. It wasn't. I just have control over this world. After all, this is my own summoning realm. But, Lord First Hokage, aren't you afraid Madara will get jealous if you hop onto my back like that? Hashirama suddenly realized, and with a guilty glance toward Madara, he noticed Madara's expression had darkened considerably. He quickly hopped off Hirofumi's back and dashed toward Madara. To be honest, he wasn't even sure what had come over him just now. Somehow Hirofumi gave him a feeling very much like Madara's, and he couldn't help but get close. Madara, let's go skip some stones. Get lost, you idiot. Aw, come on, Madara. You're hopeless. Fine, let's go. I knew you were the best, Madara. Will we ever meet again? Will we ever? Shut up, you idiot. Madara, was my singing really that bad? But I really do love this song, but if Madara doesn't like it, then I won't sing it. Hashirama sounded a little aggrieved, and when Madara saw the look of disappointment in Hashirama's eyes, he couldn't help but soften. It's not exactly unpleasant, Madara huffed. Hee, so I can sing then? Go on, you big oaf. Whenever the moonlight falls upon my face. Hashirama's voice carried off into the distance as the two of them walked away, their figures gradually fading from sight. Watching the pair disappear, Tobarama could only rub his forehead in exasperation while Mito clenched her teeth in anger. Mitane, how about I sing a song for you too? Hirofumi Ito offered a little nervously. What song, little brother? Ahem. I should be under the car, not inside the car. Watching you two being so sweet. Arg. Hashirama, you idiot. In a flash, Mito's chakra erupted, her red hair whipping wildly in the wind. Chains of adamantine ceiling shot out from behind her, surging furiously toward the distant Hashirama. Wife, why are you hitting me again? Witnessing this scene, Hirofumi Ito found it rather amusing. In his previous life, Naruto had been a big part of his youth. Now in this life, he was Naruto. Sometimes Hirofumi Ito thought this is exactly how Naruto should be. Full of passion, bonds, and friendship. With a stretch, Hirofumi let his chakra in the summoning space gradually dissipate. Today, he gained quite a lot. First, he developed a Susanoo Flying Thunder God Slash. Then he learned 3 water-style jutsu from Tobarama, and even picked up a Jinjutsu, the Darkness Technique. Tobarama had used that jutsu while Hirofumi was performing the Flying Thunder God Slash. Though it affected the perception of his Mangekyo Sharingan a bit, he still managed to copy it completely. The next day, as usual, Hirofumi Ito went to school, but after class, none of his friends left. Instead, they all insisted on going to Sasuke Uchiha's house. At first, Hirofumi thought everyone was gathering for another meal, but to his surprise, this time, they weren't there to eat, but to train like crazy at Sasuke's place. After everything that happened with Hirofumi, and knowing his ambitions, everyone was pushing themselves twice as hard. Half a month flew by in a blur. During this time, Hirofumi hadn't heard from Minato Namikaze or Fugaku Uchiha. He figured they were probably still busy trying to make money. Recently, Hashirama Senju had been persistently clinging to him, begging to learn more new songs. And every time Hashirama mastered a song, he would insist that Madara Uchiha learn it as well, even Tobirama. Senju, who was always nearby, was forced to pick up a few tunes too. Hirofumi Ito couldn't help but think that at this rate, they could probably hold a few concerts in Konoha Village before long. After all, nearly every one of the Konoha 12 could now sing several of the songs he'd taught. One evening, in Sasuke Uchiha's home, every single member of the 12 was gathered, even Niji Hyuga Rock Lee. And Tintin had shown up. Sweat glistened on everyone's faces, clear evidence that they'd just gone through an intense training session. Damn it, Hirofumi, you just keep getting stronger. Sasuke Uchiha had lost count of how many times he had challenged Hirofumi Ito, but every single time he was no match. It was infuriating. He knew Hirofumi had grown stronger thanks to that 500 million Ryo, but he simply couldn't accept it. If things kept going like this, how was he supposed to help Hirofumi realize his dream? How could he in the future help Hirofumi change Konoha Village? Naruto Uzumaki, sitting off to the side, looked rather troubled. He'd been working hard recently. But no matter how much he tried, he just couldn't learn a single ninjutsu. Instead, his physical strength kept improving. Of course, Hirofumi Ito understood exactly what was going on with Naruto. It was just the nine tails inside him stirring up trouble. Still, Hirofumi chose not to intervene. After all, Naruto still had a stroke of fate awaiting him. The Scroll of Seals. From that scroll, Naruto would eventually learn the multiple shadow clone jutsu, a technique he would rely on until the very end. So Hirofumi decided to wait until after the Scroll of Seals incident before having a talk with the Nine Tails. In fact, he'd even considered learning the multiple shadow clone jutsu directly from Tobirama Senju, since Tobirama was the one who invented it in the first place. Surely Tobirama must know it. But ever since their last sparring match, Tobirama had flatly refused any more bouts with him. Even when Hirofumi activated Susanoo and pressed a blade to Tobirama's throat, the man just sat there unfazed, like a stubborn old boar, refusing to budge. He wore the expression of someone who'd rather die than teach him anything. Either kill me, or give up. This left Hirofumi feeling helpless. He couldn't actually kill Tobirama. After all, that man represented a whole billion Ryo to him. Still, it wasn't as if Hirofumi had gained nothing lately. Compared to Tobirama's stubborn refusal to teach him anything, Madara Uchiha had shown him quite a bit of attention and support during this time. He had already copied almost all kinds of ninjutsu with his Sharingan. There were hardly any left untouched. Nearly every day, Madara Uchiha would spar with him, sharpening his combat instincts. Thanks to Madara, Hashirama Senju had also started guiding him during this time. But every time Hashirama taught, he would simply clap his hands and summon a giant Buddha. There was no way he could learn that. Still, it wasn't as if he gained nothing. Over these days, Ito Hirofumi noticed a strange phenomenon. The chakra natures of water and earth within his body had begun to fuse in an uncanny way. He had a hunch that if these two chakra natures fully merged, he might be able to wield the legendary would release Kekkei Genkai. Even more intriguing, the Indra and Azura chakras within him showed faint signs of merging, slowly, but undeniably so. On top of that, Mito Uzumaki held nothing back, often sharing with him various secrets of sealing techniques, as well as unique Uzumaki clan methods. Since he now possessed Uzumaki blood, learning sealed jutsu came naturally to him. Life had become truly hectic. By day, he attended classes at the Ninja Academy. At night, he studied in the summoning realm as he slept. In the evenings, he would train at Sasuke Uchiha's house alongside the other rookies. At this point, he had practically become the teacher of the 12 rookies. Whether it was ninjutsu or sealing techniques, he shared everything he could teach. Nothing was held back. As a result, this generation of rookies was far stronger than their counterparts at this point in the original story, by more than just a little. After all, with someone at Kage level personally guiding them, even a pig would grow stronger, let alone these talented geniuses. Hirofumi, just how strong are you now? Anyway, yeah, you're like a bottomless well. Honestly, after learning several new ninjutsu from you and training like crazy these days, I feel ready for the Chunin exams, but I still can't beat you. Speaking of which, aren't Lee, Sasuke, and Niji the strongest among us now? Regular Chunin probably wouldn't stand a chance against any of them. What a bunch of monsters, TCH, as if you're any different. The graduation assessment is tomorrow, isn't it? Yeah, it's come so fast. Once we graduate and become ninjas, it'll be hard to gather together like this. Don't slack off after graduation. Everyone, remember our dreams, absolutely, to change the Hidden Leaf Village or even unify the entire ninja world. Now that's what gets the blood pumping. If we actually pull this off, my life will have been worth it. Laughter erupted all around. Everyone was filled with excitement. Everyone, that is except Naruto Uzumaki, whose spirits seemed a bit low. The truth was, Naruto had made incredible progress recently. In terms of taijutsu alone, ordinary genin were no match for him anymore. The Uzumaki bloodline was truly formidable. But what troubled Naruto most was his inability to master ninjutsu. He struggled even with the most basic techniques like the transformation jutsu and clone jutsu. Transformation was bearable. Thanks to Howen's guidance, he'd managed to create his own unique jutsu, the sexy jutsu, and he actually seemed to have quite a knack for it. But when it came to clone jutsu, it was nothing but frustration. The clones he produced were either limp and lifeless or tiny as a doll, or strangely misshapen. It left Naruto worried. What if tomorrow's graduation test focused on clone jutsu? What would he do then? Naruto, what's on your mind? Howen Ito walked over and gave Naruto a reassuring pat on the shoulder. It's nothing. I'm just thinking about the graduation exam tomorrow. My clone jutsu is really terrible. What if that's what we're tested on? Don't worry. There's always a way out when you reach the mountain. For all we know, they might test transformation jutsu instead. If that happens, you'll shock Irika-sensei. So much his jaw will drop. Hearing Howen's words, Naruto's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. And even the group around him burst into knowing laughter. After all, everyone had already witnessed Naruto's signature transformation jutsu. It was unforgettable, especially Sasuke Uchiha, whose face turned the brightest shade of red among them all. He still remembered just a few days ago that idiotic Naruto had swaggered over, picking his nose, and declared he'd developed a new jutsu that he wanted to test on Sasuke. Sasuke had assumed Naruto was challenging him to a fight. But to his shock, with a pop, Naruto transformed into a blonde twin-tail version of himself, Naruto, and struck a series of flirtatious poses right in front of him. He was utterly stunned. For some reason, his heart started racing uncontrollably, and before he knew it, his Sharingan had activated on its own. In the very next moment, he blacked out. When he came to, he discovered that he'd awakened his Two-Tomo Sharingan. That's right. His evolution to Two-Tomo had happened in the strangest way imaginable. It was almost too ridiculous to accept. Still, all things considered, it could be counted as a good thing. At the very least, unlocking the Two-Tomo Sharingan had made him stronger. Yet, for some reason, the image of that golden, twin-tail Naruto would often float up in his mind, especially since that idiot Naruto Uzumaki kept going on about how he'd used the transformation jutsu to turn into a girl and ended up knocking himself unconscious. Lately, even Sakura Haruno had been giving him strange looks. Seeing the odd expressions on everyone's faces, Hirofumi Ito hurriedly waved his hand. To be honest, he never imagined that Sasuke Uchiha's Two-Tomo Sharingan would awaken in such a dramatic way. The first Tomo had emerged in a fit of rage after his clan was destroyed, but the second Tomo, it had appeared after being seduced, of all things, by Naruto Uzumaki. Alright everyone, that's enough training for today. Don't forget, we have the graduation exam tomorrow. Go home, get some rest, and make sure you have a good night's sleep. After leaving Sasuke's house, Hirofumi Ito returned home himself. But tonight, instead of going into the summoning realm for more training, he allowed himself a rare, peaceful night's sleep. The next day, the Ninja Academy was buzzing with excitement. After all, today was the day of the graduation exam. Class, this year's graduation test will be the clone jutsu, announced Irika-sensei from the lectern. At once, all 9 of the class's little powerhouses turned their eyes in unison to Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto's face fell instantly. No way. The test is really the clone jutsu. If that's the case, there's no way I'll become a ninja. This can't be happening. Naruto, do you have a question? Irika-sensei called out. And no, Irika-sensei? It's just, is there any way we could change the test? Maybe do the transformation jutsu instead? No, that's not possible. The graduation test is set by the Hokage every year. It's for your own good. If a genin can't even master the 3 basic jutsu, they're simply not qualified. Letting you become a ninja without that would be irresponsible. It's a matter of your own safety. Upon hearing this, Naruto fell into utter despair. As expected, everyone else passed the exam, except Naruto. His first attempt at the clone jutsu produced a limp, lifeless copy of himself. Iruka-sensei gave him a second chance, but the second time, Naruto managed only a tiny miniature version of himself. Failing the test left Naruto feeling dejected. Was he really going to have to repeat a whole year at the academy? After the exam, Niji Lee and Tintin hurried over when they learned Naruto hadn't passed this time. The 12 little warriors felt quite upset that Naruto Uzumaki hadn't passed the exam. One after another, they began to comfort him, each offering their own words of encouragement. Naruto, not wanting everyone to share in his disappointment, scratched his head and put on a nonchalant expression. Well, looks like I'll have to repeat a year at the Ninja Academy, you guys. Better not forget about me. Anyway, I'm off to take a leak. By now, only the 12 little warriors and Ito Hoben remained in the classroom. The other students had all gone home after passing their exams, waiting for the class assignments tomorrow. Even Iruka-sensei had left to organize the student roster, but before long, Naruto suddenly burst back into the room, kicking the door open with a loud thud. Guys, I have something really important to tell you. Mizuki-sensei from the next class just told me there's a super treasure hidden in the Hokage's office. It's called the Scroll of Seals. Mizuki-sensei said that if I can steal the Scroll of Seals and learn a jutsu from it, I'll be able to graduate for sure, but I can't shake the feeling that something's off about Mizuki-sensei. Like Hoben always says, he's a real schemer. Do you think he's trying to trick me? This kind of frantic writing really fries my brain. I feel like the zombies have eaten my brains already. If you can please support the author a little, if not with money, then at least with your presence. Just knowing you enjoy my book makes me happy. There's even a Power of Love gift that doesn't cost a thing. If you think my writing's not bad, please click and watch a short ad for me. I'd be so grateful. This book is about to break into the top 500 on the gift ranking, and honestly, I'm over the moon. You readers are amazing. Let's push a little further and help the book climb even higher. When that day comes, I, the author, will rule over Konoha as Hokage and appoint all my readers as the greatest Daiken lords of the village. All for Konoha. This is what youth is all about. After hearing Naruto's story, everyone immediately sensed there was something fishy going on. However, a faint smirk appeared at the corner of Ito Hoben's lips. I've waited so long for this day to come at last. I've dreamed so long, and now my dream is about to come true. Tobarama Senju, didn't you refuse to teach me ninjutsu? Well, I don't even need your lessons this time. I'm taking the 12 little warriors with me to steal the Scroll of Seals. With that thought, Ito Hoben spoke up. I actually think it's worth a try, but sneaking into the Hokage's office to steal something is dangerous. It'd be safer if we all went together. That way some of us can watch out, some can scout, and some can act. Once we get the Scroll of Seals, we make our getaway right away. After hearing Ito Hirofumi's words, everyone nodded without the slightest hesitation. Naruto Uzumaki was deeply moved by the scene. He never expected that for the sake of his smooth graduation, everyone would be willing to follow him to the Hokage building to steal something. Inside the summoning space, Tobarama Senju was utterly furious at what he saw. Big brother, sister-in-law, look at this troublesome brat. This wicked brat has finally revealed his true ambitions. What is he up to? He actually wants to steal the Scroll of Seals. That's the most important artifact in the entire Hidden Leaf Village. And this wicked brat is not only going himself, he's dragging all these people along too. Steal the Scroll of Seals with him. This is no different from turning into rogue ninjas. Uchiha Madara shot Tobarama a cold glance. What a joke. Why is this brat trying to steal the Scroll of Seals? Isn't it just because you refuse to teach him? If you're willing to teach him, would he need to resort to stealing it? Why should I teach him? Sure, I owe him a life debt, but I can see that this brat is clearly an ambitious schemer. If the Hidden Leaf Village really ends up in his hands, that would be the true disaster. Tobarama continued to argue stubbornly, but deep down he was already wavering. He even felt a faint urge to teach Ito Hirofumi himself. Yet he'd already said harsh words at the start. If he turned around and taught him now, wouldn't that make him seem shameless? Meanwhile, Hashirama Senju simply waved his hand nonchalantly at the side. Tobarama, there's no need to get so worked up. These little ones are all children of the Leaf Village. Even if they learn some jutsu from the Scroll of Seals, it's not a big deal. Big brother, that's the Scroll of Seals. It contains all the most powerful jutsu in the Leaf recorded since the Warring States era. It's fine. These kids are all quite talented. Maybe they'll pick up some impressive techniques from it. Tobirama was utterly speechless. His big brother was always like this compared to outsiders. His brother was endlessly forgiving toward the children of his own village. Forget about stealing the scroll of seals. If these kids set the entire Hokage building on fire tonight, his brother probably still wouldn't get angry. The truth was Tobirama's anger came from two places. On one hand, these kids were bold to the point of recklessness, daring to steal from the Hokage building. On the other hand, he found Ito Hirofumi's actions unnecessary. Sure, he hadn't taught the boy ninjutsu, but why couldn't the kid just come and ask him? If he pleaded, Tobirama might have reluctantly agreed to teach him. But this wicked brat, he never even bothered to ask. You wicked little imps, are my teachings really no better than that sealed book? These past weeks, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, has been plagued by a persistent headache. For reasons unknown, the ninja world has been beset by a slew of problems over the past half-month. What's more, a number of well-known tycoons and merchants have been flocking to the Hidden Leaf Village, issuing missions and requests. Yet, not a single one of these problems has been resolved. Staring at the stack of mission reports before him, Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep, steadying breath. Take Inuguru, a casino magnate. Just days ago, two mysterious ninja robbed him of 30 million ryo. Inoue Megan, owner of a popular hot springs bathhouse, was robbed of 13 million ryo also by two ninja. Then there's this Xiao Hunan, a grain tycoon, who suffered a staggering loss of 70 million ryo in one fell swoop. And that's not all. There's a whole list of wealthy businessmen and merchants, their losses ranging from a few million to over 100 million ryo. No wonder Hiruzen's head ached. What on earth is going on? According to their accounts, each victim encountered two bizarre ninja, who were after nothing but money and never harmed anyone. But, based on their descriptions, the appearance of the two ninja was different every time. Perhaps these ninja used transformation jutsu to disguise themselves. What a headache. Not a single one of these missions has been completed yet. Just who could be behind all this? Could it be the Akatsuki group Uchiha Itachi mentioned before? But isn't Akatsuki supposed to be a mercenary organization? And from what Itachi said, they're hardly short on funds. Why resort to robbery? What a troublesome time. Just where did these two ninja come from? Hiruzen placed a stack of mission reports back on his desk and massaged his temples. Hokage-sama, came a voice from outside. It was an AMBU ninja. Come in. Hiruzen called Hokage-sama. Another merchant from the Land of Fire has just come to issue a new mission. Don't tell me he's been robbed as well. Hokage-sama, your insight is as sharp as ever. How much did this one lose? Hiruzen asked, resignation in his tone. Hokage-sama, according to the merchant, he lost 38 million ryo in cash. No goods were taken, not a single item missing. Understand? You may go now. Yes, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen Sarutobi found himself quite troubled lately. Missions like these had been coming in almost daily, yet not a single commission had been completed by the Hidden Leaf Village. If things continued this way, it would seriously damage the village's reputation. After pondering for a good while, Hiruzen still couldn't think of a solution. Resigned, he simply decided to stop worrying about it for now. Today is the graduation assessment at the Ninja Academy, isn't it? Mizuki, that fellow, seems to have already made contact with Naruto. Well, at least that saves me some trouble. Little Naruto, the scroll of sealing has already been prepared for you. Now it all depends on how much you can learn from it. A moment later, Hiruzen tapped his desk. Instantly, an AMBU ninja appeared in his office. Lord Hokage, do you have any orders? All of you withdraw from the Hokage building. Yes, Lord Hokage. The AMBU didn't ask for a reason when the Hokage gave an order. Their only duty was to follow it without question. And so, as night fell, the 12 little prodigies, along with Hirofumi Ito, making 13 in total, crept toward the Hokage building. Hinata, Hyuga, Ino, Yamanaka, Sakura, and Tintin took up watch around the perimeter, while the remaining 9 boys charged straight into the building. Hirofumi Ito actually knew the truth. This book of seals was something the third Hokage had prepared especially for Naruto Uzumaki. Still, he couldn't help but wonder what kind of expression the third Hokage would have when he saw so many kids trying to steal the scroll together. Normally, the Hokage building was guarded as tightly as a fortress. If a group of kids like them had tried to waltz in any other day, the AMBU would have stopped them in an instant. But tonight, there was no sign of the AMBU at all. Witnessing this, Hirofumi Ito's suspicions were confirmed. The scroll had indeed been set up by Hiruzen Sarutobi just for Naruto. The old man did have a heart after all. He knew to give Naruto something truly valuable. As soon as the group entered the building, Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately sensed that something was amiss. According to his plan, after being manipulated by Mizuki, Naruto should have come alone tonight to steal the Book of Seals. Hiruzen had placed the scroll there well in advance, ready for Naruto to retrieve. All he needed to do was put on a casual act when Naruto arrived, let the boy take the scroll, and after Naruto had learned for a while, pretend to take it back, everything would play out perfectly. And when the dust settled, all the blame could be pinned on Mizuki. After all, that traitor's shoulders were made for carrying such burdens. Fortunately, with Shuemu here, there was no need to rack his brains for a way to pin the blame on Danzo. But what happened next was completely beyond Hiruzen Sarutobi's expectations, because Naruto Uzumaki hadn't come alone. In fact, he'd brought along a whole crowd of classmates. These little rascals had even posted 4 girls outside the Hokage building as lookouts. It almost had the air of a real ninja mission, though it was a bit of a shame. They were still too green. After all, with the old man himself sitting here, how could they possibly hope to steal the Scroll of Seals? While Hiruzen Sarutobi was still pondering these thoughts, Naruto Uzumaki suddenly kicked open the door to the Hokage's office with a resounding bang. "Grandpa Hokage! I'm here, damn it!" Watching this band of kids pour into his office in one big rush, Sarutobi's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Well, so originally you planned to sneak in and steal the Scroll of Seals, and now you've decided to go for a blatant snatch, is that it? Do these little ones really think they could just take the scroll right in front of a Hokage? It seems these children are a bit too bold for their own good. The old man would just have to show them what a true Hokage is. Hiruzen Sarutobi slowly got to his feet. "And what you little scamps up to now?" At this moment, everyone except Ito Hiromi was feeling more or less nervous. After all, the plan had been to steal, and now, for some reason, it had turned into a full-on robbery. And could Naruto really handle the third Hokage? Even if the Hokage was old, he was still the Hokage. They'd grown stronger over this period, but the idea of defeating a Hokage was pure fantasy. Naruto himself felt a bit nervous, but Hiromi had already assured him before. His jutsu would definitely work on Grandpa Hokage. All right, then let Grandpa Hokage witness my ninjutsu. "Grandpa Hokage." "What is it, little Naruto? Is something the matter?" "Nothing much. I just developed a new jutsu, and I wanted Grandpa Hokage to give me some pointers." "Oh, and what kind of jutsu would that be?" At this, Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't help but smile. So this little rascal Naruto actually wanted to try something on him. In that case, he'd humor these kids for a while and see just what Naruto had come up with. But in the next instant, Naruto's hands formed a rapid series of seals, sexy jutsu. With a sudden burst of smoke, Naruto was instantly transformed into a golden-haired girl with twin ponytails, and she was even swaying back and forth right in front of Hiruzen Sarutobi. "Hey there, come on, let's enjoy ourselves. There's so much time left." All the little tough guys watching this scene blushed, their faces tinged with red. Honestly, their life experience was far too limited. Who among them had ever witnessed something like this? Especially Sasuke Uchiha. Thump, 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 thump. He could practically hear the frantic pounding of his own heart. Suddenly, he felt a warm rush in his nose. Sasuke reached up to wipe it. What's happening? He was actually having a nosebleed, but the reaction on the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi side was even more dramatic. His eyes bulged wide, as if confronted with something utterly terrifying. The next instant, his jaw dropped open and a strange guttural noise escaped his throat, like he wanted to say something, but the words simply wouldn't come. And then a moment later, a fountain of blood erupted from Hiruzen's nose. Twin jets of blood shot straight down to the floor. The force was so strong it actually propelled Hiruzen back. He shot off with a whoosh bang. His head collided straight into the wall, and in the next second he lost consciousness. But even after passing out, those 2 streams of blood showed no sign of letting up. That's settled, Hokage. Grandpa sure is a pushover. Looks like Hoenn was right after all. My jutsu really can take down the Hokage with ease. On the other side, all the little tough guys wore nearly identical expressions, their grins stretched wide in disbelief. No one had expected that the mighty Hokage would be so easily defeated by a single jutsu. And the sheer amount of blood. Just looking at it, you could tell the injury was serious. Hoenn Ito, watching the scene, had more or less predicted this outcome. though he hadn't expected Toby to lose quite so much blood. So it was true. Blood really could spray with that. Much recoil. All right. Naruto grabbed the scroll of seals. We're out of here. Got it. Naruto Uzumaki quickly snatched up the scroll of seals, and the group of tough little kids made a hasty retreat from the Hokage's office. Back in the day, I could never hold back my tears. Tobirama Senju, that the second Hokage, was at that moment relaxing in his villa, enjoying a hot pot and singing to his heart's content. At first, Tobirama had been utterly resistant to this strange and quirky song, but after hearing it a few times, he found himself growing fond of it, and eventually he even learned to sing along. There's just something about singing when you're having hot pot. It really makes the meal complete. Tobirama was enjoying his drink, utterly at ease, when suddenly he sputtered it all out in surprise. Through the summoning space, Tobirama had sensed what was happening outside. His own prized disciple, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, had actually fallen for such a trivial and unsophisticated seduction jutsu. And to make matters worse, the amount of blood he lost was simply terrifying. This was clearly a serious injury. The most absurd thing was that he even passed out cold just like that. A group of brats swaggered out of the Hokage tower, parading the scroll of seals as though it were nothing. Damn it, this was the height of ridiculousness. Meanwhile, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha were by a small river, competing to see who could pee the farthest. Originally, Madara had no interest in joining such childish antics. After all, it was a game from their youth. But Hashirama had pestered and cajoled him until he gave in. Once the competition began, Madara was completely focused. He took aim at the far bank and unleashed his full power. With a mischievous cackle, he declared, "Hashirama, you couldn't beat me at this when we were kids, and you still can't now. After all, Mito has to prepare all those tonics for you every day. How can you compare to me? Watch as I blast right through that rock on the other side." Madara was giving it his all, but on Hashirama's side, his attention was suddenly drawn to something happening elsewhere. "Suga!" he exclaimed in awe. Madara felt an immense sense of pride at hearing Hashirama shout. "Huh. Surprised, aren't you? Jealous, aren't you? Hashirama, this is my natural talent. You'll never match me." But when Madara glanced over, his expression quickly soured. Hashirama, the lovable goof, wasn't marveling at Madara's display at all. He was completely absorbed by something happening in the outside world. Madara felt thoroughly disgruntled. Here he was putting his all into blasting right through that rock. And yet Hashirama didn't even notice. "Madara, that jutsu little Naruto just used is incredible. I have to learn it myself someday." Upon hearing this, Madara also turned his attention to the events unfolding outside. In the next moment, his face twisted with disdain. Was this really the third Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village, defeated by such a cheap, unimpressive seduction jutsu? Just look at how much blood he lost. What a joke. If even the Hokage is this pathetic, it's no wonder the village is in such a sorry state. But then when Madara heard Hashirama saying he wanted to learn that jutsu too, an image suddenly popped into his mind. Hashirama, right in front of him, transformed into a tall, straight-haired beauty. Long, graceful legs, silky hair, cascading to the waist, two impressive thunderbolts on the chest, and a face of exquisite perfection. In that instant, Madara Uchiha suddenly felt an itch in his nose and hurriedly wiped it with his hand. "Oh dear, Madara, why are you having a nosebleed?" Hashirama Senju stood before him, his eyes filled with concern, making Madara feel even more unsettled inside. "You big oaf, get away from me now!" Madara shouted in exasperation. Just then Hashirama seemed to think of something and swallowed nervously. "Madara, could you try learning the sexy jutsu too? I really want to see what you'd look like as a girl." "Please, I bet you'd be super pretty," Hashirama spoke, looking utterly infatuated, while two thin streams of red trickled from his nostrils. "You idiot! Get away from me!" Madara yelled again. "Oh, come on, Madara, just give it a try, please." Hashirama whined. "Get lost," Madara roared. Then, "Madara, don't you want to see what I look like when I transform?" Hashirama tried one last time. "Absolutely not. I have zero interest. The farther away you are, the better." "Now scram," Madara barked with all his might. And so, on this day, the two great heroes of the ninja world, who hadn't been injured for countless years, both ended up bleeding, though not from battle. Meanwhile, at home, Mito Uzumaki was cooking the limbs of some unknown creature in a clay pot. The limbs were oddly long and thin. Given her extraordinary sensory abilities, nothing happening between Hashirama and Madara could escape her notice instantly. Mito clenched her teeth in fury. She grabbed a chopstick and stabbed it, furiously at the long pieces simmering in the pot. Hashirama, you blockhead. Go to hell. She stabbed again and again, venting her anger for quite a while. At last, Mito let out a long sigh, and a certain song that Ito Hirobumi had taught her popped in her mind. Sigh. I love you, but you love her. This game of love has left me so tired. Outside, Naruto Uzumaki had already obtained the Scroll of Seals. Nearby, Hinata, Tintin, and Sakura, who had been keeping watch around the Hokage building, joined up with the main group, together with Ito Hirobumi. The 13 little powerhouses hurried toward a grove at the edge of Konoha village, but this was not the place where Mizuki and Naruto had originally agreed to meet. In fact, it was in the opposite direction. Once they reached a clearing in the woods, Naruto set the Scroll of Seals down and unfurled it completely. Everyone, come learn these now. Ito Hirobumi called out to the others as well. These are all the most powerful jutsu Konoha has collected since the Warring States period. Hurry, memorize as much as you can. Learn as much as you can. Time was running out. Soon the third Hokage would probably wake up. So everyone, focus and memorize as much as you can. It's best if each person can remember 1 or 2. Then we can share with each other afterward. Hearing this, the group of young ninjas began frantically committing the jutsu techniques to memory, their minds racing to absorb every detail. None of them dared use paper to take notes, each keeping their guard up. After all, if anything were written down, the third Hokage would surely confiscate it later. Sasuke Uchiha immediately activated his Sharingan with 2 tomo, his eyes spinning as he memorized the techniques at a furious pace. Sakura Haruno was every bit the model student, her gaze fixed on the scroll as she recited the information under her breath, rapidly memorizing every point. I'll update 3 chapters first. More coming this evening, Ito Hirofumi also took advantage of the moment, using his Mangekyo Sharingan to imprint every jutsu from the Scroll of Seals into his memory. But for now, it was just memorization. He hadn't actually mastered any yet. Learning so many jutsu in such a short time was simply impossible. Excitement buzzed through the whole group. Just reading about these forbidden techniques, they could tell how much more powerful these were compared to what they usually studied, far beyond anything they'd learned before. Meanwhile, Naruto Uzumaki's gaze landed on the first jutsu in the Scroll of Seals, the multi-shadow clone technique. The moment he saw the name, Naruto felt a strange sense of destiny, as if this technique was meant for him. Without thinking, he began copying the hand seals as shown in the scroll, his hands moving almost of their own accord. Multi-shadow clone technique. With a burst of energy, the forest around the 12 young ninjas was suddenly filled with 100 Narutos appearing in a flash. The sight left everyone stunned. What just happened? Why are there so many Narutos all of a sudden? Hey, did Naruto actually learn the multi-shadow clone technique? That's insane. Even Naruto was a bit dumbfounded. He tried to imitate the seals without really thinking. And somehow he not only learned the technique, but summoned all these clones in an instant. Man, I really am a genius, he thought, brimming with newfound confidence. Ito Hirofumi was equally surprised. He'd seen this moment in the anime before, but watching it unfold in real life was even more impressive. As expected of Naruto Uzumaki, he wondered, if Naruto tried to learn the Rasengan now, would he master it earlier than in the original story? Ito Hirofumi had just noticed that the Scroll of Seals contained the Rasengan as well. Naruto, what is it, Hirofumi? Take a look at this technique called the Rasengan. Memorize it, and see if you can learn it in a short time. This jutsu is seriously powerful. Hearing Ito Hirofumi's words and seeing the ninjutsu, he pointed to Naruto Uzumaki, didn't hesitate for a moment, and immediately began to study it. However, compared to the multi-shadow clone jutsu, the Rasengan proved to be much more difficult. Eager to see if he could form a Rasengan, Naruto tried several times, but in the end he could only give up with a sigh though. He made sure to memorize every aspect of the Rasengan's theory. Ito Hirofumi also took the opportunity to examine the multi-shadow clone jutsu. This technique was vastly different from the regular clone jutsu. The multi-shadow clone jutsu is a high-level, ranked technique. Not only do the clones it creates look identical, but they also possess the same strength and abilities as the original, allowing them to fight, carry out missions, and even think independently. However, this jutsu consumes a tremendous amount of chakra. Fortunately, Naruto, bearing the blood of the Uzumaki clan, naturally had an immense chakra reserve, and with the nine tails sealed inside him, learning this jutsu was relatively easy for him. Ordinary clone jutsu, on the other hand, produces only illusions or fragile copies, which usually lack the full abilities of the original and can vanish at the slightest touch. Now, with the purest Uzumaki bloodline, Ito Hirofumi found that learning the multi-shadow clone jutsu was no difficult task for him either. While this group of spirited young shinobi were still frantically jotting down notes and studying, on the other side of the village, Mizuki looked utterly dumbfounded. He had spent half the night crouching alone in the forest, feeling like a complete fool. Where on earth had that troublesome fox brat disappeared to? Perched on a tree branch, Mizuki's expression turned grim. That damn fox kid. Don't tell me he's failed already. I knew I couldn't count on him. What a waste. I didn't even get the scroll of seals. And now, there's no way to please Lord Orochimaru. Curse fox brat. Whatever. Maybe if I wait a little longer, that kid will show up after all. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, gradually regained consciousness. At this moment, his face was pale, clearly suffering from significant blood loss. The first thing he did upon waking was glance over to where he had kept the scroll of seals. Sure enough, the scroll was gone. I can't believe I actually passed out just now. Still, I must admit the power of that jutsu is truly impressive. No, I must retrieve the scroll of seals as soon as possible. But those kids have probably already learned the techniques from the scroll. They're all future clan leaders. It's not like I can use force against them. Just as Hiruzen was mired in worry, the door to the Hokage's office suddenly burst open with a loud bang. Naruto, Uzumaki, and the rest of the determined young shinobi poured in once again. One after another, Naruto Uzumaki held the scroll of seals in his arms. By now, everyone had almost finished memorizing all the jutsu recorded in the scroll, so it no longer held much value for them. Grandpa Hokage, I have something extremely important to report, he shouted. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at this group of Konoha's second generation and frowned slightly. You kids really are bold. You actually came to the Hokage's office to steal the scroll of seals? Do you realize that what you just did could have made you missing Nin? At that moment, Hirofumi Ito stepped forward. Grandpa Hokage, we weren't trying to steal the scroll of seals. We wanted to protect it. Naruto promptly placed the scroll onto Hiruzen's desk. That's right. Grandpa Hokage. That's exactly it, and I was just about to report it to you. That Mizuki-sensei from the Ninja Academy is no good. He told me to steal the scroll of seals. Who am I, Naruto? Uzumaki. I'm destined to become Hokage. There's no way I'd steal something so important to the village. But I was really worried, so I had to gather everyone to protect the scroll first. Grandpa Hokage, hurry and send someone to catch Mizuki. That villain is probably still waiting for me. As Naruto finished, he absent-mindedly picked his nose on the side. Hiruzen Sarutobi could only sigh in exasperation as he listened. What could he do? There was nothing he could do. These kids had all seen the scroll of seals by now, but so what? Was he supposed to kill them all? If he locked them up today, by tomorrow, he'd probably be deposed as Hokage. In the end, Hiruzen could only accept this reality with resignation. He promptly shifted all the blame onto Mizuki. The AMBU moved out immediately to apprehend Mizuki, while the group of children ended up safe and sound, even hailed as little heroes for protecting the scroll of seals. This incident also caught the attention of their teacher, Iruka, because Naruto had helped protect the scroll of seals. Iruka personally awarded him his ninja headband. After leaving the Hokage's office, the group didn't rush off. Instead, they all headed to Sasuke Uchiha's house. Hiruzen Sarutobi watched this scene, his eyes shadowed with uncertainty, without realizing it. Konoha's next generation had already formed a small group. Whether this was good or bad, he couldn't tell, and he couldn't shake the feeling that these kids were up to something else. But still, they were just a group of kids. What kind of waves could they possibly stir? On his way to Uchiha Sasuke's house, Hirofumi Ito gathered his chakra in the summoning space. This time, he had something to discuss with Tobirama Senju. If he wanted all these tough kids to become stronger quickly, he would need an outstanding teacher. Although everyone now had the training methods for the jutsu from the Book of Seals, mastering them was not something that could be achieved overnight. Tobirama Senju had refused to teach him in the past, but now that they had all the training methods, surely Tobirama wouldn't refuse anymore, right? After all, even if he didn't teach them, they would learn it all sooner or later. Hey, second Hokage, are you having a meal? Humph. You little brat born with evil in your bones. What do you want from me this time? Are you here to mock me? Now you have all the training methods for every forbidden technique in the Hidden Leaf Village. I suppose I'm useless to you now, aren't I? Or perhaps you've come today to kill me. Hirofumi Ito showed not the slightest restraint and sat right down at the table. Second Hokage, what are you saying? You're my senior and the second Hokage of the Leaf. How could I ever do something so outrageous? Actually, I do have a favor to ask of you this time. Hey, you little villain born evil, and yet you still have something to ask of me. What do you think I can do for you now? I'm nothing more than a mere summoned beast. Ah, second Hokage, you're being far too modest. After all, you're the legendary master of forbidden jutsu and the sea-style ninja, the man who forged a summoning contract with the ocean itself. I believe your heart must be as vast as the sea. Even though we've gotten the training methods for these forbidden techniques, mastering them is hardly something that can be done overnight. That's why I want to find an excellent teacher for my friends. And of course, you were the very first person I thought of, after all, throughout the entire history of a Leaf Village. No ninja has ever come close to your level of understanding when it comes to forbidden techniques. If you're the second, then I doubt anyone would dare claim the first. Tobirama Senju couldn't help but feel a bit flattered by Hirofumi Ito's words. After all, who doesn't like hearing a little praise? So, you little rascal, what you want is for me to teach them. Exactly, second Hokage. These kids are all from the Leaf Village. I'm sure that for you, helping to guide the next generation of your own village wouldn't be an issue at all, right? Upon hearing Hirofumi Ito's request, Tobirama Senju did not immediately refuse him. After all, his previous refusals were because Hirofumi Ito didn't have the training methods for these ninjutsu techniques. Besides, Tobirama always thought this kid was an ambitious schemer, someone whose ambitions might even surpass Madara Uchiha's. That was why he'd always been so reluctant to teach him. But now this brat had somehow acquired the means to train in these techniques. Even if Tobirama refused to teach him, these youngsters would probably end up learning them sooner or later. Anyway, after pondering for a moment, Tobirama finally spoke. It's not impossible for me to teach them, but I have one condition. What is it, Lord Second Hokage? Please speak your mind. In the future, you must summon and bring back every member of the Senju clan. I want the Senju to once again walk the earth of the ninja world. Hirofumi Ito had been expecting Tobirama to ask for something much more difficult. To him, this condition was hardly a problem, even if Tobirama hadn't mentioned it. Once he had enough money, he would have performed the summoning anyway. Besides, his summoning technique didn't allow him to pick exactly who he brought back. It was all random. So as far as Hirofumi Ito was concerned, this was no big deal at most. It would just cost him a bit of money. He was growing stronger by the day. Would money ever be a problem for him again? Thinking about this, Hirofumi Ito couldn't help but recall Minato Namikaze and Fugaku Uchiha. He wondered just how much those two had managed to make by now. No problem. I accept your condition. Very well. In that case, I'll teach these kids, but let me warn you, whatever your intentions may be, if you ever do anything to harm the Hidden Leaf Village, even if it costs me my life, I will take you down myself. Rest assured, Lord Second, haven't you already heard of my dream? I plan to become Hokage and then lead the Hidden Leaf Village to rule over the entire ninja world. T-Seach, you little devil, if you can really pull that off, maybe I'll even lend you a hand. Thank you, Lord Second. In a bit, please meet with these young Leaf Ninja. I'm sure they'll be absolutely thrilled. Humph, I heard you, brat. Just then Hashirama Senju burst in, dragging Madara Uchiha along by the hand. Hirofumi, I want to come out and see the world too. I can help teach those Leaf kids. And so can Madara. With a loud thud, Madara smacked Hashirama hard on the head. You big oaf, shut up. I have no interest in teaching this bunch of brats. Just having to instruct that damned Ito Hiromi already gives me a headache. Besides, I have no intention of taking on any more disciples. Upon hearing Madara Uchiha's words, Ito Hiromi's eyes lit up. Did Madara's words mean he had finally acknowledged him as his disciple? After all, even though he'd been training with Madara for some time, the old man had never once admitted he was his pupil. In the world of Naruto, the bond between master and student carries great weight. What is passed on between them isn't just ninjutsu. It's a mysterious thread of destiny. Itself, up until now, Madara Uchiha had never taken on a true disciple. As for Obito Uchiha, in Madara's eyes, he was nothing but a pawn on the board. Through these days spent with Ito Hiromi, Madara's heart had undergone a great change. he was more certain than ever about one thing. He had been deceived by Black Zetsu. Madara kept turning over a single question in his mind. Using the Eye of the Moon plan to bring peace to the shinobi world might achieve peace, yes, but only within an illusion. False and fleeting. In contrast, this Ito Hiromi seemed truly determined to unite the shinobi world and bring about genuine peace. Perhaps this young man really could accomplish it. To entrust to his disciple the task he himself had failed to complete, perhaps that wouldn't be such a bad thing after all. And so Madara had made up his mind to devote himself to cultivating Ito Hiromi's abilities. Otherwise, he wouldn't have held back even a sliver of knowledge these past days. Ito Hiromi's heart was pounding with excitement. Though Madara had become his summoning beast, he couldn't actually command him. But with the bond of master and disciple forged, Madara would surely give his all to help unite the shinobi world. Madara, are you saying you'll take me as your disciple? At that, Madara tilted his chin with a proud, almost petulant air. Brat, you still have a long way to go before you're worthy of being my disciple. Of course, Ito Hiromi knew Madara's proud nature. If he hadn't outright refused, that was as good as agreeing. Off to the side, Tobirama Senju was shocked that the haughty Madara Uchiha would even consider taking Ito Hiromi as a student. Could it be that this fearsome Madara truly believed Ito Hiromi could achieve what he himself once spoke of? Meanwhile, Hashirama Senju's eyes sparkled with mischief as he darted forward. In a flash, both of them rushed right up to Ito Hiromi. Little Hiromi, do you want a master or not? As long as you say the word from this day forward, I, Hashirama Senju, will be your master. Ito Hirofumi was momentarily stunned. What on earth was happening today? Why was the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju himself, so eager to become his teacher? Standing off to the side, Tobirama Senju was also caught off guard. He hadn't expected his big brother to actually accept this kid as a disciple. Could it be that his brother's way of thinking was really changing? Before Ito Hirofumi could recover from his surprise, Hashirama broke into hearty laughter and slapped him heartily on the shoulder. Well then, that settles it. Starting today, I'm officially Hirofumi's master, and in the future, if Hirofumi takes on any more mentors, they'll have to settle for being the second master. With those words, both Ito Hirofumi and Tobirama snapped back to their senses. Ito Hirofumi realized that Hashirama was clearly competing with Madara Uchiha for the honor of being his #1 teacher. Meanwhile, Tobirama could only sigh and rub his forehead in resignation. He'd actually thought his big brother was becoming more open-minded, but in the end, some things never change. Hashirama just wanted to one-up Uchiha Madara if he became the headmaster that would relegate Madara to being second in command. Still, Tobirama had to admit, it was pretty entertaining had the devious Uchiha stuck as #2. Madara Uchiha gritted his teeth, glaring at Hashirama, who was trying to snatch his disciple right from under his nose. Shut your mouth, you blockhead. Even if you take this brat as your student, you'll always be #2. I was here first. Madara, haven't you still not agreed to take Hirofumi as your disciple? Who said that? Since when? I agreed ages ago. This brat has been my disciple for a while now. Well, that's fine too. Being the second master isn't so bad. Hirofumi, from today onward, I'll be your second master. At this moment, Ito Hirofumi was still a little dazed. He had more or less expected Uchiha Madara to accept him as a disciple, but he truly hadn't imagined that the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, would do the same. Maybe this was all thanks to Madara. If it weren't for him, Hashirama probably wouldn't have shown up today to fight for the chance to be his teacher. But honestly, this was incredible. Now he had the two most powerful figures in the ninja world as his masters. Who would dare speak to him disrespectfully in the future? If anyone tried to act tough with him, he could just call his teachers and let them handle it. But when he glanced over at the haughty Uchiha Madara, then at the dopey Senju Hashirama, Hirofumi Ito found himself blurting out something almost involuntarily. Lord First Hokage, actually, it wouldn't be so bad if you became my master's wife. The moment Hirofumi Ito said this, the entire room fell in a stunned silence. Senju Hashirama stole a furtive glance at Uchiha Madara, his face suddenly taking on a rosy hue. Meanwhile, Senju Tobirama couldn't stop grinning awkwardly, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Uchiha Madara's old face flushed a deep red. His Manjikyu, Sharingan, spun wildly in his eye sockets, and in a flash became the Rinnegan. You damn brat. What sort of nonsense are you spewing? He bellowed, heavenly planetary devastation. With a thunderous crash, Hirofumi Ito was sent flying clear across the room, yet he wasn't hurt at all. In fact, as he soared through the air, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Madara! You know, if you want to be my master's wife, that's fine too." At this, Hashirama's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Madara's face, meanwhile, turned an even deeper shade of red. "You little devil, I'll send you straight to the afterlife." What followed was an unforgettable ride for Hirofumi Ito. In the summoning realm, he became like a rubber ball as Madara, with a pull of his left hand and a shove of his right, tossed him around with gravity and almighty push, giving him the wildest roller coaster experience of his life. At this moment, Hashirama sidled up to Madara with a mischievous grin. "Madara, why don't you really try learning that transformation jutsu? Maybe you could be little Hirofumi's master's wife." "Ark, you blockhead, you can join him in the afterlife." Bang! Hashirama was blasted off in an instant as well. Madara, I'm flying," he shouted gleefully as he sailed away. In the distance, Uzumaki Mito watched the chaotic scene, holding a clay pot filled with some mysterious simmering soup. She softly hummed, "I should have stayed under the car, not inside the car. Watching you two so sweet together. He must really love you. He's left me far behind." Author's note: typing like crazy. You guys are awesome. The gifts are nonstop, and so is my writing. More updates tonight. Meanwhile, the whole gang had gathered at Uchiha Sasuke's house. Ever since their first dinner party, their Sasuke's home had become their headquarters. After all, the place was spacious, full of buildings, and, best of all, no one else was around. Tonight's escapade had everyone's hearts pounding with excitement. After all, they'd brazenly broken into the Hokage building and stolen the scroll of seals right under everyone's nose, and each of them had memorized all the training methods for those forbidden jutsu. In the future, even if we don't master all the jutsu, as long as we learn a few, we'll definitely reach Kage-level strength. Just thinking about it made everyone's hearts race with excitement. Right now, Hirofumi Ito had clearly become the leader of this small group, and when the others looked at him, their eyes were filled with enthusiasm. Everyone received the training methods for these jutsu tonight, but mastering them is not something that can be achieved overnight. Hirofumi Ito reminded them. Upon hearing this, all the young hopefuls nodded in agreement. After all, these were forbidden techniques sealed within the scrolls. Even though everyone present was a genius in their own right, it was unrealistic to expect instant mastery. This was especially true for someone like Lee, who had never been particularly skilled in ninjutsu. For him, the path to success would be even more arduous. Yet Lee himself didn't seem too concerned. What truly mattered to him was the 8 gates technique. If he could master that, he'd be able to protect everyone with his own strength. After all, this is what youth is all about. Hirofumi Ito drew a deep breath before continuing. "That's why I found a teacher for everyone. And this teacher is well-versed in all kinds of forbidden techniques. There's something I've never told you, but I think now it's time you knew." At these words, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha exchanged glances, both recalling the surprise Hirofumi had mentioned when he borrowed money that night. Could this be related to that surprise? Hirofumi Ito didn't keep them guessing. "Do you remember back at the Ninja Academy when I was reverse summoned? The truth is I wasn't sent to one of the 3 great sacred grounds. Instead, I was summoned to the realm of the dead, and in that world, I can form contracts with spirit beasts, allowing me to summon powerful souls who have already passed away back into the living world." Hirofumi's revelation left everyone utterly stunned. The realm of the dead, forming contracts with the departed, summoning fallen heroes into the world of the living. Such things sounded like pure fantasy for a moment. The only sound in Sasuke's house was the nervous gulping of saliva. Sasuke and Naruto, on the other hand, trembled with excitement. They hadn't forgotten the surprise Hirofumi had promised. If it was possible to summon the souls of the departed, did that mean there was a chance to see their parents again? In truth, the reason Hirofumi decided to reveal all this now was because Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama had become his teachers. After all, up until now, these formidable figures were nothing more than my own summoned beasts. At most, they could only guarantee that I wouldn't die, but now, everything is different. As their disciple, if anyone dares to bully me, wouldn't that just be asking for trouble, like taunting a cub only to have a lion show up? And these 2 lions happen to be at the very pinnacle of the shinobi world. That's why Ito Hirofumi decided to bring this matter up today. Even if Hiruzen Sarutobi finds out, it doesn't really matter. At worst, I'll just lay all my cards on the table. Originally, I wanted Tobarama Senju to use the transformation jutsu to disguise himself as someone else when teaching these kids. But now there's no need for that all. Ito Hirofumi gave the group of youngsters some time to digest this revelation, but clearly what these kids cared about wasn't just the idea of having a legendary teacher at this moment. Even Sasuke Uchiha's breathing was shaky. Hirofumi, are you saying that one day I might have a chance to see my parents again? Naruto Uzumaki clung tightly to Ito Hirofumi's arm. His eyes brimmed with hope, longing desperately to hear some good news. Yet there was also a trace of anxiety, worry that his parents might not be able to be summoned back to life beside them. Niji Hyuga also stared unblinkingly at Ito Hirofumi, his gaze intense. Ito Hirofumi took a deep breath. That's right, I have the ability to summon the souls of those who have passed away, and not just in any form. This is a perfect resurrection. As long as they become my summoned beasts, they can live in the ninja world just like ordinary people. Of course, there are certain conditions for such summoning. Right now, I have successfully brought back a few people, but none of them are your relatives. At least not yet. But please believe me when I say that day isn't far off. As he spoke, Ito Hirofumi cast an especially meaningful look at Sasuke Uchiha Uzumaki and Niji Hyuga. In truth, Minato Namikaze and Fugaku Uchiha had already been summoned by him. However, he respected their wishes, for both Minato and Fugaku weren't quite ready to meet their sons face to face. They were both out there trying to make money, each hoping to reunite with their wives and sons once they had enough to offer. Still, he figured they'd be back soon. He couldn't help but wonder just how much wealth these two Kage-level powerhouses had managed to amass during this time. If they'd managed to rake in a few $100 million each, he might just be able to bring back all the former Kage-level elites of Konoha. Don't get too worked up just yet, Ito Hirofumi continued. Let's get back to what we were talking about earlier. Finding you a teacher, the legendary second Hokage Tobarama Senju, known as the Master of Forbidden Jutsu and the Water Release Ninja, has mastered almost every technique listed in the Book of Seals. In the days to come, I plan to have Lord Second Hokage guide your training. Tomorrow, we'll be dividing into classes, but I hope that if you don't have anything else to do, you can all gather here with the second Hokage himself teaching you. I believe everyone will grow stronger in no time. Ito Hirofumi's words once again made all the young ninjas breathe faster with excitement. No one had expected that the teacher Ito Hirofumi found for them would be the legendary second Hokage. This felt just like a dream. Unbelievable. Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Hyuga. Niji felt a moment of disappointment when they heard Ito Hirofumi's announcement, but in the blink of an eye, all three recovered. After all, at least now, there was hope. The three of them already knew that their fathers and mothers could be brought back to life. Naruto and Sasuke had never imagined that the surprise Ito Hirofumi once mentioned would turn out to be something so astonishing. The shock of it left them both speechless with excitement. The rest of the young ninjas were equally thrilled. After all, for Ito Hirofumi, this was surely his greatest secret. What kind of ninja doesn't have a few secrets of their own? But Ito Hirofumi was willing to share his secret with everyone in order to help them become stronger. He even arranged for the legendary second Hokage to teach these youngsters. It was clear he must have paid a tremendous price for this. For a moment, everyone was deeply moved. At this very moment, in everyone's hearts, Ito Hirofumi had already become the next Hokage of the Leaf Village. If the next Hokage wasn't Ito Hirofumi, then everyone was ready to seize their family's power and lead their clans out of Konoha. Then they could just establish a new ninja village of their own. Even Uzumaki Naruto, who had always dreamed of becoming Hokage, now found himself wishing in his heart that his good friend Hirofumi would become the fifth Hokage. If that happened, he'd just aim for the sixth. Having finished most of what he wanted to say, Ito Hirofumi began to gather chakra inside the summoning space. Lord Second Hokage, are you ready? These kids are really excited. After all, none of them have ever met the living second Hokage before. You're a crafty 1-inch Ito brat. I gave you my word, and I don't break promises, but let me be clear, I'm only here to instruct these youngsters. If Hiruzen Sarutobi or Danzo find out about this, you're on your own. Don't worry, Lord Second Hokage. You don't need to trouble yourself about that. After all, my two teachers aren't ones to be underestimated either. Hirofumi Ito spoke as he glanced at Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju beside him. Hearing this, Tobirama Senju couldn't help but bare his teeth in frustration. Damn it, this brat has his own older brother and the notorious Madara Uchiha as his mentors. At this point, there's probably nothing in the entire shinobi world that could scare him. For some reason, Tobirama even started to feel a bit worried for Hiruzen and Danzo's safety. Sure, they're the wicked Sarutobi and the infamous Shimura, but they're still his own disciples. If any conflict broke out, he'd probably have to step in and mediate for his brother's sake. But what about the menace that is Madara Uchiha? Tobirama sighed. Well, forget it, he'd just have to take things as they came. This naturally troublesome Ito kid. Meanwhile, Hashirama Senju was enthusiastically shaking Madara's arm. Madara, let's go out and have some fun, okay? I know this place is nice, but I really miss the Hidden Leaf Village. Come on, just come out with me for a bit. Please, I'm begging you. Madara was visibly exasperated by Hashirama's antics. Truth be told, Madara had no interest in going out to meet those brats. If you're to leave, he'd much rather go and take out Danzo himself. But with Hashirama pestering him so incessantly. Fine, fine. I'll go with you. Just stop shaking my arm already. You're about to pull it right off. Madara, I knew you were the best. Hashirama cheered. Watching these three before him, Hirofumi Ito couldn't help but think that when the 12 young elites saw them, their jaws would surely drop straight to the floor. Moments later, in the courtyard of the Uchiha Sasuke residence, the group of young ninjas stood with wide eyes, not daring to blink. After all, they were about to witness the legendary second Hokage in person. Hirofumi Ito stepped forward before the group, summoning jutsu. With a loud thud, his palm struck the ground, and the summoning circle appeared instantly. 3 bursts of smoke erupted in quick succession. As the smoke cleared, 3 figures stood before everyone's eyes. Naruto Uzumaki, ever the oblivious one, blurted out, "Huh, Hirofumi, didn't you say you were summoning the second Hokage? Why are there 3 people? Who are those 2 uncles?" Naruto might have been clueless, but the other young ninjas immediately recognized 2 of the newcomers. After all, they saw their faces every day. One was the legendary second Hokage Tobirama Senju, and the other was none other than the first Hokage himself. How could even he show up? And as for the third, the one with an even more commanding and intense presence, just who was he? The group of young ninjas was so taken aback they couldn't even find the words to speak. Sasuke Uchiha stared fixedly at Madara Uchiha, a dreadful suspicion rising in his heart. He had seen portraits of his clan's ancestor in the Uchiha archives before, and the man before him bore an uncanny resemblance. Could it be that this person was none other than his own ancestor, Madara Uchiha? Sensing the growing tension among everyone, Hirofumi Ito stepped forward to introduce the guests, hoping to ease the atmosphere. "All right, everyone, no need to be so nervous. These 3 are all esteemed elders of our Hidden Leaf Village. Let me introduce them to you. This gentleman here is our village's first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, a man also known as the God of Shinobi. He is the most powerful Hokage the Leaf Village has ever known." Upon hearing Hirofumi Ito's words, Hashirama Senju gave a hearty, good-natured laugh. He then reached out to greet the youngsters of the Leaf Village standing before him. "Hello there, little ones. What a fine group of children you are. I am Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage." "Greetings, first Hokage." "Hello, first Lord Hokage." The hearts of the 12 young ninjas were nearly overwhelmed. The legendary god of Shinobi, the fabled first Hokage, was smiling warmly and greeting them in person. No one would dare to even dream of such a thing. Seeing the respect in the eyes of these young leaf ninjas, Hashirama's smile grew even broader. But right at that moment, Naruto Uzumaki, ever the oblivious one, suddenly piped up. "The strongest Hokage? Isn't the third grandpa the strongest Hokage? First uncle, can you really beat third grandpa?" His words stunned not only the 12 young ninjas, but also Hirofumi Ito, Hashirama Senju, and even Tobirama Senju and Madara Uchiha standing nearby. Sakura Haruno, worried that Naruto's comment would anger the first Hokage, raised her fist and brought it down on Naruto's head with a solid thump. "Ouch! Sakura, why'd you hit me?" Naruto Uzumaki, "You idiot! Keep your mouth shut." "But Grandpa Third told me himself. He's the strongest Hokage in the Leaf Village." At this moment, the smile on Hashirama's face froze awkwardly. Even Tobirama standing beside him felt embarrassed, thinking his own student really was, well, truly shameless. Hashirama was a bit embarrassed for a moment, but he simply waved it off with easygoing indifference. Well, if the third says he's the strongest Hokage, then so be it. Naruto seemed about to say something more. But Sasuke Uchiha abruptly raised his fist and brought it crashing down on Naruto's head. "Shut up, idiot!" On the other side, just as Hashirama was about to claim that the third Hokage was the strongest, Madara Uchiha delivered a swift blow to him with a loud smack. "Shut up, you idiot!" Even Ita Hirofumi, standing to the side, was almost stunned by what he saw. Was this the legendary bond between the two reincarnations of Indra and Azura? Damn, it really was just like the stories. The reason Uchiha Sasuke cut Naruto Uzumaki off was because, unlike Naruto, he wasn't that clueless. Right now, Konoha had only ever had 4 Hokage. If the third Hokage could even be ranked 4th among them, that would already be pretty good. Kids from the major clans all knew this more or less, so nobody took the claim that the third Hokage was the strongest seriously. Only someone like Naruto would actually believe it. On the other side, the reason Uchiha interrupted Hashirama's words was because in Madara's eyes, the only person in this entire shinobi world worthy of being his opponent was Hashirama Senju himself. Who did this Hiruzen Sarutobi think he was? If Hashirama dared to declare Hiruzen the strongest Hokage, Madara would storm the Hokage building the very next moment and kick Hiruzen's head around like a ball. And so both Hashirama and Naruto swallowed back what they meant to say. Meanwhile, the rest of the group watched the scene with a strange look, feeling more and more that Naruto and Sasuke's relationship was eerily similar to that between the first Hokage and this mysterious uncle, seeing everyone's odd expressions. Ita Hirofumi could only cough awkwardly. Ahem, Naruto, if the third Hokage ever found out you just called him the strongest Hokage in front of these 3-inch, I'm afraid he'd be so scared he might wet himself on the spot. Huh? Why? Naruto still hadn't caught on, but Grandpa Third told me himself that he was. Wham! Sasuke swung his fist again, landing it right on Naruto. "Shut up, you moron!" Ow! Sasuke! Why'd you hit me again? Ita Hirofumi could only rub his forehead helplessly. That was just how Naruto's mind worked. There was no fixing it unless you could open up his head for repairs. All right, everyone calm down. Let me introduce you all to... Ita Hirofumi was just about to say Madara's name when, unexpectedly, Madara himself strode forward, arms crossed, eyes blazing with arrogance. A powerful, invisible aura radiated from him, so intense it seemed to fill the entire room. "I am Uchiha Madara." He hadn't even unleashed a chakra, yet the overwhelming pressure he exuded made everyone present feel as if the air had grown thin. Not one of them dared to breathe too loudly. Instead, they just gulped nervously. Uchiha Madara. The name alone sent shivers down their spines. This was the very man who, in the Warring States era, was known as the Shura of the shinobi world. Hirofumi Ito arched an eyebrow as he watched Madara Uchiha's effortless display of superiority, as expected of the founding ancestor of the Uchiha clan. His flair for dominance always seemed to emerge without a trace. But just then a cold snort cut through the group of the 12 young ninjas. Humph! Everyone turned to see Sasuke Uchiha standing up. In truth, Sasuke himself wasn't entirely sure why he stood. He simply felt compelled to rise to his feet, especially with his legendary ancestor showing off right before him. Sasuke couldn't help but feel a twinge of irritation. It was one thing for Madara to show off, but did he have to do it so thoroughly? Look, even that idiot Naruto seemed startled. To Sasuke, Naruto Uzumaki's expression looked odd, and so he naturally assumed the old ancestor had frightened him. That only made Sasuke more disgruntled, prompting him to stand up and voice his displeasure. Yet the truth was, Naruto wasn't scared at all. Instead, when Madara spoke. Just moments ago, Naruto had sensed something strange with his chakra. Normally, there was a rogue flow of chakra in his body that refused to obey him, but just now all of it had vanished. It was as if confronted by a predator, the unruly chakra had scurried away and hidden itself. That made Naruto feel rather puzzled, which explained the strange look on his face. But in Sasuke's eyes, his idiot friend had clearly been frightened. Madara, meanwhile, found it rather amusing that Sasuke not only stood up but dared to challenge his aura. Off to the side, Tobirama Senju muttered quietly to himself. Born wicked, these Uchiha brats. His words were so soft that no one else heard him. Truth be told, Sasuke was quite nervous. Facing his legendary ancestor, who wouldn't be? But seeing Naruto's odd expression, he forced himself to puff out his chest and stand tall. Or wa Uchiha. Sasuke, watching from the side, Hirofumi Ito was dumbfounded. Seriously? Sasuke was this bold. The skies had cleared, the rain had stopped, with second pillar once again overestimating himself. Recalling the iron law of the Naruto world, Hirofumi Ito silently mourned for Sasuke for 3 seconds. After all, every time Sasuke showed off, he was destined for a beating. But to Hirofumi's surprise, Madara didn't attack. He simply let out a low chuckle. Not bad, kid. With that, the overwhelming aura surrounding Madara faded away entirely. Sasuke let out a deep sigh of relief. His back was already drenched in cold sweat. When Uchiha Madara didn't say anything further, Hirofumi Ito couldn't help but feel a bit curious. Normally, wouldn't Sasuke Uchiha be in for a beating? Could it be that Madara held back because Sasuke looked so much like Izuna Uchiha? Maybe that was why he couldn't bring himself to act. But before long, Hirofumi Ito began. Introducing the group of young prodigies to Tobirama Senju. This is the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, the legendary master of forbidden jutsu, and a man said to have signed a summoning contract with the very ocean itself. From now on, Lord Second Hokage will be your ninjutsu instructor. Once your ninja teams complete their missions, you'll have the chance to receive guidance from him personally. Hearing this, all the young talents grew visibly excited, their breathing quickening, their eyes sparkled with an odd intensity as they stared fixedly at Tobirama Senju. Tobirama, who was usually the epitome of cool detachment, found himself momentarily taken aback by a dozen pairs of fervent, burning eyes. I am Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage. I've already agreed to this youngster Hirofumi Ito's request. If you have any questions about ninjutsu, feel free to come to me. I won't hold anything back. With that, the Uchiha household became a lively scene. Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha sat together, sipping tea, while Tobirama found himself completely surrounded by an eager crowd of young students. All 12 of the prodigies cherished this rare opportunity. After all, being taught by the legendary second Hokage was a privilege beyond the reach of most people. One after another, they poured out all the questions and difficulties they'd encountered in their training, eager for answers. Tobirama, on the other hand, began to regret agreeing to Hirofumi Ito's arrangement. Back in his own time, he'd already taught a pack of kids. And now, even after dying and being resurrected, he was faced with another group of little troublemakers. Was he destined to spend his life mentoring children? Despite these thoughts, Tobirama patiently answered each of the 12's questions, one by one. The more he responded, the more his eyes softened with satisfaction, for he could already sense that these 12 were true geniuses, no less talented in their training than the disciples he once taught. If they continued to grow, there was every possibility that they could become Hokage-level powerhouses in the future. Meanwhile, Hirofumi Ito couldn't help but wonder if Hiruzen Sarutobi was using his crystal ball technique to spy on what was happening here. If he saw the first and second Hokage and Madara Uchiha all gathered in one place, what kind of expression would he have? But Ito was overthinking things. Hiruzen simply didn't have time for spying right now. Even though night had already fallen, Hiruzen Sarutobi had just finished dealing with Mizuki and was ready to call it a day, hoping for a bit of rest. But before he could relax, a group of wealthy merchants stormed into the Hokage office, each one eager to submit a mission request. Oddly enough, every single one of them reported the same problem as before. All their money had been stolen. Only after finally sending these troublesome rich men on their way did Hiruzen think he might at last get some peace. But to his surprise, his old friend Danzo showed up at his office. Shimura Danzo, with his single steely eye, fixed his gaze on the seated Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen, don't you think you owe this old man an explanation for what happened tonight? Hiruzen pulled out his pipe and took a deep, thoughtful drag. Danzo, what are you getting at? I don't follow an explanation. What do you want from me? What do you think? The Book of Seals was stolen, wasn't it? And not by some powerful enemy, but by a bunch of kids. As Hokage, don't you think you owe me? No, you owe the village an explanation. With a sharp crack, Hiruzen slammed his hand down on the desk. I'm a Hokage here, and you're demanding an explanation from me. Anyone listening would think you're the Hokage, not me. Danzo, did I hear you right? You're an elder of the leaf, but I'm the one who leads this village. And now you expect me to answer to you? Is that what you're saying? Danzo sneered. Hiruzen, don't waste your breath with this feeble outrage. If you can't keep the Book of Seals safe, you could always store it in my root. My root will keep it secure. Danzo's intentions were crystal clear. This visit was nothing more than a power play. He wanted to pressure Hiruzen to see if he could wrest the Book of Seals from the Hokage's control. If he got his hands on it, his root would only grow. Stronger, more powerful than ever. But Hiruzen saw right through Danzo's scheme. He knew all too well Danzo's true aim. To claim the Book of Seals for himself. Danzo, you don't need to trouble yourself with this matter any further, and since Root seems to have so much free time on its hands these days, maybe it's best you just disband it altogether. Danzo's pupil contracted sharply at those words. He hadn't expected Hiruzen to go so far as to threaten the very existence of Root. Hiruzen, you'll regret this. Danzo, I am the Hokage. With another resounding slam, Danzo realized he would get nowhere tonight. He could only storm out, slamming the door behind him. Meanwhile, far from the hidden leaf village in a distant town, two middle-aged men walked along the street under the cover of night. These two were none other than Minato Namikaze and Fugaku Uchiha. However, both had used the transformation jutsu beforehand, and each time they snatched some money, they would change their appearance again. Hey, Blackie, how much money do we have now? Minato asked. Fugaku couldn't help but grimace at the nickname. Given their rather special identities, it would be problematic if someone with ill intentions overheard their real names, so the two of them had given each other code names. Minato called him Blackie, but Fugaku always felt this name sounded like something you call a dog. Yellow, I just counted. We've managed to rake in just over 1.3 billion, Fugaku replied, hearing Fugaku call him. Yellow, Minato's eyelid twitched uncontrollably. Somehow, Yellow sounded even more like a dog's name than Blackie. That should be enough. Not even all the Hokage-level powerhouses in Hidden Leaf could have that much. 1.3 billion ought to be sufficient to summon Kushina and Mikoto, Minato said thoughtfully. Fugaku nodded in agreement. That should do it. We've been out for half a month now. I really want to hurry back and see my son Sasuke. I'm starting to miss Naruto too, Minato admitted. In that case, let's head back. We'll hand the money over to little Howlin and see if he can summon Kushina and Mikoto, right? But shouldn't we first deal with that little tail that's been following us? Fugaku suggested. Minato chuckled. Yes, it's about time. They've been on our trail since yesterday. Probably hoping to rob us. The two men exchanged cold, knowing smiles. They had noticed the tail since the day before, after they'd robbed a wealthy man. A ninja had been trailing them from afar. Judging by his chakra reserves, he wasn't weak, but for Minato and Fugaku, he was hardly a threat. Dealing with him would be no trouble at all. What struck them as odd was the stranger's outfit. Not the typical ninja attire, but a high-collared cloak with a black background and red clouds, clearly marking him as a member of some organization. Minato placed a hand on Fugaku's shoulder. In an instant, the Flying Thunder God jutsu activated, and the two vanished without a trace. Off in the distance, Kakuzu was left dumbfounded. How did those two ninjas just disappear in a blink? He didn't care so much about their disappearance, but what about his money? Wasn't it gone too? He had been shadowing a wealthy target planning to make his move, only to have two unknown ninjas beat him to the punch. Those two called each other Blackie and Yellow. Their strength is certainly impressive, but I've never heard of either of them before, and their names sound a bit odd. Why do they remind me so much of dog names? Still, whether their names sound like dog names or not, Kakuzu really doesn't care. These two snatched away his targets, so why not just snatch them instead? Problem solved. He'd been short on cash recently. Of course, he used to have a secret stash. After all, how could someone who's lived since the Warring States period not have saved up a little? But ever since joining the Akatsuki, he'd had to hand over every last Ryo. He had no choice. He couldn't win a fight. So he paid up to keep the peace. But what do you do when you've got no money? The only option left is to go out and rob someone. So Kakuzu had quietly followed after them along the way, but before he knew it, those two ninja vanished in a blink. That sudden disappearance sent a wave of unease through Kakuzu's mind. Could it be that these two weren't ordinary at all? Just then, he heard the voices of the two ninja behind him. Well, mysterious. Ninja, why have you been tailing us? Are you after the black-haired one here, or me, the blonde? At the sound of their voices, Kakuzu's pupils narrowed in shock. Damn it. These two really aren't ordinary at all. Not only had they realized he was following them, but they'd appeared behind him without a sound. In a flash, Kakuzu activated his body flicker technique, instantly moving dozens of meters away. When it came to his own life and fortune, Kakuzu was always extra cautious. Back in the day, when he tried to assassinate the first Hokage Hashirama Senju, he made sure he was at least 800 li away before tossing a single kunai, just to be absolutely safe. Whether or not that kunai could actually hit Hashirama. What a joke. If it didn't land, so be it. The important thing was that he made the attempt, but who could have guessed the first Hokage was so powerful? Even at such a distance, the pressure of his chakra alone made it hard to breathe. Luckily, the first Hokage hadn't meant to kill him. Otherwise, Kakuzu would have been dead long ago now. After shifting dozens of meters away with a body flicker technique, Kakuzu let out a faint sigh of relief. It's clear these two ninja are anything but ordinary, but who could they be? Ninja from one of the 5 great nations. Impossible. Why would ninja from the 5 great nations be out here robbing people? Maybe rogue ninja from some other village, but I've never heard of Blackie and Blondie before. At that moment, Kakuzu felt the hair on the back of his neck stand on end. Once again, voices sounded right behind him. Well, oh, mysterious ninja, are you looking for this black-haired ninja? Or perhaps me, the blonde-haired one? Kakuzu felt as if he'd seen a ghost tonight. What on earth were these two characters? Could they actually be spirits? If they were ordinary ninjas, how could they have appeared behind him in the blink of an eye? Forcing down the fear rising in his chest, Kakuzu slowly turned around, only to find those two utterly unremarkable-looking ninjas standing before him. Weren't they just the two he'd been following all along? The ones he'd nicknamed Little Black and Big Yellow. I mean, no harm, the 2 of you. So, could you just let me go? He pleaded. Minato Namikaze let out a laugh at that. No harm, you say? If you mean no harm, then why have you been tailing us? And haven't you been trailing us since we made off with that cash last night? What's your plan? Are you trying to double-cross us? At this, Fugaku Uchiha sized Kakuzu up and down, then spoke in a slow, deliberate tone. Big Yellow, since we've already done the robbing, one more won't make a difference, will it? I get the feeling this guy looks like someone with deep pockets. How about we rob him too? Hearing this, Minato nodded approvingly. That's why I like you, Little Black. Always full of ideas. On the other hand, Kakuzu, who had been preparing to say something conciliatory, found he couldn't hold himself back after overhearing their conversation. You can fight me, you can insult me, you can even kill me. But rob me of my money? Absolutely not. Damn it, money is life itself. Taking my money is no different from taking my life. Enough. The 2 of you are going way too far, he shouted. Minato responded with a cold, mocking chuckle. Hand over your cash, and we'll let you walk away. How does that sound? Kakuzu immediately summoned every ounce of chakra he had. Arrogant fools. In a flash, Minato vanished, only to reappear right behind Kakuzu in the next instant. A kunai pressed coldly to Kakuzu's throat. Pay up, and we won't kill you. As soon as Minato finished speaking, both he and Fugaku let their chakra surge forth, filling the air with a tangible sense of menace. Feeling the overwhelming pressure from these two, Kakuzu was utterly dumbfounded. These guys were terrifying. There was no way he could take them. Damn it, his money, his precious little stash he'd just managed to save up, was about to be lost again. A thread slowly extended from Kakuzu's body like an arm clutching a bundle. He tossed it to the ground with visible reluctance. His face darkened as he watched the package land. That's all my money. As far as tonight is concerned, I was never here. Indeed, there's an old saying in the land of fire. A wise man adapts to the times. It seems you were truly a wise man. Uchiha Fugaku spoke as he stepped forward and picked up the bundle. Opening it, Fugaku's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Good heavens. Nearly 100 million taels of silver. This fellow really is rolling in wealth. He shot Namikaze Minato a look. In a blink, Minato reappeared at Fugaku's side, laying a hand on his shoulder. In an instant, the 2 of them vanished from sight. Kakuzu watched as the pair disappeared, feeling as though all the strength had drained from his body. He collapsed helplessly to the ground. My money, what's the point of living now? Why should I keep going? Somewhere in a forest near the outskirts of the Hidden Leaf Village, Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Fugaku had already returned to their true appearances. Tui, each spat into their palms, their eyes shining with a strange light as they began to count the bills stolen from Kakuzu. As they counted, wicked laughter bubbled from their throats. A sound so eerie that had anyone been nearby, they might have thought the forest was haunted. For the sake of the author's tireless efforts, why not send a little reward? Goodness, Big Yellow, that brings us to 1.4 billion. Fugaku hadn't expected any more windfalls. He'd been about to head back, only to score another near 100 million from that ninja. Minato, too, was astonished at the wealth of their latest mark. Gazing at the money, Minato was thoroughly satisfied, as if these bills had transformed into his wife, Kushina, right before his eyes. All right, little black, time to head home. Big yellow, there's no one around right now, and we're almost back to the village. Could you maybe stop calling me little black for once? It just feels a bit odd. Minato shot Fugaku a sideways glance. You want me to stop calling you little black? Aren't you always calling me big yellow? I don't think my name's any better than yours. Fugaku gave a sheepish chuckle in response. Well, it's just classic characters of classic nicknames, right? Even after shape-shifting, you're still blonde as ever. Big yellow just suits you, Minato retorted with a smirk, and you've still got black hair. Little black fits you just fine. Oof. You wretched Namake's big yellow. Huh. Uchiha little black. Namake's big yellow. Uchiha little black. Namake's big yellow. Uchiha little black. And just like that, the Hidden Leaf Village had gained yet another pair of inseparable friends after a spirited round of shouting each other's nicknames. Namake's Minato suddenly flashed a mischievous smile upon seeing that strange smile on Minato's face. Uchiha Fugaku felt a wave of unease wash over him. Ever since his friend had learned about what happened to his son, Minato had changed in strange ways. These days, every time before they set out to make some quick cash, Minato would always show that same bizarre grin. With a sly chuckle, Minato spoke up, "Little black, don't forget, there's a barrier around the Leaf Village. I have the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, so getting back in is a breeze for me, but you might find yourself stuck outside. It's already so late, and honestly, I have no interest in spending a romantic evening with you in these woods, so I'm off to see my son. Farewell, my dear little black." With a swift sound like a blade cutting the air, Minato vanished in an instant, whisked away by his teleportation jutsu. Fugaku was left standing there, utterly dumbfounded. Damn it. Big Yellow. You heartless bastard. Big Yellow. Get back here right now. Panic began to set in for Fugaku. With the village's barrier up, he really couldn't get back in on his own. If he tried to force his way in, he'd definitely be discovered. Could that damn Minato have really just left him here? Damn it, Minato. I was wrong. I swear I'll never call you Big Yellow again. Please, just take me back. Sudden transition sound effect. In the blink of an eye, Minato reappeared before Fugaku, that odd grin on his face, even wider than before. Haha, little black, that's what we call knowing when to yield. No wonder you became the clan leader of the Uchiha. Clearly, you have a clever head on your shoulders. Fugaku's face turned an alarming shade of green with frustration, but he had no choice. Sometimes you just have to bow your head to fate. Just take me back already. Minato lifted his chin slightly, giving Fugaku a sidelong glance. Oh, Fugaku's face contorted into a smile, more pitiful than tears. Ha, Minato, you're my dearest friend, my brother in arms. Could you really leave me here all alone? Please, I'm counting on you, Lord Minato. Minato couldn't quite explain it, but ever since he'd resolved to live for himself and for his family, it was as if some heavy burden had been lifted from his heart. Deep down, he found himself truly enjoying this new way of life. In the past, he was the fourth Hokage, burdened with countless responsibilities and concerns, but now he was simply Minato Namake's, Kushina's husband, Naruto's father. In fact, even Fugaku Uchiha, standing nearby, felt that this was the most genuine version of Minato Namake's. Fugaku remembered well. Before Minato became Hokage, his personality was exactly like this. Energetic and light-hearted, yet decisive and ruthless when it mattered. For a moment, Fugaku began to reflect on himself. Before he became the head of the Uchiha clan, he too was a prodigious shinobi, fiercely proud and brimming with ambition. But ever since assuming leadership, he had started to change. He spent less and less time at home, smiles for his wife and son became rare, and he wore the constant frown of a man with the weight of the world on his shoulders, as if everyone owed him a fortune. Perhaps it was time for him to rediscover who he used to be. If Mikoto could see him full of youthful vigor again, she would surely be happy, wouldn't she? Minato reached out and placed a reassuring hand on Fugaku's shoulder. Seeing this, a barely perceptible smile tugged at the corner of Fugaku's mouth. It was late into the night. Hirofumi Ito had already returned home, and Hashirama and Madara Uchiha and Tobirama Senju had each gone back to their respective summoning realms. After receiving guidance from the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, every promising young ninja had gained immeasurably. Though they were reluctant for the night to end, it was simply too late to continue. So they had to call today's training to a close, but there would be plenty of opportunities in the future, after all. The second Hokage himself had said they could come to him with any questions from now on. With hearts pounding with excitement, every single one of these talented youths returned home, thrilled by the day's events. With the second Hokage's guidance, They were sure to grow stronger quickly. Soon, they would each be able to master the power of their respective clans and help Hirofumi Ito become Hokage. On that day, they would finally have the chance to reshape Konoha according to their vision. Back in his summoning realm, Tobirama was weary but deeply satisfied. These 12 young ones were all prodigies, especially that naturally cunning Uchiha kid and the fourth Hokage's son. Those two were geniuses among geniuses. A thought suddenly struck Tobirama. Perhaps it was his good fortune to teach such an extraordinary group, having been given a second chance at life. The opportunity to nurture the future's strongest for Konoha. Maybe this was the true meaning behind his resurrection. The only real flaw, however, is that all 12 of these little rascals have now started treating Hirofumi Ito as their leader, that inherently mischievous Ito boy. But as Tobirama Senju mused on this, he suddenly broke into a smile. All of a sudden, I genuinely find myself a bit excited. I can't help but wonder, under Hirofumi Ito's command, just how much of a storm will these kids stir up in the ninja world? Pondering these thoughts, Tobirama suddenly realized he was feeling a bit hungry. Without hesitation, he set up a small pot right inside his villa. Hirofumi Ito had left behind quite a stash of ingredients and seasonings in the summoning space, and their deliciousness was simply unmatched by anything the ninja world had to offer. It was just a pity that none of these delicacies could be brought out for others to enjoy. Recently, Tobirama had even invented a new way to eat them. He'd start by adding his favorite hot pot base to the little pot, toss in some pickled vegetables and chive blossoms for flavor, and finally drop in slices of tofu one after another into the bubbling broth. Eating pickled greens with simmered tofu. No Hokage comes close to me, he sang out, plucking a piece of tofu from the pot and popping it into his mouth, and, as expected, absolutely delicious. In this moment, I could just burst into song. Remembering days gone by brings tears to my eyes. Meanwhile, lying on his own bed in his room, Hirofumi Ito suddenly sensed the flying thunder god seal Minato Namikaze had placed on him activating. In the blink of an eye, Minato and Fugaku Uchiha appeared right beside him. The sight of the two filled Hirofumi with excitement. He couldn't help but wonder how much loot these two Hokage-level powerhouses had raked in this time, and how many more powerful allies he might be able to summon because of it. But before he could ask anything, Fugaku Uchiha suddenly broke into a chillingly odd laugh. Hee-hee-ha. Namikaze the Big Yellow, out there beyond the village. You actually dared to threaten me, now that we're back in the village. What could you possibly use to threaten me here? Hirofumi Ito was completely stunned. Namikaze the Big Yellow. Where did that nickname come from? Minato, however, showed no sign of surprise. It was as if everything was unfolding exactly according to his plan. Uchiha Little Black. If I can bring you in, I can send you right back out. Surely you don't think my flying thunder god only works one way. You best be careful when you sleep from now on. I might just send you straight into the rakage bed. TSK, those big shots from the land of lightning would probably love someone as tender and delicate as you. A cold sweat instantly broke out across Fugaku Uchiha's forehead. Ahem, Minato. I admit my voice was a little loud just now, and nothing happened at all. Damn it. Who was it that cast an illusion just now? Minato Namikaze looked at Fugaku Uchiha with a half-smile, but didn't expose Fugaku's clumsy lie. Hirofumi Ito was already dumbfounded at this point. Why did it feel like these two had changed so much after just one trip outside? And what on earth were Big Yellow and Little Black supposed to mean? Didn't they just go out to snatch some money? How did they end up changing their names, too? Was Minato Namikaze not good enough? Or was Fugaku Uchiha too plain? Why insist on being called Big Yellow and Little Black? Weren't those names usually reserved for dogs? Uncle Minato, Uncle Fugaku, what exactly happened to you two? And what's the deal with Big Yellow and Little Black? Hirofumi asked, his face full of confusion, seeing Hirofumi's puzzled expression. Minato and Fugaku gave a brief account of everything they'd been through during their time away. They also explained how they'd used transformation jutsu and adopted new names. Minato even recounted in detail how he'd threatened Fugaku outside the village just moments ago. Fugaku's expression darkened, while Hirofumi's face twisted into a look of disbelief. Uncle Fugaku, what is it, Hirofumi? Uncle Fugaku, have you forgotten your current state? You're a summoned beast now. Even though I summoned you, a summoned beast can unilaterally break the contract at any time. If you did that, you'd go straight back to my summoning space. Did that honestly never occur to you? Fugaku was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then his face instantly turned every color imaginable. He clenched his teeth tight, and, after a long pause, finally managed to let out a strangled groan. Damn it! Minato, standing to the side, burst into hearty laughter at this sight. He'd thought of that loophole long ago. Who would have guessed his friend could be so slow, missing something so obvious? After a good laugh, Minato tossed a large bundle from his back onto the ground in front of Hirofumi. Hirofumi, this is all the money we managed to get these past few days. More than 1.4 billion. That should be enough to summon Kushina, don't you think? As Minato finished, Fugaku turned hopeful eyes toward Hirofumi. But Hirofumi was still reeling. Just what had these two been up to? In just half a month, they'd managed to rob over 1.4 billion. I know that this amount of money is equivalent to the Uchiha clan savings over several decades. Wait, it wasn't Uncle Minato. What exactly were you and Uncle Fugaku up to? Don't tell me you two went and robbed the treasuries of the 5 great nations. Hearing this, Minato Namikaze scratched his head and gave his trademark, slightly embarrassed smile. We didn't exactly rob any national treasuries. But over the past, while the two of us did make the rounds and loot a number of the wealthy big shots in the ninja world, that's how we managed to gather this much money. Upon hearing this, Ito Hiromi swallowed hard, silently mourning those rich folks for 3 seconds. But in the next instant, excitement surged through his heart. Now that he had money, he could finally draw cards again. No, more accurately, he could perform another summoning. And this time, he might finally get to test a question that had been bothering him for a long while. There was something Ito Hiromi had pondered often in his heart. The spirits he was currently bound to were the departed of Konoha village. But how exactly did the system define a spirit of Konoha? Did it mean only the ninjas who became part of Konoha after its founding and who died in service? Were they the only ones considered Konoha spirits? Or did anyone buried in Konoha qualify? He had tried asking the system before, but the system always told him to figure out on his own. If it turned out that anyone buried in Konoha counted as a Konoha spirit, then did he have a chance this time to summon someone like Uchiha Izuna? Or perhaps some of those legendary Hokage-level powerhouses from the Warring States era who'd found their final resting place in Konoha? Now, with over 1.4 billion in hand, he should finally be able to get to the bottom of this mystery. Uncle Minato. Uncle Fugaku. You two should first dissolve your summoning contracts and return to the summoning realm. I'll be heading in soon to perform the summoning myself. Upon hearing this, Minato Namikaze and Uchiha Fugaku nodded, dissolving their summoning contracts on their own. With 2 soft bursts of smoke, they vanished from Ito Hiromi's room, returning directly to the summoning realm. The commotion of their return startled the 4 others already inside the summoning realm. Everyone quickly gathered, eager to see just who Ito Hiromi would summon next. Even Uchiha Madara felt a faint, unspoken excitement. After all, there were only so many Hokage-level powerhouses from Konoha, and if his own younger brother Uchiha Izuna qualified as a Konoha spirit, then this time he was sure to be summoned. Back in his room, Ito Hiromi wasted no time, placing his hand on the massive bundle before him. System, I want to recharge. Detected. 14,130,000,000 taels of silver. Do you wish to recharge the full amount? After considering his options, Ito Hirofumi decided to recharge 1,400 million, leaving the remaining 13 million as a backup or for his own pocket money. With 14 billion inch, it should be more than enough, even if he included all the powerful figures from the Warring States period. System, recharge me 14 billion. Recharge successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a wealth value of 1.4 billion. System, open my data panel. Spirit summoning system host. Ito Hirofumi wealth value. 140,000,000,000 white spirit summons. 0 green spirit summons. 0 blue spirit summons. 0 purple spirit summons. 0 gold spirit summons. 0. This time, Ito Hirofumi didn't immediately convert all his wealth into gold spirit summon attempts like he did before. After all, he couldn't guarantee whether there were 14 Kage-level combatants left among the spirits of Konoha village. If there weren't that many, wouldn't he end up with summoning attempts, but no one to call forth? So Ito Hirofumi decided to exchange for one, and summon one at a time. This way, he could minimize his losses. With that thought, Ito Hirofumi focused his chakra within the summoning space. As soon as he entered, everyone present fixed their burning gazes on him. They were all eager to see whom he would summon this time, so he didn't keep them in suspense. System, exchange 1 gold spirit summon for me. Congratulations, host, you have spent 100 million wealth value to obtain 1 gold spirit summon. System, use the gold spirit summon. With the gold spirit summon activated, Ito Hirofumi began forming the summoning seals in full view of everyone. With a resounding burst, a golden magic circle appeared on the ground. Those present in the summoning space were already familiar with the wonders of Ito Hirofumi's summoning technique, so they weren't surprised this time. Still, they watched with curiosity, wanting to see who would appear. A wisp of soul fire suddenly flickered within the magic circle. Gradually, the flame took the shape of a ninja with white hair atop his head, dressed in a Konoha flak jacket. The moment he saw this ninja, Ito Hirofumi immediately recognized him. The renowned Tsukumo Hatake, former leader of the Umbu, and the father of the legendary 50-50 Kakashi Hatake. However, the older generation powerhouses like Hashirama Senju and Tobarama Senju didn't recognize Tsukumo. In contrast, Minato Namake's eyes lit up in surprise at the familiar figure. That's Senior Tsukumo Hatake. When Tsukumo Hatake opened his eyes, confusion flashed across his face, especially when he saw the group standing before him. He was even more bewildered. Hadn't he already died? What on earth was happening now? These people standing before me look strangely familiar. Where have I seen them before? Wait a minute. Of course, on the Hokage Rock? Oh my god. Aren't these the first and second Hokage themselves? And this blonde kid, I couldn't possibly be more familiar with him. Isn't he Minato Namake's Kakashi's team leader and my son sensei? What on earth is going on here? When Tsukumo Hatake died, Minato Namake's had only recently become Kakashi's team leader. Back then, Minato hadn't yet become the 4th Hokage, so Tsukumo knew nothing about that development. Minato noticed Tsukumo's confusion and stepped forward to explain how everything had come to pass, giving him a brief overview of the current state of the Hidden Leaf Village. After all, among everyone present, Minato was the one most familiar with Tsukumo. Upon learning the whole story, Tsukumo was utterly astonished. After all, this was truly beyond imagination. Yet he managed to suppress his shock. Strange and wondrous things happened in the ninja world all the time. Someday, even the legendary sage of 6 paths showing up wouldn't be that surprising. After calming his mind, Tsukumo greeted Hashirama Senju, Tobarama Senju, Madara Uchiha, and Mito Uzumaki. After all, these were all his senior predecessors. Then his gaze fell upon Minato Namake's once again. I never imagined, Minato, that you would become the 4th Hokage. You really are outstanding. By the way, how is my son Kakashi doing? Minato smiled brightly. Kakashi has grown into an excellent ninja. He's one of Konoha's elite jonin now. Hearing this, Tsukumo smiled with satisfaction. That kid's turned out pretty well. After speaking, Tsukumo turned his attention to Ito Hirofumi. You must be Ito Hirofumi. You're truly an exceptional ninja. Minato just told me about what you've done. Your abilities are nothing short of miraculous. I never would have imagined that one day I could be brought back to life. Uncle Tsukumo, your reputation has long been legendary. The name of the White Fang of the Leaf echoed throughout the entire ninja world. Countless enemies fell to your White Fang blade. I've always admired you, even from afar. Hearing Hirofumi's words, Tsukumo felt genuinely pleased. After all, he'd been gone for so many years. Yet to know he still held such renown in the hearts of the younger generation of the Leaf Village filled him with pride. After summoning Tsukumo, Hirofumi received a message from the system. Congratulations, host, on successfully summoning the departed soul. You have acquired the contract beast Tsukumo Hatake, drawing 1 random ability from him for you. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the White Fang swordsmanship. Host has automatically mastered the Hatake sword technique. After hearing the system's announcement, Ito Hirofumi nodded quietly to himself. The swordsmanship possessed by Tsukumo Hatake was surely the most valuable thing about him. He couldn't shake the feeling that his system was always operating behind the scenes, as if each reward he received was always the most cost-effective item possible. But no matter what, this was all to his advantage. After a brief exchange with Tsukumo Hatake, Ito Hirofumi once again performed the summoning jutsu. Spending 100 million units of wealth, he redeemed from the system another chance at a golden summoning. Summoning Jutsu. As the fire of his soul gathered, Ito Hirofumi's breathing grew rapid and uneven. He hadn't expected that those buried in the hidden leaf village were truly its lost souls. Madara Uchiha could no longer contain himself. In a flash, he appeared before the summoning array, his whole being trembling with excitement. Even his hands shaking. My brother. Hashirama Senju, standing nearby, also fixed his gaze on the figure within the summoning circle. This person seems... Isn't that Madara's younger brother, Tobirama? Do you remember? I think his name was Izuna Uchiha. Tobirama Senju felt deeply unsettled. He hadn't expected that Izuna Uchiha would actually be brought back, after all. He had ended Izuna's life with his own hands all those years ago. Oomph. Of course I remember. Just another wicked Uchiha, boasting that not a single flaw could be found on his body. A claim that's laughable. Back then, I sliced him down myself with flying thunder god slash. Hashirama, hearing this, patted his younger brother Tobirama on the shoulder. Tobirama, what's done is done. Let's not dwell on the past. We all have new lives now, and we are all part of the Leaf Village. Let's not say things that might cause division. Ito Hirofumi glanced at Madara Uchiha, who stood beside him, his face tense with anticipation, and gave a small smile. Madara, look at you. So impatient. Your brother's already been summoned, and he's not going anywhere. You'd better get ready to explain things to him. After all, he died during the Warring States era. The hidden leaf is bound to be completely unfamiliar to him. Madara nodded urgently. I understand. Kid, thank you. Hey, what are you thanking me for? Aren't you my teacher? Hearing this, Madara didn't say anything more. Instead, the corners of his mouth lifted in a subtle smile. Having a student like this, perhaps it isn't so bad after all. Both his own younger brother and that simpleton Hashirama had returned. Perhaps this kind of life wasn't so bad after all. The idea of using illusions to bring peace to the ninja world. Maybe it was best to let that go. Illusions, after all, are nothing but lies, since his own disciple harbored such grand ambitions as a teacher. It was enough for him to support his student wholeheartedly from now on. After all, isn't it only right that a teacher's will is carried out by his disciple? As Madara Uchiha pondered these thoughts, Izuna Uchiha opened his eyes and instantly caught sight of the brother he had longed for so deeply. Brother! The moment Izuna saw his elder brother, his heart swelled with excitement. But in the next instant he glanced around, and his gaze immediately grew grave. Damn it! Isn't that the Senju clan leader Hashirama Senju? And that one over there, evil Tobirama Senju? Izuna had no time to wonder about the situation. In a flash, he leapt to stand protectively before Madara. Brother, you need to leave now. Let me hold off these two wicked Senju. The very first thing his resurrected younger brother did was to try to protect him. Madara was deeply moved by this. Izuna, there's no need to be so tense. Things are not as you imagine. In truth, we are all already dead. Many things have happened since you passed. Things you don't know about. Even after hearing this, Izuna remained on guard, his eyes locked fiercely on Tobirama, standing not far away. In the very next heartbeat, the Mangekyo Sharingan spun to life in his gaze. Evil Tobirama Senju. Tobirama gritted his teeth in anger at the accusation. Born evil, those Uchiha. Evil Tobirama Senju. Born evil, those Uchiha. Evil Tobirama Senju. Born evil, those Uchiha. Tobirama Senju, I'll kill you. What a joke. A mere defeated underling dares threaten my life. Have you forgotten whose slice you opened back then? Turns out when you cut open an evil Uchiha, they bleed red too. A thunderous crash echoed through the room as Tobirama clutched his head in pain. Big brother, why did you hit me? Tobirama, enough with the bickering. Izuna's return is something to celebrate. After all, he's Madara's brother. Tobirama felt as though his heart had shattered yet again. He'd lost count of how many times he'd suffered heartbreak since his resurrection. His own brother, striking him for the sake of an evil Uchiha. How infuriating. Sister-in-law, why must you be so disappointing? My elder brother's heart has already been stolen by that wicked Madara Uchiha. Izuna Uchiha glanced at Hashirama Senju. Ha! You evil Hashirama Senju, I'll... Suddenly, with a loud thud, Izuna clutched his head and looked at his brother Madara with a pitiful expression. Big brother, why did you hit me? Izuna, show some respect to Hashirama. Izuna felt his heart shatter. His own brother, his beloved brother, actually hit him for the sake of that wicked Senju. Truly, the Senju clan is nothing but trouble. Back then, they were always exchanging meaningful glances with his brother. Had they truly stolen Madara's heart away? How infuriating, absolutely unforgivable. At this very moment, the same thoughts surfaced in both Izuna Uchiha's and Tobirama Senju's minds. Evil Senju, evil Uchiha. In the end, Madara Uchiha explained everything to Izuna, telling him the whole story. Madara was overjoyed at Izuna's resurrection. Even Hashirama Senju, standing nearby, was truly delighted. After all, as Madara's friend, he had long known that there was always a thorn in Madara's heart, and that thorn was none other than the death of his younger brother Izuna. This was also why Madara had never given Tobirama, Hashirama's own brother, any kindness over the years. But now Izuna Uchiha had returned. Finally, everyone could live together in happiness and peace. And so, in the summoning realm, it became a world where only Tobirama Senju was left to suffer. At this moment, the system also assisted Hirofumi Ito in extracting an ability from Izuna Uchiha. However, this ability wasn't particularly special, just an S-rank fire-style ninjutsu. In terms of value, the most precious thing about Izuna should have been his Mangekyo Sharingan. But since Hirofumi already possessed it, the system didn't extract it again. Still, an S-rank fire-style jutsu was certainly better than nothing. 2 golden rank summons. One was Sakumo Hatake, and the other Izuna Uchiha. Left Hirofumi Ito feeling quite satisfied. After all, these two were definitely top tier. Fighters by Kage standards. At the very least, with Sakumo Hatake and Izuna Uchiha, taking down Danzo Shimura would be no problem at all. Now that Izuna understood everything, the hostility in his eyes when looking at the others had faded. But when he turned to Tobirama Senju, his gaze was still full of murderous intent. After all, even though he was now resurrected, back then this evil Tobirama ambushed him. With a single stroke of the Raijin sword, he ended his life. That was a blow Izuna would never forget in this lifetime. Hirofumi, thank you for bringing me back to life. You've given me the chance to see my brother again. I won't bother with polite formalities. My brother already told me you're a student, so that makes you my junior too. I'm well aware of my current state. Just a summoned beast, right? It doesn't bother me in the slightest. If you ever run into trouble, just call for me. Even if you need help taking down that Hokage outside, I could handle it without breaking a sweat. Hearing these words, Hirofumi Ito couldn't help but get excited. While Uchiha Izuna wasn't quite as powerful as Uchiha Madara, he was still a force to be reckoned with. A fighter at the level of a Hokage. Now, with him making such a promise, didn't that mean Ito's strength had grown even more formidable? A sly, satisfied laugh escaped him. Senior Izuna, your name has long been legendary to me. They say you were a flawless warrior in your prime, renowned throughout the ninja world. With your Mangekyo Sharingan, you defeated countless foes. I've admired you for a long time now. Izuna's face lit up with delight. At these words, his big brother's student really was a charming young man. However, after Ito finished speaking, Sakumo Hatake, standing nearby, wore a rather peculiar expression. Why did that speech sound so familiar? Hadn't Ito just praised him in almost the exact same way? The only thing swapped out were the names, replacing Sakumo and his white fan blade with Izuna and the Mangekyo Sharingan. Was this just a recycled speech? Ito, meanwhile, saw nothing wrong with it. After all, he had a thick skin. Wasn't enough that he had to go to way to compliment them. Did they really expect him to come up with something new every time? With Uchiha Izuna's arrival, everyone was growing ever more eager to see what Hirofumi Ito would summon next. After all, if even the undead from the Warring States era could be called forth, who didn't have a few deceased relatives waiting to appear? Minato Namikaze and Fugaku Uchiha, watching the reunion of Madara and Izuna, found themselves longing to see their own loved ones again. In their hearts, they were all ready, imagining what it would be like to reunite with their wives. Meanwhile, Hirofumi Ito once again used a fortune of 100 million to exchange for another golden summoning. Summoning technique. From within the golden summoning circle, the flames of a soul gradually took on the form of a woman. Her striking fiery red hair impossible to miss. At a glance, Ito recognized her instantly. Wasn't this the wife Minato Namikaze had been longing for? Kushina Uzumaki. At last, he had fulfilled his promise to Naruto Uzumaki, and now the Uzumaki family would finally be reunited. At that moment, Minato Namikaze was so overcome with excitement that he could hardly contain himself. Tears began to well up in his eyes, swirling with the fear that what he was seeing was merely a dream, and that everything would vanish the moment he woke up. My wife, my wife. In a flash, Minato Namikaze darted over to Ito Hiromi's side. Hiromi, did you see that? That's my wife. Yes, Uncle Minato, I saw it. And then with another whoosh, Minato zipped away again. Fugaku, did you see it? That's my wife. Minato, calm down. Isn't this a good thing? But Minato was gone again. In a blink of an eye, first Hokage, did you see? That's my wife. Madara Uchiha, did you see it? That's my wife. Second Hokage, did you see it? That's my wife. And so on. At this moment, Kushina Uzumaki was utterly bewildered. She couldn't understand why she seemed to have come back to life all of a sudden. The last thing she remembered was the moment before she died. But now, apparently, she had been resurrected, and the first thing she saw when she opened her eyes was her husband dashing around, shouting at the top of his lungs, "That's my wife." What on earth was going on? And honestly, did her husband have to act so silly? There he was, yelling like a fool. For everyone here, wife? Wait a second. Could it be that damn Minato had found someone new? No wonder he didn't come to check on her even after she came back to life. So he's married someone else, has he? That damn Minato. Adamantine ceiling chains. Golden chains whipped out from behind Kushina, lashing through the air. In the next instant, Minato was trussed up like a silkworm cocoon. Whoa, honey, what are you doing? Minato was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't believe his wife tied him up the moment she was resurrected. Sure, they'd had some unusual games in private when they were together, but doing this in front of everyone was just too embarrassing. Kushina let out a cold laugh. What am I doing? If I hadn't come back to life, I never would have known you'd already found yourself a new woman. So, tell me, just who is this wife you've been shouting about? I'd like to see which woman dares to steal my man. 5th chapter delivered. There's more coming tonight. Brothers, as long as your gifts keep coming, the updates won't stop. And please, brothers, give me a 5-star review. This book still doesn't have a single rating. How embarrassing is that? It's not just my face that's on the line here. It's all of yours, too. I can't stand it, and I'm sure you all can't either. Thank you, dear readers, for your generous gifts. I'm still furiously typing away at the story. Ha ha. Honey, I swear, I've never done anything to let you down. Minato Namikaze was still shouting his explanations from the other side, his voice filled with desperation. Meanwhile, thanks to successfully summoning Kushina Uzumaki, Hirofumi Ito once again received a message from the system. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning a spirit and obtaining the contract Beast Kushina Uzumaki, now randomly drawing one of her abilities for the host. Congratulations, you have acquired the sealing jutsu. Adamantine sealing chains. This jutsu can only be used by those with Uzumaki blood. Uzumaki bloodline detected in host. The host has automatically learned adamantine sealing chains. Adamantine sealing chains truly is an impressive ninjutsu, and its power is nothing short of remarkable. Previously, Mito Uzumaki had explained to him the principles behind adamantine sealing chains, though he hadn't managed to learn it at the time. He also recalled seeing Mito Uzumaki use this very technique to bind Hashirama Senju in an instant. And now, Kushina Uzumaki was wielding the same jutsu to tie up Minato Namikaze. The greatest strength of adamantine sealing chains lies in its ability to suppress tailed beasts. Once upon a time, the Nine-Tails suffered greatly under this very technique. On the other side, after Minato's long-winded explanations, Kushina finally grasped the situation and realized her husband truly hadn't betrayed her. Still, resurrection and all that was hard to believe. Little Kushina froze when she heard that gentle, familiar voice by her side. Grandma Mito, it's me, little Kushina. Kushina leapt straight into Mito's embrace. Grandma Mito, you look so young. Ha, little Kushina, you're young again too, though your personality hasn't changed a bit over the years. I bet you've given Minato plenty of trouble, haven't you? No way. How could I ever bully that fool Minato? At that moment, Minato came over, scratching his head and grinning sheepishly. Lady Mito, Kushina really is amazing, and honestly, she's never bullied me. After this heartfelt reunion, Kushina learned much from Minato, including that their son Naruto Uzumaki had already graduated from the Ninja Academy. She also found out that Hirofumi Ito, the person who brought her back, was very close friends with her son. Thank you so much, Hirofumi. You've given me the chance to meet Naruto again. I truly don't know how I could ever repay such kindness. Kushina, there's no need to say such formal words between us. Naruto and I are very good friends, so seeing his family reunited truly makes me happy as well. At that moment, Minato Namikaze shuffled over with a goofy grin. Howin, I think you're getting the titles mixed up. You always call me Uncle Minato, but now you're calling Kushina your big sister. Isn't that a generation out of order? Smack. Kushina Uzumaki brought her fist down hard on Minato's head. Why do you always have so much to say? What, just because you're called Uncle? I have to be called Auntie. Do I really look that old to you? You're not old, honey. Not old at all. Big sister suits you perfectly. Oomph. Standing off to the side, Fugaku Uchiha watched the scene unfold with growing impatience. Now that Minato's wife had returned, he couldn't help but wonder when his own wife Mikoto would come back. Watching all these couples reunite, he was filled with envy. Howin, hurry up and use the summoning technique. I want my wife Mikoto to come out soon too. You might not know this, but Mikoto awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan just before she died, so she's basically at Kage level strength. If we're lucky, she could be next to return. Howin Ito paused for a moment, surprised by this revelation. He truly hadn't known, and the original story never mentioned it, but thinking it over, it made sense. For an Uchiha to awaken the Sharingan, they needed intense negative emotions. Mikoto herself was a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, and before her death she endured unspeakable pain. She witnessed her own son slaughter the entire clan. And then she had to watch her son kill his own parents. For Mother, there was nothing more agonizing. So it was only natural that she would awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan in her final moments. Yet another question arose in Howin Ito's mind. What happened to Fugaku and Mikoto's Mangekyo Sharingan? Danzo, that old schemer, collected all the Uchiha's triple Tomo Sharingan, and if he'd found Mangekyo, there's no way he would have let them slip through his fingers. But in the original story, Danzo only ever used Shursui Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan. That leaves only one possibility. Fugaku and Mikoto's Mangekyo Sharingan must have been taken by Itachi Uchiha. Thinking carefully, that's the only scenario that fits. If that's the case, then besides their own eyes, both Fugaku and Mikoto each have a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan currently in Itachi's possession. If in the future the two of them merge their respective Mangekyo Sharingan, they should be able to awaken the eternal Mangekyo, shouldn't they? After all, Uchiha Madara awakened the eternal Mangekyo by fusing his brother's eyes. So there's no reason they couldn't achieve it by merging their own. If this is really possible, then the strength of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto might rise yet again. The difference between the Mangekyo and the eternal Mangekyo is quite significant after all. At the very least, they wouldn't have to worry about going blind. Noticing the anxious look in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, Ito Hirofumi didn't hesitate for long. He had just performed the summoning technique 3 times, calling forth 3 spirits, which meant he'd already spent 300 million in wealth points. And among them was Uchiha Izuna, a powerful figure from the Warring States period. That means based on what he knew, there were at least 3 former Kage-level powerhouses of Konoha he could summon. Uchiha Mikoto, Uchiha Shursui, and Might Due. As for others, he couldn't say for certain. Who knew if some old legends from the Warring States era with Kage-level strength might also be buried somewhere in Konoha. So this time, Ito Hirofumi directly spent 200 million wealth points to exchange for 2 golden summons. System, can I use 2 golden summons at the same time? You can, as long as you have enough summon attempts. You may use as many as you wish at once. Great. Then use both golden summons for me right now.